Gu Wuchen traveled to a different world and became the only direct descendant of the Changshenggu family, the head of the 5 ancient families in the upper realm. His father is the current patriarch of the Gu family, his mother is the daughter of the emperor, and his grandparents are both terrifying emperors. With such a start, he was supposed to live a life of luxury and dissoluteness, but one day, after discussing life privately with the holy maiden of Lingxiao Holy Land, he realized that something was wrong. Ruyan, you said you broke off your engagement with a loser named Xiao 2.5 years ago? The other party also said that things will change over time? Oh come on, I'm the villain? Then, the system came: when facing the child of destiny, should you assist him or avoid him, or become a complete villain? The villain must be the villain. If I don't choose the villain, I will be unworthy of the name Gu. Chapter 1. Am I the villain of Brain Storage? Covering water boundary, Lingxiao Holy Land, the residence of the Son of God. Sir Son of God, please wait a moment. 3 hours later, beside the couch, a beautiful woman with a hot body and a large area of exposed skin was kneeling at the feet of the Son of God, Gu Wuchen. Ruyan, was there any falsehood in what you said on the bed? Gu Changxing's eyes were deep and his emotion could not be seen as he questioned Lu Ruyan, who was standing at his feet. Sir Son of God, everything I say is true, and I dare not lie. Lu Ruyan's head was pressed against the ground, her body trembling slightly, but her face was flushed and she was sweating profusely. Obviously she had not recovered from the training just now. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen took a deep breath and his face became solemn. Broken. Something big happened. He was originally an ordinary young man on the blue planet who loved playing basketball. During a basketball game with a black guy, he was elbowed by the opponent and sent to this world, but fortunately, as a time traveler, he was lucky. He started as an embryo, and not an ordinary embryo, the only direct descendant of the Changshenggu family, the first of the 5 ancient families in the upper realm. His father is the current patriarch of the Gu family, his mother is the daughter of the emperor, and his grandparents are both terrifying emperors. With such a start, Gu Wuchen had to laugh in his mother's womb for a full month longer before he was born. Life after that was dull and ordinary. He lived a life where magical weapons came to him and elixirs came to him just by opening his mouth. It was not until a year ago that he came to the Fushui realm because of the Gu family's ancestral precepts that all Gu family members of this age needed to go to the lower world for 5 years to hone their minds. The first thing Gu Wuchen did when he arrived here was to reveal his identity and go find Holy Lord Lingxiao. Lingxiao Holy Land is the Taoist tradition left by the Gu family in the lower world. Its purpose is to secretly protect the children of the Gu family who are traveling in the lower world, but in Gu Wuchen's opinion, isn't this just like taking off pants to fart? It is better to protect openly than secretly. Wouldn't it be safer to live directly in Lingxiao Holy Land? So there was a scene where he was young, lived in the Son of God's palace, and practiced with the saint girl. Originally, he planned to enjoy himself here for 5 years, and then return to his family safely to follow in his father's footsteps. But now, there is a big problem. A question that concerns his fate and even the direction of his entire family. Just now, Saint Lu Ruyan told him that she broke off her engagement with a loser named Shiao Sheran on the eve of joining Lingxiao Holy Land. It's the kind of unilateral breaking of the engagement, which is extremely insulting. At that time, Shiao Sheran even uttered the bold words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. At the scene of the broken engagement, he swore that within 5 years at most, he would personally visit the Holy Land of Lingxiao and make all those who looked down on him regret it. Such a familiar broken engagement, such a familiar 5-year agreement, made Gu Wuchen's mouth twitch slightly, and he blurted out 2 words: fuck. He is now the son of the god of Lingxiao Holy Land, and has just accepted Lu Ruyan as his slave. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, he became the tragic villain who stepped on the protagonist's feet. Counting the days, it has been exactly 2.5 years since Lu Ruyan broke off her engagement. The reason why Lu Ruyan suddenly told him this today was that she had recently learned that in just over 2 years, Shiao Sheran had gone from being a waste to breaking through several realms and becoming a genius among his peers. The most recent time, it was heard that he killed a strong man who was 2 realms higher than him, and he became very famous for a while. Has it grown to this point in half the time? Gu Wuchen became increasingly anxious, knowing that he should have made plans early. It seems like it's time to send out an order to have Holy Lord Lingxiao. No, have the entire Holy Land Lingxiao go all out to kill this kid. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding, your system has arrived. Here it comes. Gu Wuchen was shocked. The big baby he had been waiting for 20 years was finally here. it is detected that the host is in an important selection stage. The corresponding system will be activated according to the host's choice. Option 1. Take the path of assistance. Lu Bang, Han Xian, King of Qin, Bai Qi, Zhu Yuanzhang, Lu Bowen, assist various sons of destiny, reach the peak, and step into the top of the world. Obtain Super Return System, chance to trigger 10,000 times return. Return system? It sounds pretty good. Gu Wuchen was slightly stunned and was actually a little tempted for a moment, but when he thought again, his face changed drastically, and something was absolutely wrong. Han Xian, Bai Qi, Lu Bowen, no one has a good ending, right? Must I die and disappear? Tongzi, stop it. Option 2, take the path of immortality. The system grants you immortality. You will be invincible while you are alive. Stay away from worldly disputes, avoid all children of destiny, develop slowly, and one day, you will become the best in the world and obtain the immortality system. Drinking water can increase your lifespan by 10,000 points, etc. Generally, option 3, go the villain route, hunt down all the children of destiny, either you die or you die. Take over all their opportunities, e.g., I will raise your wife, and I will inherit your fate, and get supervillain system. Gu Wuchen, who was still struggling over which path to take, heard the ancients saying your wife. And suddenly thought of a great man from the Three Kingdoms period, and made a decision instantly. Hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to him. I choose C. No, I choose the third one, the villain. Gu Wuchen shouted in his heart, ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supervillain system. Supervillain system unlock, the Destiny Child/female radar function. When the relevant person approaches a certain distance, the radar will automatically broadcast. Panel function, you can view the host's own and others' attribute panels, including some life trajectories. System Mall. A big gift pack for villains, open directly, bite. Heaven devouring divine body, red, the most bizarre physique in the world, it can devour everything and use it for its own benefit. Every time it appears, it will become the public enemy of the world, including but not limited to devouring other divine bodies. Magic art of creation, red, when the world was first created, this magic art was born from nothingness and possesses infinite power of creation. Unknown beast, gold. It is said that this mysterious beast was born in the ancient East. It is said that raising it will bring you peace of mind. Innate magical weapon, human emperor banner, red, all realms of mirror breaking pills, a number of soul gathering pills, a number of great returning pills. After a series of prompt sounds, Gu Wuchen's heart was beating wildly with excitement. Bind, whatever divine body, whatever magic power, max them all out. Ding. Binding to the host is in progress. 3, 2, 1, binding successful. Cultivation level classification: Qi training realm, Qi C realm, sky controlling realm, spirit integration realm, profound understanding realm, kingship realm, and emperor realm, transcendent realm, entering saint realm, saint king realm, supreme realm, broken realm, quasi emperor realm, great emperor realm. Chapter 2: Fusion of divine body, breaking through several realms in succession. After a long drought, rain finally comes. This is Gu Wuchen at this moment, because he stayed in his mother's womb for an extra month. His innate bone structure was not good and his cultivation speed was extremely slow. During the 18 years in the Gu family, most of the time was spent repairing the bones, tendons and veins in the most gentle way to make up for congenital deficiencies. He finally repaired his physical defects and was just about to go to the lower realm to practice, so now he is only in the sky control realm. Of course, this is just the surface level of cultivation, and the cards given by parents are not included. Boom, in an instant, the heaven-devouring divine body merged with Gu Wuchen, and an extremely terrifying devouring force surged in his body. The originally dry and weak Dantian was covered by a golden light. The Dantian became extremely greedy. It was like a ferocious beast that had been hungry for 100 years, madly absorbing the spiritual power from the outside world. The sky is blue, the 7th level of sky control realm. Wave, the sound of a bottleneck being broken. The 1st level of Lingling realm. Fusion of spirit means that Gu Wuchen's meridians and bones begin to accept the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and they begin to become thicker and tougher. The 4th level of the Lingling realm, the 9th level of the Lingling realm, Tongxian realm. Without any hindrance, Gu Wuchen broke through to the Tongxian realm, and the spiritual power in his body increased by more than 100 times. He clenched his fist, which had greatly increased his strength, but before he could express any emotion, the magic scripture of creation came again. the power of creation of the early creation demonic scripture was extremely overbearing. When it first entered Gu Wuchen's sea of consciousness and saw a native who was the emperor's scripture, it kicked him away without any hesitation and replaced him, and the ancient imperial scripture, the Chang'e Ju, which was the eternal inheritance of the Gu family, was like a frightened little beast. It huddled in a corner of the sea of consciousness, trembling and allowing the creation magic scripture to do whatever it wanted. Just a moment. Gu Wuchen's momentum suddenly rose. The Tongxian realm is about integrating every part of the body with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and with the blessing of the creation magic sutra, all of this seems extremely easy. The second level of Tongxian realm. The seventh level of Tongxian realm, become a king, enter the king realm in one thought. In the lower world, this is already at the level of ancestors from all over the place. After entering this realm, the spiritual power in Gu Wuchen's body finally calmed down, but the heaven-devouring divine body and the magic sutra of creation were still autonomously absorbing spiritual energy to improve his cultivation, just at a slower pace. Gu Wuchen exhaled a breath of foul air, stretched his muscles and bones, and felt refreshed. He felt refreshed, but Lu Ruyan, who had been kneeling in front of him for a long time, was stunned. Is Lord Shenxi so powerful? It's tens of millions times more powerful than before. Okay, is this still training? It's drinking water. While she was complaining in her heart, she was also extremely glad that she had surrendered to the Son of God so early. Wouldn't her future status be at least that of a concubine? When she thought of this, her kneeling body twisted unconsciously. On the other hand, after experiencing the joy of a brief improvement in his cultivation, Gu Wuchen regained his inner peace. He even chose to ignore the twisting Lu Ruyan for the time being and just glanced at her panel name. Lu Ruyan, realm, third level of the spiritual fusion realm, physique, naturally charming fate, destiny female villain, identity, holy maiden of Lingxiao Holy Land, servant of the Son of God. Gu Wuchen died at the hands of Shiao Sheran 2.5 years later, becoming the fuse for the hatred between Shiao Sheran and Lingxiao Holy Land. It seems that Shiao Sheran is indeed the son of destiny. Gu Wuchen's eyes moved slightly. Any delay would lead to changes. Now, a full stick of incense time has passed since he knew about the cancellation of the engagement. God knows whether Shiao Sheran will be able to break through several realms and reach heaven in one step during this period of time. Thinking of this, he took out a jade pendant from his space ring and crushed it to pieces with a light squeeze buzz. At that moment, Ling Tian, the Holy Lord of Lingxiao Holy Land, and the 7 peak masters all opened their eyes, and their robes fluttered without wind. The next moment, whoosh, 8 sounds of breaking through the air were heard, heading straight for the residence of the Son of God. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura, and almost at the same time, they bowed and saluted towards the inside of the mansion. Please give your orders, Master Son of God. If an outsider saw this scene, he would probably be shocked. The dignified Saint Lord and Peak Master, both of whom were people of great cultivation, were actually paying respects to the residence of the Son of God and did not even dare to go inside the house. Gu Wuchen waved his hand and put a loose robe on Lu Ruyan. Put on your clothes first. Do you know where Shiao Sheran is? Sir, he just joined the Mitian sword sect not long ago and caused quite a stir. Lu Ruyan said as she picked up the clothes scattered on the ground. Okay. Gu Wuchen nodded. The few people outside, let's set off immediately to the Mitian sword sect. Yes. Mitian sword sect. In the past 2 days, the atmosphere in the sect has been unusually active. The reason was that an old ancestor suddenly came out and announced that as long as anyone could reach the 8th floor of the sword tower, she would accept him as her true disciple. At this time, disciples kept pouring out of the sword tower, sighing and groaning with unwillingness on their faces. Damn it! How could anyone reach the 8th floor of this sword tower? I met a monster with a middle part on the 4th floor. Its strength was bizarre and terrifying. Isn't it? It is said that our ancestor could only reach the 8th floor in less than half an incense stick of time. How can we possibly compare to him? No! Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Look, the lights on the 8th floor of the sword tower are on. Someone has climbed up. While the entire sect square was in an uproar, with everyone's eyes filled with shock. Who is so brave? Our sect hasn't had a disciple who has reached the 7th floor or above for many years. Could it be a new group of people joining? The disciples looked at each other, trying to see if there was someone they knew in the sword tower. Look, the ancestor is here. In the sky, a graceful figure came from afar and landed next to the sword tower. She had fair skin and a pair of bare feet, which looked holy yet charming. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the sword tower with an excited look on her face. One of the two ancestors of the Mitian sword sect, Lu Xinyue. It's been 1,000 years, but at this very moment, could it be that our Mitian sword sect is really destined to perish? Where is the sect leader? She called out softly, and her voice echoed throughout the sect. Junior Qingyun, greetings to the ancestor. Soon, a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back and sharp eyes bowed in front of Lu Xinyue. Do you know who broke into the tower? Report to the ancestor. This boy is called Shiao Sheran. He is a descendant of the Shiao family, a declining family in Black Cloud City, and he joined our Mitian sword sect 10 days ago. Lu Xinyue nodded slightly and waved her hand gently, and all the disciples in the square retreated hundreds of meters away. From now on, no one is allowed to enter the sword tower. After he comes out of seclusion, I will accept him as my personal disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples in the square beat their chests and stamped their feet, especially the male disciples, who were so angry that their teeth were itching. They were actually being bullied by someone who had just joined the sect. In time, we must find an opportunity to suppress it. At this moment, a sound like thunder suddenly came from the sky. Lingxiao Holy Land, the son of God Gu Wuchen has arrived. A divine ship that blocked out the sky and the sun sailed over the Mitian sword sect square as if there was no one there. The ridiculous sect protection formation was unable to stop anything. Chapter 3, the son of God Gu Wuchen has arrived. I don't eat beef. Greetings, Master Son of God. All the people from the Mitian sword sect, including sect master Qingyun and ancestor Lu Xinyue, all knelt down in front of Gu Wuchen. On both sides of Gu Wuchen stood the holy lord Lingxiao and 7 peak masters, who served him like servants. As the ancestor, Lu Xinyue was filled with shock. Even with her wide knowledge, she could not understand why a son of God could be more noble than the Holy Lord. Likewise, she could sense the aura that the Son of God was deliberately emitting. Become a king. Such a young man has reached the realm of King Gu Wuchen, who was sitting in a high position, glanced around the sect square calmly, and finally also turned his eyes. It fell on Lu Xinyue. Top quality, he thought to himself. As an outstanding young man of the 21st century, he immediately noticed Lu Xinyue's graceful figure and her unique aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. He likes this kind of thing. Ding. Destined female partner detected. Is it her, the one kneeling in front, the one with the biggest Baigu? Yes, the host. Your radar is a bit slow, not as fast as my eyes. Pay attention next time. Oh, by the way, open the panel and take a look. Name, Lu Xinyue. Realm, originally at the peak of the Sealed King realm. Due to the failure of the attempt to reach the Emperor realm, the realm temporarily fell to the half-step Sealed King realm. Constitution, Xianin Holy Body Fate, destined female match. Situation, not long ago, another ancestor of the Mitian sword sect disappeared, and she became the only ancestor. Due to the decline in realm, the entire sect is now strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It is in urgent need of restoring its cultivation and finding a successor to intimidate other sections. Identity, the most important female partner of the Destiny Child Shiao Sheran, who will develop into Shiao Sheran's master in the short term. You, raise your head. Gu Wuchen's voice echoed throughout the sect square. No one dared to look up, for they knew that this so-called son of God could not be calling them. Only Lu Xinyue, who was kneeling in the front, fixed her beautiful eyes and felt a strange gaze coming towards her. She subconsciously looked up and met Gu Wuchen's deep eyes, and her heart trembled. To be honest, she didn't know what benefits and disadvantages Lingxiao Holy Land's sudden visit would bring to them. The Mitian sword sect is like a mayfly on a tree to the Holy Land. Let's not talk about anything else, just look at the 8 people standing around the Son of God. Which one of them is not a powerful emperor? If they take one of these strong men, he can easily crush their second-rate force. I'm Lu Xinyue, here to meet His Majesty the Son of God. She bowed and saluted to Gu Wuchen. Lu Xinyue, right? A nice name. Gu Wuchen tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers, narrowed his eyes and chuckled. This Son of God came here today to inform you of a great event. Don't be nervous. Great joy? Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. Even the people from Lingxiao Holy Land couldn't figure out what the Son of God was up to. Gu Wuchen's smile did not diminish, and he said lightly, Lu Xinyue, let me ask you, is there anything discordant about this campaign of the Son of God? Hearing this, Lu Xinyue was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She quickly lowered her head, and replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Lord Son of God came here on a divine ship, and he was escorted by 8 powerful emperors. This is the best in the world. In my opinion, there is no disharmony at all. No? I don't think so. Gu Wuchen shook his head and continued, I'll give you a hint. It's related to the maid behind me. After these words were spoken, everyone noticed the beautiful woman standing behind Gu Wuchen. Lu Xinyue looked at Lu Ruyan and looked at her carefully for a while. She really didn't find anything wrong with her. She bowed and said, I am stupid, please enlighten me, Lord God. Since you can't guess it, it's okay for this son of God to tell you. Gu Wuchen only raised his hand slightly. There are 4 strong men standing on each side of me, and a maid standing behind my left. Don't you think that the position behind my right side seems a little empty? This. Lu Xinyue was speechless for a moment. She didn't understand what the other party meant, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart, so. Gu Wuchen's voice suddenly became louder. Lu Xinyue, Miss Lu, how about you fill this vacancy? Oh, by the way, this is a notification, not a discussion. After saying that, the cultivation level of the King realm was opened, an extremely terrifying aura swept across the entire sect square, causing everyone in the Mitian sword sect to hold their breath. Gu Wuchen's heaven-devouring holy body unintentionally exuded a devouring power that was tearing some disciples apart all the time. Even the sect master and the elders felt a little uncomfortable of feeling the invisible pressure enveloping her. Lu Xinyue's heart was trembling wildly. She has been practicing for many years, so how could she not understand what Gu Wuchen meant? He wanted her to be an ordinary maid under him. The maid knew exactly what she needed to do for her master, but she also knew that if anyone dared to shake his head and refuse, the entire Mitian sword sect would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. At this time, Qingyun, the sect leader, suddenly clasped his fists and said, Sir Son of God, we. Halfway through his words, Gu Wuchen's eyes focused and a ray of golden light burst out. Who told you to interrupt? Bang! The golden light turned into a big hand and slapped Qingyun hard in the face. Puff, under the huge impact force, Qingyun's eyes went dark, his body flew backwards for thousands of meters, and was knocked into the mountains behind the sect, life or death unknown. And now everyone in the Mitian sword sect held their breath, not daring to breathe, and lowered their heads as much as possible. My patience is limited. The devilish whisper came out of Gu Wuchen's mouth again. Adult Miko. Sudden Lu Xinyue knelt on one knee and made a decision in her heart. She is a smart person and knows the current situation and the sect's situation. It can be said that even if there were no changes today, there would be other hostile forces coming to attack in the future. By then, he would be surrounded by several powerful king-level warriors, and his fate might be beyond his control. Therefore, for herself and the sect, she said in a deep voice, my daughter Lu Xinyue is willing to serve the master for life. Ha ha ha, good. Gu Wuchen slammed the table and looked at the kneeling woman with admiration. You are very sensible and saved me a lot of effort. In that case, reward. After he finished speaking, a crystal-clear pill flew out of his hand and landed accurately in Lu Xinyue's mouth. Buzz, in an instant. A faint milky white halo appeared around Lu Xinyue. Immediately afterwards, his cultivation, which had regressed to the half-step king realm, suddenly gained momentum. She already possessed the foundation to reach the peak of the king realm, and with the help of the magic pill, everything fell into place. In just a moment, he reached the 7th level of the king realm. Lu Xinyue, who had recovered most of her strength, could not hide her excitement and bowed deeply to Gu Wuchen again. Thank you, master. As soon as the words fell, the sword tower in the middle of the square burst into a dazzling light. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The 9th floor of the sword tower, open. This means that the person who broke into the tower successfully reached the top floor of the sword tower, and he is the first genius to reach the 9th floor since the founding of the Mitian sword sect, except for the founder. Ha ha ha. A loud and unruly laugh swept across the entire sect square, and a young man with disheveled hair, a little embarrassed, but unable to conceal his sharp spirit, broke out of the tower. A golden glow faintly appeared on his body, which was a sign that his sword bone was about to mature. I, Shiao Sheran, will increase my cultivation speed 100 times from today on. By then, any Lingxiao Holy Land will be trampled under my feet. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 4 The Son of Destiny. Shiao Sheran, after laughing, he stood with his hands folded, standing on the top of the sword tower, looking down at everyone in the sect, with deep contempt in his eyes, because he saw deep surprise in the eyes of these disciples and even the elders. Yes, they should be surprised. It has been countless years since the establishment of the Mitian sword sect, and the strongest man has only reached the 8th level. Only he has stepped into the 9th level and obtained the true teachings, the innate sword bone. What he didn't know was that everyone wasn't looking at him in surprise, but as if he were a fool. What did you say? You don't take Lingxiao Holy Land seriously, but now the Lingxiao Holy Land is right in front of us. How can someone still seek death like this? For a moment, the disciple's fear disappeared, and was replaced by a strong desire to watch the show. Shiao Sheran completely ignored the crowd below, spread his hands, felt the endless power in his body, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, thinking in his heart, old man, I finally made it. According to what you said before, I will reach the soul fusion realm within 3 days? Although it was a question, Shiao Sheran already used an affirmative tone. He is only a young man this year, and has been practicing for a very short time, but he is almost reaching the 4th level of practice. His overall strength is already stronger than some ordinary deacons or elders. However, his question received no response, and the old voice in his body seemed not to hear him, which made him feel a little strange. Before he could ask any more questions, the intimidating and serious voice of the ancestor Lu Xinyue came from below. What are you yelling about? Why don't you come and pay your respects to the Son of God? Adult Miko? Shiao Sheran was stunned, not understanding what he meant. As far as he knew, only Holy Lands had sons of God. How could this small sect have a son of God? As for the person who spoke, he naturally knew it, and it was also the fundamental reason why he joined the Mitian Sword sect. How dare you? Why are you still standing in the sky? Come down now. Ancestor Lu Xinyue's tone became more and more serious. Seeing that Shiao Sheran was unmoved, he was afraid that this would anger the Son of God and bring disaster to the sect, so he directly used the power of the King Sealing Mirror. The void condensed into a big hand and slapped him down from the air. The transparent giant hand blocked out the sky and the sun. It was at the king level, but its strength should not be underestimated. It was far beyond what Shiao Sheran could contend with now. Boom! The young man who was full of vigor and vitality in the previous second was knocked to the ground like a dead dog, looking extremely embarrassed. Ji Wuchen looked at the deep pit in front of him and the looming figure in it, and shook his head with amusement. Ever since Shiao Sheran came out of the sword tower, he just watched him show off quietly. Before he could make a move himself, the mate he had just accepted attacked him. Thinking of this, he opened the panel of Shiao Sheran, who was smashed into a deep pit and disappeared. Name: Shiao Sheran, age 22, identity: disciple of Mitian Sword sect, son of the Shiao family of Black Cloud City, personality: aloof, strong-willed, realm: 9th level of sky control realm, physique: flame body, sword bone, fate, destiny child, recent trends. In order to obtain Lu Xinyue's Xianyin holy body, he joined the Mitian Sword sect, broke into the sword tower, passed the 9th floor, obtained the natural sword bone, and then approached the ancestor Lu Xinyue to worship him as his master. With the support of the entire sect, his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. So that's how it is. I was wondering why this kid would come to this sect. Gu Wuchen nodded secretly. There was no need to say much about the effectiveness of the Xianyin holy body. For male cultivators, it was a good thing that could easily break through bottlenecks. Ahem. In the deep pit, the smoke dissipated and a rather embarrassed figure slowly stood up. He coughed violently twice, his eyes became extremely sharp, and he looked gloomily at Lu Xinyue, who attacked him. His mentality changed greatly. His original plan to join the Mitian Sword sect was to use the alchemy power of his soul to refine a pill that could heal Lu Xinyue's injuries. Of course, he would mix some strange things in it to make her submit to him, but now, I have changed my mind. He did not intend to repair its injuries, but instead prepared to take it for himself. Anyway, the Xianyin holy body only works once, so at most I can just throw it away after using it. It's just a pity that I have a thug of the King Sealing Mirror by my side. After his thoughts came to an end, he slowly walked out of the pit, dusted himself off, and his expression changed from gloomy to flattering in an instant. Grandmaster, I was too excited just now. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he bowed slightly, clasped his hands, and acted neither humble nor arrogant, as if nothing that had just happened had happened. Well, in that case, why don't you greet Lord Son of God? Seeing that Shiao Sheran's attitude was pretty good, Lu Xinyue didn't say anything more. After all, he is a disciple who can break into the 9th floor of the sword tower. If it weren't for the sudden visit of the Son of God today, the future of the sword sect would probably depend on this disciple. After she finished speaking, she stepped aside, and Shiao Sheran then saw Gu Wuchen, who was sitting on the floating 9 dragon chair, with an imposing manner and extraordinary temperament. Only, when he saw Lu Ruyan standing there immediately behind Gu Wuchen, his eyes narrowed and his breathing suddenly became heavier. He will never forget this figure, I will never forget the contemptuous look in his eyes when my engagement was broken off. He treated me like a complete waste. Every time he was in trouble or on the verge of life and death, he would think of this incident and grit his teeth. In order to reach a terrifying level in the future, he would trample this woman under his feet. Just when he couldn't help but lose his temper on the spot and fight this woman to the death, a cool feeling rushed to his mind and suppressed all his endless anger. Shiao Sheran became much more sober and silently clenched the jade pendant on his chest. He knew that it was the power of the jade pendant that made him sober. Then, he lowered his eyes and bowed again. Disciple Shiao Sheran, I pay my respects to Master Son of God. At the moment he didn't know what was going on, so he naturally followed the ancestor's request and greeted the Son of God, and would deal with the rest later, but all he got was a cold snort. You ignorant youngster, you only got a sword bone, but you actually want to trample our Lingxiao Holy Land under your feet. How ridiculous. One of the 8 emperors of Lingxiao Holy Land, the one with the hottest temper, suddenly spoke. His voice was mixed with traces of true energy, and the terrifying pressure of the emperor realm madly squeezed Shiao Sheran, who was standing below. Even though he had sword bones, they inevitably made crackling sounds, as if they would collapse at any time. You, puff. Shiao Sheran was suddenly under terrible pressure, his brain went blank, and he was completely unable to resist. He spat out a mouthful of blood, trying hard to hold himself together so as not to collapse. At this moment, he could hardly breathe. Then he remembered that Lu Ruyan was a disciple of Lingxiao Holy Land. Since Lu Ruyan was present today, the people in front of him must be from Lingxiao Holy Land? Chapter 5. I just like your big sword bone. Hey, don't be so petty with a kid. He just broke through the barrier, so it's normal for him to be excited. We should be more generous. Gu Wuchen smiled and waved his hand, as if he didn't care at all about Shiao Sheran's arrogance. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Holy Land immediately retracted his momentum and stood silently by the side without saying anything. The pressure on his body suddenly lifted, and Shiao Sheran felt like he was reborn. He breathed in the fresh air madly. He slowly raised his head to look at Gu Wuchen, who was smiling at him, and the elder of the Holy Land, who had just withdrawn his hand. There was viciousness and confusion in his eyes. Logically, he should express his gratitude, but he knew that the person sitting in front of him must be the Son of God of the Holy Land, and he always felt that something was wrong. Shiao Sheran, why don't you thank Lord Son of God? Lu Xinyue took a few steps forward and spoke slowly. The dignity of the Holy Land cannot be insulted. It is a great favor for you that the Son of God has forgiven you this time. Hearing this, Shiao Sheran was startled, and realized that what his future master said made sense. He nodded reluctantly, then clasped his fists again and said, Thank you for your kindness, Master Son of God. I just spoke out of turn, I hope you will forgive me. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant. Even though his strength was very weak, the pride brought by the sword bone did not allow him to speak in a servile manner. Well, it's nothing. Gu Wuchen gladly accepted Shiao Sheran's apology, but then he changed the subject and pointed a finger behind him. Since you are a disciple of the Mitian sword sect, you don't need to be treated specially. Just kneel down with them. You look tired after just coming out of retreat. Kneel down and take a rest. Kneel? Shiao Sheran's face froze. The Son of God of the Holy Land in front of him actually asked him to kneel down and take a rest. He noticed with his peripheral vision that all the people in the sect, except for the ancestor Lu Xinyue and himself who were standing, were actually all kneeling in the center of the square. But even so, how could he kneel? His sword bone was so powerful that he didn't even need to kneel to heaven and earth. How could he possibly kneel to a tiny Son of God from a Holy Land? Besides, if he really kneeled down, the sword bone he had just obtained might collapse in an instant, because the sword bone would not choose the weak. Thoughts were racing in his mind, and he suddenly remembered that the Son of God in front of him seemed very easy to talk to. He could forgive him even though he had just said such arrogant words. If he said again that he could not kneel, perhaps the other party would forgive him? Sir Son of God, I apologize to you again. Due to some special reasons, I really cannot kneel down. I hope you can help me. This time, Gu Wuchen was not so easy to talk to. Instead, he tapped the armrest next to the seat with his fingers, and his expression gradually became playful. The entire sect's meeting place was eerily quiet, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Finally, Gu Wuchen stopped hitting, and without any warning, his King Realm cultivation was activated. From a distance, he slapped Shiao Sheran hard, bang. Bang, as luck would have it, he fell right back into the deep pit where he had fallen from the sky. You are so shameless. Am I your father? I have forgiven you time and time again. Gu Wuchen's sudden move really scared everyone in the Mitan sword sect. He was smiling in the last second. Why did he suddenly attack in the next second? What's more, they knew very well in their hearts that it would be easy for a Holy Land to destroy them. They didn't even need a legitimate reason. They could just make up a reason to destroy them. For a moment, all the disciples and elders hated Shiao Sheran in their hearts, wondering why this kid didn't just die and how he dared to speak to the Son of God in such a way. After all, he is the Son of Destiny. With his cultivation level in the Lingrong realm, he took the blow head-on and did not suffer too much damage. Of course, this was due to Gu Wuchen's casual attack. Shiao Sheran was seen crawling out from deep space again, his hair disheveled and covered with dirt, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. A closer look revealed that several of his teeth were knocked out, but even so, he still had no intention of kneeling. He stood at the edge of the deep pit, trying to adjust his breath and constantly trying to communicate with the soul in his body. Old man, wake up. Something is very wrong today. If you don't come out, I might die here. Finally, an old sigh reached his ears. Well, if it really comes to a life or death situation, I will try to save you. But, before he finished speaking, his voice suddenly stopped and there was no sound. It was not because someone interrupted him, but because the old man did not want to continue. When Shiao Sheran heard that he could be rescued, he was delighted. He knew the origin of the old man's soul in his body. It came from the mysterious upper realm. I am only in the lower realm now, so there is no need to worry about my safety. Papa Gu Wuchen, who was sitting in a high seat, suddenly clapped his hands for no reason. As expected of a person with a great sword bone, you are trying to be special. Everyone else kneels but you don't. It seems that there is no need for you to stay in the Mitan sword sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Mitan sword sect felt nervous, especially the ancestor Lu Xingyue, who hurriedly prepared to kneel on the ground and beg to spare the sect, but he was frightened by Gu Wuchen's look, and he shut up obediently and stood still. He did not dare to disobey Gu Wuchen. The ancestor did not move, but the disciples and elders below began to move. They didn't dare to stand up, but they did not stop talking, and this kind of words kept coming out. Shiao Sheran, you are so insolent. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you passed the 9th floor of the Arrow Tower. Why don't you kneel down in front of the Son of God? Do you want to kill the entire sect? Don't forget, without the sect's cultivation, you wouldn't be where you are today. Ha, I know your origins, Shiao Sheran. You come from a remote town called Black Cloud Town. If you kill our entire sect today, the small family behind you will not spare a single one. You are looking for death. Shiao Sheran was furious, his eyes turned red. He could still endure other accusations, but he could not tolerate his fellow disciple actually threatening his family, so he was going to kill the person who made such arrogant remarks. However, Gu Wuchen obviously would not allow him to be so presumptuous again. He raised his hand slightly and pressed down slightly in the air. As soon as Shiao Sheran stopped, he felt as if a huge mountain suddenly appeared on his back, pressing down on him and making his waist bend little by little. My legs couldn't stop shaking, as if I would collapse to the ground at any moment. You guys. Shiao Sheran relied on his sword bones to hold on tightly. Blood slowly oozed out of his 7 orifices and his knees became more and more bent. There is a huge difference in strength between the Rongling realm and the Fengwang realm. Without the help of the soul in his body, he can't put up any resistance at all. Chapter 6, Grab the Bones and Devour. You're quite a tough guy. You still won't kneel. Gu Wuchen looked indifferently at the stubborn young man in front of him and activated his divine body, the heaven-devouring divine body. It enveloped Shiao Sheran's head and had the tendency to peel off his sword bone. What? My sword bone? Shiao Sheran was shocked. He had only been in the industry for 2.5 years, and the most important thing he had obtained was this powerful sword bone. If it was taken away by the other party, wouldn't he be completely ruined in the future? The sword bone was constantly being pulled away, and he was finally unable to withstand the enormous pressure any longer. Thump, there was a crisp sound of someone kneeling down. He knelt heavily on the ground, his knees smashing directly into the earth. Blood was oozing out of every pore of his body, and he looked extremely miserable. The disciples behind him pointed at him, and when they saw him finally kneel down, they breathed a sigh of relief and mocked him. "Humph, you still knelt down in the end. What a jerk. If he really causes our sect to be destroyed, we will not let him go even if we become ghosts." The double blow of physical and psychological suffering made Shiao Sheran's condition extremely bad at the moment. His skin gradually cracked, as if he would collapse at any time. The so-called sword bone is characterized by the word pride. It is not afraid of heaven, earth, or anyone, not to mention kneeling. Even being servile is absolutely not allowed. But now, Shiao Sheran really knelt down, and he knelt so miserably and shamelessly. At this moment, the sword bone seemed to have its own life. It wanted to leave Shiao Sheran's body with great disgust and was actively absorbed by Tunshan's body. If Shiao Sheran didn't do anything, perhaps in just a moment, the sword bone would leave him completely. By then he would really become a complete useless person. "Old man, why don't you take action? How will you be resurrected without me? Who will help you rebuild your body?" Shiao Sheran roared madly in his heart. The pain of his flesh and bones being torn away from his body stimulated his fragile nerves all the time. He now only wants everyone present to die, especially the so-called son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land. He must be torn into pieces. "Don't worry." The old man's voice came faintly. "There are 8 powerful emperors outside. If I were in my prime, I would only need a glance to kill them, but now it is indeed a bit troublesome. So, there is only one way to escape." Shiao Sheran relied on his remaining consciousness to listen to what the old man said, nodded vigorously, and then his eyes moved, and a milky white pill suddenly appeared next to him. He turned his head sharply to look at Lu Xingyue, who was standing silently by the side, and spoke with his last bit of strength. "Ancestor, Lingxiao Holy Land came here this time just to destroy our sword sect. This pill can help you recover from your injuries and return to the peak of the king realm. You can also break through to the emperor realm and become an emperor-level powerhouse." This was the plan the old man gave him. The old man's soul power was very strong, and Shiao Sheran's own cultivation was too low. Even if he attached himself to him, he could not exert much power and could not fight against the strong man in the emperor realm. Only by relying on this pill and controlling Lu Xinyue's body, the old man can use her body to exert strength above the emperor realm. The pill floated in front of Lu Xinyue and slowly fell into her jade hand. It faintly exuded the aura of an imperial-grade pill and looked like a top-grade pill at first glance. "Eat quickly, ancestor!" Shiao Sheran roared at the top of his lungs. As long as she was willing to swallow the pill, he could escape unscathed today. Lu Xinyue held the pill in her hand, looked at Shiao Sheran meaningfully with her beautiful eyes, then she raised her foot, flew into the air, and came to Gu Wuchen's side. "What is she doing?" A hint of doubt appeared on Shiao Sheran's painful face. "I haven't even taken the pill yet, so I'm just giving it to someone." "Isn't that just giving it away for free?" Just when he was puzzled, he saw Lu Xinyue actually bowing to Gu Wuchen in the air. "Sir, son of God, I failed to teach you properly, and such a scum appeared in the sect. He did not take you seriously, and even tried to use elixirs to confuse me. All of this has nothing to do with me. I hope that Master Son of God can see clearly." As she spoke, she knelt down in the air, raised her hands above her head, and held the milky white pill in her hands. Seeing this scene, Shiao Sheran felt as if the sky was falling and his mind turned into a mess. What happened? Who can tell him? I have only been in the sword tower for a short time. How come even the always proud and arrogant ancestor has become so humble and calls himself a slave? Well, you are very good and have the potential to be my personal maid. Gu Wuchen smiled and waved, calling Lu Xinyue to his front, grabbed her jade hand, and held her in his arms. A delicate moan came out of Lu Xinyue's mouth. Her body was pressed tightly against the man behind her, making her heart beat rapidly, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. She had never been so close to the opposite sex before, so she did not resist, nor did she dare to resist. She just sat on Gu Wuchen's lap obediently like a kitten, with her eyes closed and her lips bitten. Gu Wuchen held Lu Xinyue in one hand, and played with her hand and the pill on it with the other hand. He looked at Shiao Sheran below with a mocking look. "You have so many tricks, and you still want to find a glimmer of hope in despair. It's really interesting." After saying that, Gu Wuchen's divine body was fully activated. The terrifying physique of the heaven-devouring divine body caused the sky and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to change color, and an extremely mysterious black vortex condensed in the sky. The sword bone, after active and passive peeling, was finally completely separated from Shiao Sheran's body. A golden skeleton covered with blood and a trace of flesh floated above him. Thump, after the sword bone left, Shiao Sheran's whole body seemed to fall apart and he collapsed to the ground. Now he couldn't even kneel down and could only lie on the ground, unable to move even a finger in ice bones. Looking at the golden sword bones, Gu Wuchen clenched his hand and swallowed them into the vortex, becoming nourishment for the heaven-swallowing divine body. In an instant, he felt a powerful energy appear in his body. This energy was so vast that he only needed to take the time to refine it to improve his cultivation, but there is no rush for now, as he still needs to deal with this so-called child of destiny. Shiao Sheran collapsed on the ground, with his head tilted, looking up at the sky with tears of blood. The sword bone that should have belonged to him was taken away so brutally, and the woman that should have belonged to him was sitting in someone else's arms. He really wanted to burn everything and fight to the death with Gu Wuchen, but he simply couldn't do it. There is no good place on his body anymore. Even if he uses the power of the old man's soul in his body, it will only accelerate his death. At this moment, a clear crane cry cut through the sky. "Oh! Brother Shiao, where are you?" Chapter 7, The Destined Heroine. Hualiener. The protective formation of the Mitian sword sect was once again torn apart like paper, and a huge spiritual crane flew in. A spiritual crane stood in the center of the square, and two figures jumped down from it. A girl walked in front. Her skin was as white as snow with a hint of pink, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall. She had the innocence of a girl, but also a hint of maturity. "Brother Shiao, where are you? Why can't I sense your presence?" There was a hint of panic on her face. She looked around but couldn't see the familiar figure. Behind her, there was an old woman shrouded in a cloak. "Son of God, the people who came here are not simple. The person behind me is at a similar level to me, both at the peak of the Emperor realm. I know all the strong people with this level of cultivation in the lower realm. I don't think they are from our Fushuwei realm." Holy Lord Lingxiao, who was standing aside, reported to Gu Wuchen respectfully. During the report, his voice was very relaxed. Even if a strong man of the same realm as himself came, or maybe he was from a higher power, he was not worried at all. After all, this is the Gu family. Even in the upper realm, there is an end to existence. "Yeah." Gu Wuchen nodded silently, not paying any attention to the powerful emperor behind the girl, but focusing all his attention on the girl walking in front. Name: Hualiener, realm, the 6th level of Tongxian realm, constitution, water-moon spirit body, fate, the female protagonist of destiny, the son of destiny, Shiao Sheran, the official partner, trajectory, the daughter of the Hua family in the upper realm. She was helped by Shiao Sheran in the lower realm and recognized him as her sworn brother. They will develop into a Taoist couple after Shiao Sheran enters the upper realm in the later period. Seeing this, Gu Wuchen was overjoyed. "I didn't expect the destined heroine to show up so soon, but it's better this way, it saves trouble." On the other side, Hualiener finally saw the familiar but blood-covered figure at the edge of a deep pit. "Brother Shiao, what's wrong with you?" She hurriedly wanted to go forward to check on Shiao Sheran's injuries, but was stopped by the old woman behind him. "Miss, let me do it." The old woman's black robe moved without wind, and with a slight wave of her hand, she moved the dying Shiao Sheran over. There is a faint aura of sword bones on him, but there is no sword bone in his body, as if it had just been extracted. "The bones and meridians throughout my body have been severely damaged. I'm afraid this will have a great impact on my future cultivation." The old woman saw through all of Shiao Sheran's injuries with just one glance and put a pill into his mouth. Although it could not cure his injuries, it could temporarily keep him alive. Hearing this, the girl covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. How could he be injured like this?" Before he could finish, the old woman interrupted her again and whispered something to her. "Miss, now is not the time to settle accounts. After all, this is the lower realm. The strength I can exert is limited. The other side has 8 emperor-level masters, 2 of whom are at the peak of the emperor level. If we rashly clash, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to us. For now, it seems that we should first take this useless, Shiao Sheran away." In the end, the old woman did not say the word waste. She is Hualiener's protector and can be said to have watched the young master grow up since childhood. How could she not see that Shiao Sheran had been interested in her own young lady? But how could he, a person from the lower world, be worthy of the people from the Hua family in the upper world? Besides, the favor that the young lady received from Shiao Sheran was very small at the beginning. If the young lady was not kind-hearted and had just left the family and had not had much contact with people from the outside world, she probably would not even look at this guy named Shiao Sheran, let alone consider him as her sworn brother. Hua Lianer bit her lip and nodded silently, with worry in her eyes. She had lived in a warm and peaceful environment since she was born. How could she have seen such a bloody scene? When I was a child, I would cry for a long time even if the dog that I always played with died, let alone someone I met in the underworld. The old woman took a step forward and spoke slowly. You everyone, I am from the upper realm, and now I am taking my young lady to the lower realm for training. I hope you can do me a favor and let me take this person away. As soon as she opened her mouth, she brought up her identity from the upper realm in order to avoid trouble and make the other party retreat, but the answer she got was a disdainful laugh. Ha ha ha, this is really ridiculous. An elder of Lingxiao Holy Land laughed. Don't even mention that you want to take him away today. Even if you two can leave, it depends on the will of my son of God. Shocking world seal. This elder is another powerful person who has reached the peak of the emperor level besides the Holy Lord. Now that he has the opportunity to show himself in front of the Son of God, how could he miss it? The first move he made should be his signature world-shocking seal. No, miss, hide behind me. No matter how the old woman thought, she could not have imagined that even though she had brought out her ambitious identity, the other party would still dare to take action, and it was a fatal blow all at once. The huge world-shaking seal flew towards her. She did not dare to delay and stretched out her dry fingers to tap in the air. Flower, formation, start. As her voice fell, thousands of bright flowers suddenly bloomed on the ground, forming a strange formation that enveloped herself, Hua Lianer, and Shiao Sheran. Boom, the world-shocking seal struck the flower formation, stirring up a cloud of dust. There were some cracks on the flower formation, but it did not break. Thanks to the old woman's profound cultivation, she managed to block the attack. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing the three old women again. The old woman's eyes were gloomy and she was filled with anger. If she didn't need to protect the young lady at this moment, how could she be in such a miserable state? As a person from the upper realm, I was beaten like this by the lower realm. How can I tolerate this? The vibration caused by the collision of the two attacks just woke up Shiao Sheran, who was like a dead dog. He endured the pain all over his body, opened his eyes, and saw the figure that had been haunting him. Lianer, is that you? As he said that, he wanted to reach out and grab Hua Lianer's ankle. It's instinctive, grasping at straws in times of despair. However, when Hua Lianer looked at Shiao Sheran's hand that was stretched out towards her, she actually took half a step back and dodged. It was true that she acknowledged Shiao Sheran as her sworn brother and would come to help him when he encountered difficulties, but this did not mean that she would approve of any physical contact between them. You know, your future destiny depends on. Shiao Sheran's hands froze. He felt embarrassed by Hua Lianer's reaction, but he didn't say much. The most important thing at the moment was to hold on to her thighs tightly and escape as quickly as possible, but when he thought that Hua Lianer came from the upper realm, he felt relieved. It seemed that he would not die today. Chapter 8. Let's be honest, I am a member of the Gu family. While he was thinking, the pill that the old woman put into his mouth began to take effect little by little, temporarily relieving his pain and allowing him to speak. Lianer, help me, your brother, to take revenge. They suddenly came to our sword sect and took my sword bone without any reason. They also wanted to kill me. I want them to die miserably. His eyes were full of hatred, and he was determined to kill everyone here. Hua Lianer looked at her brother's horrible appearance, frowned, and felt very bad. This is very different from the Shiao Sheran that he knew. The current brother-in-law is like a devil, no longer as elegant and graceful as he used to be. Besides, the current situation was not something she could control. Although she came from the upper realm, she only brought one person with her. If the other party really wanted to force them to stay, it would be difficult to deal with. Brother Shiao, brother, please listen to me. We need to think about this matter carefully. Let's find a way to leave first. Leave? Shiao Sheran, whose eyes were blinded by hatred, felt his head buzzing when he heard these two words. In his opinion, no matter how strong the people in the lower realm are, they can never be a match for the people in the upper realm. As for the protector behind Hua Lianer, his true strength is unfathomable. He is just slightly suppressed in the lower realm. Now you tell him to leave? Could it be that my sister-in-law is so heartless to me that she is not even willing to help me get revenge? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress his anger so as not to let the other party notice. After all, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He could only choose to accept it. He could talk about other things after he left. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. Gu Wuchen, who was high up, was still playing with the beautiful woman's hand in his arms, and said with a smile, "You haven't figured out the current situation yet, and you're still thinking about revenge or leaving? Are you not taking me seriously?" The words became increasingly low, and the voice fell with a snap. It accurately hit Shiao Sheran, who had just woken up, smashing his head into the ground again and again. No one could stop it in time, including the emperor-level protector behind the girl. Such a sudden attack scared Hua Lianer, who was standing next to Shiao Sheran. She wanted to go forward to check, but was stopped by the old woman behind her. "Don't worry, he's not dead." The old woman stared at Gu Wuchen, who was protected by this strong man, and sighed in her heart. Such a young master in the king-level realm attacked so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. A genius like this, even in the upper realm, should be a descendant of a big family. In order not to bring disaster to the Hua family, the old woman lowered her posture as much as possible and clasped her fists towards Gu Wuchen and said, "I am the 17th elder of the Hua family. I wonder which faction you are from. I hope the flood will not wash away the Dragon King Temple. You are not worthy of knowing where we come from." Gu Wuchen shook his head slightly. Not everyone is worthy of knowing the name of the Gu family, and given the current situation, there is no need to move out of the family. You just need to know that today, no one can leave. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen raised his hand. 2 of the 8 emperor-level powerhouses behind him stayed where they were, while the remaining 6 rushed out and trapped Hua Lianer and the other 2 in the middle. Do you really want to fight to the death?" The old woman's voice became hoarse. Seeing this situation, she tightly protected Hua Lianer behind her. As for Shiao Sheran, she didn't care about him at all. She now wished that this evil would die immediately. Without him, she wouldn't be in the predicament she is in today. At this time, Shiao Sheran miraculously woke up, pulled his head out of the soil, and lay on the ground, sneering, "Ha, you are crazy. My sister is from the upper realm. If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, and you still dare to attack me, you are all really tired of living. The powerful person in the Ascension realm that you are so proud of is only a second-rate expert in his family. Now put down your weapons and stand firm. Maybe I can ask my sister to let you go." "How dare you? Shut up!" Bang! Another loud slap broke all of Shiao Sheran's teeth. This time it was not Gu Wuchen who spoke, but the old woman from the Hua family. She really wanted to skin Shiao Sheran alive and fry him in a frying pan several times. "If you want to die, don't take them with you." The situation was already extremely unfavorable to them, and they still dared to threaten the other party. When Hua Lianer heard Shiao Sheran's words, she frowned, her mind raced, and she understood something in an instant. She had never revealed to Shiao Sheran that she was from the upper realm. When the old woman introduced herself just now, Shiao Sheran was still in a coma. How could he know? The only explanation is that he knew his identity early on, so he approached me deliberately, showed me small favors, made me his sworn brother, and took advantage of the Hua family's big tree. At this time, a crisp sound came to Gu Wuchen's ears. Ding! It is detected that Hua Lianer has a gap with Shiao Sheran and has serious suspicion, triggering a reward critical hit, 100% drop. After killing the Child of Destiny, all of his equipment will be dropped. Well, Gu Wuchen was stunned after hearing this. He hadn't even done anything, but already there was a rift between them. But this is better. He is very much looking forward to what will happen after killing Shiao Sheran. On the other side, 6 powerful men from Lingxiao Holy Land were ready to go. They had already locked onto the old woman in the middle and were ready to attack at any time. The old woman looked around nervously and said to Hua Lianer, "Amiss, now we can only move out that identity. Although you have always denied it, but I understand. Let me explain." Hua Lianer's pretty face condensed slightly. Today's situation was beyond her expectations. It was time for her to bring out her greatest reliance. She stood out from behind the old woman, no longer looking so weak, and a firmness appeared in her eyes. Without looking at Shiao Sheran again, he looked around at everyone, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "You may not know the Hua family, but you must have heard of the Changsheng Gu family in the upper realm, right? I am also, half a Gu family member." Gu family? After hearing the word Gu family, everyone in Lingxiao Holy Land lost their temper instantly. They looked at each other in confusion, and finally all looked at Gu Wuchen, who was holding the beautiful woman in his arms. There is only one Gu family in the upper realm, and that is the Changsheng Gu family where Gu Wuchen belongs. Could it be that this girl in front of me is related to the Gu family? From what she said, she is half a member of the Gu family. Generally, only those who marry into the Gu family would call themselves that. Looking at the girl's age, it's almost the same as that of the Son of God. Could she be the Son of God's own woman? When they thought of this, all the strong men smacked their lips and couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Could it be that, after all this time, they are part of the play between the Son of God and this girl? Chapter 9, The Son of Destiny Who Breaks the Defense of the Destiny Girl. Seeing that everyone was no longer on edge and the situation temporarily returned to calm, Hualiener quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He sighed inwardly. Fortunately, even in the lower world, the name of the Gu family was known to everyone, otherwise today might be really difficult. But before she could rest assured for long, Gu Wuchen above spoke. Why, you said you are a member of the Gu family? At the same time, I briefly went through all the branches, collateral branches, etc. of the Gu family in my mind, and I really couldn't remember any branch flowers. That's right. I am indeed half a member of the Gu family. I dare not lie about this. Hualiener's tone became much calmer and she spoke calmly. She was so confident that no one would think she was lying. At this time, Shiao Sheran woke up again. Through the soul in his body, he knew what his sister-in-law had just said. His sister-in-law was not only the little princess of the Hua family, but also had a relationship with the Gu family. 13. Since your adopted sister is a member of the Gu family, you must stay close to her. Your future achievements will be limitless. You may not have heard of the Gu family. I can describe it in one sentence. In the upper realm, you can survive even if you poke a hole in the sky. But if you dare to mess with the Gu family, death may be your best relief. Hearing the old man's words, Shiao Sheran was shocked. In other words, I am saved again? When he thought of this, his breathing quickened a little. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually crawled up from the ground. He looked at Gu Wuchen in the distance with an angry look, and had even thought about how to torture him in the future. Oh, by the way, there was also the woman behind him, Lu Ruyan. Hualiener saw all the changes in Shiao Sheran and felt increasingly unfamiliar with her sworn brother. Then she said to Gu Wuchen again, in that case, can you let us go? I think you should know that no one in this world dares to pretend to be the Gu family. We don't have the guts to do that, and we will not harm the entire family for our own selfish interests. Wait. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a roar. Shiao Sheran suddenly raised one hand and pointed angrily at the people in Lingxiao Holy Land, then said to Hualiener indignantly, Liener, you are too soft-hearted. This is just the lower realm. There is no need to be so careful. It would not be too much to let them commit suicide on the spot today. Listen to my brother, don't let them go easily. Shiao Sheran, just shut up. Hualiener finally couldn't bear it anymore and retorted angrily. I have tried to reason with him and appeal to his emotions in order to end today's matter as soon as possible, but my brother has pushed things towards an irreversible outcome time and time again. After today, you and I will no longer be brothers and sisters. Take care of yourself. Even though she had a very good temper, she was already broken down by Shiao Sheran at this moment. Doesn't he understand that a man who knows the times is a hero? Sister, you. Shiao Sheran's face froze instantly, and he looked at his familiar sister in disbelief. I totally don't understand why the other party's attitude has changed so much. He has the support of the Gu family, so why does he always look so timid? I asked anxiously in my heart. Old man, is the Gu family really that powerful? Why is my sister like this? Could it be that the Gu family no longer exists after you died? Absolutely not. The old man's answer was decisive and resolute. Let me put it this way. If the Gu family doesn't exist, then this world would probably not exist either, not to mention you. Is this Gu family so terrifying? At this moment, Shiao Sheran had a completely new understanding of this so-called Changsheng Gu family. He became even more determined in his heart, fearing that although his sister had a relationship with the Gu family, she did not know how terrifying the Gu family was, which was why she was so timid. In that case, his eyes gradually became hot. Then let him teach these people a lesson on behalf of his sister. As for the identity of the Gu family mentioned by his sister, he had no doubt about it. After all, in his opinion, Hualiener would not lie about such things. Then, he endured the pain all over his body, slowly turned around, and took off the calm sword from the scabbard behind him. He looked at Gu Wuchen from a distance, then raised his hand and pointed his sword at him. Son of the god of Lingxiao Holy Land, right? Today, if you don't return the sword bone to me, and destroy your own cultivation and cut off your own hands and feet, your Lingxiao Holy Land will no longer exist. The sound was so loud that it reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone's reactions were different. Some were surprised, some were horrified, and some were unbelievable, especially the 8 strong men from Lingxiao Holy Land, and Lu Ruyan, who knew Gu Wuchen's identity. At this moment they felt as if 100 alpaca were passing through their hearts, and they were completely unable to express their feelings at the moment in words. What's going on? And someone is using the Gu family's identity to threaten the Gu family's son of God, bite. There was a sudden crisp sound from where Shiao Sheran was standing. Only Lu Xingyue, who was in Gu Wuchen's arms, saw Gu Wuchen lightly flick his fingers in the air. He then knocked the sword in Shiao Sheran's hand, which was pointing at him, away. Your level of shamelessness should open my eyes. After Gu Wuchen flicked the sword, he wiped his fingers across Lu Xinyue's pretty face and said lightly. After that, he completely ignored Shiao Sheran and looked at Hua Lianer behind him. I naturally know about the Changxing Gu family, but you said earlier that you were from the Hua family. As far as I know, the Hua family and the Gu family don't seem to have any dealings, right? You should know the consequences of pretending to be a member of the Gu family. Your entire family will be buried with you. I am not pretending to be someone else. I am indeed the future member of the Gu family. Hua Lianer explained hurriedly. Gu Wuchen, the future? Is there any basis for this? He was not in a hurry now. As a big villain, Shiao Sheran was already a dead man in his eyes and would definitely not live for more than a few minutes. But before that, he wanted to find out what the connection between Hua Lianer and the Gu family was. Of course, but... Hua Lianer became hesitant and looked around, seeming to find it difficult to speak. Shiao Sheran's sword was knocked away, and when he saw Hua Lianer's dilemma, he became anxious. His fate today was closely related to her. Sister, we are not afraid of him. Just tell them, and then they will kowtow to us and give up their cultivation to make amends. What do you know? Hua Lianer yelled at Shiao Sheran impatiently again. She finally understood her protector's feelings and wanted to slap Shiao Sheran to death, but he was right about one thing. If he didn't produce any substantial evidence today, he was afraid that these people would not let him go easily. So she let out a long sigh, as if she had made some kind of decision. I can show my identity symbol, but the Gu family doesn't want too many people to know about it. If I reveal this today, I'm afraid that in the future, you will all be cleared out by the Gu family, and no one will be spared. Chapter 10 Hua Lianer's hidden identity. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. The disciples and elders of the Mitian sword sect did not doubt what she said at all. After all, when it comes to matters in the upper realm, even a falling sesame seed could kill them. They now want to cover their ears, close their 6 senses, and not hear any secrets, but there were so many big guys present at the scene, they didn't dare to do anything. They could only kneel on the ground with bitter faces, like they were constipated, feeling very uncomfortable. As for asking for help from the ancestor, stop joking. Now the ancestor is still shy in the arms of the Son of God in Lingxiao Holy Land. I am afraid that he can't even protect himself. When Shiao Sheran heard this, he became even more certain that Hua Lianer was a member of the Gu family, and might even be the illegitimate daughter of some direct descendant. This would explain why. Her identity was rather special, and if others knew it would cause a catastrophic disaster. As for whether hearing this news would bring disaster to him, he didn't have to worry at all. After all, Hua Lianer, his adopted sister, had been regarded as his exclusive concubine since the first time they met, and she would become his woman sooner or later. He still doesn't believe that becoming the son-in-law of the Gu family in the future will bring him disaster? Lianer, don't be afraid of them, just speak boldly. If anything happens, I, your sworn brother, will take care of it. Shiao Sheran patted his chest and promised. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they would really think that his sworn brother was so capable as to stand up for himself. When Hua Lianer heard what Shiao Sheran said, her brows frowned even deeper, and she even felt like vomiting. If she wasn't in danger now, she really wanted to stab him with a sword. Her eyes were always on Gu Wuchen. She understood that this young man was the mastermind behind today's events. After a moment of silence, Gu Wuchen put Lu Xinyue, who was sitting on his left leg, on his right leg and continued to play with her jade hands, saying with interest, of course, I still want to broaden my horizons. How are you going to reveal the identity of this so-called Gu family? Hua Lianer let out a long sigh, with mixed feelings in her heart. Has it finally come to this? She had been given this identity since she was born, and she didn't want it very much, but she had no choice. After all, it concerns the life and death of her entire family, and she has no way to refuse. She slowly placed her white jade hand on the space ring and took out a pink jade pendant from it. Wuchen above saw the jade pendant for the first time and raised his eyebrows. It's true. This jade pendant really belongs to the Gu family, however, the color of the jade pendant means different identities. The one in his hand is a golden jade pendant, which means direct descendant in the status of the Son of God, and the pink. Before Gu Wuchen could continue thinking, Hua Lianer threw the pink jade pendant into the air, put her finger to her mouth and bit it lightly. A thin column of blood ran across the jade pendant, and the jade pendant instantly emitted a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the sky and the earth changed color. The pitiful protective formation of the Metian sword sect was instantly shattered by the energy emitted by the jade pendant. The sky and the earth became dark, and countless dark clouds shrouded the sky. From time to time, a few lightning bolts were emitted, and the power of each one was no less than the strongest combat force in the world, the Emperor Realm. The terrifying pressure of thunder and lightning made it difficult for the people from the Metian sword sect present to breathe. They crawled on the ground, having difficulty breathing. Many of those with weaker cultivation even vomited blood and were on the verge of death, but this is not the end. Each lightning bolt seems to have its own life, flying and combining freely in the air. Finally, a big Gu character made up of lightning appeared in the sky. Just one word, as if he was the king of the world, brought extreme shock to everyone's heart. This also includes the powerful men from Lingxiao Holy Land. They are in the lower realm, and this is the first time they have seen the power of the Gu family token. Even with such a high level of cultivation, their breathing is still a little difficult. Sir Son of God, this token of hers is really, Holy Lord Lingxiao, asked Gu Wuchen tremblingly. Yes, he is indeed from our Gu family, and he and I have a lot of connections. A rare smile appeared on Gu Wuchen's face. A memory from long time ago appeared in my mind. His physique has been weaker than that of ordinary people since birth, so Gu Wuchen's parents have tried various ways to help him improve his physique and restore his meridians. This includes taking in to replenish yang and finding some furnaces and tripods. The godson of the Gu family, the only son of the patriarch of the Gu family, was searching for the furnace, which was a hot topic in those days. Speaking of this matter, it was also because Gu Wuchen's father was too careless. Usually, such things were done secretly, but he went so far as to directly issue the highest bounty for the Gu family, to find some furnaces with special physiques for his 5-year-old son when he becomes an adult in the future. This led to countless families wanting to curry favor with the Gu family, and they frantically sent their daughters to the Gu family in the hope that they could become candidates for the furnace. But the Gu family had extremely high requirements. Even among the countless family forces in the upper realm, they only selected 9 women in the end to become the cauldrons of Gu Wuchen in the future and improve his physique. Of course, the 9 women are different. There are daughters of large families who are about the same age as Gu Wuchen, as well as long-established independent cultivators, and so on. As Hua Lianer said just now, revealing one's identity might bring fatal disaster to everyone. This is because after selecting the 9 women, Gu Wuchen's mother, for the sake of her son's future reputation, ordered that no one should mention this matter again. Anyone who mentioned it would become an enemy of the Gu family. If people in the underworld knew about this, they might really do as Hua Lianer said and eliminate all those who knew about it. After all, for the Gu family, even destroying the entire underworld is easy. As his thoughts came back to normal, Gu Wuchen still had a faint smile on his face. Hua Lianer, the little princess of the Hua family, was one of the 9 little girls back then, and was given a special token of the Gu family. It is said that because Hua Lianer was selected, the Hua family avoided a great disaster and was able to survive to this day and live in the upper realm. In midair, the light of the token gradually dissipated. The pink token returned to Hua Lianer's hand and she held it tightly. How about it? Can you believe it now? Hua Lianer said word by word. If she wasn't forced to do so, she really didn't want to reveal her identity. After all, my future is nothing more than a furnace, which is not glorious for me. Gu Wuchen took a deep look at Hua Lianer. She had a delicate face with the right curves and curvy parts. Coupled with her unique temperament from a large family, she could barely be used as a cauldron, and he knew very well the effectiveness of his water moon spirit body. The person who practices dual cultivation with him can wash away the impurities in his body, making his meridians more unobstructed and his cultivation faster. He is indeed an excellent candidate for the cauldron. Just when he was about to say something, Shiao Sheran suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Now you know that my stepsister is from the Gu family, right? Now I have changed my mind. I want you, the Son of God, to give up your cultivation, cripple your hands and 3 legs, and then kneel down and beg me. That I may show mercy and let you go. Chapter 11, on the spiritual platform. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He originally thought that Shiao Sheran, as the son of destiny, would have some backbone, but I didn't expect that after being simply tortured by myself, I would completely lose my mind, like a hungry wolf without a brain. Xin Yue, you go down first. Gu Wuchen patted Lu Xinyue's skirt. Lu Xinyue stood up hurriedly, not caring about the shyness of being patted, and hurriedly explained, Sir Son of God, this Shiao Sheran really has nothing to do with us, no need to say more, just watch from the side, and stand where you should be. Gu Wuchen waved his hand. After saying that, he flashed in front of Shiao Sheran. Lu Xinyue came behind the seat and stood obediently next to Lu Ruyan. In the center of the venue, Shiao Sheran's legs were trembling slightly. Gu Wuchen in front of him did not release any pressure, but he still could not help but tremble as he no longer had sword bones. You said you want to destroy me? Gu Wuchen had an intriguing smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and gently patted Shiao Sheran on the shoulder. Shiao Sheran felt creepy at the touch on his shoulder. Facing this demon at such a close distance, he was speechless. Moreover, facing Gu Wuchen at such a close distance, he actually felt ashamed of himself. Gu Wuchen's unique temperament of superiority that was unique to the Gu family, plus the fact that he was taller and more handsome than him, all of these struck a chord with him. Why, you can't speak? Didn't you just threaten to cripple all 3 of my legs? Gu Wuchen slowly withdrew his hand, looked at Shiao Sheran carefully, and finally moved his gaze to his abdomen. If you don't do it, I'll come first. As soon as he finished speaking, before Shiao Sheran could react, he felt unbearable pain in his abdomen, that is the highest level of pain for men. In an instant, his hair stood on end and he collapsed to the ground, holding his abdomen with his hands as cold sweat poured down his face. With only a little remaining consciousness, Shiao Sheran looked at his hands covering his abdomen, which were covered in blood. He felt as if something had completely left him. Of course he knew what it was his foundation, his future. As a result, the last bit of his sanity was completely lost. With an extremely terrifying face, he collapsed on the ground and looked at his hesitant sister Hualiener, and shouted angrily, Sister, you are a member of the Gu family. Don't be afraid of these people. Help me, your brother, to get revenge. I'm not going to help you, you're still not honest. Seeing that Shiao Sheran was still yelling, Gu Wuchen didn't hesitate and stepped on his head, twisting it left and right like a cigarette. But the screams echoed throughout the Mitian sword sect. Your mightiness. The old woman behind Hualiener spoke. We don't know why you are not afraid of the Gu family, but our request is very simple. Just let me and the young lady leave, and pretend that what happened today never happened. We will not report it to the Gu family. As for the waist under your feet, you can do whatever you want with it. Is that okay with you? Yeah, that's what I meant. Hualiener nodded. She had long been extremely disappointed with Shiao Sheran. Naturally, she would not be soft-hearted towards someone who wanted to use her to get close to her. You want to leave? It's easy. Gu Wuchen continued to step on Shiao Sheran's face, sometimes lightly, sometimes heavily, causing his face to go in and out of the pit. But before that, I am very interested in the token in your hand. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen's gaze shifted to the Gu family token in Hualiener's hand. I can't give you this. Hualiener was stunned for a moment, then refused firmly. My own matter is small, but if the token is lost and causes unhappiness to the Gu family, then my family will suffer. Don't worry, I have no intention of robbing you. Gu Wuchen smiled slightly, stretched out a finger, and made the token symbolizing the Gu family float into the air. Before everyone understood what he was going to do, he released another beam of energy, which sank into the token. He then came in front of Hualiener and touched her forehead with his finger. In an instant, Hualiener only felt that her mind exploded. Consciousness gradually condensed into a smaller version of myself and came to my own spiritual platform. Here, she was naked, her whole body was pure white, and in the spirit platform, above her, Gu Wuchen, dressed in a white robe, also in spirit form, was looking down at her. Hualiener was stunned and her brain went into a state of temporary downtime, but then she reacted and thought about what this scene meant. This means that the man in front of him is actually the son of God of the Qianshenggu family. He is the person he will serve in the future and the person he will obey unconditionally. Even though it felt extremely absurd, the fact was before his eyes. The only person who could freely enter and exit her spiritual altar could be the godson of the Gu family. This was a method left behind by the Gu family back then. This is the Thada Thump. In her spiritual form, she knelt down on the spot, her forehead pressed to the ground, her eyes filled with panic. God, Sir Son of God, I didn't know it was you. I snort. Gu Wuchen snorted coldly and slowly landed beside her. While admiring her beautiful body, he said in a low voice, not bad. As my cauldron, you didn't stay at home and wait for me. Instead, you ran to the lower world to save another man. What a Hua family! No, that's not it. Hua Lianer's heart trembled with fear. Gu Wuchen's words were very serious. One sentence could basically decide the life or death of the entire painter group. My brother and I, no, it's Shiao Sheran. Before this, we were just acquaintances. I came to save him this time just to repay a favor. Favors? Hada Gu Wuchen squatted in front of Hua Lianer, who was kneeling on the ground, and lifted her chin slightly with a finger. For just one favor, you can actually worship me as your sworn brother or sister. Do you think I'm just a fool? As he spoke, he exerted a little force with his palm, leaving red marks on Hua Lianer's white chin. Hua Lianer's eyes were filled with tears of pain, and she explained hastily with a sobbing voice, that's not the case. A few days ago, my Lingi, my mount, became weak for some unknown reason and almost died. I happened to meet Shiao Sheran, who was refining pills outside, and he gave me a pill, which completely healed my Lingi's injuries. I wanted to give him some money as a token of my gratitude, but he said he wanted nothing. He said we hit it off right away and that it would be more practical to treat him as my sworn brother or sister rather than just thanking me. That's how things happened later. At this point, Hua Lianer was afraid that Gu Wuchen still didn't believe it, so she raised her right hand and swore. Master Son of God, you can rest assured. I swear by the Hua family that my body and soul will always belong to you. Shiao Sheran and I only met once. Let alone any contact, even a conversation was separated by my protector. You. If you don't believe me, I can kill this arrogant person who dares to disrespect you, my master, with my own hands. Chapter 12, Your servant greets His Majesty the Son of God. Really? You can really do that? Gu Wuchen's expression remained unchanged, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. He just grabbed Hua Lianer's chin and asked back coldly. Really, absolutely true, cough cough. Hua Lianer's long eyelashes kept trembling. She knew very well that if she said something wrong, it would very likely bring disaster to the family. Okay then. As he said that, Gu Wuchen let go of her chin and slid his palm down her snow-white shoulders. Then it all depends on your performance. After saying this, Shiao Sheran's mind moved, and the spirits of the two suddenly disappeared in this spiritual platform. When Hua Lianer opened her eyes again, she had returned to her original form and was being supported by her bodyguard. Miss, how are you? What just happened is, no need to say more, I'm fine. Hua Lianer shook her head, stood up straight, and took a deep look at Shiao Sheran, who was lying on the ground and was still alive after suffering multiple fatal injuries. I made a decision in my heart instantly. While Shiao Sheran was in pain, he felt a chill coming from his back. He was in so much pain that he couldn't turn back, and he didn't know who brought the chill. I just felt like something was getting farther and farther away from me, as if it was fate or destiny, but at the moment, he obviously couldn't think so much. He held on to his last breath and begged for help word by word. Lianer, please save me and kill this. Before she finished speaking, Hua Lianer took a step forward, came in front of Shiao Sheran, and looked at him coldly. Shut up. Did you call me Lianer? As he spoke, he took out his sword and stabbed down without hesitation. Pain, wailing, the sword pierced through Shiao Sheran's left face and out of his right face. The blade sunk more than half a meter into the ground. Shiao Sheran's brain went blank in an instant, and the world became dark. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Hua Lianer would attack him so cruelly. The sword pierced his cheek and cut off half of his tongue. If it weren't for the soul of a strong man in his body that was forcibly hanging onto him, he would have died. He was completely unable to speak and could only move his eyeballs to look at the person in front of him, who was both familiar with the moment and a stranger. Why, he really wanted to ask these three questions loudly. He was obviously from the Changxinggu family in the upper realm, so why was he afraid of the Son of God from the lower realm? Is your brain broken? After Hua Lianer finished doing all this, she closed her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Then she slowly opened her eyes, took light steps, and came to Gu Wuchen's side, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His knees were slightly bent. Thump. Just kneel down. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was filled with a hint of pity. Your servant Lianer greets His Excellency the Son of God. Hiss. In the entire Mitian sword sect, almost everyone gasped in shock. It even raised the temperature of the entire sect a bit. What is going on? Weren't the two sides just shouting and fighting, putting on a good show of beauty, saving the hero? How come now? Not only did Mei not save the hero, but she surrendered to the enemy and knelt before the villain, looking so weak. Miss. Are you saying, when the old lady who was protecting the road saw this scene, she understood something instantly with her wide knowledge? She knew that the young lady would be lonely in the future. The one in front of him was not the Son of God from a small holy land in the lower world, but the Son of God from the Gu family who could make or break the Hua family with just a word. Thinking of this, his whole body went cold from his feet to his head, his eyes were dull, and without a second thought he prepared to kneel down with the young lady. But when Gu Wuchen noticed it, he gave him a cold glance. You want to kneel down too? Yes. I am blind, I hope. Okay, stop wasting time. If you want to kneel, kneel farther away and don't get in my way. Gu Wuchen waved his hands. He didn't have the habit of letting an old lady kneel in front of him. When the old woman heard this, she felt relieved. She ran to a distance and knelt down. The whole process was done in one go. As for the young lady's safety, it was no longer something she could decide. The only thing she could do was to pray silently in her heart. Center of the venue, there are only 3 people left at this moment. Gu Wuchen, who was standing with his hands behind his back and looking very dignified, Hua Lianer, who was kneeling on the ground with pleading eyes, and Shiao Sheran, who was pierced through by a sword with only his eyeballs able to move. Hua Lianer. Gu Wuchen spoke, and raised one foot, floating in the air. I'm here. Hua Lianer responded quickly. With her intelligence, how could she not know what Gu Wuchen wanted to do? He hurriedly crawled forward until he reached Gu Wuchen's feet. Gu Wuchen's feet slowly fell and landed on Hua Lianer's jade back. Everything seemed very natural. I am very angry about what happened today. Do you still remember your identity? Remember, I. Hua Lianer knelt on the ground and supported Gu Wuchen's right foot, not daring to show any disobedience. I am the cauldron of the Son of God. My body and mind belong completely to the Son of God. I have never done anything, nor dare to do anything to betray the Son of God. Hearing this, Shiao Sheran's brain exploded again. This time I was really confused. My world was dark, and countless things in my mind were collapsing. Thinking back to the day when I first met Hua Lianer, I had used some tricks in advance to injure her crane and then heal it, but he sincerely likes this simple and beautiful girl. She was like a butterfly fluttering among the flowers, so unique and so attractive to him. Ever since they met that day, he has been in a state of anxiety all day long. Every time he closes his eyes, he sees that pure face. He swore that he would practice hard in the future, break into the upper realm, come to the Hua family as a strong man, and marry Hua Lianer, his beloved girl. But now, what did he see? He saw that his beloved goddess, whom he regarded as undefiled, actually knelt down before his enemy and even crawled under his feet as a stepping stone. What about the furnace? Furnace tripod, it turns out that my goddess is just a plaything too. Others, Shiao Sheran's eyes shed tears of blood, the whole world turned red, and there was only one word left in his head: hatred. He hated the injustice of heaven, hated Gu Wuchen's sudden visit today, and inexplicably beat him to death. He could do nothing but watch Hua Lianer become the cauldron of his enemies. Gu Wuchen saw all of Shiao Sheran's changes. He exerted a little force with his right foot, kicked Hua Lianer's shoulder, kicked her to the ground, raised his hand, pulled out the sword that was stuck in Shiao Sheran's face, and threw it in front of her. Look at your sworn brother. Even when he is on the verge of death, he still seems very unconvinced. In that case, you, my stepsister, will be the one to give him the final blow. Chapter 13. The auspicious beast appears. Looking at the sword buzzing beside her, Hua Lianer's beautiful eyes moved, and she made a decision without much thought. She had no choice, nor did she dare to choose. Now, for the sake of her family and herself, she must take action personally to show her loyalty to the Son of God. Hua Lianer slowly stood up, pulled out the sword that was stuck in the ground, and walked step by step to Shiao Sheran. Lianer, no. A painful groan came from Shiao Sheran's mouth. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die at the hands of his future woman, Puff, the long sword instantly pierced into Shiao Sheran's abdomen and pierced through his dantian. All the internal organs and meridians in the body were frozen into frost by the cold breath from the sword. Bite, with a crisp sound, everything that was frozen in his body shattered into ice chips. Shiao Sheran's consciousness gradually faded, and only an empty shell remained on his body. He stared at Hua Lianer with his eyes and mouth wide open, looking at the dead Shiao Sheran. Hua Lianer did not look at the body anymore. Instead, she drew back her sword, knelt on one knee holding the hilt, and said respectfully, "I have already killed the man who dared to disrespect the Son of God." "Very good, well done." Gu Wuchen looked down at Hua Lianer and rubbed her head with his hand. Hua Lianer cooperated very well and arched her head to show her loyalty. This is the Gu family's deterrence. Gu Wuchen sighed in his heart, not to mention that Hua Lianer and Shiao Sheran have only known each other for a short time. Even if they have been together for a long time, she would never dare to disobey him about what happened today. Right now, if it wasn't in a public place, he could even use this furnace on the spot, and the other party would have to cooperate with him very well. In a simple word, awesome. At the same time, he is also very speechless about his identity as a villain, which can be said to be filled with buffs. First, there was Lu Ruyan, a slave he had temporarily taken in, who happened to be the object of Shiao Sheran's 5-year contract. Then there was Hua Lianer, the woman Shiao Sheran would pursue in the upper realm in the future, and who was the cauldron arranged by his parents for him when he was a child. There is so much hatred. If I hadn't discovered the villain's identity early, when he grows up, after the thoughts came to an end, Gu Wuchen shook his head and put all these things behind him. Anyway, as for the child of destiny, he would kill them one by one in the future without any hesitation. As for the corresponding girl of destiny, ahem, Sir Son of God, would you like me to serve you from now on? I have a residence in the lower world, where the Hua family lives. There are all kinds of exotic flowers and fruits planted there, just like a paradise. It is a unique experience to serve you there. Hua Lianer, who was under him, made a charming voice and blushed. She had already prepared for what was going to happen next. She said it so boldly just to please Gu Wuchen. Only when the matter is settled can she feel at ease. At the very least, she is absolutely loyal, right? You've performed well. I'll reward you today and take you to your paradise. Gu Wuchen looked at Hua Lianer's perfect face, which was in bud, ready to be picked. It would be a lie to say he wasn't in a hurry, but before that, we have to completely resolve today's matter. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen walked slowly to Shiao Sheran's body. His eyes sharp and a meaningful smile revealed the eye in the eyes of others. Shiao Sheran was deader than dead. His internal organs were all shattered, and there was no way he could survive. But he knew that if there was no prompt sound from the system, it meant that this kid actually had a trump card to save his life. He must kill this kid cleanly today. Just as he was about to take the next step, his mind moved, and an egg as white as jade appeared in his hand. Get the egg from the beginner gift pack. The eggshell was breaking, and in a moment, a white figure appeared inside. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a brilliant white light poured down from the sky, illuminating the entire earth. The clouds rolled like raging waves in the sea. The layers of dark clouds were penetrated by the golden light and turned into countless tiny points of light, scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a low roar sounded between heaven and earth, like the roar of an ancient beast, shaking the mountains and rivers. Is this some kind of wild beast? Gu Wuchen pinched his chin and watched all this. When the strange phenomena in the world stopped and the white light dissipated, a cat with a snow-white body, strange eyes, and a tuft of red hair on its forehead appeared in front of him. Meow. The white cat stared with its big eyes and looked around curiously. After seeing Gu Wuchen, it seemed to have found its mother. It jumped out of the eggshell and threw itself directly into Gu Wuchen's arms. Meow meow, it rubbed Gu Wuchen's chin affectionately, and its furry ears moved. Okay, it itches. Gu Wuchen laughed and rubbed the cat's head. Just now, it was you who sent me a message in the egg, saying that you can completely eliminate Shiao Sheran by feeding on the soul body? Meow. The white cat nodded very smartly, stretched out its paw, patted Gu Wuchen's shoulder in a humane way, then jumped out of his arms, landed on the ground, and walked happily to Shiao Sheran's body. There was only a sound of slurp. Like the sound of drinking milk tea, a strange soul was sucked out. Unexpectedly, the soul body did not look like Shiao Sheran, but an extremely old man. Yes, sure enough, there is the ring, Grandpa. Gu Wuchen exclaimed in surprise. He said he always felt like something was missing, and it turned out to be here. Every child of destiny must have his own plug-in, such as a bottle, a jade pendant, or the soul of a strong man living in a ring. Obviously, what Shiao Sheran possesses is the latter, after the old man's soul appeared, he was not as clumsy as Shiao Sheran, but was full of calmness. He clasped his fists and said, "Sir, I have something to say, shall I? If you don't know, don't talk about it." Gu Wuchen waved his hand and interrupted the old man immediately. The matter of killing Shiao Sheran had been delayed long enough, and he was now in a hurry to enjoy the budding flower. How could he have the time to listen to an old man? I leave it to you. Miao jumped up happily and was very happy that Gu Wuchen had told her to do so. The next moment, its size suddenly increased, and it swallowed the defenseless old man's soul in one gulp. Miao Baji halfway through the meal, S face changed, as if she knew that something in the food didn't taste good. Pooh! A transparent soul body the size of a cockroach that could be reduced to ashes at any time was spit out by it. Luck would have it, he vomited right next to Hua Lianer. When she saw the face of the soul body clearly, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim to Shiao Sheran, "You're not dead yet." Chapter 14, Complete Kill. Explosive Equipment. Cockroach Shiao Sheran, losing the protection of the old man's soul body, looked very panicked, like a chick separated from its hen. I'm not Shiao Sheran, you got the wrong person, I'm really not me." "You're not?" Gu Wuchen shook his head and smiled, thinking back to half an hour ago, when the son of destiny, Shiao Sheran, was of iron will and sword-like character, and he looked like a man who could stand tall and proud, but now, the body is destroyed and only a trace of the soul remains. Even if he manages to escape today, it will be difficult to recover to his original state in the future. Besides, it's almost time for things to end. I still have to enjoy the furnace that my parents prepared for me. He raised his hand, and a stone floated up from the ground and fell into Gu Wuchen's palm. He bent his fingers slightly and exerted simple force to shoot the stone towards Shiao Sheran's soul body. At this moment, Shiao Sheran was already like a candle in the wind, which could be blown down by a gust of wind. How could he withstand a stone thrown by Gu Wuchen? He was panic-stricken, his face looking extremely frightened. Looking at the stone that was getting closer and closer to him, all he could do was take a small step back. Snap! The soul shattered instantly, turned into tiny starlights, and completely dissipated from this world. Immediately afterwards, a familiar prompt tone sounded in Gu Wuchen's ears, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of destiny, Shiao Sheran. Obtained the qualification for 100 consecutive draws in the system mall. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the items of the Destiny Child, Tianxian Holy Pendant, Huayan Ju, Xuanzhong Sword, and Blood Clan Puppetry. Personal items, cloth clothes, straw sandals, pants, underwear. Can be recycled in the mall and exchanged for mall coins." It is detected that the host not only killed Shiao Sheran, but also made all his female protagonists and female supporting characters surrender, triggering the reward critical hit, chance detection mechanism. Chance detection mechanism? Turn it on. Ding. The remaining chances of the son of destiny, Shiao Sheran, 9. Become a disciple of Lu Xingyue, gradually control the Mitian sword sect, and obtain the sword sect's founding inheritance. In the far north, strange fire, holy ice spirit fire, the battlefield of all races, the remains of mythical beasts, one by one, in a row. A total of 9 opportunities appeared in front of Gu Wuchen. Some are big, some are small, and it can be said to be a step-by-step process. Even if a pig comes and obtains these resources, it can reach the top step-by-step. Gu Wuchen pinched his chin, observed briefly, and then temporarily closed these opportunities. Most of them should be obtained by Shiao Sheran in the future in a few years, so he is not in a hurry now. Even if he goes 2 days later, he will not lose them. Now the most important thing, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Hua Lianer, who was kneeling beside him. Of course it improves your physical condition. Son of God, are we going back now? Saint Lingxiao knew that today's affairs were almost over, so he stepped forward and asked respectfully. You guys go back first. I'll be out for a day and then come back. Gu Wuchen waved his hand. He didn't have the habit of letting others appreciate his live sex shows. When the Holy Lord Lingxiao heard this, his heart tightened and he quickly dissuaded him. But, sir, your safety, hey, you should have heard of my trump card. Not to mention that the highest level in the lower realm is only the Emperor realm. Even in the upper realm, it is difficult for anyone to do anything to me. Well, okay then. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Saint Lord Lingxiao could only nod in agreement. Gu Wuchen sent away everyone from Lingxiao Holy Land, then turned his attention to Lu Xingyue and casually threw out a token. This is the token of Lingxiao Holy Land. I will give you 3 days to handle all matters of Mitian Sword Sect. After 3 days, I will let Lu Ruyan take you to my godson palace to report. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Lu Xinyue bowed and nodded, carefully accepted the token, and brought Lu Ruyan to the center of Jianzhong Square to explain what to do after she left. In the end, only Hua Lianer and her protector remained. Jiu Wuchen pulled Hua Lianer, who was kneeling on the ground, up and held her in his arms, touching her all over, and said teasingly, let's go to your so-called paradise and do something interesting. Hua Lianer couldn't stop shaking all over, her pretty face flushed, and being so close to a man made her a little breathless. Yes, Master Shensi, I will lead the way for you right away. At this time, the voice of the old woman who was protecting the way came from a distance. Miss? Something? Gu Wuchen glanced at her coldly. The old woman shivered with fear as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She hurriedly explained, No, it's okay. I just want to tell you, young lady, that I will go back to my family first and report to my family that you have met the Son of God and are doing a good job of serving him. Go ahead. Gu Wuchen waved his hand impatiently and sent him away. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, and he was not interested in anything else. Valley of Flowers. Fushuaji is one of the most beautiful yet most dangerous places. Although it is called the Valley of Flowers, there are actually more than 100 flowers inside. There are at least tens of thousands of kinds, some of which are spirits. The charming flowers chatted in sweet female voices. Wow, why hasn't Sister Hua come yet? Didn't she say she was out doing some work and would be back soon? How come it's been so long? Oh, I hope nothing happens. I always have a feeling of uneasiness. Bah, how old are you all? The youngest is over 500 years old. You still call me sister. How dare you? Sister Hua is back. In the sky, a man and a woman fell from a high altitude and landed in front of the only thatched house in Baihua Valley. It was Gu Wuchen and Hua Lianer. When these spirit flowers saw Hua Lianer being hugged by someone and looking shy, they went crazy instantly. Hua Lianer possesses a water and moon spirit body with maximum water attributes, which makes these flower spirits have a natural liking for her. Let go of Sister Hua, you bad guy. Sister Hua, we are here to save you. Various figures of young and beautiful women appear on each flower. They frowned and surrounded Gu Wuchen and the other two, with a tense situation. No, don't do it, he's not a bad guy. Hua Lianer hurriedly explained that during her days of training in the lower world, the flowers here had already become sisters to her, and she didn't want to vent her anger on Gu Wuchen because of a small misunderstanding. Destroying Baihua Valley is just a matter of a word from others. Don't worry, I'm not that petty, but I do have a temper. I'll see how you perform later. Gu Wuchen said nonchalantly, and at the same time pinched Hua Lianer's back with his hand, which gave her an amazing feeling. A soft moan came from Hua Lianer's mouth. She bit her lower lip tightly, pretending that nothing had happened, and told the flower demon sisters that she was fine. Chapter 15, The Legend of the Auspicious Beast. Are you really okay? The flower fairies looked at each other, all looking completely at a loss. Just like that, I watched my sister Hua being taken into the only thatched cottage in the 100 Flowers Valley by a strange man. There is a fragrance of many flowers in the thatched house. If an ordinary person smells it, one breath would probably extend his life by several years. Even Gu Wuchen, who was at the king level, felt relaxed at this moment, and the flow of energy in his meridians became much faster. Makoto, Hua Lianer, stood respectfully beside Gu Wuchen, her crystal-clear earlobes reddening. She subconsciously lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twirling the corners of her clothes. Should we do it now? Certainly. Gu Wuchen chuckled and stretched out his arms. Let me undress first. Oh, by the way, your hair is too long, remember to put it up. At the same time, in the Fushui realm, which was far away from the Mitian Sword sect and on the other side of the Furue divine sect, there was a great deal of turmoil. Master, everything I said is true. The legendary beast of fortune appeared in the Mitian Sword sect. When it was born, the sky and the earth changed color within 1,000,000 kilometers. There is absolutely no possibility of falsehood. At the foot of the hall, a white-haired old man, the second elder of the Furue divine religion, stood below and excitedly reported to the leader, who was sitting in the center of the hall with an imposing manner without even getting angry. After saying this, he turned his gaze to the young leader next to the leader, his expression becoming more and more excited. Young master is a man of natural blessings. On the day he was born, a purple Qilin phantom appeared in the sky, just like the auspicious beast that was born today. If young master can obtain the auspicious beast, then the future of our Furu divine sect will be limitless. Bang! After hearing these words, young master Ouyang Qingyun slammed the table and stood up, breathing rapidly and asked, "Is what the second elder said serious? Is the legend of the auspicious beast true?" "Absolutely true." The second elder nodded heavily, then suddenly thought of something and changed the subject. However, the Mitian Sword sect has now announced to the world that it has become a subsidiary of the Lingxiao Holy Land, which has caused those who have been eyeing the blessed beast to stay away. Even for us, it's not easy to confront Lingxiao Holy Land head-on. It doesn't matter. Ouyang Qingyun could no longer contain his inner joy and said loudly. He didn't care whether it was a holy place or not, the auspicious beast must belong to him. His green robe fluttered in the wind. His face was as white as jade and his temperament was extraordinary. He slowly turned around and looked at his father above with a fiery gaze. "Father, the matter of the auspicious beast must not be delayed. I suggest that we send someone immediately, led by me, to the Mitian Sword sect to bring the auspicious beast back." "Well, the auspicious beast, our sect is determined to obtain it, even if it means paying all the price." Sect leader Ouyang Wanli looked at his anxious son below and could understand his feelings. Since the birth of his son Ouyang Qingyun, he can be said to have been blessed with endless blessings. He is God's own son. Whenever he opened his mouth, a top-grade pill would fall from the sky into his mouth. With a little practice, he would instantly gain enlightenment and enter a mysterious realm. Even if he fell while walking, it was all because of the treasure of heaven and earth, as if the treasure of heaven and earth was telling him, "Come and pick me up, come and pick me up." According to the historical records of the sect, this situation is exactly the same as that of the founder of the Furu sect, Furu Easy. He is a blessed person chosen by heaven that is hard to appear in tens of thousands, or even tens of trillions of years. He is the darling of heaven and is destined to become the strongest person in the world. Back then, our ancestor Fu Ruizi was only one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the world, that legendary realm, but he ultimately failed. The reason was that he had searched all over the world but couldn't find the corresponding auspicious beast. If the ancestors had auspicious beasts at that time, the Furue divine cult would not be so destitute now. Lingering in the underworld, Ouyang Qingyun waited for a long time, but got no response from his father, so he asked anxiously, "Father, should I gather the men now and set off immediately?" Ouyang Wanli was awakened by his son's question. He did not blame him at all. Instead, he answered lovingly, "Wait a minute, Lingxiao Holy Land is also not easy to mess with. This Holy Land is usually very low-key and is said to have a close connection with the upper realm. We should make adequate preparations first." "Adequate preparation?" Ouyang Qingyun was stunned. "You mean, after tomorrow?" "That's right." The pressure of Ouyang Wanli reaching the peak of the Emperor realm was inadvertently revealed, causing the hall to buzz. "Tomorrow, you will lead the team to the Mitian Sword sect." "No, we will go directly to the Lingxiao Holy Land to snatch the auspicious beast. Whoever stops you will be killed." Time passes by every second. 2 days had passed since the death of Shiao Sheran, the son of destiny. In the past 2 days, everything seemed very peaceful, as if nothing had happened, except for the Black Cloud City and the declining Xiao family, which disappeared overnight. According to rumors, the son of the Xiao family who was traveling abroad offended some important person, which led to the annihilation of the family. Valley of Flowers, call. Gu Wuchen let out a long sigh, suppressed his restless heart, sat at the head of the bed, leaned against the wall, and circulated the vast spiritual power in his body. He benefited a lot from practicing day and night with Hua Liener for 2 days. It must be said that Hua Liener, who was selected to be part of the Gu family, really has something special. The divine body absorbed Shiao Sheran's sword bone, and coupled with the continuous demand for Shueyue's spiritual body, the spiritual power in the body had already been saturated. As long as he stopped, he would have a big breakthrough. There was only a bow sound. The sound of breaking through the bottleneck was heard, and Gu Wuchen's cultivation level skyrocketed at this moment. To be crowned as a king in the lower world means reaching this level of cultivation. One can be called a king and become a great figure like a prince, thus reaching the standard of establishing a sect. Each level requires years of accumulation before a breakthrough can be achieved, but now, for Gu Wuchen, breaking through is as easy as drinking water. The first level of the king realm, the third level of the king realm, the seventh level of the king realm. It was only 2 days since he had transformed himself and reached the king realm, and he broke through again and reached the 7th level. In addition, a faint blue light appeared in the meridians of the body, which was the effect of Hualiener Shueihua spirit body. The Shueihua spirit body has some benefits for Hualiener's cultivation, but not too much. However, it can allow Gu Wuchen's meridians to be washed by the spiritual water over and over again. If the previous cultivation speed was 1, then now it is at least 1.5 or 2. The most important thing is that it is a permanent bonus. His cultivation speed will permanently be about twice as fast as before. Old Miko, Hualiener, woke up slowly. Her long gray legs were mostly exposed, her feet were curled up restlessly, her face was covered with blush and there were clearly visible traces of tears. She forced herself to sit up, her body about to fall apart, and said timidly, "My flower demon sisters will collect the dew from the 100 Flower Valley every morning and extract the purest part from it to make nectar. I want to get some for the Son of God to taste, can?" Gu Wuchen nodded in agreement. He was very satisfied with Hualiener's performance today. Chapter 16, Counting Rewards. After putting on the clothes scattered around the house, Hualiener walked out of the house carefully. Her purpose was now very clear, that is to serve Gu Wuchen wholeheartedly and make him happy. Now that the matter is done, my future should be like this. Since I can't change anything, I will just let it go. Moreover, recalling the madness of the past 2 days, Hualiener's knees trembled. She couldn't describe the feeling. Looking at Hualiener's departing back, Gu Wuchen shook his head and smiled, then focused his attention on the system reward that had not yet been processed. He killed Shiao Sheran, the son of destiny, and almost all of his equipment exploded. It's time to take stock. Meow. As soon as he thought of it, the divine beast suddenly came out, threw itself into Gu Wuchen's arms, and rubbed his chest hard. It took 2 days to digest it? Gu Wuchen rubbed the cat's head lovingly and looked carefully at the divine beast in his arms. His appearance was almost the same as the previous 2 days, but he was obviously much stronger. The strange thing is that there is no clear energy fluctuation in his body. In other words, there is no specific cultivation level. However, Gu Wuchen obviously did not think that was a waste. He could suck out the soul and devour it in one gulp. It was more accurate to say that it was a monster far beyond the realm of ascending to the emperor. Okay, go down first and play outside. I'll come find you later. After placing the clingy Xiao Xiao beside the bed, Gu Wuchen also took out a blue shirt and put it on. Meow tilted its head and meowed. Knowing that its owner had something important to do, it happily ran out to play. Gu Wuchen was the only one left in the room again. Communicate with the system in your mind, and everything within the system space will appear before you. Let me see what good stuff there is. The profound heavenly saint pendant? It can temporarily hold the soul of a strong man, warm the soul, etc. It's useless. System, help me exchange it for system mall gold coins. Ding, recycle the Tianqian holy pendant and exchange it for mall gold coins, 230 pieces. 230. When Gu Wuchen heard this number, he was stunned. This jade pendant with such a cool name is only worth 230? Could it be that the prices in the system mall are very low? So he quietly opened the system mall. The 6 big words "Villain Exclusive Mall" appeared in front of him. Open. In an instant, all kinds of natural treasures, elixirs, and so on appeared neatly in the mall. After a quick glance, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but gasp. The things inside were extremely good. Even though he was the son of God of the Gu family, he couldn't help but be excited. But they have a common disadvantage, which is that they are expensive, too expensive. For example, if a person takes a rebirth pill, if he dies unnatural deaths in the future, he will be reborn in nirvana 3 days later. And his cultivation level will be restored by 99%. Even he had never heard of such a magical pill, and its price reached a terrifying 10,000 gold coins. You know, that Tianqian holy pendant is only 230 gold coins. Resisting the urge to complain that the system mall was a shady shop, Gu Wuchen quietly closed the store, opened the system space again, and checked the spoils. Flame art? It's too rubbish. It's not even as good as the skills practiced by the servants of our Gu family. Just take it back. Recovery successful, gold coins, 180 pieces. The Xuanhe sword? A heavy sword made of a piece of broken Xian iron. It's still rubbish, just change it. Recovery successful, gold coins, 310 pieces. This cycle repeated over and over again. Gu Wuchen recovered one of Shiao Sheran's supplies after another, even exchanging his exploded underpants, but he only managed to get 3,625 gold coins. Oh, what a poor fellow. Shaking his head, Gu Wuchen lamented that Shiao Sheran disappointed him so much. After all, he was a son of destiny, so how come all his body was worth only more than 3,600 yuan? But on second thought, it makes sense. Shiao Sheran was still in the novice village and was just beginning his development stage when he was killed by himself. It was understandable that he didn't have many good things. Afterwards, he looked through Shiao Sheran's future opportunities one by one. There were two opportunities that really interested him. In the far north, there is a strange fire. Holy ice spirit fire. The memory of the spiritual fire emerged in my mind. This kind of thing is extremely rare even in the upper realm, and all the major families are fighting for it. Now that I have discovered it in the underworld, there is no reason not to go. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the holy ice spirit fire was in the top 10 in the strange fire rankings. Another opportunity that interested him was that Shiao Sheran obtained the inheritance of a powerful person 2 years later in the God Burial Mountain Range. Gu Wuchen was not interested in inheritance. No matter how powerful he was, he could not be even a finger stronger than his parents. What deserved his attention was the identity of the powerful person Dai in the upper realm, the people of the Qianzhengu family. His family. Gu Wuchen pinched his chin unconsciously, and felt that things were becoming more and more interesting. As a villain, I actually have such an intersection with the child of destiny invisibly. I am really a villain to the maximum. As his thoughts came back to normal, Gu Wuchen's breathing quickened a little. The main event was about to begin. 100 consecutive draws as a reward for killing the child of destiny. The system has clearly stated that the upper limit of 100 consecutive draws in the lottery is very high, and the lower limit is also very low. He needs to experience the specific mystery himself now. He doesn't want to wait any longer. System, come and draw. Preparing a lucky draw for the host. Please wait. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a bottle of Bigupil. White. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10,000 cat strips. Green. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the 3-piece betting set. None. As rewards were drawn one after another, more and more black lines appeared on Gu Wuchen's head. What the hell is going on? 3 betting sets, cat strips. How could he, the son of the Gu family, lack such little things? Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an unknown panty. Red. As a pink panty with a fragrant smell fell from the sky and landed accurately on Gu Wuchen's head, he could no longer hold back and grabbed this strange reward, shouting at the system, "What a useless system you are! Can you give me something useful? You are the most useless system I have ever seen." Perhaps it was because it heard Gu Wuchen's roar, or perhaps it was because some of the previous rewards were too rubbish, and the system felt embarrassed. When you reach 100 draws, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Dao fruit. Gold. Gu Wuchen suddenly became alert, and all his previous anger disappeared. The Dao fruit is actually the legendary Dao fruit. Eat one, and you can control the fruit of a great Dao. Chapter 17 Dao Fruit. The great Dao is simply out of reach for people in the lower realms. Only by practicing to the broken realm and above, and reaching the quasi-emperor realm, can they get a glimpse of the threshold. As for a quasi-emperor, an indispensable step in breaking through to the great emperor realm is to have a path of his own. It is this seemingly simple rule that has trapped countless talented people, preventing them from breaking through to become true emperors in their entire lives. In other words, the Dao fruit drawn by the system is a terrifying treasure that can allow a quasi-emperor to break through to the great emperor. If it appears in the upper realm, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. The Dao fruit slowly emerged. It was crystal clear and emitted a soft and mysterious light. Its appearance is not fixed. Sometimes it is like a crystal clear gem, and sometimes it turns into a flowing chaotic air. The surface is covered with ancient and mysterious patterns, as if recording the secrets of the beginning of the world. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen swallowed it in one gulp. If you delay, something bad may happen. The only way to feel at ease is to keep it to yourself. The Dao fruit melted in his mouth, and a cool feeling flowed through his meridians. For the first time, Gu Wuchen entered a mysterious state. Here, he seemed to be wandering in the vast universe, enjoying the baptism of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and realizing the most essential things in the world. I don't know how much time has passed. Gu Wuchen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a flash of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He lowered his head, clenched his hands full of power, and mastered the way of strength. His cultivation level is only at the king level, but he possesses a great way that even a quasi-emperor would find difficult to obtain. This cannot be described as a monster, it is something that is completely contrary to common sense. His cultivation level also rose from the 7th level of the king realm to the peak of the king realm. He only needed an opportunity to enter the Emperor realm. This is because the Tao fruit only provides the great Tao, not the cultivation. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a light knock on the door. Enter. Hualiener opened the door timidly and walked in. She held her hands in front of her chest, as if holding something, and walked in cautiously until he walked to the bed, raised his feet onto the bed, knelt beside the bed, and whispered, "Sir, Son of God, my servant's nectar is ready. It is the result of my sister's collection for a long time. I hope you can taste it." Looking at the pool of clear water that Hualiener was holding in her hands, Gu Wuchen felt very surprised. "Don't you have any container? Do you need to hold it in your hands? Your Excellency does not know." Hualiener explained patiently, "Once this nectar is made, it cannot be stored in any container. It is best to drink it on the spot. And this servant has a special physique. Holding it in my hands can temporarily prevent the nutrients from being lost, thus achieving the strongest effect." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Wuchen nodded. "Then shall I feed you now? Bring it on." Hualiener moved forward, very close to Gu Wuchen, and slowly handed the nectar in her hands to his lips. The green jade fingers touched Gu Wuchen's lips, and the jade hand was lifted up little by little, and the nectar flowed down the palm and into Gu Wuchen's mouth. A gulp gulp. An unusually refreshing feeling flows throughout the body. Gu Wuchen deeply felt a sense of comfort that could not be expressed in words. All his fatigue was swept away almost instantly, and his mind became very clear, just like a person who has not slept for years and finally has a good night's sleep. Not bad." He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His cultivation level increased by half a point again. Even though he was still at the peak of the king realm, he was closer to the emperor realm. A small gap had been opened in the bottleneck. After enjoying it, Gu Wuchen asked with an unsatisfied look, "This nectar is quite effective, but is there more?" "No, no." Hualiener's hand still stayed on Gu Wuchen's mouth and replied, "If we want to make it again, it will take the Flower Fairy Sisters many years of accumulation. I don't know when the next successful production will be this time. It is also the great fortune of the Son of God that the sisters happen to make a new batch of nectar. What a pity. I'll talk about it next time." Gu Wuchen felt very sorry when he heard that there was no new elixir for the time being, but there was nothing he could do about it. But his gaze lingered on the jade hand beside him, on which crystal clear water droplets were flowing down the arm. "Since it is so precious, there is no reason to waste it. I will drink it all up." After saying that, he grabbed Hualiener's arm and pulled her into his arms. "Sir, Son of God, that is not nectar." Another half day passed. After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Wuchen finally came out and left Baihua Valley alone. Hualiener did not follow them. She was too tired and physically exhausted. She needed to sleep a little longer. She promised to rush to Lingxiao Holy Land as soon as she recovered her strength. Standing high in the sky above the 100 Flowers Valley, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but sigh that cultivation was so simple. In just a few days, he almost broke through to a greater realm and even obtained the Great Way of Power. He roughly estimated that now he could kill people at a greater realm just by relying on the power of the Great Way. There is a lot of controversy about the Great Way of Strength among the 3,000 Great Ways. Some powerful people say that the upper limit of the Great Way of Strength is at the top of the 3,000 Great Ways, and that one force can break all laws, but there are also more people who say that throughout the ages, those who have mastered the Great Way of Power may not have a comprehensive understanding of it, and their achievements are often not high, and they can only be regarded as middle level among the 3,000 Great Ways. But even so, Gu Wuchen was very satisfied. What he needed to do most now was to hunt down more so-called children of destiny. If you draw more prizes, just in case 1 or 2 Tao fruits pop up, you will possess many great ways and achieve the Tao Emperor realm in the future. Your strength will be incomparable to that of an ordinary emperor. Now, do you want to go to the far north and collect the strange fire? Gazing into the distance, Gu Wuchen fell into deep thought. The far north is very far away. It may take about a week to get there, including the time to subdue the strange fire. To be honest, during this week, he would rather hunt the Child of Destiny. Compared with the reward of the Child of Destiny, the strange fire seemed to be a level lower, but on second thought, the Child of Destiny is not a stray dog on the roadside that can be found everywhere. For now, it is better to collect the strange fire. Just when he was about to make the next move, he felt a vibration at his waist, and the Son of God's order from Lingxiao Holy Land was activated. He took out the token and heard the voice of Holy Lord Lingxiao from inside. The Furu cult of the Northern Territories suddenly visited us and said they were willing to pay any price to exchange for our auspicious beast. However, they have bad intentions. What do you think, Lord Son of God? Hearing this, Gu Wuchen sneered. The auspicious beast, of course he knew what it was his divine beast. How dare someone set their eyes on his things? It seems that the matter of collecting the strange fire from the far north will have to be put on hold for the time being. Come out. Since someone has taken a fancy to you, we should go there with sincerity. Miao suddenly jumped out, tilted its head, stood on Gu Wuchen's shoulder, and looked at its master with a puzzled look. It feels like someone is going to be unlucky. Chapter 18. The lucky person. Lingxiao Holy Land is one of the strongest forces in the Fushui realm. When Gu Wuchen rushed back, the place was not as peaceful as usual where the disciples were practicing normally, but it seemed unusually lively. What's going on? He grabbed an elder who was watching the fun and asked. The elder seemed very angry when his shoulders were suddenly grabbed. However, when he turned around and saw Gu Wuchen's face, he was startled and his legs began to tremble violently. God, Son of God, okay, stop talking nonsense. What's going on? Gu Wuchen interrupted him and asked impatiently. Yes, it's like this. After listening, Gu Wuchen let him go, but he felt a strong interest in his heart. According to him, not long ago, the Furu religion suddenly visited with such force that it almost brought all the foundation of the religion here. The leader is the young leader of the Furu sect, Ouyang Qingyun, a lucky man who lives under good fortune. Their purpose was also very clear, which was the auspicious beast corresponding to the strange phenomenon that appeared in the Mitian sword sect a few days ago. Of course, the overall strength of the Furu cult is still inferior to that of the Lingxiao Holy Land. They did not dare to force their way in, but on the surface they brought very generous gifts, hoping to make an exchange. In fact, he has always maintained a tough attitude, as if he had some special trump card. They also claimed that as long as they could give the auspicious beast to the divine religion, they were willing to pay any price, even if it meant becoming a subsidiary of the Lingxiao Holy Land in the future. Later, the Holy Lord Lingxiao sent him a message, asking him to come back and take charge. The reason why the Holy Land is so lively now is because the lucky guy Ouyang Qingyun has been here for only half a day and has actually discovered a treasure in the Lingxiao Holy Land. Moreover, it is a precious treasure that even the Holy Lord Lingxiao cannot ignore. This matter started when Ouyang Qingyun led his team to Lingxiao Holy Land. Originally, everything was normal, and the members of the Furu sect were arranged to rest in the guest rooms, but who would have thought that on the way to the guest room, Ouyang Qingyun was bored and casually kicked a stone on the roadside, which happened to hit the big tree next to it. The tree collapsed, causing a series of chain reactions, and finally smashed a huge rock, which cracked in the middle, revealing a hole. The problem lies at this hole. It is unknown how many years have passed since the establishment of Lingxiao Holy Land. It can be said that it is a powerful force that has taken root here since the birth of Fushui realm, but even after so many years, I have never heard of such a cave inside the Holy Land. What's more, the slight energy fluctuations coming from the inside of the cave seemed extremely unusual. It was speculated that there might be treasures buried by the first-generation Lingxiao Holy Lord. Interesting, very interesting. Gu Wuchen just felt excited. He didn't care about the treasure. He only cared about the lucky person Ouyang Qingyun. He is very likely to be the next child of destiny, and even more powerful than Shiao Sheran. We arrived at the Holy Lord Peak without any obstructions. There were fewer people here. Except for a very small number of core disciples, no one else could enter it. On the Holy Lord Peak, the two forces were looking at each other from a distance, but there was no intention of drawing swords. Instead, they were talking calmly. Holy Lord, today our divine cult came here with sincerity, and my young master accidentally discovered a treasure buried in your holy land, so I hope you can think carefully about the matter of the auspicious beast. The person who spoke was a white-haired old man from the Furu divine religion. He squinted his eyes and tried earnestly to persuade Holy Lord Lingxiao. His meaning was very clear. Today they came with almost all the valuable items of the divine religion to exchange for the auspicious beast. Not long after they visited, they gave Holy Lord Lingxiao a big gift, a mysterious cave entrance, which was very likely to bury the treasure of the first generation of Holy Lord. It is reasonable for the other party to agree. However, the Holy Lord Lingxiao, who was sitting opposite him, just shook his head. I do want to express my sincere gratitude to my nephew Qingyun for discovering the cave entrance today, but I don't have the final say on the auspicious beast. That is the pet of my Son of God. You need to wait for him to come in person before you can discuss it in detail. You. The old man seemed a little anxious. He knew that delay would lead to unexpected events. You are the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, and the Son of God is at best a candidate for the Holy Lord. Aren't all matters decided by you? What are you waiting for the Son of God to come back for? Hey, you can't say that. Holy Lord Lingxiao walked to the stone table, sat on it, took out a tea set out of thin air, and began to pour tea. If you are impatient, why don't you come over and have some tea first and wait patiently for a while? Seeing the lukewarm and unhurried look of Saint Lord Lingxiao, the people from the Furu sect were so angry that they couldn't say anything. It felt as if they had punched cotton. That's all. Ouyang Qingyun spoke. He walked slowly forward, picked up the teacup respectfully, and drank it all in one gulp. Ha, good tea. Then I will wait for the Son of God to come in person and then discuss this matter. I believe that he will agree to this deal. Really? I hope so. Holy Lord Lingxiao raised his eyelids and said no more. In fact, with his status as the Holy Lord and the strength of the Holy Land, there was no need to invite them in as guests. He could just send them away at will. However, this involves the interests of the Son of God, and as a veteran, he dare not interfere at will. Therefore, this group of people were invited into the Holy Land to have tea and rest. Before I knew it, I had almost finished the tea. A figure climbed up the Holy Lord peak and walked towards us leisurely from afar. As soon as he appeared, everyone in Lingxiao Holy Land, including the Holy Lord Lingxiao, stood up instantly and bowed respectfully to greet him. Sir, Son of God, you are back. Such a scene left the people of the Furu sect confused. The Holy Lord pays respects to the Son of God. It's the opposite of Tiangang. But before they could think more, Gu Wuchen had already approached, his eyes always on Ouyang Qingyun. He looked up and down, left and right, and from time to time made sounds of amazement. Good, great. I like. At the same time, a panel that no one except Gu Wuchen could see unfolded in front of him. Name, Ouyang Qingyun. Identity, young leader of the Furu divine religion, son of leader Ouyang Wanli. Age, 26. Personality, calm, thoughtful, peaceful. Realm, the 6th level of Tongshan realm. Constitution, good luck. Taoist constitution. Minor accomplishment, fate, child of destiny. Fortune comes to the door. Magic weapons, auspicious teaching whip, heaven-shaking seal. Recent developments, came to Lingxiao Holy Land to exchange for auspicious beasts, and accidentally discovered the cave left by the first generation of Holy Lord of Lingxiao Holy Land. Chapter 19, Powerful Recycling System. It's gone now? Looking at the recent developments column, with only 2 lines of text, Gu Wuchen felt very surprised. What he wanted was the subsequent plot direction. Why did it suddenly disconnect at the critical moment? System, what's going on? Without hesitation, he began to interrogate the system. The recent direction of the Son of Destiny Ouyang Qingyun has deviated due to the appearance of the host's auspicious beast, and the future will become unpredictable. In simple terms, all timelines that intersect with the host have become unpredictable. Is that so? After thinking about it, Gu Wuchen felt that it made sense. The recent movements of a normal child of destiny, such as Shiao Sheran, will be read by the system and converted into text to tell him, but if he intervenes, everything in the future will become uncontrollable. It can also be understood that the future will be constantly changed by him and everything will be controlled by him, but no matter what, his identity as a villain was once again confirmed. It can be said that while one is at home, the Son of Destiny will come from heaven. Because of the auspicious beast, even if Ouyang Qingyun didn't turn against me today, he would definitely kill me to seize the treasure and prove his truth in the future. At this moment, Ouyang Qingyun was on pins and needles. Being stared at by Gu Wuchen like this, he felt as if everything about him was seen through, and he had a bad premonition that he subconsciously crossed his arms across his chest and questioned in a bad tone. Are you the Son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land? I wonder what you want to do by looking at me like this. Oh, it's okay. Gu Wuchen said casually, his eyes still not leaving the other person's body. He looked him up and down carefully. Go, it's impossible to let the other party go. He has now begun to fantasize about whether capturing the new child of destiny will give him some particularly good stuff. For example, this great fortune Dao body sounds much more powerful than the Fireflame body. This can be seen from the fact that he discovered the treasure as soon as he arrived at the Holy Land. Sir, please respect yourself. Ouyang Qingyun could not bear Gu Wuchen's fiery gaze after all, and kept retreating until he reached the side of the Great Elder. Only then did he calm down a lot, and whispered to Great Elder, look at this Lingxiao Divine Son. Why does he give me such a strange feeling? I don't know, but the way he looks at you is indeed intriguing, and his cultivation is like a fog, I can't see through it at all. Young master needs to be careful. The great elder was also shocked. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm. In the lower realm, he was one of the strongest men who could be counted on one hand, but the cultivation level of a junior couldn't be seen through. Little did he know that Gu Wuchen really did not use any special magic weapon to conceal his cultivation. Instead, after mastering the Great Way of Power, his entire body was filled with the aura of the Great Way. Ordinary people who have not mastered the Tao have no way of seeing his depth. Seeing Ouyang Qingyun retreat, Gu Wuchen sat on the stone chair in front of him, tapping the stone table with his fingers, and asked with a smile, "I heard that you are a lucky person. You have just arrived here for less than half a day and have discovered the secret of our holy land that has been buried for many years? I don't deserve to be called a lucky guy, it's just a coincidence that I'm lucky." Ouyang Qingyun answered slowly. "Besides, it is something from your sacred place, we certainly don't dare to touch it. This time, we came only for the auspicious beast." "Auspicious beast?" He Gu Wuchen sneered. Someone actually wanted to target him. A decent person might need a reason to kill someone, but he is a villain. Today, there is absolutely no reason for him to let the duck in his mouth go. Ling Tian. I'm here. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? I understand. Holy Lord Lingxiao took the order, and with a thought, the Holy Lord order in his hand was activated. A large number of powerful men from the Holy Land gathered at the Holy Lord Peak and surrounded the people from the Furu divine sect in the center. What do you mean? The great elder and Ouyang Qingyun's faces changed drastically. They looked around nervously and asked, "What do you mean?" "I want to ask you what you mean." With a bang, the stone table was smashed to pieces by Gu Wuchen. He stood up and said disdainfully, "You are nothing but rubbish, and you dare to make a deal with me? You really don't know how to live or die. Ling Tian, capture them all and put them in the cages under the Holy Land. I will interrogate them one by one to see if they are spies sent by other Holy Lands." Yes. Almost at the same time, masters from all the holy places attacked at the same time. The sky and the earth changed color, representing the fusion of the peak strength of the lower realm. It was so terrifying. "Wait a minute." The great elder shouted anxiously, protecting Ouyang Qingyun behind him, and holding a small seal high above his head. "We come here with full sincerity, and we bring with us the treasure of the Furu divine religion. Please don't misunderstand us." When he saw the small seal, Saint Lord Lingxiao's pupils shrank, his body stopped in the air, and he raised his arms to pause the attack from the people below. "I didn't expect that your leader would even bring the heaven-flipping seal. However, this doesn't change anything." When Gu Wuchen heard the 3 words, "flip heaven seal," he raised his eyebrows and said, "Wait a minute, so you are not spies, and you really intend to use this little seal to exchange for my auspicious beast?" That's right, how could we be spies?" The great elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded quickly. "The heaven-turning seal is the most precious treasure of the Furu divine religion. As its name suggests, it can easily turn the world upside down. It is one of the few innate spiritual treasures in the Fushui realm." "Really? Let me see it then." Well, the great elder seemed a little hesitant and looked at the young leader next to him. Ouyang Qingyun nodded slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. The heaven-flipping seal has already recognized me as its master, so let him see it. Good." With the young leader's consent, the great elder exerted a little force and the heaven-flipping seal flew up to the sky and landed accurately next to Gu Wuchen's hand. When the heaven-flipping seal was obtained, a cool feeling spread throughout the body, and a trace of innate power enveloped the seal. Gu Wuchen was playing with the Fantian seal with great interest when he suddenly heard a system notification sound in his ear. Ding. Innate treasure heaven-turning seal, recycling price, 9,999 gold coins, do you want to recycle it? Gu Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that this was a reminder from the system's recycling function, but the seal has someone else's mark on it, so it doesn't belong to me. Can it be recovered? As if sensing Gu Wuchen's doubts, the system sound continued to ring. Recycling system, full name is Destiny Child. Recycling system, can only recycle Destiny Child's items. No matter it is the equipment dropped after killing, or the Destiny Child actively gives it to the host, it can be recycled immediately. After listening to it, Gu Wuchen roughly understood what it meant. Simply put, it's a card bugli. In fact, it was Ouyang Qingyun who lent it to him to look at, but what he said was let me see it. Using the word let, Ouyang Qingyun agreed and threw the Fantian seal over, and the system would then determine that it was given to him voluntarily by the other party, without any hesitation. Gu Wuchen chose to recycle. I only got more than 3,000 gold coins by killing Shiao Sheran, the son of destiny. Now, 9,999 gold coins are right in front of me. How can I not want them? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 9,999 more gold coins. At the same time, Ouyang Qingyun, who was not far away, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was terrified and looked up in disbelief at Gu Wuchen, who was sitting at the stone table. My connection with the heaven flipping seal is broken? Chapter 20. How wonderful! Young master, what's going on? What's broken? The great elder at the side hurriedly helped Ouyang Qingyun up and asked worriedly. Heaven flipping seal, cough cough cough. As he spoke, blood kept oozing out of the corners of Ouyang Qingyun's mouth. All the marks of the heaven flipping seal have disappeared. I can't feel it anymore. What? The great elder was stunned after hearing this and couldn't believe his ears. The heaven flipping seal is one of the most important treasures of the Furu divine religion, something passed down by the ancestors. Even now that the leader has reached the peak of the emperor realm, he is unable to unleash its full power. How could such a treasure be broken just like that? Thinking of this, he looked up at Gu Wuchen not far away, especially at the palm of his hand. When she saw that his palm was empty, her pupils shrank, and she raised her hand tremblingly and pointed at Gu Wuchen. Son of God, where is our heaven-shaking seal? But he knew that this heaven-flipping seal disappeared in the blink of an eye after it was thrown out from his hand. If he lost the treasure of the religion, he couldn't believe how much trouble it would cause. Heaven-flipping seal? What heaven-flipping seal? Gu Wuchen, who was sitting beside the stone table, made a pot of tea and drank it slowly, then asked in a leisurely manner. Aren't you here to exchange auspicious beasts with me? Why are you here to exchange them with the heaven-shaking seal? Then take it out and let us see it. Don't hide it like a grown-up girl, you. Hearing this, the great elder became furious. As an old and experienced man, how could he not understand what the Son of God meant? Clearly a robber. I don't know how he managed to embezzle the heaven-flipping seal, and then pretended that he had never seen it before. Let me tell you, great elder. Ouyang Qingyun stepped forward, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put on a gentle face again, and said slowly, Sir Son of God, please don't joke around. The heaven-shaking seal was clearly delivered to you by the great elder of my sect himself. This is something that everyone has witnessed. Stop. Gu Wuchen waved his hand to interrupt Ouyang Qingyun's speech. I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. The heaven-shaking seal will be delivered to my hands. Who here saw this? Is that you, Holy Lord? Son of God, I didn't see any heaven-flipping seal. Instead, it's ridiculous that the Furu cult wants to get something for nothing. Holy Lord Lingxiao answered seriously. What about you? Gu Wuchen pointed his finger at other powerful men from Lingxiao Holy Land. As the strong men of the Holy Land, you should be able to hear and see. You should be able to see clearly. No, we haven't seen any treasures, let alone the heaven-flipping seal. The elders of the Holy Land shook their heads like rattles, and some even closed their eyes tightly on the spot, saying that they were practicing some magical skills and had not opened their eyes for more than 100 years, let alone seeing anything. Are you kidding? How dare they, small elders, undermine the Son of God? Naturally, they say whatever the Son of God likes to hear. Look, Gu Wuchen spread his hands. No one here has seen the heaven-shaking seal you mentioned, let alone delivered it to me. I suggest that if you can't do it, go home and look for it carefully. Did you leave it at home, or did you go to the toilet on the way and leave it in the toilet? These are all very possible, don't you think? Well, what Lord Son of God said is absolutely right. I hope that all Taoists will go home and take a good look at it and avoid any misunderstandings. The elders nodded and echoed righteously, with everyone singing the same tune. The people of the Furu sect, especially Ouyang Qingyun, looked extremely ugly, as if they were suffocating. He simply had no words to express his grievances. No one had expected that a Holy Land, one of the strongest forces in the entire Fushui realm, would actually commit such blatant acts of robbery. Originally, they came with valuable treasures, and even if the other party did not agree to exchange for the auspicious beast, they should not have engaged in open robbery. Often the more powerful the force and the more powerful the person, the more they care about their face. At the very least, they may appear cheerful in public but do shameful things behind the scenes. But who would have thought that in broad daylight, his heaven-shaking seal would be swallowed up by him? No matter how calm and gentle Ouyang Qingyun was, he could hardly hold it back at this moment. He had been pampered and lucky since childhood. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? Mentally, he listened to the nonsense of everyone in Lingxiao Holy Land, from the Holy Lord to the elders. Physically, due to the backlash caused by the disconnection from the flipping heaven seal, under the double blow, the blood in his body continued to surge and there was a tendency to explode. Young master, calm down. This is their home ground. We shouldn't start a war. The great elder reminded hurriedly and prepared to pull Ouyang Qingyun back to prevent anything bad from happening, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, he saw Ouyang Qingyun's restless aura suddenly retracted, as if nothing had happened. Immediately afterwards, a vortex of spiritual energy visibly gathered above Ouyang Qingyun's head and rushed into his body desperately. Just a moment, the 7th level of Tongshan realm. Ouyang Qingyun felt an indescribable feeling of comfort throughout his body. Not only did his spiritual heart not suffer from the double blow to his body and mind, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, breaking through one level and reaching the 7th level of Tongshan realm. Seeing this scene, everyone present had different expressions, some happy and some sad. The ones who were happy were naturally the people from the Furu divine religion. Their young master was able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation even after being angered. So the future development of their divine religion would be limitless. The ones who were worried were Holy Lord Lingxiao and the elders. This time the matter of overturning the heaven seal was bound to cause a conflict between the Holy Land and the Furu religion, and it was an irreconcilable conflict, and the other side has such a gifted child as the young leader. Will that be a disaster in the future? At this time, the Holy Lord Lingxiao was already thinking about whether he should communicate with the Lord Son of God to keep all these uninvited guests permanently. Only Gu Wuchen was different. He was even happier than the people of the Furu sect. He stood up, his eyes shining, and walked towards Ouyang Qingyun step by step. Okay. As expected of him, he is the Son of God as rumored. He is a man of great fortune. He cannot be reborn without destruction. How wonderful! With his arrival, the elders of Lingxiao made way for him, and followed by the Holy Lord and the Great Elder, came in front of Ouyang Qingyun. What are you doing? This was the first time since Ouyang Qingyun was born that he was stared at by a grown man, still so naked, staring at me so passionately, unable to help but shiver. Ouyang Qingyun nervously exhaled a breath. That heaven-flipping seal, if it doesn't work, I won't take it. No, I may have forgotten to bring it. I'll look for it when I go back. Chapter 21. Leave it to me. Gu Wuchen simply couldn't listen to what Ouyang Qingyun said. His mind was now filled with desire for the lamb to be slaughtered. Is this the Hongyun Dao body? It's really terrifying. Compared to Shiao Sheran's inferior fire flame body, it is countless times stronger. There is simply no comparison between them. Even if it was a sword bone, Gu Wuchen had no interest in it. He simply used his divine body to absorb it and turned it into nutrients that flowed into his body. But when faced with Ouyang Qingyun's Hongyun Dao body, he was truly envious. Just think about it. Who doesn't want to be full of luck? Any slight setback can lead to an epiphany and breakthrough on the spot, and occasionally visiting someone's house can lead to the discovery of treasures. Retracting his greedy gaze, Gu Wuchen smiled wickedly, stretched out a hand and patted Ouyang Qingyun's shoulder heavily. Although I don't understand what you mean by the heaven-flipping seal, if you can really show your sincerity, I can consider exchanging the auspicious beast for it. Are you serious? Ouyang Qingyun, who was feeling uncomfortable being stared at by Gu Wuchen, instantly perked up when he heard these words. His desire for the auspicious beast is no different from a soldier who has been fighting nonstop for more than 10 years and is as eager to enter a brothel. In other words, even if the other party's condition was to exchange the entire Furu church for it, he and his father, the leader of the church, would agree with both hands and feet. After all, with the auspicious beast, his future achievement would guarantee that he would become an emperor. Of course it's true. I'm the son of God Lingxiao. How could I say such outrageous things? That's great. The sincerity we bring today is. Before Ouyang Qingyun finished speaking, the great elder beside him interrupted and whispered, Young master, this person is too scheming. He just tricked us into losing our heaven-shaking seal. We must be on guard. These words instantly alerted Ouyang Qingyun. He turned around and glanced at the great elder. The great elder nodded slightly with a heavy look on his face. Obviously, no one would believe everything Gu Wuchen said. Ouyang Qingyun calmed down, took a step back, and asked in the calmest tone possible, "I wonder if you have anything specific you would like to exchange? As long as you ask, I can give you everything we have in the cult on behalf of my father." "Oh, yes, I will grant you everything, Lord Cult Leader." At this moment, he had no time to care about the heaven-flipping seal. Nothing was more important than obtaining the auspicious beast. Now the sudden cat's cry attracted the attention of everyone present. A white furry head slowly emerged from Gu Wuchen's arms. It was very clever and jumped onto Gu Wuchen's shoulder, licked its paws, and occasionally wagged its soft tail in Gu Wuchen's ear. To others, this was nothing, especially to the other members of the Furue cult. They had not witnessed the day when was born and thought it was just an ordinary little animal, raising it as a pet. But Ouyang Qingyun is different. When he saw, his pupils suddenly shrank and his mouth opened so wide that a goose egg could fit in it. A crystal clear liquid unconsciously flowed from the corner of his mouth. "It's a lucky beast," he exclaimed. His feeling couldn't be wrong. He himself was a blessed person and had a special feeling for auspicious beasts. As soon as the little beast appeared, he was 100% sure that the little beast in front of him was the legendary auspicious beast. "Young master, is that the auspicious beast?" The great elder widened his cloudy eyes and asked in a low voice. A few days ago, he learned about the birth of an auspicious beast by referring to the vision. He had no idea what the auspicious beast looked like. "Well, I am very sure that this time, our divine religion will take off." Ouyang Qingyun was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. It seemed that God had chosen him. It would be fine if he had good luck every day, but now the auspicious beast was delivered to his mouth. In the future, won't he be able to fly freely in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Don't take off yet. Words like a bucket of cold water came out of Gu Wuchen's mouth, but it couldn't extinguish Ouyang Qingyun's enthusiasm even a little bit. He was breathing rapidly and his face was filled with anxiety. "Sir, son of God, you may not know much about the auspicious beast. You just raise it as an ordinary little beast. This is a waste of natural resources. As long as you can give it to me, in time, when I reach the top, you will be the one who has made the greatest contribution. Oh, yes, I can even swear by the way of heaven that when that time comes, I am willing to help you become my #1 general, second only to the emperor and above all others, and enjoy the respect of everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Ouyang Qingyun became more and more excited as he spoke. His eyes were red, all filled with the desire to reach the top in the future. Moreover, he had full confidence that he could exchange the auspicious beast from Gu Wuchen. Ordinary people raising auspicious beasts can't bring out 1%, no, 1,000th, not even 1/10,000th, or 1/100000th of their effectiveness. Only he, the man favored by heaven, possesses a special physique and can continuously feed the auspicious beast with the energy of good fortune. Within 100 years, he can make the auspicious beast reach the terrifying realm of the emperor. After that, he had a telepathic connection with the auspicious beast, and let the auspicious beast feed back the imperial energy with good fortune. After another 100 years, he could also become an emperor. Simply put, if he and the auspicious beast are given 200 years, they can create 2 emperors, and there is hope that he can become a breakthrough emperor. How about this, Lord Son of God? If you are willing to exchange the auspicious beast, I will swear to the heaven right now. As he spoke, he had already made the motion to swear, just waiting for Gu Wuchen to nod. It sounds like I should be moved? Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes, looking at the young man in front of him with a half-smile, thinking to himself, this silly boy has a good dream. You've already made such a promise to him before he's even started? You have to believe me. Ouyang Qingyun gradually began to lose his composure. From time to time, he looked at Cece who was licking her fur. The seeds of greed took root in his heart. Even if you are the son of God of the Holy Land and possess an auspicious beast, you will not be able to bring it into play. The only correct choice is to hand it over to me. I can even promise here that in the future under my command, you will at least be a legendary quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor. As soon as the word quasi-emperor came out, the powerful people who came from the Furue sect were all dumbfounded. What a strange word. In the lower realm, the emperor realm is already the pinnacle. If one wants to go to the upper realm, one needs to completely wash away his rebellious nature and reach the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm is already out of reach, and the quasi-emperor is an existence that is countless levels higher than the extraordinary realm. For a moment, they all looked at Gu Wuchen with envy, jealousy, and hatred. I hate myself for not being able to find a lucky beast and present it to the young leader. That way my future would be truly promising. Chapter 22. I want you. The elders of Lingxiao Holy Land and Holy Lord Lingtian twitched their lips slightly. This was not the first time they felt speechless. I remember the last time, which was 2 days ago. Shiao Sheran used the immortal Gu family from the upper realm to threaten Gu Wuchen that it's totally off the mark. Although they live in the lower realm, every 1,000 years or so, they will use special means to contact a deacon of the Gu family in the upper realm. And they also have a simple understanding of the approximate strength of the Gu family. It can be said that at this level of quasi-emperor, one might be able to dominate and stand on his own in front of other major forces in the upper realm, but in the Gu family, it is nothing. As the only legitimate heir of the Gu family, Gu Wuchen, even if he sleeps every day in the Gu family, one day he will easily reach this state. When Gu Wuchen heard Ouyang Qingyun's promise that he would become a quasi-emperor in the future, his face changed instantly. Who the hell are you scolding? Not to mention that he has a villain system, even. If he doesn't have a villain system, with the resources of his family, he can still create an emperor. Now there are people scolding him, saying that he can only become a quasi-emperor in the future. It seems that I gave the other party too much face. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Wuchen's playful mind instantly disappeared. With a gloomy face, he slowly walked in front of Ouyang Qingyun and raised one hand high. A bang. A deafening, earth-shaking slap came from Ouyang Qingyun's face. This slap is for you to insult me by saying that my future achievements will only be limited to quasi-emperor. You are such a fool. After being slapped unexpectedly, Ouyang Qingyun felt dizzy and was completely unable to react. The group of elders of the Furu sect behind him didn't have time to stop him. It all happened too suddenly, coupled with the reason Gu Wuchen gave for the slap. Everyone doubted their own ears. What did he say, scolding him for his future achievements to be limited to being a quasi-emperor? Funny, right? The realm that was out of reach in their eyes became an insult to Gu Wuchen? Gu Shensi, the Grand Elder of the Furu divine religion, was the first to react. He hurriedly helped the staggering Ouyang Qingyun up, his face looking extremely ugly. We came here with sincerity this time, and our young master even invited you to join us in the great cause in the future. Not only did you not appreciate it, you even hurt us with malicious intent. Is this how the Son of God of the Holy Land treats guests? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiaoshan, who had always served as Gu Wuchen's bodyguard, took the initiative. He would not allow anyone to wantonly accuse his own Son of God in front of him. After all, that is the key to whether or not one will be introduced to the upper realm in advance by the Gu family in the future. The Holy Lord Lingxiao suddenly unleashed his power, which had reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and locked onto the Great Elder, who was about to speak wildly. Next second, tear it up. The Great Elder's entire arm was chopped off at the root and fell to the ground, with blood constantly gushing out from the base of his shoulder. How dare you speak disrespectfully to the Son of God? This arm is a warning to you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I have never been able to reattach an arm that I cut off. When the Great Elder's pupils suddenly shrank, he didn't even see how the other party made his move. I can't even feel my arms anymore. The intense pain and fear of the unknown made the Great Elder want to say something, but he couldn't. Not good. Quickly protect the Great Elder and the young master. Seeing this scene, the strong men of the Furu divine sect no longer dared to be arrogant. They hurried forward to surround the Great Elder and Ouyang Qingyun, and each of them tried to resist the majesty of the Holy Lord Lingxiao with all their might. However, they still underestimated the foundation of Lingxiao Holy Land, and even more so, they underestimated Lingxiao Holy Lord himself. He showed a look of contempt and snorted heavily. Snort, puff. Like dominoes, the strong men of the Furu sect fell to the ground one after another, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. They covered their chests and looked in disbelief at the Holy Lord Lingxiao, who had not yet made a move. How is this possible? Among these people, the weakest was half a step into the Emperor realm, and the strongest was only slightly inferior to the Great Elder. Both were at the 10th level of the Emperor realm, and only one step away from the legendary Transcendent realm, but they were all easily suppressed with a cold snort from the Holy Lord Lingxiao, who was also at the Ascension Emperor realm. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. They were roaring wildly in their hearts. This went against the worldview they had established over the years. And then, the powerful Holy Lord Lingxiao, after doing all this, bowed respectfully to Gu Wuchen in front of everyone. I saw them speaking outrageously and slandering the Son of God, so I took action on my own. It's okay, you did a good job. Gu Wuchen waved his hand casually, without any intention of blaming him anyway. He didn't intend to let go of any of the people who came today, the other side. Cough, cough, cough. Ouyang Qingyun, who was surrounded in the middle, struggled to get up. His injuries were not serious. The main problem was that Gu Wuchen's slap made his cheek burn with pain, and he looked at the strong man who followed him, and his heart sank to the bottom. Obviously, this was totally unexpected. Do I really have to use that trump card? His thoughts raced, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally shook his head. No, even if I use that trump card, I still can't guarantee that Lingxiao Holy Land has any more trump cards. By then, maybe we will really fall out. Having never suffered any setbacks since childhood, he naively believed at this time that reconciliation was possible and that things had not reached the point of no return. Moreover, even if he was humiliated, he had to endure it now. As long as he got the auspicious beast, wouldn't it be easy to take revenge in the future? Adult Miko. He spoke again, but this time he was no longer as fanatical and greedy as before. Instead, he was much more restrained. I and the Great Elder did speak out of turn just now. I hope you, the Son of God, will not take it personally. Let's get down to business? Seeing Ouyang Qingyun return to normal, with half of his face red, and respectfully apologized to him, Gu Wuchen had a new understanding of him. Could this be the son of destiny who has a very good mentality and can endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch? If he doesn't come to me on his own initiative in the future, it might really cause me a lot of trouble. It's a pity that now that we have met today, there is absolutely no reason to let him leave. Good. Gu Wuchen suddenly spoke. Since you want to talk about business, I will help you. You want this auspicious beast on my shoulder? Of course you can. But I need one thing. Ouyang Qingyun was overjoyed after hearing this and couldn't wait to ask. Please tell me. I will definitely get it for you even if it means going through fire and water. Gu Wuchen slowly raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ouyang Qingyun. What I want is you. Chapter 23 The Clever Elder Eye? Ouyang Qingyun then pointed at his nose, not understanding what the other person meant. At this moment, the Great Elder, who had one arm removed and had barely stopped bleeding, pulled him from behind. Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Ouyang Qingyun turned around and looked at the Great Elder, who had a pale face and unstable breathing, and asked with concern. It's okay to talk, but your injury, it's okay. This little injury of mine is nothing compared to the great cause of the future of the divine religion. The Great Elder shook his head. If he could exchange his arm for the people of Lingxiao Holy Land to eliminate their anger, it would be totally worth it. He took a deep breath and transmitted his voice. I understand the current situation. It will be extremely difficult to obtain the auspicious beast using ordinary methods. Now, only the upper, middle, and lower strategies can obtain the auspicious beast. Which three strategies? The worst option is to use the trump card given to you by the Lord Sect leader and go to war with Lingxiao Holy Land head-on. However, this is the enemy's base camp after all, so I don't think the possibility of success is high. Middle strategy: find ways to make the Son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land believe that you can make him a quasi-emperor in the future. As for what he just said about becoming a quasi-emperor, it was a scolding of him. I think he doesn't believe you have such a great ability. As long as he believes it, everything will be easy. As for the best strategy, Gudong the Great Elder swallowed his saliva, his small eyes moving between Gu Wuchen and Ouyang Qingyun, seeming to find it difficult to speak. Hey, Great Elder, it's already this time, stop hiding things and just speak out. Ouyang Qingyun said anxiously. His desire for the auspicious beast was so great that he could completely disregard everything else. The best strategy, that means you have obeyed the Son of God Lingxiao. Yes? What does that mean? Ouyang Qingyun was stunned at first, but then he reacted immediately. Hiss, you mean? That's right. The Great Elder nodded heavily. Ever since that Lingxiao Divine Son arrived here, he has been looking at you in a strange way. And just now, he even said in front of so many people that he wanted you. I think he is very likely to have a homosexual tendency. As the old saying goes, on the road to success, you must endure some humiliation. Just think of being pushed by a pig. After saying this, the great elder looked at Ouyang Qingyun quietly. This was all he could say about the matter. The specific decision would depend on what the young master thought. Hearing this, Ouyang Qingyun's body shook. He did not doubt what the great elder said. It was a fact that the son of God Ling Xiao looked at him with a strange smile. He felt that this was the case, but he did not dare to admit it. Then he closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and scratched his palms with his nails, leaving a trace of blood. He had to make a choice. The great elder was right. If the son of God Ling Xiao was really willing to give him the auspicious beast at this price, then he really didn't have any good choices. Suddenly, he opened his eyes full of determination. Again, for his desire for the auspicious beast, he can give up everything. So, he straightened himself, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, put on a smile that he thought was quite peaceful, and walked towards Gu Wuchen alone step by step. He didn't stop until he reached Gu Wuchen's side. His lips trembled, and although he had made up his mind, he was still a little hesitant when it came to facing it. You really want me so you can exchange me for the auspicious beast, nature? Gu Wuchen answered without hesitation. Whether it was Ouyang Qingyun's identity as the son of destiny or his innate good fortune, they were both things he must obtain. If I could get him to voluntarily offer his Taoist body for me to absorb, the absorption effect would be much better than forcing it myself. Of course, no matter what the outcome, he will inevitably be killed in the end. Then, I agree. Ouyang Qingyun nodded heavily. He wanted to express his determination with practical actions. He gritted his teeth and unbuttoned the top button of his robe, revealing white shoulders. Such a scene shocked everyone. Even the powerful men of Lingxiao Holy Land who had lived for who knows how many years were completely shocked for the first time. Everyone's performance was exaggerated. To a certain extent, Ouyang Qingyun defeated all the strong men present by himself. What is he doing? His own son of God wanted to take his life, so why did Ouyang Qingyun actually sell his body, his looks in order to save his life? But, in prison, you are a man. Why use such things to test cadres? Which cadre cannot withstand such a test? The strong men of the Furu divine religion fell to the ground. Not long after they recovered from their injuries, they all spat out blood when they saw their young leader like this. So embarrassing. If we can't exchange the auspicious beast, we can just rob it by force. If we win, we lose. If we die, they will accept it. How could they do such a ridiculous thing? This. They covered their faces unconsciously. Sometimes, being embarrassed to a certain extent is more painful than killing them. Looking at Gu Wuchen again, his expression changed again and again when facing Ouyang Qingyun, who kept taking off his robe. His mood at this moment was indescribable in words. If I had to use the word 6, I could only say it was a 6-point deduction, but he didn't want to watch Ouyang Qingyun's eye-catching move for even a second longer, so he suddenly stood up and punched him hard on the head. Bang! Ouyang Qingyun was knocked to the ground, his clothes half undressed, and he looked extremely miserable, but obviously, this did not allow Gu Wuchen to vent his anger. In order to prevent himself from getting sty, he was even more afraid of dirtying his hands. He turned around, drew out the sword of Holy Lord Lingxiao, and stabbed Ouyang Qingyun fiercely, stabbing and cursing. Are you fucking crazy? When I say I want you, I mean your physique, your luck, and even your life. How could you take it as a compliment? Do you think I want your beauty? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You look like a eunuch. Even a dog would shake its head when seeing you. You are truly shameless, a scum of the Furu cult. The ground was stained with blood, and holes were stabbed in Ouyang Qingyun's body one after another, but now, the physical pain is relatively lighter, but the psychological pain is heavier. He knew he had misunderstood. The misunderstanding is funny, the misunderstanding is outrageous. This caused such a ridiculous scene. I actually undressed in front of a man who wanted to kill me. His already fragile nerves collapsed in an instant and he could no longer maintain his usual calm and peace. If what happened today were to spread out, how would I be able to live in this world with dignity? But then, a crazy thought flashed through his mind. No, there is another way, that is to wipe out all the people here, be it the Holy Lord Lingxiao or the Elder Son of God, even those people he brought with him, all will be wiped out without a single one left. Let's completely bury this matter here. The originally blurred vision gradually became clearer then. It was completely crazy. The jade pendant on his neck suddenly exploded, and he shouted, "God save me!" Chapter 24, Shadow of the Auspicious Beast, Purple Unicorn. The originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring it. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light curtain tore through the sky, suddenly stopped in midair, and turned into a dazzling halo. The halo gradually began to change, forming a huge phantom of a qilin, with purple light flowing all over its body, scales flashing like stars, and eyes as big as copper bells, appearing extremely ferocious. After it appeared, it walked on all four hooves in the air, first looking around at the people below, and then fixed its eyes firmly on the bloody Ouyang Qingyun. "You are the descendant of that person?" The voice was rough and loud, with an unquestionable majesty. At this time, Gu Wuchen stopped torturing Ouyang Qingyun, and instead looked at the purple unicorn in the sky with interest. Tsk tisk, they even brought up the qilin. I wonder which lineage this purple-haired qilin belongs to. Ouyang Qingyun was able to catch his breath and quickly responded, "That's right, that's right. I am the current young leader of the Furu divine religion. I have specially invited the Supreme God to help us get through this difficulty." After saying this, he looked at the purple qilin phantom with great anticipation. This was his biggest trump card this time, the trump card that can turn the tide. I remember that my father gave me the jade pendant before he left, and told me to shatter it when things became irreversible, and the gods from the upper world would come to help him. This jade pendant was left behind by an ancestor of the Furu religion. Due to its age, the internal energy has dissipated. My father spent more than 2 days and paid a huge price to replenish its energy so that he could communicate with the gods. Now, the purple qilin has been summoned, and Ouyang Qingyun is overjoyed. Who doesn't know about the Qilin clan? It is rumored that during the heyday of the ancient Qilin clan, the clan leader was a genuine auspicious beast who led the Qilin clan to become one of the largest and most powerful clans in the upper realm. It's stable. He sighed in his heart, and the pain in his body was relieved a lot. As long as he asked this purple unicorn to kill everyone here, what happened today would never be spread out. But then, he found something wrong. Why did this purple qilin phantom not react at all after hearing his answer, but instead looked at him nakedly like Gu Wuchen? My heart skipped a beat, and I had a strong bad feeling. The purple qilin just stood quietly high in the sky, breathing out continuously from its mouth, as if thinking about something. It's actually the great fortune Dao body. Such a terrifying physique actually appears in this small lower world. If I devour this body, wouldn't I have a chance to awaken my bloodline and become a true auspicious beast? The more it thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense, and it had long forgotten the favors that the ancestors of the Furu cult had shown to its own people. At worst, after I devour the Hongyun Dao body, I can protect the divine religion for 10,000 years, which will also be considered as settling the cause and effect of the past. God? Seeing Zi Qilin fall into deep thought, Ouyang Qingyun asked cautiously twice. "Why did you call me here this time?" Zi Qilin spoke, but his eyes were always fixed on Ouyang Qingyun, with deep greed hidden in his eyes, due to the great distance between them and the fact that the purple qilin itself was full of oppressive aura. Ordinary people could not look directly at it, so its abnormality was not discovered by Ouyang Qingyun. "God, this is the Lingxiao Holy Land. They are so arrogant and domineering that they have bullied our Furu divine religion too much. Today, Ouyang Qingyun, the future 327th generation leader of the Furu divine religion, specially asks God to annihilate this place." Ouyang Qingyun was cautious and did not tell Zi Qilin the purpose of his trip. After all, there was no guarantee that the other party would not be jealous of the auspicious beast. Destroying a force? It's like drinking water. Purple qilin responded indifferently, not taking the destruction of Lingxiao Holy Land seriously at all. In his opinion, sending him to destroy a holy place was like using a butcher knife to kill a fly. It was more than enough to send the newly adult Kirin in the tribe to do the job. Afterwards, he reluctantly turned his gaze away and looked at the people in Lingxiao Holy Land. At the same time, I have already made up my mind. Today, helping the people of the Furu cult to destroy the so-called Holy Land is considered as repaying the favor owed by the tribe in the past and settling the cause and effect. Next, devour this Hongyun Dao body, and as just thought, protect the God sect for 10,000 years. Its thoughts came to a halt, and it no longer wasted time. It opened its mouth slightly, and a blazing purple flame condensed from its mouth. It was so powerful that the surrounding space showed signs of collapse. "Lowly human beings from the lower realms, it is your honor to die at my hands." As soon as he finished speaking, purple flames gushed out, the temperature of the entire Holy Land rose by unknown degrees, and all the plants and herbs evaporated in an instant. the flames were getting closer and closer. Holy Lord Lingxiao and others protected Gu Wuchen firmly behind them. Even if they died, they would never dare to let the Son of God get hurt. All of you, please get out of the way. Can such a small fire really hurt me? I'm afraid it's not even enough to light a cigarette. Gu Wuchen walked out of the crowd silently, stretched out his right hand fingers, pinched the space ring on his left hand, and took out a rusty bronze mirror from it. Throw it into the sky, and it hits the flames that are sweeping over. Oh, you ignorant ants, trying to stop a chariot with your bare hands. The purple unicorn sneered disdainfully. Even though this fire was just a casual attack by him, it was not something that people from the lower world could block, but the next second, his sneer suddenly stopped, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The rusty bronze mirror had no human aura on it, as if it was an ownerless object. However, after being touched by his flame, this ownerless object strangely absorbed all of the flame into the mirror. It was as if the fire had never appeared. What is this thing, so weird? Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't recognize what this mirror was. Before he could make the next move, the bronze mirror moved. A purple flame even stronger than before suddenly gushed out from the mirror and shot straight at him. Even around the flames, there was a faint breath of the great way of fire. Without having time to think, the purple Qilin dodged hastily, but how could it dodge an attack mixed with the aura of the great Tao? Boom, a loud explosion. The purple Qilin phantom was surrounded by flames, and people below could even faintly hear the wailing sound coming from inside. Why can I, a mere projection, be able to hurt my real body? It didn't last long before the shadow dissipated and turned into countless points of light, disappearing into the void. The powerful purple unicorn phantom was instantly killed by a bronze mirror that Gu Wuchen casually shot out. The bronze mirror fell down, and Gu Wuchen casually put it back into the ring. This is just one of the many protective magic weapons my parents gave me before I came to the underworld. After all, he is the only descendant of the Changshenggu family, and he has countless cards to save his life. He even forgot the name of the bronze mirror he just used. Chapter 25. I want to ask who you are. The terrifying purple unicorn came quickly and left even faster. It disappeared completely before anyone could even say anything cruel. The scene was utterly silent, so silent that even someone's heavy breathing could be heard clearly. Ouyang Qingyun froze in place, his legs trembling, unable to control himself. He suddenly felt that the world had changed, becoming so outrageous and so strange. Could it be that I have stayed in the cult for too long and have completely lost touch with the outside world, and the people in the outside world have become so powerful? Any bronze mirror you pick out can instantly kill the purple unicorn shadowcast from the upper realm. That's too much. At this moment, the broken pieces of the jade pendant under his feet actually moved on their own. The energy gathered there, and in just a few seconds, a mini version of the purple unicorn, only the size of a palm, condensed. This time, it no longer had the majestic look it had before, but instead looked dejected. As soon as it appeared, Gu Wuchen spotted it and exclaimed in amazement, "You're pretty tough. I wonder how many times you can block that kind of attack." As he spoke, he took out a new prop from the ring again. It was a short flying knife that floated above Gu Wuchen's head, with the tip of the knife pointing at the purple unicorn, as if it would attack at any time. "Sir, please wait." Zi Qilin spoke hurriedly. After his shadow was struck by the flame that was filled with the power of the great Tao, not only did it disintegrate, but even his real body far away in the upper realm was instantly seriously injured. He was not a fool and knew that anyone who could own that kind of bronze mirror was definitely not an ordinary person. This time, he risked his life and relied on the jade pendant to project himself over again, just to find out Gu Wuchen's true identity in order to avoid creating a powerful enemy for his own clan. "I am not here to be your enemy this time." "Oh, no?" Gu Wuchen looked at the purple unicorn, which was not even as big as a palm, and found it a little funny. "So you're here to apologize to me?" "Well, apologize." "I'm listening." "Apologize?" Zi Qilin was stunned. He felt very unfamiliar with these two words. They were so proud that they would never apologize to others. At most, everyone would just take a step back, give each other a way out, and the matter would be over. How could they be so humble as to admit their mistakes voluntarily? That would be against their dignity. "Sir, I think you have misunderstood. I projected here again to clarify your identity and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But I'm not here to apologize." "My identity?" Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes. "You don't deserve to know." But speaking of which, I am a little curious about your identity, the purple mixed-haired Qilin. Hearing such humiliation, Zi Qilin instantly got angry. You were looking for, before he could say the word die, he stopped abruptly and didn't dare to continue, because at this moment, the flying knife above Gu Wuchen's head has already entered a state of being ready to go. It is a feeling of death. He had no doubt that if he uttered the word death, his shadow would be chopped to pieces in the next second. Even his own body may be restrained, and in the worst case, he may die. Seeing that Zi Qilin had given in, Gu Wuchen shook his head and spoke to himself. As far as I know, there is one main lineage and 4 branch lines of Qilin tribes living in the Qilin Mountains today. They are the Golden Qilin, the Blue Qilin, the Black Qilin, the Water Qilin, and the Fire Qilin. As for the so-called Purple Qilin, it is the strongest bloodline of the Qilin clan, and only 2 have been born since ancient times. One is your ancestor, who has been dead for who knows how many years, and the other one is not you, so I am very curious, where did your purple fur come from? How do you know so much about our Qilin clan? For the first time, a look of panic appeared on Zi Qilin's face. His own tribe had been living in the mountains for many years, isolated from the outside world. How could the young man in front of me know me so well? He also saw at a glance that he was not the real purple unicorn. Ignoring Zi Qilin's panic, Gu Wuchen continued, Qilin, since ancient times, only the purple Qilin can become auspicious beasts and achieve the status of great emperor. No matter how hard the remaining Qilin try, due to the lack of blood, they can only stay at the level of quasi-emperor in their lifetime. Like I said, there is only one purple unicorn in the world today, and it is not yet fully awakened. As a junior of the unicorn clan, you dare to pretend to be a purple unicorn. If the priests of your clan know about this, the punishment you will receive will be quite severe. You even know this? The purple Qilin was completely numb, and its majestic aura had long disappeared. Was he from the Qilin clan, or was the other party? Wait. He suddenly thought of something. Humph, you also said that there is only one purple unicorn in the world, so what makes you say that I am not one? You haven't seen it before. At this moment, he absolutely could not admit the fact that he was impersonating purple Qilin. Otherwise, if you return to the tribe, you might be kicked out. I haven't seen it? Ha! Gu Wuchen laughed loudly, flipped his palm, and a purple brush appeared in his hand. The faint pressure coming from the brush made Zi Qilin's heart tremble wildly. That is an innate force of blood pressure. In fact, his true identity was just a member of the Fire Kirin lineage, but he was overwhelmed by his vanity. He thought that since they were in the lower realm, no one would know about the Kirin clan, so he simply disguised himself as a purple Kirin to satisfy his selfish desires. But I didn't expect that the first time I pretended, I would be exposed on the spot. Besides, what's going on with the brush in the young man's hand? That was the unique pressure that only the purple Qilin possessed. As a member of the Qilin clan, he definitely wouldn't have felt it wrong. That brush was actually made of the hair of a purple unicorn. Why do you have this thing in your hand? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically, trying his best to deny everything he had seen. After all, the strongest of the Qilin clan today and also the current clan leader, the only purple Qilin in the world, broke through to the quasi-emperor realm thousands of years ago and became one of the strongest. Even though the patriarch is now missing, how is it possible that his hair can be made into brushes? So, no matter what, he couldn't believe it. Don't be so quick to deny it. Looking at Hua Qilin falling into self-doubt, Gu Wuchen spoke. In your Qilin clan, the current whereabouts of the purple Qilin is no secret. You must know it, right? How could I not know? Qilin immediately retorted. Chapter 26 The Guardian Dogan event from the past that the Qilin clan was extremely reluctant to recall came to mind. In ancient times, when there were thousands of tribes in the upper realm, the tribe leader was the purple unicorn. It led the entire unicorn tribe and conquered a large territory. However, due to the inexplicable disappearance of the clan leader, the Qilin clan never recovered and its overall strength declined. Just as they were struggling to survive for who knows how many years and generations, 5,000 years ago, an ordinary black unicorn actually awakened its ancestral bloodline and evolved into a purple unicorn, becoming the second purple unicorn in the entire unicorn clan. The purple Qilin was blessed. Its breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. In just 2,000 years, it had reached the broken realm. In the future, it was expected to become a great emperor, but just 20 years ago, the peaceful life was suddenly broken. Longevity and family care, an extremely overbearing and unreasonable family, they came uninvited and in a threatening manner, saying that their son of God was born and needed a mount. Without further ado, they gathered together all the Chilan in the mountains at that time and selected one. Chilan is a race with great dignity. They feel very ashamed to be pointed at and selected arbitrarily like in a talent show. However, due to the fact that the Gu family was too powerful, they were unable to deal with the few elders they sent over, so they had to swallow their anger. This is not the end. What makes them feel even more ashamed is that among the hundreds of thousands of Chilan people, not a single one is worthy of the Gu family's attention. He even threatened that the quality of these Chilans was too poor and they were not worthy of being mounts for the Son of God. Such a double blow made them hate the Changshengu family very much. Originally they thought that the matter was over and that it was just a verbal humiliation that would not cause much impact, but who would have known that? The Gu family, this hateful villain family, would actually set their sights on the new patriarch of the Chilan clan, the only purple Chilan. At that time, purple Chilan had already reached the quasi-emperor realm and was only one step away from breaking through to become a true emperor. As long as he successfully broke through to the emperor realm, the Chilan clan's status in the upper realm would rise, and they would no longer be bullied. Just at this moment, a great emperor from the Gu family came in person, and in no time, he took away the purple unicorn who wanted to resist at the quasi-emperor level. Everything is so natural, just like packing leftovers after eating out. During these 20 years, their entire tribe has been thinking about their leader all the time, fearing persecution from the Gu family, such as eating his flesh and sleeping on his skin. Fortunately, the tribe leader's soul lamp has not been extinguished, which means that there is no danger to his life and there is still a glimmer of hope for the tribe's future. The screen falls back. The purple Chilan, no, it should be said that the fire Chilan, shook his head and put the painful memory behind him that he would never tell anyone about this matter as it concerns the dignity of the entire ethnic group. But he didn't say anything, but Gu Wuchen spoke. There is only one purple unicorn left in the world now. He is 5,238 years old. His original name is Mo Yang. After awakening the purple unicorn bloodline, he changed his name to Ziyun. He broke through the shattered realm 3,000 years ago and the quasi-emperor 1,000 years ago. He mastered the way of fire, the way of wind, and the way of auspiciousness. Wait, how do you know so much? Hua Chilan was shocked. Even he only knew a little about such detailed things. The young man in front of him was not from their tribe, so it was impossible for him to know so much details. Are you curious about how I knew that? Gu Wuchen put his hands behind his back, took a few steps forward, and looked down at the mouse-sized Chilan at his feet. Suddenly his eyes fixed. Ziyun, is just a big dog that guards the door of my Gu family. When I was little, if I threw him a bone, he would wag his tail happily, rub his head against my palm, and try to please me. And you are just an ordinary member of the Chilan tribe. How dare you attack me? Do you think you have lived long enough? Every word was like a pearl, exploding in fire Kirin's head like thunder. He was completely stunned. I even suspected that my ears were under some kind of curse and heard something completely unrealistic. The purple Chilan is the only hope of the entire Chilan clan and the clan's patriarch. He will surely become an auspicious beast that will attain the status of a great emperor in the future. Being insulted as a guard dog, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Even though he knew that resistance might bring about his own death, he would not allow anyone to insult Lord Purple Kirin like this. Just when he was about to lose his temper, a flash of clarity suddenly came to his mind. Something is wrong. He suddenly thought of something. A year ago, the tribe leader asked someone to bring back a message and a portrait to the tribe. He just glanced at the portrait quickly at the time and didn't pay much attention to it and continued to practice. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the man in the portrait seemed very similar to the person in front of him. The words I brought back also came to my mind. The clan leader's supreme order: I would rather go to the Yama palace than to mess with the Gu family. Especially the man in the portrait. If I meet him and make him lose a hair, the entire Chilan clan, including me, will suffer in hell and will never be able to be reborn. Almost instantly, he understood everything, and his peanut-sized pupils were filled with fear and regret. No wonder the person in front of me could just take out a bronze mirror and block or even kill me, because his identity is the contemporary son of God of the Changshengu family in the upper realm, an extremely domineering family. In other words, what he said before, that the head of his family was the watchdog of his family, was not an insult, but a real fact. What about wagging the tail to please others? That's absolutely true. Completion. This was Fire Chilan's last thought. It raised its head in fear and looked at Gu Wuchen, who was like a giant in front of it. Everything seems to be irreversible. Back then, any clan leader who had reached the level of a quasi-emperor could be captured at will and used as a guard dog. What will happen to me, an ordinary Qilin? No, he made a decision instantly. I deserve to die and I cannot blame anyone else, but I cannot let my own fault harm the entire Qilin clan, or even the clan leader. His eyes gradually became firm, and he spoke slowly. Son of God, I am blind and have offended you. Even if I die 9 times, I cannot atone for my sin. Of course, this is my fault alone. It has nothing to do with the Qilin clan. Today, I am willing to die to atone for my sin. After saying this, its entire transparent body suddenly burned with thick flames. It looked extremely painful in the flames, but it remained silent. It looked at Gu Wuchen above and lowered its noble head. Bang! He cowed out heavily on the ground, as if begging him not to vent his anger on others in the Qilin clan. Chapter 27, Committed Suicide Out of Fear? Gu Wuchen watched all this silently, neither agreeing nor refuting. In just a moment, the flames dissipated, and the projection of the fire Kirin disappeared, leaving behind a not-so-deep depression. As the son of God of the Gu family, Gu Wuchen naturally knew what the fire Kirin's self-immolation meant. It was not the projected shadow that self-immolated, but his real body, which was far away in the Qilin mountains in the upper realm, that self-immolated. In other words, suicide is a more dignified way to die. This is the tyranny of the Gu family. If you mess with the Gu family, like Hua Qilin, you can solve it yourself and pray that other members of the clan will not be implicated. In fact, you are still relatively lucky. Ouyang Qingyun, who had been silent on the side, was so frightened that he was unable to think normally. He couldn't even imagine that the terrifying Qilin he exchanged for would be scared to commit suicide by just a few words from the other party. This is impossible. It must be some kind of trick. God? Where are you? Don't joke around. Come out quickly. You are a powerful person from the upper world. Don't joke around like that, okay? He knelt on the ground, his robe stained with mud and blood, and his hands kept digging at the dent where the fire Kirin had disappeared, trying to dig out what he called the supreme god. Without noticing it at all, Gu Wuchen came up to him silently, stretched out his palm, and pressed it on the top of his head from a distance. The heaven-swallowing divine body opens. A terrifying suction force suddenly appeared above Ouyang Qingyun's head. It is much better to devour the divine body while a person is alive than to devour it after death. So Gu Wuchen immediately chose to devour it, devouring this Hongyun Dao body that he had been coveting for a long time. Don't want. The divine body was being pulled out of his body frantically. Ouyang Qingyun was in extreme pain. His face was hideous and full of madness. In the pain, he even let out a hysterical roar. Gu Wuchen, there is no grudge between you and me. Even if you don't want to exchange the auspicious beast with me, why do you have to press on and kill me? If I escape today, I will kill you with my own hands tomorrow. Ouyang Qingyun went crazy. Even though he was facing certain death, he still did not forget to threaten Gu Wuchen and fantasized about the scene of revenge in the future. But Gu Wuchen completely ignored him and continued with his devouring business. The tyranny of the heaven-devouring divine body is, in concept, to be superior to all other divine bodies in the world, because no matter what kind of terrifying physique one has, it will be devoured by the heaven-devouring divine body. The only difference is the difficulty of devouring. For example, Shiao Sheran's sword bone was acquired later in life and was just obtained not long ago, so it would be very easy to be swallowed. However, Ouyang Qingyun's Hongyun Dao body is a body that can be ranked among the top. In addition, Gu Wuchen has always been frugal and adheres to the principle of not wasting a single drop, so it takes some effort to swallow it. Young master! Young master! The powerful men of the Furu divine religion were surrounded by the people from the Lingxiao Holy Land at this moment. They were unable to carry out any rescue and could only roar in frustration. Is this how you, the Lingxiao Holy Land, treat guests? If what happened today were known to other holy places, you would become the target of public criticism and be despised by everyone in the world. So noisy! Gu Wuchen, who pressed his right hand on Ouyang Qingyun's crown, scolded impatiently, then took out a bright red flag that was almost turning black with his left hand, the human emperor banner, an important item in the villain starter pack. As soon as it appeared, its grandeur and vastness enveloped an area of hundreds of kilometers. The primordial purple energy emanating faintly from its body shocked the hearts and souls of everyone present. The human emperor banner gradually grew larger, covering the entire Holy Lord Peak. It blocked out the sun and completely blocked out the sunlight. The entire mountain was completely shrouded in darkness. Seeing that you guys like to make so much noise, you're very suitable for me here in the Human Emperor banner. He casually sent out a stream of spiritual power, which sank into the Human Emperor banner. The color of the Human Emperor banner, which was originally surrounded by purple air, instantly darkened. It turned from purple to black, and wisps of black smoke rose from the inside, as if thousands of wild ghosts were crying there. Looking at the changes in the Human Emperor banner, Gu Wuchen's mouth twitched slightly. There is no way. After all, it is something that came out of the villain gift pack. As long as it is infused with his spiritual energy, it will be changed into the word villain, but it was fine this way. He then looked at the stunned members of the Furu cult. My fellow Taoists, since you claim to be the guests of our Lingxiao Holy Land, why don't you come to my banner and have a chat with me, so as to show our hospitality as hosts? After saying that, the Human Emperor banner emitted gusts of evil wind that swept across everyone. It stood proudly in the air, accurately avoiding its own people and enveloping all the powerful men of the Furu sect. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming suction force swept out. The evil wind sounded like the howling of a wild beast. Even the strong men in the Emperor realm had their feet slowly leaving the ground, unable to control themselves and being absorbed by the terrifying suction of the Human Emperor banner. They were shocked and terrified, looking at the evil flag getting closer and closer to them, with the hairs on their bodies standing up. If they were allowed to enter when the Hongmeng purple energy enveloped the flag just now, perhaps they could have considered it, but now, with black smoke billowing out from above and the biting cold striking at their nerves, how could they dare to go in? But how could they resist the terror of the Human Emperor banner? After a brief struggle, the figures of all the strong men disappeared. The Human Emperor banner seemed to be full and burped with black air. It slowly fell down and stood beside Gu Wuchen. The treasure of the Son of God is truly terrifying. An elder from the Holy Land couldn't help but sigh. His own cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Emperor realm. If he were in their place, he would probably not be able to resist that terrifying flag at all. Be careful, are you allowed to talk about the Son of God's treasures at will? Holy Lord Ling Tian reprimanded the elder unhappily, and the latter woke up immediately. He looked at Gu Wuchen in fear, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was still busy devouring and ignoring him. At this moment, Gu Wuchen had really reached the critical moment of swallowing. He didn't even bother to take back the Human Emperor banner, and concentrated all his energy on exerting the devouring power of the heaven-swallowing divine body. Ouyang Qingyun gritted his teeth and made his final struggle under his hands. After all, he is the son of destiny, with perseverance beyond that of ordinary people. He clings to the divine body so that it does not leave his body, hoping to gain a glimmer of hope and despair. Gu Wuchen's palm power gradually increased, and Ouyang Qingyun's head was almost deformed. Words that hurt his soul kept coming out of his mouth. Since I arrived here and met you, everything about you seems as ridiculous as a clown in front of me. You asked me to give you the auspicious beast and promised me to reach the quasi-emperor realm in the future. Do you know what realm the supreme god you mentioned just now, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, is in? He is a quasi-emperor who possesses 3 different great ways. And he can only be my watchdog. Chapter 28, Defy Fate and Change Destiny. Thunder Tribulation appears. The quasi-emperor may be an irresistible temptation in your eyes, but to me, it is worthless. Get up for me. Gu Wuchen's tone became heavier and heavier, his expression stern, and his full strength at the peak of the king realm was unleashed. Combined with the heaven-devouring divine body and the magic sutra of creation, all their power gathered at one point, frantically tearing apart the great Fortune Dao body and Ouyang Qingyun's body. A huge whirlwind swept across the Holy Lord Peak of the entire Lingxiao Holy Land. Even the Lord of the Holy Lord Peak and others could not help but secretly smack their lips in amazement at the true strength of the Son of God and silently took a few steps back. Impossible, impossible. At this moment, Ouyang Qingyun no longer looked like a human being. His entire body was covered in blood, without a single piece of healthy skin. He didn't believe what Gu Wuchen said at all, because no one can resist the temptation of the quasi-emperor, not even the people from the lower realm can do so, and even the people from the upper realm cannot do so. As for what Gu Wuchen said about the purple unicorn at the quasi-emperor level becoming someone else's watchdog, he kept hypnotizing himself that the other party was lying to scare him in order to break his Taoist heart and take the opportunity to seize his divine body. He stared at Gu Wuchen as he looked at him as if he were a dead person. Keep it firmly in mind, I possess one of the most terrifying physiques in the world. There is no way I will die today, absolutely not. Despair, unwillingness, pain, and the instinct for survival came together and turned into a hysterical cry. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in golden light. The Hongyun Dao body, which had been mostly pulled out of Gu Wuchen's body, instantly became extremely stable and was no longer pulled out. It even had a tendency to faintly return to Ouyang Qingyun's body. In front of Gu Wuchen, Ouyang Qingyun's new attribute panel appeared. Name: Ouyang Qingyun. Identity: young leader of the Furue divine religion, son of leader Ouyang Wanli. Age: 26. Personality: manic, crazy, irritable. Realm: 7th level of Tongshan realm. 9th level of Tongshan realm. Fengwang realm. Constitution: good luck Taoist constitution, about to be perfected. Fate: son of destiny, defy fate and change destiny. Magic weapons: auspicious teaching whip, black iron heavy armor. There are so many changes? Gu Wuchen was slightly startled. The panel in front of him was completely different from what he had seen before. It can be said that there is a world of difference, not to mention the change in character. Just talking about his cultivation, in just less than half a quarter of an hour, he had reached the Fengwang realm from the 7th level of the Tongshan realm, and the Hongyun Dao body has also grown from the initial small success to the imminent great success. Finally, the fate of the son of destiny changes from good fortune to terrifying destiny, turning the world around. What does he want to change? What could a mere child of destiny like him do to change the world? The answer is obvious. Ouyang Qingyun wants to reverse the situation where he will devour him and die. So this is the terrifying thing about the child of destiny. Gu Wuchen sighed. Their strength does not only lie in the constant opportunities and adventures, but most importantly in their ability to unleash extraordinary potential when faced with difficult situations, achieving the effect of nirvana and rebirth. Can. Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes and looked at Ouyang Qingyun, whose cultivation level had skyrocketed and barely reached the king realm. He felt that the other party's breakthrough was not enough. Even if he is at the king realm, in his hands, he is just like an ant, and there is not much difference between him and the profound passage realm. I am this way. Can it really achieve the effect of turning the tide? Despite his doubts, Gu Wuchen still trusted the system's judgment very much, since he can come up with the phrase turn the world around. Ouyang Qingyun will definitely take bigger actions. Next moment, boom, there was an explosion in the sky, and countless black clouds covered the area. The entire Lingxiao Holy Land became extremely depressing in an instant. It's Jia Yun. Who is going through the tribulation? Has someone broken through to the Emperor realm? But why did you choose to survive the tribulation in Saint Master Peak? Aren't you afraid of destroying the place? The disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land stood in their positions and looked towards the direction of Holy Lord Peak. Filled with surprise, they all knew that only when one breaks through from the peak of the king realm to the emperor realm will one be attracted by the thunder tribulation, and if one survives it one can become a strong person in the emperor realm. Therefore, they were all discussing privately which elder in the king realm was breaking through and was so bold as to choose to undergo the tribulation at the Saint Lord Peak, on the Holy Main Peak. Compared to the disciples, Holy Lord Lingxiao and the other peak masters seemed even more surprised. They have learned a lot today. There was actually someone who broke through from the Tongshan realm to the Fengwang realm and attracted a thunder tribulation. This is a unique occurrence in the history of the entire continent, but it appeared right in front of them, so naturally, after coming to his senses, Holy Lord Lingxiao quickly opened his mouth to remind him, Son of God, I don't know how Ouyang Qingyun brought about the thunder tribulation. Please stay out of his way for now. It won't be too late to kill him after the thunder tribulation is over. Faced with the reminder from Saint Lord Lingxiao, Gu Wuchen remained unmoved. He just silently looked at the calamity clouds that were constantly gathering in the sky and fell into deep thought that he knew that what the Holy Lord said was right. Generally speaking, one would choose to endure the thunder tribulation in an uninhabited place. If he were to participate in the thunder tribulation, the power of the thunder tribulation would increase by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. Throughout history, there has never been a case of two or more people undergoing a tribulation at the same time. If there is only one result. That means that all those who are undergoing the tribulation will die and be completely annihilated in this thunder tribulation. Moreover, if you choose to kill a person before he is about to pass the thunder tribulation, it will anger the will of heaven, and the thunder tribulation will shift its target until it kills that person. Therefore, the thunder tribulation that Ouyang Qingyun attracted during this period of time was, in a sense, a direct manifestation of defying the will of heaven and changing one's fate, turning the world around. Ha 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 ha. In my ears, I heard Ouyang Qingyun's wild laughter. His face was full of crazy joy, as if he was mocking Gu Wuchen's cowardice. Are you scared? Since you are afraid, just go away. Wait until I have survived the thunder tribulation, and then we will settle the matter. After Ouyang Qingyun finished speaking, he dragged his seriously injured body and limped to the side to face the thunder tribulation alone. It seemed that he also didn't want to go through the tribulation with others. Son of God, don't be impulsive. The reminder from Holy Lord Lingxiao came again. This thief is already at the end of his strength. Judging from his condition, it is impossible for him to survive the thunder tribulation. Letting him die under this thunderbolt may be the best outcome. If we were to say who is the most nervous among the people present, it would be Saint Lingxiao himself. As long as Gu Wuchen is taken care of well during his years of training in the lower realm and is not allowed to suffer any harm, then with his merits, he will surely be brought to the upper realm by the Gu family, and his future achievements will be limitless. On the contrary, if Gu Wuchen was hurt, or if he did something that made him dissatisfied, he would be doomed even if he died, under the nervous gaze of Saint Lord Lingxiao and a group of peak masters. Gu Wuchen revealed a meaningful smile, and then walked towards Ouyang Qingyun step by step. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? It's just a small thunder tribulation. Besides, it's only a thunder tribulation for the king and emperor realms. Even if it's a thunder tribulation for the supreme unbroken realms, it's nothing more than a breeze on my face. Chapter 29. Let's fight the thunder together. Others may not be able to predict the results of the thunder tribulation, but Gu Wuchen can definitely guess it. That is Ouyang Qingyun who successfully broke through to the king level, and it is not an ordinary king level. Coupled with his great luck and Taoist body, it is not an exaggeration to say that he has been reborn. And, looking up at the sky, it seemed as if there were clouds of thunder and lightning that would fall at any time, but Gu Wuchen did not feel a trace of panic in his heart. He has mastered a great way. The great Tao can only be mastered by those who are stronger than the quasi-emperor. In other words, he is using the means of the quasi-emperor to fight against the thunder tribulation of the king realm. Simply put, it is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken or using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. It's easy. Did Gu Wuchen walk towards Ouyang Qingyun, who was also the center of the thunder tribulation, with light steps. He looked calm, as if he was doing something insignificant. On the other hand, Ouyang Qingyun's smile froze and his breathing suddenly became rapid. What are you doing? Don't come over here. This is a thunder tribulation, you are going to die. He could no longer mock Gu Wuchen as he did before, because at that time he was sure that the other party would not dare to attack him, and even if he did, it would be after the thunder tribulation. But I never thought that the other party would be so desperate. If you walk into the range of your own thunder tribulation head on, will you have to fight to the point of mutual destruction and death? You asked me to come here. I'm a good person. If someone invites me, I will definitely go. Gu Wuchen walked straight to within 5 feet of Ouyang Qingyun before stopping. He spoke as if he were an old friend, and did not seem like the villain who had attempted to seize the other's divine body just a second ago. Ahem, you. Ouyang Qingyun was speechless. He knew his own situation very well. If he had to go through the tribulation alone, he had at least a 40% to 50% chance of making it through. After he gets through it, with the power of the great completion of the Hongyun Dao body, he will most likely be able to escape danger, hide his identity from then on, and come back for revenge when his strength reaches a certain level. But I didn't expect that I would be mocked by the other party just because of a few sarcastic remarks. He actually barged into his own thunder tribulation like a fool. Is this still the Son of God? This guy is a fucking idiot. Before he could think about it, the calamity clouds in the sky became denser and denser, and finally reached the peak. A purple thunderbolt as thick as a bucket split into two, rushing towards Gu Wuchen and Ouyang Qingyun respectively. Damn it! Ouyang Qingyun cursed inwardly, took out his own magic weapon, the Furu teaching whip, dragged his seriously injured body, and whipped the thunder in the sky. The whip hit the thunder tribulation, making a crackling sound, but it only lasted for a moment. The thunder tribulation broke through the whip's obstruction, and the remaining nearly 2/3 of its power blasted straight towards Ouyang Qingyun himself. Boom! It stirred up a large cloud of dust and smashed his entire body into the pit, making his already seriously injured body even worse. His left and right arms were broken and hung on his shoulders, even one of his eyes was blown off, and there was no complete part of his body. Looking at Gu Wuchen again, a lightning strike of the same power struck in front of him, but he did not make any move, and even closed his eyes, allowing the lightning to strike him. Instead of being injured and dying as expected, he mysteriously entered Gu Wuchen's body and turned into nutrients to feed his heaven-devouring divine body. Phew, it feels so good. Gu Wuchen's spirits lifted. The thunder tribulation was even more cool than he had imagined. It's almost the same as practicing together with Hua Lianer. After the cleansing of Shuei's spirit body, his whole body was baptized by heavenly thunder. Lightning light appeared faintly on the meridians, making the meridians more resilient. Slowly opening his eyes, Gu Wuchen looked around and kindly asked Ouyang Qingyun, who was only breathing his last breath. I say, you must not die. I have already reserved your lucky body. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qingyun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Great luck, Dao body. So, you have already discovered it. He covered his chest with his hands and spoke word by word. Only at this point did he realize that the other party had been eyeing his divine body from the very beginning, and not just discovering it later. What he called exchanging for the auspicious beast, in the eyes of the other party, was nothing more than a divine body given away for free. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat relieved. Now the two of them were bearing the thunder tribulation together. Even if he were in his prime, it would be difficult for him to successfully survive it, let alone escape safely after surviving it. Whatever, he suddenly smiled coldly, opened his bloody, toothless mouth, and said loudly, in that case, let my lucky body be completely destroyed by the thunder. If you want to take it away, I can only say that it is wishful thinking. As he finished speaking, he no longer supported his body, which was about to collapse, and lay straight in the pit with his face facing the sky, staring at the second thunderbolt that was about to come down from the sky without any resistance. Hurry up, come down quickly, let me die in the thunder, which will be my last wish. Don't let that thief succeed. At the same time, outside the thunder tribulation, Holy Lord Lingxiao and a group of peak masters were extremely anxious. Holy Lord, what should we do? Although the Son of God can easily withstand the first thunderbolt, what should we do after that? You must know that the power of the subsequent thunderbolts will increase exponentially. Yes, we must find a way to stop it. Holy Lord, please think of a solution quickly. Stop arguing, I'm more anxious than you. The Holy Lord waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the words of the peak masters. Then he took out a jade slip, and after a brief hesitation, he crushed it with one hand. Alas, it seems that you can't escape my punishment after all, he muttered to himself and looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something to happen. Upper realm, the eternal realm, longevity and family care, the leader of the 5 ancient families, the absolute overlord level force in the upper realm. At this moment, in a solemn and dignified hall filled with fairy air, a man and a woman seemed to be arguing about something. The woman carried a long sword on her back and wore an exquisite sword robe. She looked very heroic, but at this moment her face was full of worry. It's been more than a year, and I don't know how Chun'er is doing in the lower world. If I had known, I shouldn't have married into the Gu family. She kept pacing in the hall, looking from time to time at the man sitting in the main seat who was intimidating without even getting angry and didn't say a word. The more she looked, the angrier she became. Hey, madam, you have been cultivating in the sword tomb for a year. Why are you still so irritable? Gu Jiushang put down the book in his hand and sighed helplessly. Ever since their son Gu Wuchen followed the ancestral teachings of the Gu family and went to the lower world to hone his mind, his wife Morongyang was so angry that she went straight back to her parents' home to protest. So, just after returning home for a year of meditation, he could no longer suppress his longing for his son, and hurried back to question him. He rubbed his aching forehead and comforted him. Chun'er went to the lower realm, not the 10,000 demons cave. How could there be danger? Besides, he has the treasures your father secretly gave him to protect him. Even if he stands still and lets others kill him, it is impossible to kill him. Even if the emperor himself comes. Before he could finish his words, a maid suddenly rushed in from outside the door, her face full of panic. Master, mistress, something big has happened. Chapter 30, Shangshenggu family, a single stone caused 1,000 ripples. The maid suddenly rushed in, causing Gu Jiushang and Morongyang's faces to change at the same time. They knew that the maid in front of them was responsible for reporting all matters concerning their son Gu Wuchen in the lower world. The big incident she mentioned must be related to their son, especially Gu Jiushang. With a bang, the dragon throne made of 9-day black iron was shattered to pieces in an instant. In addition, he himself is in the realm of the great emperor, an absolute overlord in the upper realm, and the wrath he unintentionally exudes can be felt by almost the entire eternal Dao realm. Countless big and small families, strong men from various sects, all looked nervously into the distance, the approximate area where the Gu family was located. My heart is shaking. How many years? Who dares to bring bad luck to the Gu family? I hope they won't be involved. Inside the main hall, just when Gu Jiushang was about to ask, Morong Yunj came to the maid first and asked nervously what happened. Is it related to my son? Yes, ma'am, the maid replied breathlessly afterwards. He told all the information coming from the underworld. It mainly includes the incident where Gu Wuchen took the initiative to walk into someone else's thunder tribulation in Lingxiao Holy Land. The Holy Lord of Lingxiao Holy Land was afraid that the young master would be in danger, so he sent out a distress signal. After hearing what the maid said, Morong Yunj's uneasy mood calmed down a little and he breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jiushang also dissipated his terrifying imperial power, and the entire eternal Dao realm returned to peace. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary thunder tribulation, and he was not surrounded by many powerful emperors. Not a big problem. But, after waving away the maid, Morong Yunj suddenly came to Gu Jiushang with his hands on his hips, angrily stretched out his white jade-like palm, and pinched Gu Jiushang's ear. What did I just say? Your Gu family's so-called ancestral precepts are totally unnecessary. Look, our son was almost in danger. If my father hadn't listened to my advice and sent so many people to save my son's life, this incident would have been a big problem. Ouch, it hurts, stop pulling, I am the head of the Gu family after all, give me some face. Ouch. Gu Jiushang was being pulled so hard that his teeth were bared, looking so embarrassed. As a man with terrifying cultivation in the great emperor realm, he was being pulled by the ear by a woman in the broken realm without any regard for his face, but he did not dare to resist at all. There was even a flattering look on his face. There's nothing I can do, after all she's his wife. Or is it the female sword fairy that he had pursued decades ago, at great cost, with countless means? At the same time, I was silently complaining in my heart, it's not like he hasn't given his son a life-saving trump card before, which is much more than what her father gave her. If he wasn't afraid that the space ring wouldn't be able to hold it, he might have given him even more. Do you feel the pain now? Our son has gone through so much suffering in the underworld. Your pain is nothing compared to that. Morong Yunj still held Gu Jiushang's ears tightly. Tell me, what should we do about this? We can't just leave our son alone in the underworld. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you can't keep your ears today. As he spoke, he twisted his fingers clockwise twice, completely deforming his ear. Okay, I'll listen to you, madam. I'll do whatever you say. Is that okay? At this time, Gu Jiushang finally understood that his wife came back to see him, this time with preparation. It was just a coincidence that I encountered the distress signal from the Holy Lord Lingxiao in the lower world, and I took advantage of the situation to make a request to myself. That's more like it. After hearing this, Morong Yunj let go of his hand with satisfaction and rubbed his ears considerately. How is it? Does it still hurt? How about I give you a blow job? Gu Jiushang's old face rarely turned red. He was not afraid of anything except his little wife, who would use both soft and hard tactics on him and had him under her complete control. Ahem. Let's talk about this later when we return to the palace. Madam, please talk about our son first. Seeing her husband's shy look, Morong Yunj laughed so hard that her body shook. He, look at you, you are already an old married couple, but you are still so shy. Well, let's talk about my son first. After saying that, she clapped her hands, and a woman wearing a veil and walking lightly walked in from outside the door. Although her face was covered by a veil, the temperament revealed in her every move was simply incomparable to that of ordinary people. It was a feeling that men could not resist. As soon as she entered the door, she bowed gracefully. Disciple Gu Chensi pays homage to Master, Grandmaster, get up. There's no need for so much etiquette when there are no outsiders around. Morong Yunj waved his hand lightly and lifted the woman up from below. Chensi, I asked you to come here this time. You should be able to guess what I mean? After thinking for a moment, Gu Chensi nodded slightly, and a clear and pleasant voice came out of her mouth. Master, I guess it's because of the young master's matter. Good. Morong Yunj nodded in appreciation. Chun'er is alone in the lower world. As a mother, I am very worried. So you will go to the lower world on my behalf and temporarily serve as, the guardian. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Without any hesitation, Gu Chensi agreed. Well, then go and prepare yourself, go to the elder, and set off to the lower realm where Chun'er is today. Yes. Gu Chensi bowed and prepared to leave, but when she walked to the door and her delicate hand was about to touch the door handle, Moron Yunja's voice came from behind again. Oh yeah, I heard some rumors recently. It is said that the third young master of the Tang family and the young master of the Joyo Palace were jealous of you and fought each other. As a result, the third young master of the Tang family even broke an arm. The two families are on the verge of a war. This matter, before he finished speaking, Gu Chensi's shoulders trembled slightly, and then he immediately turned around and knelt down again. Master, I only found out about this afterwards. I have never had any contact with those two. The only time we met was at the birthday banquet of our master. Hey, I don't mean to blame you. Moron Yunj came to Gu Chensi, helped her up personally, and even reached out to smooth her slightly messy veil with pity, and said earnestly, Chensi, you are the only disciple I have ever accepted. Over the years, I have treated you as my own daughter and have devoted all my efforts to training you. But, even so, in my heart, Shunner will always be the first. His innate bones are not good, which is my fault. I am willing to pay any price to make up for it, even if the price is you. Can you understand what I mean? Chapter 31 Swallowing, the Great Luck Taoist Body. In the Fushui realm, Lingxiao Holy Land, on the Holy Lord Peak. At this moment, thunder was rumbling in the sky and the thunderclouds had accumulated to a terrifying level. Even the strongest people who have reached the peak of the Emperor realm could not help but tremble in their hearts. Under the thunder from the sky, there were two figures. One was Ouyang Qingyun, who looked ashen and was just waiting for the heavenly calamity to end his life. The other was Gu Wuchen, who felt comfortable all over and was expecting the thunder from the sky to come and devour him. Die in full view of everyone, Gu Wuchen walked to Ouyang Qingyun's side, raised his hand and emitted a suction force, sucking him out of the depression. His palm pressed firmly on Ouyang Qingyun's crown again. Unfortunately, your last reliance, the heavenly tribulation, doesn't seem to be able to fulfill your wish. After Gu Wuchen finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense and activated his heaven-devouring divine body. A tall and dark figure appeared behind it. It had no face, but as long as anyone dared to look directly at it, a deep fear would emerge from the bottom of their hearts. That's all. I'll accept your great fortune, Dao body. Come. A loud shout, the meridians and bones in Ouyang Qingyun's body were shattered. The Hongyun Dao body, which was about to be completed, was being pulled out frantically by Gu Wuchen. The dark figure behind him also followed Gu Wuchen, raised a dark arm, and devoured the Hongyun Dao body together. No! Ouyang Qingyun wailed, feeling the physique he was so proud of slowly leaving him, a deep feeling of powerlessness looming over his heart. Sizzle sizzle. At this time, the calamity clouds in the sky were about to condense into a second heavenly thunder, which was even more terrifying than the first one, and more unbearable. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Qingyun's desperate expression suddenly turned into a smile. He laughed crazily. Ah, Gu Wuchen, you've used all your energy to devour my Taoist body. I wonder if you still have the energy to resist the impending thunderbolt. Now, he and Gu Wuchen are standing together, so the two heavenly thunders will surely strike Gu Wuchen at the same time. He doesn't believe that the other party can resist the two heavenly thunders at the same time while multitasking. Don't worry about that. Gu Wuchen increased the suction force again, and in a blink of an eye, most of the Hongyun Dao body had been sucked out by him. Success might only take a moment. The thunder from the sky finally condensed and fell like a torrential rain. This time, the heavenly thunder did not split into two, but countless small heavenly thunders condensed into one point and smashed hard towards the position where Gu Wuchen was. Humph, the thunder tribulation is too weak. Gu Wuchen snorted coldly, raised his left arm, and the great force covered his palm, smashing it precisely at the sweeping thunder. Boom! The deafening sound caused brief tinnitus to occur in the ears of everyone in the Lingxiao Holy Land. They didn't know what was happening, they only knew that it was the power of heavenly thunder, something that ordinary people could not resist at all. Holy Lord Lingxiao and the Peak Masters were even more nervous. They saw Gu Wuchen's body resisting the heavenly calamity and broke out in cold sweat, but there was nothing they could do. After all, if they get involved, the power of the thunder will be even greater. At that time, they will be doomed to death. And when Tianlei and Gu Wuchen's fists collided, revealing the original scene, they opened their mouths wide, rubbed their eyes hard, and looked at this scene in disbelief. At this moment, Gu Wuchen, like a god of war, stood right below the center of the thunder. His left fist was faintly covered with the light of the avenue, and as for the thunder, where is the thunder? Yes, it's just the lightning factor in the air that is slowly dissipating. At the Same time, the absorption of the Hongyun Dao body was nearing completion. As Ouyang Qingyun twitched violently, he completely collapsed to the ground, and a milky white halo emerged from his body. It was full of holiness and brilliance, and it quietly appeared in front of Gu Wuchen. Such pure energy. Much better than Shiao Sheran's sword bone. After sighing, Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes and swallowed the halo transformed from the Hongyun Dao body in front of him into his body. Almost instantly, Gu Wuchen felt a feeling he had never experienced before. It is a feeling of being blessed by heaven and having one's destiny recognized, but Gu Wuchen had no interest in this at all. He is a villain. What do you need God's favor for? With almost no hesitation, he swallowed up everything that came with the Hongyun Dao body, leaving only the purest energy to become nourishment for the Tian divine body. In this way, he will have the good fortune and luck brought by the great luck Taoist body, and will not be interfered with by the laws of nature or fate. After doing all this, the third thunder was brewing, as if it would strike at any time, but Gu Wuchen obviously no longer had the patience to play with Tianlei anymore. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he casually took out a big knife whose name he couldn't tell from his space ring. The great wave of strength penetrated into it, and he stood in place, slashing fiercely towards the thunder in the sky. A flash of knife light emerged from the big knife and slashed straight towards the calamity cloud in the sky. Just like cutting tofu, the calamity cloud was split in half from the middle. But this is not the end yet. The sword light displayed by the great way of power is extremely domineering. It is invincible, and the sword marks left by slashing at the calamity cloud extend infinitely outwards. But in a moment, the calamity cloud exploded inch by inch, and thunder and lightning were raging in the sky. It could no longer condense a complete thunder calamity. As the sword light passed through, it dissipated little by little, returning to the original clear sky. He silently put away the sword, and before Gu Wuchen could make the next move, a bead with lightning fell directly from the sky, from the place where the calamity cloud had just been. This is? Gu Wuchen held the thunder bead in his hand and recalled a book he had read in the Gu family's scripture library when he was a child. It was recorded above that among the ancestors of the Gu family, there were many amazing people, some of whom were able to split the calamity clouds with their own bodies. However, when the calamity cloud is split open, there is an extremely small probability that the origin of the thunder calamity will be struck out, and it will be born in the form of a round bead. But the Gu family did not record its specific effect, because the probability was too small, so small that it could be ignored. Gu Wuchen understood in his heart that the reason why he had such good luck and struck out the lightning bead was thanks to Ouyang Qingyun's Hongyun Dao body, tripping over rare treasures while walking, or accidentally drinking a panacea while drinking water. This is no joke. Under his feet, Ouyang Qingyun only had one breath left, and he was breathing out more than breathing in, and he kept groaning in pain. After devouring his Hongyun Dao body, Ouyang Qingyun was no longer of any value at this moment. The only thing he had was the reward given by the system after his death. It's over. Gu Wuchen muttered silently, and a nameless flame emerged from his fingertips and touched Ouyang Qingyun's forehead. Call. A raging fire began to burn. Ouyang Qingyun's life, body, and soul completely dissipated. Chapter 32. Activate new features. Then, the system prompt sound rang in my ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Destiny, Ouyang Qingyun. Obtained the qualification for 100 consecutive draws in the system mall. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden condition, killing the Son of Destiny twice in 3 days, and obtaining the title of Destiny Villain. Reward: Xianyuan Chen Kuan Bao, Red. Obtain all items of Ouyang Qingyun, the Son of Destiny, Auspicious Teaching Whip, Mysterious Ice Jade Marrow, 5 Element Stone and other 2,376 treasures. Can be recycled in the mall and exchanged for mall gold coins. Detect that the host has successfully devoured the divine body of the Son of Destiny, the body of Hongyun Dao, triggering hidden rewards and activating the function of detecting traces of the Son of Destiny. Ding. The remaining chances of Ouyang Qingyun, the Son of Destiny, 6. Summon the Qilin, the divine beast from the upper realm, and be led into the upper realm. Destroyed, Xianyu Mountains, Yu Clan Ruins, a lonely ancient family, a fruit of great fortune. Xianyu Mountains, an ancient clan family? Seeing these two names, Gu Wuchen was slightly surprised. Both the Thousand Feather Mountains and the ancient clan existed in the upper realm. In other words, the opportunities after Ouyang Qingyun did not exist in the small Fushui realm. Come to think of it, according to the normal plot, after summoning the Qilin, Ouyang Qingyun was led into the upper realm. After that, relying on his destiny, he had constant opportunities in the upper realm and finally became the emperor. It's a pity that I met myself in advance. Let's look at the specific description of the opportunity. He was not interested in the Feather Clan ruins, but this great fortune fruit aroused his strong interest. Hongyun Avenue is one of the top avenues among the 3,000 avenues. When this fruit comes into the world, even their Changshenggu family cannot choose to ignore it and will do their best to fight for it. It can be imagined that if Ouyang Qingyun had not died prematurely, and had obtained the Hongyun Dao fruit in the future and achieved the Dao of an emperor, he would have been more powerful than an ordinary emperor. Afterwards, Gu Wuchen set his sights on the 2,376 treasures, his eyes moving slightly. Good job. Even though he was the son of God of the Gu family, he couldn't help but sigh at Ouyang Qingyun's wealth. You have to know that he is just a young leader of a lower world force, but he possesses so many treasures by himself. I'm afraid the good things his father has are not even 1% of what his son has. I think it was also the credit of Hongyun Daodi. I estimated that all the treasures within hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the Furu divine sect had been plundered by him. Finally, Gu Wuchen looked at the newly activated functions of the system. System, what does this function of detecting traces of the child of destiny mean? Trace detection function, active. The host can check any person or object to see if they have had any intersection with the child of destiny who is still alive, so as to better find the child of destiny. The introduction was very brief but very practical, and Gu Wuchen understood its meaning immediately. That is, he could use the system to check a person at random, and if the child of destiny had any contact with him, he would be discovered. And if you check an object that has been used by the child of destiny or has been imbued with an aura, it will still be discovered. It can be said that with this function, finding the child of destiny becomes much easier. Meow? The sound of suddenly interrupted Gu Wuchen's thoughts. He saw it rubbing his furry head against him, as if it wanted to say something. What's wrong with you? Is there something you want to tell me? Meow nodded humanely, then looked at the thunder bead in Gu Wuchen's hand and licked his lips unconsciously. You want it? Holding up the thunder bead, Gu Wuchen asked tentatively. Meow nodded frantically, drooling, and stretched out a claw, trying to hook the thunder bead. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen gave the thunder bead to. Rather than leaving it with him and not knowing what to do with it, it would be better to give it to satisfy her craving, because he had already felt it. There was no so-called great way of thunder in the thunder pearl. It was just a pearl containing strong thunder attributes, which had little effect on him. After getting the master's consent, S eyes lit up, and she swallowed the whole thunder bead in one gulp. In an instant, the hair all over his body exploded, accompanied by a faint electric light, and the aura also grew upwards little by little. Afterwards, it shook its head, and its body gradually shrank until it became the size of a palm. With a whoosh, it dived into Gu Wuchen's arms. Soon, the sound of snoring could be heard from inside. You little fellow. Shaking his head helplessly, Gu Wuchen didn't say anything more and just let it go. Moreover, ever since he devoured the great Fortune Dao body, he felt that was closer to him. But he still remembered that Ouyang Qingyun once said that people with the great luck Taoist body could feed the auspicious beast with their own great luck aura, which could enable the auspicious beast to break through to the great emperor realm within 100 years. Could it be that if Cici sleeps in my arms for 100 years, she can become an emperor? At this moment, Gu Wuchen even envied this little guy. Unlike himself, he had to work hard to hunt lambs to be slaughtered. After Ouyang Qingyun's death, Holy Lord Lingxiao was not idle. He immediately ordered an encirclement and suppression of the Furu divine sect's headquarters, not letting any living creature go. At this time, Gu Wuchen was sitting in the residence of the Son of God, leaning back leisurely in a recliner, studying the newly enabled functions of the system while enjoying the attentive service of the maid beside him. Sir Son of God, this grape is big and tender. Come open your mouth. Lu Ruyan picked up a grape with her slender jade fingers and put it into Gu Wuchen's mouth. Ever since Shiao Sheran was brutally murdered that day, Lu Ruyan finally understood how to walk the right path in the future. As long as she could serve the Son of God in front of her well, her future would be immeasurable. Next to her was Lu Xinyue, who looked a little hurried and flustered. She had already made proper arrangements for the Mitian sword sect, which would from now on become one of the subordinate forces of the Lingxiao Holy Land. Although we will be subject to others' control, at least safety is guaranteed. At this moment, she felt anxious and shy as she watched Lu Ruyan serving her master very naturally. After all, she had been practicing for countless years and had always held a high position. She was a well-known figure both in the sect and in the outside world. How could she have ever done such a servile thing to serve a man? She tried to learn to pick up a grape and put it to Gu Wuchen's mouth, but when the words, "Master, please speak," came to her lips, she became hesitant. The Lord opened his mouth. Opening his eyes, Gu Wuchen looked at Lu Xingyue, whose pretty face was flushed and incoherent, and said with a gloomy face, "You are not a maid like me. Could it be that you regret not wanting to be my maid?" Hearing this, Lu Xinyue's heart trembled. Not to mention the horror of Lingxiao Holy Land, even Gu Wuchen in front of her had a much deeper cultivation than hers. If she disobeyed him, she didn't even dare to think about the consequences. She remembered vividly what happened to Shiao Sheran that day. "Your servant, I dare not. It is my greatest honor to be the master's maid." "Then do you know what you need to do as a personal maid?" I know, master." "Okay then." Gu Wuchen stood up from the recliner, waved his hand, and temporarily sent Lu Rian away. Then he squatted down, pinched Lu Xinyue's delicate chin, slid his fingers slowly, and said, "You should be familiar with your physique. It is called Xianyin Holy Body. I don't need to explain its effects. Right now, I'm stuck at the peak of the King realm, so I can use you to help me practice and break through to the Emperor realm." "In that case, do I need to be more straightforward?" No need, I understand." Lu Xinyue half knelt on the ground, seeming to have accepted her fate. With slightly trembling hands, she lifted up her skirt and slowly took it off. Chapter 33: The Real Thunder Tribulation. The 9-day mysterious thunder tribulation. Everything returned to calm. I don't know how much time has passed. As a loud shout was heard from the Son of God's residence, a large cloud of disaster suddenly covered the sky. Thunder tribulation in the Emperor realm. The first thunder tribulation experienced by a cultivator. Gu Wuchen had already arrived in the sky, standing with his hands behind his back, completely fearless of the impending thunder tribulation. He is probably the only one who has survived 2 thunderstorms in one day. This time's thunder tribulation was many times more powerful than the one he and Ouyang Qingyun had experienced together. After all, at that time, Ouyang Qingyun attracted the thunder tribulation of the King realm, and he himself was only at the peak of the King realm and had not reached the Emperor realm. The combination of the two is far less powerful than the thunder tribulation he is about to face when he enters the Emperor realm. Thousands of miles above the sky, calamity clouds gathered and lightning flashed, as if the entire Fushui world was shaking. Many old monsters who had been meditating in secret places were awakened one after another, spitting out blood and looking at the sky in shock. Their retreat was interrupted and they should have gone berserk, but when they saw the calamity clouds in the sky, they all stopped and their anger turned into gloating. Such a terrible thunder tribulation, and another proud child of heaven is about to perish here. No, since you have interrupted my retreat, I must go and take a look." At that moment, throughout the lower world, countless old monsters in seclusion broke out of the ground and rushed to the Lingxiao Holy Land, determined to see who had the ability to bring about such a terrifying thunder tribulation. At this moment, on the edge of the Son of God peak, Saint Lord Lingxiao and the other peak masters were watching all this with troubled expressions. They are really numb. Couldn't Lord Son of God just calm down for a while and let these old men's hearts relax for 2 or 3 days? How long has it been? I have to go through another calamity, and it is an even more terrifying thunder calamity. Holy Lord, look at this thunder tribulation. Does it look like the 9 heavens' mysterious destruction thunder tribulation mentioned in the records? The oldest and most senior peak master spoke. 9 heavens' mysterious destruction? The Holy Lord frowned slightly, looked at the 9 layers of calamity clouds, and suddenly realized, yes, what is before your eyes is the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder tribulation, which is said to be the nightmare of genius and will cause 100% death. Its characteristic feature is that the calamity cloud is divided into 9 layers, and each layer contains 9 thunder calamities. A total of 81 thunder calamities struck him, and he had never heard of anyone who could survive such a thunder calamity, but now, he still could do nothing. The jade pendant for asking for help from the Gu family in the upper realm had been crushed by him, but he still hadn't seen anyone from the Gu family. Maybe the Son of God still has a trump card and is not afraid of this thunder tribulation? He could only comfort himself in this way. Above Shenzi Peak, the calamity clouds were still gathering, forming a thunder pool inside. Countless thunders gathered into ferocious thunder dragons. They roared, rolled, and even produced a faint divine power. Gu Wuchen stood on the top of the mountain. With a thought, an ancient and majestic divine bow appeared in his hand. It is golden all over, engraved with ancient inscriptions, and emits dazzling light from time to time. It was the Shenyuan Chenkuan bow that exploded after killing Ouyang Qingyun. This time, I'll test your power and see if it's as powerful as the Qiankuan Bao in my memory. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen looked up at the rolling calamity clouds, burning with a burning desire to fight. Hasn't the condensation been completed yet? If there's nothing else, I'll take action first. As if having heard Gu Wuchen's ridicule, Jieyun finally took action. The first bolt of lightning struck down with a loud bang. The lightning as thick as a giant pillar tore through the sky and hit Gu Wuchen's head directly. Good job. Gu Wuchen's eyes flickered. This thunder tribulation was countless times stronger than Ouyang Qingyun's second thunder tribulation. This was the thunder tribulation he wanted. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right hand. The mysterious inscriptions on the bow flickered, and a dazzling arrow was formed in an instant. Originally, with Gu Wuchen's current strength, it is not enough to pull the Shenyuan Qiankuan Bao, but don't forget that he has mastered the Great Way of Power. With the bonus of the Great Way of Strength, the Shenyuan Qiankuan Bao was pulled to the full moon. One arrow from Qiankuan, destroy it. The arrow turned into a golden light that pierced through the sky and earth, and rushed straight towards the thunder. The two collided, causing an earth-shattering roar. The horrifying heavenly calamity was torn apart by the arrows and turned into countless tiny lightning bolts that dissipated in the air. The calamity cloud seemed to be enraged by this, rolling even more violently, and an even more terrifying thunder dragon was quickly condensing. Holy Lord, how confident are you that you can resist the arrow just now? The terrifying power of the arrows could be felt clearly even by Saint Lord Lingxiao and others who were far away. The Holy Lord was even more frightened. In fact, his strength had already broken through the Emperor realm and reached a realm that only those who set foot in the upper realm could reach. But even so, facing Gu Wuchen's arrow, he had no confidence at all. He just shook his head slowly and said, the power of the Son of God is not something we can contend with. Let's put it this way, if I ask you to stand in a line to block it, I'm afraid that arrow will string you all together in an instant. At the very least, you will lose all your cultivation. At the worst, your soul will be shattered. Hiss. After hearing this, all the peak masters took a breath of cold air and took a step back, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Fortunately, they are in the same group as the Son of God. As he was sighing, the second thunder had already fallen. It was even more ferocious and huge, carrying a sense of destruction, roaring towards the figure standing still in the sky. Yes, this is more like a thunder tribulation. Gu Wuchen laughed loudly and drew the bow again, but this time, two Qiankuan arrows condensed on the bow, each of which was endowed with the power to destroy the world. Go ahead. The two arrows turned into two golden lights and flew straight towards the thunder dragon transformed by the second thunder tribulation. They collided with each other in an instant, bursting out with dazzling light, as if the entire world was swallowed up by this light. The thunder dragon let out a miserable wail, and was then pierced by two arrows and nailed in mid-air. The thunder dragon twisted its body restlessly, but it was unable to escape from the arrow. With every movement of the body, the power of thunder in its body dissipated a little. In just a moment, the huge thunder dragon disappeared completely. However, the heavenly tribulation has not ended, but has just begun. The third thunderbolt came down at an extremely fast speed, faster than the speed of lightning. Gu Wuchen drew his bow and arrow, and correspondingly, 3 arrows condensed and poured out. 3 arrows fired at once, boom, the fourth thunder tribulation, 4 arrows. The 27th thunder tribulation, 27 arrows, on the outskirts of Lingxiao Holy Land. As time went by, more and more powerful people gathered. They did not dare to enter the Holy Land, but it did not affect watching from outside. After all, the power of the heavenly calamity cannot be blocked by the sect protection formation. Who is going through the tribulation so bravely? Similar questions are asked repeatedly by many powerful people outside. The answer we get is unity. I have no idea. Chapter 34 Gu Chensi arrives, the unreasonable female swordsman. In a blink of an eye, the 72 thunder tribulations brought down by the 8 layers of calamity clouds before the 9 heavens mysterious thunder tribulation all ended. The once magnificent Shenzi Peak had now been razed to the ground. Only a determined figure stood high in the sky, holding a longbow. Without any sign of retreat, the 9th and final layer of calamity clouds was brewing slowly. It even absorbed the first 8 layers of calamity clouds, and all of them became one, condensing into the most terrifying calamity cloud. Gu Wuchen had disheveled hair and sharp eyes as he looked up into the sky. The bow in his hand had already been pulled to the full moon, and he was just waiting for the calamity cloud to fall. Then he would condense 73 arrows to respond. At this moment, not far from Lingxiao Holy Land, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. The breath from the upper realm continued to surge out, like a heavy hammer, causing many cultivators who were close to watching Wu Qin transcend the tribulation to suffer serious injuries and spit out blood. Even so, they did not dare to complain at all and quickly retreated dozens of miles, not daring to breathe, and looked nervously at the crack. They knew that this was someone from the upper realm. It's not as powerful as the upper realm. Among these powerful emperors, it is no secret that people from the upper realm descend to the lower realm, but generally speaking, it is done in secret, and it is impossible for such a grand arrival to occur, because the lower world also has its own order. If any force from the upper world descends, wouldn't the entire lower world be in chaos? The most important point is that the underworld is protected by a powerful force. The crack became bigger and bigger until it was big enough for a person to pass through, then it stopped and formed a whole eye in full view of everyone. A slender figure dressed in a white sword robe, carrying a green sword on his back and wearing a veil on his head, walked out of the cave. The person who came was Gu Chensi, who was sent by Gu Wuchen's mother Moron Yunj to protect her son. As soon as she appeared on the stage, the sharp sword energy that unintentionally emanated from her body made the hearts of everyone present tremble. What a terrifying sword power! Who has descended from the upper realm? They asked the question frantically in their hearts, but did not dare to breathe. They lowered their heads silently, no longer daring to look at the terrifying figure in the sky. After the woman walked out, her beautiful eyes beneath the veil stared straight at the Lingxiao Holy Land and the man who was undergoing the tribulation. This is the Nine Heavens mysterious thunder tribulation? How could there be such a terrifying thunder tribulation? Didn't the message say before that it was just an ordinary thunder tribulation? A hint of doubt flashed across Gu Chensi's beautiful face, just as she was about to take a step forward and enter the Lingxiao Holy Land. In the distance, two figures, one tall and one fat, were rushing towards them. The voice arrives before the person arrives. Sir, you have rashly entered the Fushui realm. Do you think you don't take our Jiantian Pavilion seriously? Hearing the three words Jiantian Pavilion, all the powerful men who were bowing their heads were shocked at the same time, thinking that they had finally come. The powerful force that maintains order in the lower world is also the main reason why people from the upper world dare not enter the lower world. Rumor has it that Jiantian Pavilion benefits from the way of heaven, and even the most powerful forces will not provoke them easily to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon, two people from Jiantian Pavilion stood in front of Gu Chensi. They were covered in black cloaks and made hoarse voices. According to the rules, people from the upper realm who come to the lower realm privately must be sentenced to 15 days in prison. Do you want to go with us, or do we take you away? Gu family is doing business, outsiders, get out. Gu Chensi didn't say too much nonsense. He raised his hand and two sword energies shot directly at the two people opposite him. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to dodge. Yippee! A white light flashed. Two heads flew out from under the pitch-black cloak, blood filled the sky and fell on the people below, making their hands and feet cold, dead? As the absolute controller of the lower world, the Jiantian Pavilion was killed instantly by someone. Looking at the heads falling to the ground and rolling around, they were completely dumbfounded. This went against the worldview they had built since they were born. At this moment, they just wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible, but the killing god in the sky did not move. They had to imagine themselves as a mouse, curled up in place, hoping that the other party did not notice them. Gu Chensi's eyes were full of indifference, as if he had just done something insignificant. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared at the ruins of Shenzi Peak, outside the place where Gu Wuchen was undergoing the tribulation. When Saint Lord Lingxiao and other peak masters and elders saw Gu Chensi coming, they immediately bowed to greet him. Gu Chensi just glanced at them indifferently. No need to be polite. Tell me why the young master is in this Nine Heavens mysterious destruction thunder tribulation. This is very different from the information you reported to the Gu family. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry from his tone, but Saint Lord Lingxiao and the others were extremely nervous, but they saw clearly that the people from Jiantian Pavilion just said a word according to the rules, and were killed instantly by the killing god in front of them. It can no longer be described as unreasonable. God knows if she will be killed because of the matter of the Son of God. At the same time, he complained in his heart, Big sister, you should have come earlier. This is the second wave of heavenly tribulation. He was the one who sought support when Gu Wuchen experienced the first wave of heavenly tribulation. Although he complained, on the surface, Saint Lord Lingxiao was still very respectful and told the woman in front of him everything that had happened today. At the same time, in the Fushui realm, in the Jiantian Pavilion branch, in a dark room, 2 soul tablets suddenly exploded. The cloaked man who was sitting cross-legged and practicing beside him suddenly woke up, looked at the broken soul tablets scattered on the ground, and stood up with a swoosh. Old 5, old 6, dead? His breathing stagnated, and before he could think, his figure disappeared instantly. He needed to report this news to the headquarters as quickly as possible. This was no longer something he could control. After listening to the story of Saint Lord Lingxiao, Gu Chenxi nodded slightly and turned to look at Gu Wuchen, who was undergoing the tribulation. In 1 year, I reached the peak of the King realm. Young master actually made a breakthrough so quickly, as if she remembered something. Gu Chenxi's pretty face under the veil actually blushed, but then, she suddenly came to her senses and spat, as if she was extremely ashamed of thinking such things. The holy Lord Lingxiao standing by was almost frightened to death. He kept his head down the whole time, and didn't dare to look at Gu Chenxi. He only heard her spitting sound, and thought she was blaming him for not protecting the Son of God and was punishing him, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Sir, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Okay, no need to say more. Gu Chenxi interrupted him immediately. You don't need to gather here, the remnants of the Furu cult. You go ahead and finish your work. I'm here, nothing will happen to the young master. Chapter 35. Entering the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Holy Lord Lingxiao heaved a sigh of relief, hurriedly made arrangements, and immediately headed to the Furu religion.as for the Lingxiao Holy Land base camp in Gu Wuchen. With the arrival of the female sword fairy before him, he naturally doesn't need to worry about them anymore. Soon, Gu Chenxi was the only one left here. She was still wearing a veil and looked at Gu Wuchen, who was undergoing the tribulation, with a complicated expression. During this period of time, the 9th layer of calamity clouds had already struck 6 thunder tribulations, leaving only 3, which were also the strongest 3. The 79th thunder tribulation, Gu Wuchen pulled the longbow to its full extent, and 79 arrows gathered on the Qiankuan bow. 79 arrows fired at once. Every arrow seemed to have eyes, shooting accurately at every part of the thunder dragon. Puff puff puff. The thunder dragon was pierced through and shattered, disappearing into the air. The 80th thunder tribulation, 80 arrows fired at once. As another thunder dragon dissipated, the calamity cloud fell into a brief silence, like the calm before the storm. The last one means the sum of the previous 80 thunder tribulations. Countless geniuses have fallen under this last thunder tribulation. Gu Chenxi, who was outside the field, was already prepared to take action at any time. She brought a lot of things with her on this trip, including treasures that could forcibly resist the heavenly calamity and change her fate. Boom, the last heavenly calamity finally fell. To be precise, 81 heavenly tribulations fell at the same time. 81 hideous-looking, constantly tumbling thunder dragons, like 81 beams of light, struck towards Gu Wuchen from all directions like flowers scattered from heaven. It seems that God is determined to eliminate this guy who defies fate and changes his destiny. At this moment, Gu Wuchen focused his mind and concentrated all his attention on the bow and arrow in his hand, not paying attention to the dozens of thunder dragons. He raised his arm slightly, and 81 arrows neatly appeared on the Qiankuan bow. They were densely packed, forming a skull shape. Call out. Each arrow corresponds to a thunder dragon, and they all collide in an instant. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and the entire Fushui world trembled. Reached the imperial realm, accomplished. Countless people suffered from brief tinnitus. This power was not supposed to come from the underworld, and it caused them to fall into great panic. Gu Chenxi was watching the thunder tribulation, and a rare hint of anxiety appeared on her beautiful face, which was calm as a well. As time passed, the calamity clouds completely dissipated, and Gu Wuchen was still standing high in the sky. He silently put away the Qiankuan bow, and then noticed Gu Chenxi's arrival. Hey, why is she here? Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows and came to Gu Chenxi. Young master, are you okay? Gu Chenxi opened her red lips, took out a milky white pill and handed it to Gu Wuchen. Master asked me to bring this. Take it quickly. It will be very effective in healing your injuries. Gu Wuchen casually threw the pill into his mouth and felt the pure energy flowing through his meridians. Although he was not injured, his original fatigue was swept away. Mom is really thoughtful. But why did she send you here this time? Did she want to keep an eye on me? After recovering his strength, Gu Wuchen said with a hint of helplessness. He was very familiar with the beautiful female swordsman in front of him. He was so familiar with her that he knew every stage of her body development and even whether she grew hair or not. After all, they grew up almost in the same bathtub, so they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. My mother's only disciple, who is 5 years older than me, is known as the greatest genius in Kendo in billions of years, although he is only in his 20s, his cultivation has already reached the terrifying supreme realm. Even in the upper realms, he is unheard of. Even if they are the chosen ones of other big families, their cultivation level is far behind that of taking care of Chensi. Hearing that Gu Wuchen didn't seem to welcome his arrival, Gu Chensi seemed a little disappointed. Master sent me here because she was worried about you. Who told you to rashly break into someone else's thunder tribulation? Huh, I was just kidding. I'm so happy that you can come. Gu Wuchen laughed, then naturally reached out to grab Gu Chensi's hand and pulled her along, chatting while walking. Tell me, during the more than 1 year that I have been in the lower world to hone my mind, how have my parents been doing? Are they still in a good relationship? Gu Chensi's heart was shaken when his hand was grabbed, but he did not feel any aversion. He let him hold it and said slowly, "Oh, they are fine. It's because you went to the lower world to practice, and Master only comes back once a year from her parents' home. As soon as she came back, she sent me here to protect your safety. Speaking of which, it is you, young Master, who has made tremendous progress. Not only did you break through to the Emperor realm within a year, but you also attracted the legendary Nine Heavens mysterious destruction thunder tribulation. If Master knew about this, he would probably be so happy that he couldn't stop grinning. As for me, I have accumulated a lot of experience and have eaten so many rare treasures since I was a child. Even if I were a pig, I would have made some progress." Gu Wuchen joked. Before they knew it, the two of them arrived at the new residence of the son of God. Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue had been waiting at the door for a long time. They stood on the left and right, waiting respectfully. When they saw their master coming back, they were about to step forward, but when they realized that Gu Chensi was next to their master, they stopped in their tracks. "It's so beautiful." A feeling of inferiority arises spontaneously. At this time, Gu Chensi had already taken off her veil, and her 3,000 strands of black hair were casually scattered around her waist. Her skin was as crystal clear as snow, and as delicate as a blow. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant mountains, and her eyes were as clear as autumn water. There seemed to be stars twinkling in her pupils, and there was an elusive depth in her coldness. She was wearing a plain white sword robe with a black ribbon tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. Even loose clothes can't hide her curvy figure. Looking at such perfect women, holding hands with their masters, talking and laughing, Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue didn't know whether to go forward or stay where they were. They felt very awkward. "You two go down first. I'll come back to you if there's anything else." Gu Wuchen waved his hand and sent the two women away. Now that Gu Chensi was here, they were naturally not needed for the time being. You have to know that he is a villain. What love and affection are things that only the protagonist would do. He took these two women in just for his own selfish desires. "Yes, master." The two girls took their leave, and Gu Wuchen brought Gu Chensi into the mansion. Gu Chensi walked to a stone table in the courtyard and sat down, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Master, just say it if you have something to say. What is there for us two to be embarrassed about?" Gu Wuchen personally poured her a cup of tea and said with a smile, "That's fine, but I told you, master, you are not allowed to get angry in nature." Taking the tea and taking a sip, Gu Chensi said, "I felt the master's presence from those two women just now. They must have been favored by him, but your body is worth a ton of gold. How can the women of the lower world be worthy of you? Even if they take you as a maid, it would be too high for them, so I think, if the young master still needs it, we can find another way like, in the past, which can help the young master relieve some of his pain." Chapter 36, Investigating the Traces of the Child of Destiny, Puff. The tea that Gu Wuchen had just drunk suddenly sprayed out onto the face of the unsuspecting Gu Chensi. Gu Chensi's face was completely soaked with tea, and water droplets kept dripping from the hair on her forehead. She opened her mouth slightly and stood there in a daze with a confused look on her face. "Ahem, this matter will be discussed later. Let's not talk about it for now. Ahem." After coughing a few times, Gu Wuchen's old face turned red, which was rare. I secretly thought it was a sin. A sin? She was clearly a cold and aloof female swordsman who was not involved in worldly affairs. How did she become like this? Speaking of which, it's still my own fault. After all, when he traveled through time, he was an embryo, but his actual age was that of Lao Dang, who had lived for more than 20 years. How could he control himself in front of such a beautiful girl? But the key point is that Gu Chensi has a special physique, and it was his mother who spent a lot of money to find it for him to use for his future cultivation. If you can't cultivate to the holy realm, you can't take the last. step in advance, but at that time, his cultivation was very shallow, and he was locked up in Gu's house all day, unable to go out anywhere. Only Gu Chensi was with him. So, after years of deception, between the two of them, except for the last step, almost everything that should be done was done, and it was personally directed by him, the old driver. Master, are you okay? Gu Chensi reacted quickly and took out a handkerchief, and wiped the corners of Gu Wuchen's mouth attentively. The water stains on her own face disappeared with a light wipe. It's okay, I'm fine. As for what you just said, don't mention it in front of my mother. Gu Chensi nodded obediently. This was a secret between the two of them, and so far, it had not been discovered by the master. Speaking of which, the master still thought that he and the young master had an average relationship, but who knew what they had done since the young master grew up? Otherwise, I wouldn't be so worried about myself. Sitting down again, Gu Wuchen brewed another pot of tea, but his eyes would occasionally glance at the roundness of Gu Chensi that was in contact with the stone chair. Gu Dong. It would have been fine if it hadn't been mentioned, but now that Gu Chensi has mentioned it, it's hard not to think of the past. I don't know how she endured the pain. I really am. Forcing himself to look away, Gu Wuchen felt extremely anxious to improve his cultivation. It seems that I still need to kill more children of destiny in order to break through sooner. By the way, the 100 consecutive draws that killed Ouyang Qingyun have not been used yet. I hope something good will come out of it. As I was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Lu Ruyan walked in with a plate of fruit. She kept her head down, trying to keep the lowest posture possible, because she knew that in front of the perfect woman, doing nothing was the wisest choice. Gu Chensi, on the other hand, returned to his cool and aloof demeanor, drinking tea without saying a word. Placing the fruit on the stone table, Lu Ruyan bowed slightly and said, "The elders who stayed behind in the Holy Land asked me to ask Lord Son of God that there are many old monsters standing outside the Holy Land and have never left. Do we need to send them away as soon as possible?" "Oh? What are they doing outside? Are they going to attack our Holy Land? That would be great." Gu Wuchen was at a loss. At that time, he had been enduring the thunder tribulation and had no idea what was happening. Here's what happened. Gu Chensi on the side spoke up and slowly told him some trivial things that happened after he arrived. After hearing this, Gu Wuchen nodded. He didn't care too much about what she said about casually killing 2 members of Jiantian Pavilion. This is in line with the Gu family's style of doing things. Villains. As for the many powerful people outside, I think it was because Gu Chensi didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to leave without permission. After all, if a strong man of Gu Chensi's level wanted to kill them, it would be of no use even if they ran to the ends of the earth. A bunch of old monsters, so a lot of people should be affected. Gu Wuchen thought of the system's newly activated skill, the trace detection system, and made a decision in his mind. Let's go out and take a look. I hope these old monsters can give me some surprises. Outside Lingxiao Holy Land, originally, as one of the strongest forces in the Fushuwei realm, no one should dare to stay here, but today was different. First, Gu Wuchen attracted the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder tribulation, which attracted the attention of these old monsters and made them come here to check it out. Later, Gu Chensi descended from the upper realm and killed 2 members of the Jiantian Pavilion without any further ado, causing them to not dare to leave casually for fear of bringing bad luck upon themselves. Soon, a man and a woman flew out from the Holy Land, stood high in the sky, and looked down at the people below. Meet the fairy. As soon as Gu Chensi appeared, many old monsters below knelt on the ground, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Eye in the sky, Gu Chensi stood behind Gu Wuchen, with a sword on his back, completely ignoring the people below. The purpose of her visit was only to protect the young master's safety. Of course, if necessary, she can also help the young master relax. After glancing at everyone, Gu Wuchen silently opened the bond detection system. In an instant, various panels appeared above everyone's heads. It was almost all white, except for one person with a faint red light on his head. Really? Gu Wuchen was overjoyed. The red light meant that he had come into contact with the Son of Destiny and was under certain protection from heaven. In the future, when the Son of Destiny returned to the right path, he would also receive corresponding benefits. Even though the red light above this person's head is very faint, it does exist. He signaled to Gu Chensi with his eyes, and the latter nodded. His fingertips turned into swords, and he covered the person pointed by Gu Wuchen with sword energy and dragged him over. Afterwards, the two returned to Lingxiao Holy Land, leaving behind the old monsters with confused faces. You look at me and I look at you. Go? Or not, let's go. for we're afraid that the female sword fairy will come back to look for them, which would be disastrous, but let's not leave. They are still kneeling. Should they get up? Never mind, just keep kneeling, it's better than death. The two who returned to the Holy Land did not go back to the Son of God's residence, but came to a dense bamboo forest. Gu Chensi released the people he brought with him. He was an old man with gray hair and a deep scar on the left side of his face. Gu Wuchen immediately opened his panel. Name: Zhang Bai. Identity: Chaos Holy Land Guide. Responsible for finding people with cultivation talent among the people and sending them to the Holy Land. Age: 863. Realm: 7th level of the King Realm. Constitution: None. Fate: a little blessing. Intersection with the Son of Destiny. Once led the Son of Destiny, Ji Yun, to join the Chaos Holy Land. Chapter 37. Cast the Net. Ji Yun? Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. Here it comes, the next child of destiny will join one of the holy places as famous as him, the Holy Lord Lingxiao. I'm asking you. Gu Wuchen asked the confused old man in front of him. Ji Yun, do you know him? The old man was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to ask this question, but he thought about it carefully and answered. I have lived for hundreds of years, and there are at least 800 people named Ji Yun, if not 1,000. I wonder which one you are talking about. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen was stunned for a moment. On second thought, the name Ji Yun is very common, and it has 2 characters. Although the Fushui realm is the lower realm, it is countless times larger than the earth in the previous life. It is normal to have the same name. Then you are in charge of the reception work. Have you ever received someone named Ji Yun? Or, how many Ji Yuns have you received? The old man's face instantly turned into a bitter gourd. To be honest, sir, it is true that I am responsible for the reception work, but there are so many children received that we have marked them with serial numbers. Only after they pass the assessment of the Holy Land and become outer disciples will their names be recorded again. Moreover, the Holy Land has established numerous reception halls, which are almost spread throughout the entire lower world. Many of them were sent to the Holy Land for assessment just for the sake of formality. I don't remember the exact names. Alright. Gu Wuchen raised his hand to interrupt the old man. He also understood right now, knowing only the name Ji Yun does not allow us to accurately identify a specific individual. At this time, Ji Yun, the Son of Destiny, may have joined the Chaos Holy Land for many years and was practicing there, or he may not have joined the Holy Land yet and is on his way to participate in the Holy Land assessment. In that case, I will send someone to assist you in finding Ji Yun. Please record all the people who meet the requirements for me. But remember, do not act rashly. I will handle the matter personally after recording them. After saying that, Gu Wuchen called Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was the holy maiden of Lingxiao Holy Land. With her own oral instructions, she could better enable the people of Lingxiao Holy Land to cooperate and complete the work. As for the request, the last 5 years, no, 10 years. Within 10 years, all those who join the Holy Land of Chaos named Ji Yun must be found out. Of course, those who are on their way to the assessment should not be left behind. I will give you 3 days. Such a requirement was carefully considered by Gu Wuchen. If Ji Yun has joined the Holy Land of Chaos for more than 10 years, according to the nature of heaven, he is probably not far from achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor. Therefore, extending the timeline to within 10 years is already a very safe range for casting a net. After giving the order, Lu Ruyan left with several elders of Lingxiao Holy Land and the guide. Ji Yuchensi on the side couldn't help but ask, Master, who is this Ji Yun? Why did he trouble you to go to such great lengths? The secret cannot be revealed. Gu Wuchen kept it a secret and didn't say it clearly. Ji Yuchensi was also smart enough not to continue asking and changed the subject. So, what are your plans for the next step, Master? According to the Gu family's ancestral teachings, one needs to hone oneself in the lower realm for 3 years before returning to the upper realm. But now that the young master has entered the realm of the emperor, it doesn't make much sense to stay in the lower realm. You can apply to return to the family early, and you don't need to stay for the full 3 years. Gu Wuchen pondered. You're right, but before you go back, you still have to take back some of my things. In the next 3 days, let's go to the far north and collect a strange fire. Strange fire? Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed across Gu Chensi's beautiful face. The strange fire, a divine object that even the Gu family could not ignore, actually appeared in the lower realm and had not been discovered yet. It's incredible, taking Jiantian Pavilion for example. They not only maintain order in the underworld, but also collect a large number of treasures for Jiantian Pavilion itself. It can be said that whenever a treasure appears that even they covet, it will not end up in the hands of the natives of the lower realm, unless it is like the Lingxiao Holy Land, where there are people above. The other side, Jiantian Pavilion is one of the major superpowers in the upper realm and one of the few forces with a quasi-emperor in charge. At this moment, the hall was gloomy. In the main seat, the deputy leader's face was full of anger. Humph. The Fushui realm is really not peaceful. There is a Qilin phantom thrown into it. For the sake of purple Qilin Ziyun, we will choose to turn a blind eye. But later on, a force actually descended in person and killed our members. Do they really think our Jiantian Pavilion is a second-rate force? Masterine, I'll leave the matter of death recall to you. Help me find out who is so ignorant of life and death. Yes. Soon, a picture appeared in the hall. There were two people on it. They were the fifth and sixth brothers who were killed by Guchensi, but the strange thing is that no one can see the person who killed them. Only one sentence was heard fatally, Gu family's business, and the scene ended there. Gu family? Do we have such power in the upper realm? The deputy pavilion master frowned, feeling that the Gu family was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where they were. He wondered if it was some small family, but the elder beside him trembled violently and said tremblingly, Deputy Pavilion Master, the Gu family, could it be the Changsheng Gu family, the leader of the 5 ancient families? The Changsheng Gu family? Upon hearing this, the Deputy Pavilion Master's head buzzed and he went into a state of shutdown. How could he not know the Gu family? It's just that the Gu family is too far away from them, not in terms of distance, but in terms of status. To the extent that they are not on the same level, it is even more difficult to see the Gu family on weekdays, so I didn't even dare to think about it. Now, the Deputy Pavilion Master panicked instantly. He stared at Yin Gulao with wide eyes. Gu family? Are you sure? Well, it's basically confirmed. Elderine nodded in a heavy tone. Everyone knows that the Gu family is so domineering. All other small families with the surname Gu don't dare to call themselves the Gu family. Instead, they change their surnames to Gu or Gu. Therefore, the Gu family is the only one. Hiss. Shit. The deputy leader could no longer hold back his emotions and let out a hysterical roar, swearing. Now, come with me immediately to apologize and prepare generous gifts. I hope it's not too late. Yes, Deputy Pavilion Master. But the Gu family is very far away from us. We may not be able to get there in a while. Do we need to ask the Pavilion Master to start the time and space arc? The people below reminded weakly. Go to the Gu family, you're looking for death. The deputy leader slapped the person who spoke and sent him flying. We should go find the person involved and beg for their forgiveness. If we go to the Gu family, I'm afraid we'll be wiped out before we even open our mouths. Chapter 38. A convenient thing above the vast plain, a man and a woman were flying on swords. Master, please put your hands down a little, it's hard for me to keep my balance. Oh, okay, it was my negligence. You can continue flying. Gu Wuchen moved his hand down a little bit in disappointment until it landed on Gu Chensi's waist, then stopped. In fact, with the arrival of Gu Chensi, he could travel through the entire underworld in a single thought. In the Supreme Realm, even if there would be a certain degree of suppression in the lower realms, the speed was no joke. As for flying with a sword, it was Gu Wuchen who suggested it. He often played like this when he was young. Since his cultivation was not good enough, he asked Gu Chensi to fly with him on a sword, and then he used the excuse of testing her Dao heart to do whatever he wanted to her. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. After deliberately slowing down their pace, the two arrived in the northern part of the continent. Snow-capped mountains were everywhere and the temperature had dropped by dozens of degrees. By the way, I remember that the headquarters of the Furue cult is not far from here. I don't know how Ling Tian and the others are dealing with it. Gu Wuchen said to himself. Based on their speed, they should not have arrived yet. Gu Chensi replied after thinking for a while. I estimate that it will take another 7 or 8 hours to get here. How about we go there first? That's exactly what I meant. Whoosh! A ray of white light streaked across the sky and headed straight for the Furue religion. At this time, the Furu divine religion had gathered many powerful people. The leader Ouyang Wanli stood at the top, wearing white mourning clothes, watching everything with indifference. He was the first to know about his son's death through the soul tablet. He only has hatred in his heart now. This would not only cut off his own descendants, but also destroyed the hope of his religion that had been ignited for countless tens of thousands of years, with a body of great luck in Taoism. Even without auspicious beasts, its future achievements are limitless. At the very least, it will carve out a place for itself in the upper realm. Now there is nothing, everything was destroyed by the Lingxiao Holy Land. He, Ouyang Wanli, swore that as long as he could not destroy Lingxiao in this life, his cultivation would never make an inch of progress. Fellow believers. His rough voice reached the ears of everyone present. The name of our sect is Furu, which means peace and tranquility. We never quarrel with others. It is a famous and orthodox sect. On the day my son was born, auspicious signs appeared in the area for thousands of miles, as if an immortal or Buddha had descended to the world. It is an honor for the entire Fushui world. However, this child who was about to bring us good fortune died at the hands of Lingxiao Holy Land, using extremely cruel means. It has completely wiped out the fortune of my sect and even the entire world. What do you think we should do? As soon as he finished speaking, the believers below let out a deafening shout. Kill them at Lingxiao Holy Land. Demand justice for the young master. Revenge for my religion. Looking at this scene, Ouyang Wanli nodded with satisfaction. This is the appeal of the religion. Once you give an inspiring speech, they will definitely support it with all their might and will not back down at all. Although he did not hold out much hope for this trip, Lingxiao Holy Land dared to kill his son and destroy his hope. Even if he died, he would bite off a piece of their flesh. Okay. In that case, let's set off now. He waved his hand, and an ark appeared above the cult. It was not as magnificent and majestic as Gu Wuchen's ark, but it was huge in size and could carry many people at a time. Sniff, sniff. Countless sounds were heard breaking through the air, and people boarded the ark one after another. But at this moment, an inconspicuous sword light attacked from a distance. There was no time to react. Swish! The sword light pierced through, and the arc that covered the sky and the sun was cut in half. The believers who happened to be standing in the center were not spared and died on the spot. Who is it? Ouyang Wanli was shocked. With his cultivation at the peak of the Emperor realm, he couldn't even see clearly who made the move and where. From the horizon, Gu Wuchen and the other man came flying. Ouyang Wanli, Ouyang Qingyan's father, I came here to ask you only one thing. Have you gathered all the powerful people of the Furu cult here? Who are you? Why are you here in my cult? Ouyang Wanli soared into the air and stood not far from Gu Wuchen and questioned. His brows were furrowed, and his natal sword was already in his hand. You are not worthy of knowing who I am. I said, I only came here to ask you one thing. Gu Wuchen shook his head slightly. All the people from your religion have come here. Is there anyone left out? You. Ouyang Wanli was very angry that the other party ignored him and even refused to answer his questions, but the sword light just now made him dare not act rashly. He had no doubt that the sword was powerful enough to easily penetrate his defense. He was thinking about the other party's origins and tried to ask, are you from Lingxiao Holy Land? You killed my son and are going to destroy my religion? After he said it, he felt it made more and more sense. Otherwise, how could he show up at such a coincidental time and kill so many of their strong men at once? When the believers on the ark heard the words Lingxiao Holy Land, they rushed over like chicken blood and surrounded Gu Wuchen and the other two. Seeing that the other party did not refute, Ouyang Wanli confirmed his guess. The other party is from Lingxiao Holy Land, and they are here to wipe out the roots. Damn it, this is too much. The hand holding the long knife made a creaking sound. At this moment he was extremely angry. Anger overwhelmed his reason, and his cultivation at the peak of the Emperor realm was fully activated. Holding a long sword, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of Gu Wuchen and the other two again, raised his long sword high, and swung it down fiercely. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chensi uttered a word. Certainly. In an instant, time seemed to stop at this moment. Ouyang Wanli was fixed in place, keeping the motion of swinging his sword, unable to even move his eyeballs. Then, a crisp and pleasant sound of broken was heard. Half of Ouyang Wanli's body exploded, flesh and blood fell in the sky, and all his internal organs were exposed. The young master said that he only came to ask you one thing, but are there any followers who haven't arrived yet? Many people were frightened by this scene, and some timid people even stammered in reply to no more. The leader started to call us back to the sect 3 days ago, saying that something big had happened. But we didn't expect to hear the news of the young leader's death as soon as we returned. That's why Gu Wuchen turned his head, looked at the person who spoke, and smiled at him. Great, finally there's someone who can understand what people say. Since all of you are here, you don't have to leave. As for you, since you have done a good job speaking, I will reward you by letting you come in for one last chat. That's all. A blood-red flag that blocked out the sky and emitted black smoke stood right above the cult. Human Emperor banner, open. Fellow Taoists, please come in. Woo woo woo, a terrifying evil wind swept through the entire cult. Its suction power is so strong that even the strong ones in the sect cannot resist it at all, and from the flag, dozens of dead souls emerged, using the evil wind to reap the lives of everyone present. Is it the Great Elder? And the second elder, how come they have all turned into ghosts? No, don't come over here. When they saw the true face of the ghost, they were instantly frightened out of their wits and turned around to escape, but the entire cult had already been shrouded by the human emperor banner. Let alone escaping, even moving a step was extremely difficult. Ah! Don't kill me! Puff! You guys are so cruel. Wails of pain rang out from everyone's mouth. This was the last thing they could do. Apart from that, they could only wait for death. Ouyang Wanli still maintained the motion of swinging his sword, his face was ferocious, most of his body had been lost long ago, and the evil wind was constantly pulling at his internal organs, suffocating pain, a body unable to move, a most desperate death, and a completely dissipated consciousness. Soon, the huge Furue religion was wiped out, and there was no longer a single living person. Yes, but they are just items that become ownerless after. People die. After doing all this, Gu Wuchen quietly put away the human emperor banner. To be more precise, it would be more appropriate to call it the 10,000 souls banner now. Let Ling Tian and the others clean up these messes. We can't let them make this trip in vain. Let's go. At the same time, Lingxiao Holy Land, countless men in black robes suddenly descended. The aura of each of them was terrifyingly strong, but now, they were all terrified. The leader took a deep breath and said respectfully to a disciple guarding the gate of Lingxiao Holy Land, "Please also inform that the deputy leader of Jiantian Pavilion, Fenghuoya, wishes to see the son of God Lingxiao." Chapter 39 Consumption. System Mall. To see our son of God? The disciple guarding the door had joined Lingxiao Holy Land not long ago and didn't know what Jiantian Pavilion was, but when he heard that the other party was looking for his own son of God, he didn't dare to neglect it. Our Lord Son of God went out not long ago and is not here now. How about I go and inform the steward of the Holy Land, and you two go in and wait in the Holy Land first? Not here? Deputy Pavilion Master Feng Wuya asked anxiously. Then do you know where he went? We have something very urgent to find him for. It's urgent. Now he was indeed very anxious, fearing that if he was a little slow, the Gu family would get to know about this and it would bring a catastrophic disaster to Jiantian Pavilion. I don't know about that. The gatekeeper disciple shrugged and looked at the other person as if he were a fool. That's like saying, I'm just a menial disciple guarding the gate. It's good enough for me to know that the Son of God is not here. How can I know where he is gone? Well, the corner of Feng Wuya's mouth twitched. Being looked down upon by a disciple whose cultivation was not even at the flying sky realm and who couldn't even fly made him, a deputy pavilion master, lose face, but even so, he didn't dare to get angry at all. He had to suppress his anger and ordered his men to find out where Gu Wuchen was. He followed this errant disciple into the Holy Land to see if there was any news about Gu Wuchen. As for using the unique method of Jiantian Pavilion to monitor the world to search, he had never even thought about it. If he ended up making things worse and let the people of the Gu family think that he was monitoring them all the time, that would be a real big deal. After conquering the entire Furue sect, Gu Wuchen and his companions set out on a journey to the far north. The means of transportation used was naturally the long sword under Gu Chenxi's feet. Gu Wuchen was not idle either. He opened the supervillain system and checked the items dropped by Ouyang Qingyun. A total of 2,376 treasures including the auspicious teaching whip, mysterious ice jadeite, 5 elements stone, etc. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen chose to exchange them all into gold coins. Speaking of treasures, the thing that his Gu family has the most is treasures. Any one of them he takes out is much more valuable than these things from the underworld. What's more, the most important point is that the system's recycling mall can only recycle things dropped by the Son of Destiny. Otherwise, if he takes out the Gu family's treasures for exchange, he may be able to upgrade the system in minutes. Ding. The auspicious teaching stick can be exchanged for 132 gold coins. Xianbing Jadeite can be exchanged for 1,321 gold coins. Exchange 5 element stones for 36 gold coins. There were more than 2,000 treasures in total, and they were all exchanged in a blink of an eye. There are expensive and cheap ones. The expensive ones are worth thousands of gold coins, while the cheap ones are only in the single digits. Unfortunately, even the most expensive one here is still quite far from the 9,999 gold coins he initially collected for the Fantian seal, but the advantage is the large quantity. More than 530,000 gold coins were exchanged, plus the previous ones. The total is 545,000 gold coins. Open the mall list. A wide variety of goods appeared in front of Gu Wuchen. He is considered a wealthy man now, so naturally he wants to spend lavishly. Let me see if there is anything valuable. Lagency, power comparable to a blow from a supreme being, price, 50,000 gold coins. Well, it's useless. With Chensi here, we can hit as many times as we want. Feng Tianhuaji, extreme imperial weapon, price, 990,000 gold coins, good stuff, but unfortunately I can't afford it. Let's take a look at Dogwa Dao fruit, low quality, price, 50,000 gold coins per piece. Dao fruit, medium quality, price, 500,000 gold coins per piece. Dao fruit, superior, price, 1 million gold coins per piece. Dao fruit, top grade, price, 5 million gold coins per piece. Dao fruit, random, 99% chance of being inferior, price, 150,000 gold coins per piece. Hiss. So expensive. Seeing the selling price of Dao fruit, Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. He was really shocked by the price behind it. Judging from his current financial strength, he can barely buy a mid-grade Dao fruit, or 3 random Dao fruits, but behind this random Dao fruit, 99% of them are low quality. What the hell? Can you bet on this? Let's bet. If he were to say what he lacks the most at the moment, it would undoubtedly be the Dao fruit. With it, he would be equivalent to having the means of a quasi-emperor, so it's worth giving it a try with 150,000 yuan. System, buy a random Dao fruit. Ding! Extracting Dao fruit for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade Dao fruit, gold. One shot hits the target, a top-grade product appears. Gu Wuchen's breathing stagnated, and he looked at the words superior quality in front of the Dao fruit, and could not believe his eyes. A top-grade Dao fruit must contain a very powerful avenue, compared to the Dao fruit he had drawn before, which made it uncertain what great Dao fruit he would comprehend. This top-grade Dao fruit was obviously more stable. The reason why their Gu family became the leader of the 5 ancient families is precisely because there are many emperors in the family who are strong enough to master the top avenues. It can be said that after reaching the realm of the great emperor, the strength of one's power is entirely determined by the great way one has mastered. Call. He slowly exhaled a breath and suppressed the urge to swallow the Dao fruit immediately. Obviously, now was not a good time for him to swallow the Dao fruit as he was holding Gu Chensi and flying on the sword. Then he browsed the system mall again. I found a set of exercises for physical training, Song Tian Ba Ti Ju. This technique is very compatible with his path of strength. When practiced to the extreme, he doesn't even need to use spiritual power, and he can kill an emperor with one punch. 100,000 gold coins. Exchange, naturally, magical objects that assist in body training, such as the 9-turn golden lotus, dragon blood fruit, star grass, scarlet flame vermilion fruit, and ice soul mysterious crystal, are also indispensable. System, give me 200,000 gold coins, weigh a few more kilograms, I want it all at once. Gold coins flowed like water, and less than 100,000 were squandered in an instant. However, Gu Wuchen did not feel sorry at all. The things he exchanged were all treasures that could improve his strength in real time. After recovering the strange fire in the far north, his strength will undergo a qualitative change. By then, it will be time to return to the upper world and visit my parents, and then, it was the moment that concerned him the most, 100 consecutive draws. System, start drawing. Ding! The lucky draw is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tianyuan Ding, red. Congratulations to the host for winning 5,000 gold coins. Resurrection pill, red. Basalt shell, red. Earth core flame marrow, red. Women's close-fitting belly band, gold. Great wilderness prisoner heaven finger, with an additional strike, gold. The lottery lasted for a full quarter of an hour. The worst result was 5,000 gold coins, and the best result was even 2 gold coins. Gu Wuchen was so excited that he never closed his mouth from beginning to end. The difference between this and the first prize I drew was too big, a full 100 draws, and not a single one was wasted. Could it be that he is not a villain, but the real son of destiny? Otherwise, why is my luck in the lottery so good? Whether it is 100 consecutive draws or drawing random fruits. No, wait, Gu Wuchen suddenly realized something. Good luck, is it the lucky Taoist body? Chapter 40 Snowy Ice Ape and Empty Mirror Cold Anaconda. Gu Wuchen finally understood what was going on. He didn't have such good luck the first time he tried to kill Shiao Sheran. After 100 consecutive draws, a weird 3-piece bed set and a cat strip for feeding appeared. It can be said that I was really unlucky, and now, he had obtained a lot of good stuff, all thanks to the Hongyun Dao body that devoured Ouyang Qing Yun. Hee, what a pity that I don't have the chance to thank him again. After expressing his emotion, Gu Wuchen took out one of the 2 golds from the system, the reward for the great wilderness prisoner's skyfinger. It was a jade slip containing a martial arts technique. His spiritual consciousness invaded it, and the complete martial arts technique of the great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger instantly sank into Gu Wuchen's sea of consciousness. He did not need to master it too much, and achieved a small success on the spot. A sense of majestic aura that dominated the mountains and rivers arose spontaneously in Gu Wuchen's heart, as if he had already mastered this technique for many years. The great wilderness prison heaven finger attack included on the jade slip of martial arts made his breathing quicken. The introduction clearly states, founder of the technique, strike with all your strength. As the name suggests, he is the founder of this technique, using the full strength attack of the great wilderness prisoner Skyfinger. Hiss. I just don't know how this attack compares to my father's. Can it have the power of multiple great emperors? Unable to guess, he stopped thinking about it and took out another gold quality item. Close-fitting belly band, gold, holding the belly band which was made of unknown material but exuded imperial power. Gu Wuchen fell into deep thought. Why does this system always explode with strange things? I remember last time, there was a fat guy who reached red quality. Could it be that they are a matching set? Gu Chensi in front of him, his shoulders trembled. Noticeably the moment he took out the belly band, she turned her head, opened her mouth slightly, and looked at the belly band in surprise. This belly band has a terrifying aura left on it. It's even more terrifying than the sword that my master used. Master, where did you get it from? Ahem, I picked it up, Gu Wuchen said perfunctorily with a smile, but his heart was not at peace. Ji Yuchensi's great grandmaster, who was also his own grandfather, was a sword god who had lived for several epochs. His true strength was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary emperor. His sword is known as the pinnacle of imperial weapons, unmatched by anyone, but even so, the quality of the belly band in my hand is higher than that of my grandfather's sword. The most important thing is that this belly band feels slightly warm, which obviously means it has been worn all the time. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen hurriedly put the belly band into the system space, looked up at the sky carefully, and only felt relieved when he saw that there was no movement. Fortunately, the owner of the belly band should not know that it is in my hands, otherwise, it would be really bad. The far north point 2 figures, a man and a woman, fell down, and Gu Wuchen accurately found the location of the strange fire according to the guidance of the system, the deepest part of the far north, the pristine ice cave. The reason why it is named the original ice cave is that it appeared when the continent was just formed. It is one of the most dangerous places in the entire water world. The specific situation inside has never been recorded because no one has ever been able to get out alive. Of course, Gu Wuchen and the other 2 were not afraid of this at all. Let's go in and take a look. Gu Wuchen waved his hand, and the 2 of them stepped in one after another. The ice cave is very large, and even the entrance is several dozen feet high. After walking in, he found himself in a different world. The altitude was extremely high and the temperature dropped sharply again. Gusts of cold wind blew, and even though he had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the end of the ice cave. Bursts of firelight illuminated the extremely dark ice cave. A rising flame appeared in front of Gu Wuchen and the others. It grows on a piece of ancient black ice. Although it is a flame, the flame exudes a terrifying coldness. This is the 7th on the list of strange fires, the holy ice spirit fire. Gu Chensi's beautiful eyes moved, and a hint of joy appeared on her pretty face. I didn't expect that there is such a thing in the lower world. Master, you are really a person with great luck. It's okay. Gu Wuchen was also happy. No one could resist the temptation of the strange fire. This is thanks to a friend of mine who told me. Then you must thank this friend, young master. He is a person worth making friends with. Don't worry, we've already made deep contact. I've even exposed your underwear. It can't be any deeper. While the two were talking, they walked towards the Holy Spirit ice and fire step by step. When they were about to get close to it, bursts of howling of strange beasts suddenly came from outside, roar. Soon, two huge monsters attacked madly without caring about their lives, an ice ape and a cold snake. The ice ape is huge, as big as a small mountain, and its entire body is covered with long frost silver hair, each of which forms a sharp ice thorn. The body of the cold snake is also thick, and the scales all over its body are like prisms polished by black iron, and each scale is extremely hard. With their arrival, the ice cave shook violently. They bared their ferocious fangs, and what they spewed out when they roared was not hot air, but frost that condensed into solid ice. Gu Wuchen and his companion stood together with the two huge monsters, forming a sharp contrast between the two. It's the snow region ice ape and the empty mirror frost anaconda. It's really strange that there are such beasts in the lower world. Gu Chensi could tell the origins of the two strange beasts in front of him at a glance. No problem, it's a good opportunity for me to try out a new trick. Patting the soft and boneless shoulders standing in front of him, Gu Wuchen said slowly, "They are just two little beasts, leave them to me." "Well, young master, be careful." Gu Chensi nodded and reminded. The snow region ice ape is born with supernatural powers, and the sky mirror frost anaconda has a unique ice poison. When the two work together, they are not that easy to deal with. After saying that, she retreated and watched from the side. She was now very curious about how strong the young master was. After not seeing him for just 1 year, how strong had he become? As if they were angered by the mutual humility between the two humans in front of them, the ice ape and the cold anaconda had bloodshot eyes, spoke in human language, and were on the verge of going berserk. "Damn it! You dare to get close to the holy fire and seek death." The snowy ice ape moved first, raising its huge fist as big as a hill and smashing it hard towards Gu Wuchen. Buzz, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and wherever the fist passed, the air was frozen into countless icicles, which attacked madly along with the fist. Well done. Gu Wuchen was not surprised but happy. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and practiced it according to the method of the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger technique, concentrating all the spiritual power on one point, on the index finger of his right hand. Behind him, a huge shadow of a god or demon was faintly emerging, his eyes turned cold. Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. Chapter 41. One finger, the shadow of the god or demon behind him suddenly solidified, and the shadow of a giant dark green finger that spanned the ice cave pressed down. The lines on his knuckles were like gullies in the mountains, and the pressure of crushing the stars made the ice ape's fist freeze in mid-air. Amid the sound of black ice collapsing, the shadow of the giant finger collided with the ice ape's fist. Crack. The hard white hair that the snowy ice ape was so proud of disappeared bit by bit, and dense cracks appeared on the ice armor on its back. There was a loud bang, revealing scarlet flesh and blood. Before it could even let out a terrified roar, the finger's shadow had already pierced through its chest, wantonly destroying its internal organs. The cold air rolled back, and the entire dome of the ice cave was turned upside down by the residual power of the great wilderness prisoner Skyfinger, exposing the gloomy sky in the far north. Boom! The giant ape as big as a hill fell to the ground with a bang. Spider web cracks appeared between its brows and spread all over its body. Its huge scarlet eyes were full of despair and unwillingness before death. Kill instantly with one hit. This strange beast was far from belonging to the lower world. It was killed instantly by Gu Wuchen's great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, who Gu Wuchen was breathing heavily. Although this move was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. It almost drained all the spiritual power in his body, including his mental energy. He even felt a little tired. With his current cultivation level at the Emperor realm, he can only use it once. "Chensi, I'll leave this little snake to you. I'll adjust it and prepare to absorb the strange fire." Gu Wuchen naturally did not plan to continue attacking the remaining Kongjing cold anaconda. Since the power of the great wilderness prison Skyfinger had been tested, His next task was to absorb the strange fire with peace of mind. Good. As soon as Gu Chensi finished speaking, the Kongjing Hanana seemed to have seen something terrifying. Its eyes bulged and the tongue in its mouth made a restless hissing sound. The next moment, the entire body began to collapse. The snake body, which was hundreds of feet long, broke into pieces in just a few breaths and turned into pieces of snake meat. If we say that Gu Wuchen fought against the snowy ice ape, he would have completely crushed the opponent and killed him instantly. It was totally unreasonable for Gu Chensi to kill the Kongjing Hanana. He didn't even have to make a move. He easily dealt with the opponent with just his sword power, and his breathing wasn't even disturbed at all. Looking at the empty mirror-cold anaconda that had turned into snake meat, Gu Wuchen was secretly shocked. His childhood sweetheart and protector was getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't improve his strength quickly, he might just be a gigolo when he returned to the upper realm in the future. His gaze gradually shifted to the strange fire on the black ice, and the heaven-devouring divine body in his body began to stir. For others, swallowing the strange fire is a life-threatening situation. They need to be extremely careful and swallow it slowly, bit by bit. Even if it is successfully swallowed, it will cost a lot, but I am completely different. The heaven-swallowing divine body is a terrifying physique that can even swallow the sky. The small strange fire is nothing to worry about. Holy Spirit, ice and fire, come! Gu Wuchen used the simplest and most brutal method and swallowed it in one gulp. The bone-chilling strange fire was swallowed into the body. In an instant, the meridians in the body were frozen and the flow rate became extremely slow. At this time, the heaven-devouring divine body was activated, and its overbearing devouring power devoured all the negative effects brought by the strange fire. Just like the day when he devoured the child of destiny, it is totally unreasonable. Next to her, Gu Chensi stood not far from Gu Wuchen, leaning against the wall with a frown on her face. She was very worried about the young master's rough way of swallowing, but now that things have come to this, she can't interfere anymore. She must concentrate all her attention when swallowing the strange fire. The only thing she can do is to protect it from the side. Time passes by every second. With her beautiful eyes, she noticed that the strange fire in the young master's body had calmed down. Just as Gu Chensi looked away, a hot and cold breath suddenly erupted from Gu Wuchen's body. What? Master, so fast? She couldn't help but be shocked. Less than half a quarter of an hour had passed since the young master swallowed the strange fire in one gulp, and he had actually already swallowed it all. Is this swallowing strange fire, or eating a spiritual fruit? Under her gaze, a terrifying and huge vortex of spiritual power emerged above Gu Wuchen. It madly devoured the spiritual energy, devouring the unique cold spiritual energy of this far north, and transferred it all into Gu Wuchen's body. His cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. In an instant, the second level of the Emperor realm reached the fourth level of the Imperial realm, the sixth level of the Imperial realm. Swish! Gu Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashed, and the air in front of him froze. Feeling the cultivation in his body, he thought to himself, only the sixth level? It's a bit too hasty to continue to transform the energy of the strange fire into cultivation. It's better to take this opportunity to use the strange fire to help me cultivate the heavenly tyrant body art. He did it as soon as he thought of it. A jade slip appeared in his hand and he crushed it directly. The complete method of the Tsong Tianba Tiju was instantly imprinted in Gu Wuchen's mind. Gu Wuchen took out all the 9-turn golden lotus, dragon blood fruit, stargrass, scarlet flame fruit, and ice soul mysterious crystal, and they were piled up as high as two people. Gu Wuchen grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, then began to practice the Tsong Tianba Tiju. Seeing this scene, Gu Chensi raised her eyebrows. She was usually calm about everything, but the corner of her mouth twitched rarely. What is the young master going to do? Putting aside where the young master got so many magical body refining items, this number is just too terrifying. Ordinary people, if they have them, will also try to make them into pills and absorb them in the most gentle way. How can they take them one gulp at a time? Under Gu Chensi's nervous, heart-pounding gaze, Gu Wuchen grabbed a handful with his left hand and stuffed it into his mouth, followed by his right hand, and grabbed another handful. This cycle repeated itself over and over again. In just one stick of incense, the divine body refining objects that were as tall as two people were completely devoured. Almost there. Gu Wuchen muttered to himself, and immediately activated the Tsong Tianba Tiju, dispersing the pure energy of the divine object that had been swallowed by the Tianyan divine body throughout his limbs and bones. Boom! There was a sharp explosion sound inside the body, combined with the tempering of the strange fire. The physical strength is making a crazy breakthrough. In this way, a night passed quietly. The moon sets and the sun rises, and it's the next morning. It's done. Gu Wuchen opened his eyes again, clenched his fists, which seemed unchanged on the outside but were actually countless times tougher, and felt ecstatic according to his estimation. With his current physical strength, if he encountered the nine heavens' mysterious thunder tribulation again, he would probably be able to sleep through the tribulation without suffering the slightest harm. Combined with the great way of strength and strange fire, the combat power increases exponentially after the joy. He looked at Gu Chensi, who was sitting cross-legged not far from him and accompanying him all night, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Only with such a beautiful woman protecting him, he could dare to devour the strange fire and improve his body wantonly in this world of ice and snow. Gu Chensi also opened her eyes and happened to look into Gu Wuchen's eyes. A hint of blush flashed across her pretty face. Congratulations, Master, for your breakthrough. Shall we leave now? Chapter 42 finally met well, let's go. Gu Wuchen nodded. After collecting the strange fire, there was no need to stay here any longer. After some time, when the affairs in the underworld are settled, it will be time to go back. The ruins of the Furu religion. The two teams stared at each other. One of the teams, wearing black cloaks, looked very anxious. He kept scratching his head and looked like he was about to cry. Mr. Deputy Pavilion Master, I really don't know where Mr. Son of God is. Ling Tian, the Holy Lord of Ling Xiao, said helplessly. Well, the original purpose of our trip was to completely destroy the Furu divine religion, but we didn't expect that the Son of God got here first and destroyed this place, so we are here to clean up the mess. Why? Feng Woya, the deputy leader of Jiantian Pavilion, sighed heavily. He had finally found out some news about the Son of God, Gu Wuchen, but to no avail now. With every minute that passed, he felt a little more nervous that he was afraid that when he returned to Jiantian Pavilion, the base camp would have been easily destroyed by the Gu family. Forget it, I'll go look for it again. Feng Woya waved his hand and left with his people dejectedly. It was really pathetic that he, the deputy leader of Jiantian Pavilion, couldn't even find a single person. However, it was not that he gained nothing at all. Although he did not find the person, he did get the news of Gu Wuchen's identity. He turned out to be the only direct descendant of the Changshenggu family, the head of the 5 ancient families in the upper realm. After hearing the news, he felt like the sky was falling. Originally, he thought that it was a certain branch of the Gu family who happened to come to this world and killed his 2 blind subordinates. He thought that he could take some benefits and shut that person up, but I didn't expect that it was the Son of God of the Gu family who came in person. How can this be blocked? Even if you give him the entire Jiantian Pavilion, it won't be able to stop him. I was complaining even more crazily in my heart. You are the Son of God of the Gu family, a person of such a high status. Why do you run down to the mortal world for nothing? Besides, just come if you want. Why don't you just say hello in advance? He can escort her personally. Why? He sighed again. He was now very confused. He walked out of the ruins of the Furu religion and looked at the endless sky with empty eyes. At this moment, a sword light flashed in the sky and disappeared in an instant. Ha! Who is it? Such a fast speed. When did such a person appear in Fushui realm? Just when he was puzzled, the old man next to him suddenly said, Deputy Pavilion Master, it is impossible for people from the lower realm to have such a fast speed. Only people who have descended from the upper realm can do so. So, could it be that the protector of Gu Shensi? A word of advice awakened the dreamer, and Feng Woya's pupils shrank. He naturally knew that there was a powerful female swordsman beside Gu Wuchen. He slapped his head fiercely and shouted, What are you waiting for? Go and help me stop them. They are from the Gu family. I say, who are you? Are you robbing people? Thousands of miles high in the sky, Gu Wuchen looked at the group of people with profound cultivation and wearing black cloaks on the opposite side and asked with a smile. Just now, he was flying peacefully with Gu Chensi in his arms, when this group of people suddenly rushed up and stopped them, saying something. I'm glad I finally found you guys, or something like that. Young master, the other party may have bad intentions. The strongest person has higher cultivation than me. Be careful. Gu Chensi behind him reminded in a low voice. It's okay. Gu Wuchen waved his hand, and a jade slip was already in his hand. This was one of the biggest trump cards his father left for him before he descended to the lower world, and it contained a full-strength attack from the Emperor realm. He didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary, because the terror of the imperial power, even a trace of it, would destroy the lower world in an instant. At this time, The person on the other side finally spoke. The leader Feng Wuya exaggeratedly had tears in his eyes and choked up as he said, Feng Wuya, the deputy leader of Jiantian Pavilion, pays homage to the Son of God. I came here this time to confess my crime. The heaven-watching tower? Confess your guilt? Gu Wuchen was slightly stunned, and he looked at Gu Chensi, and instantly understood what was going on. It was probably because Gu Chensi came that day and killed 2 members of the Jiantian Pavilion casually, which made the deputy pavilion master in front of him think that their people had once annoyed him, so he came to apologize. Seeing that Gu Wuchen didn't say anything, Feng Wuya took out a ring that he had prepared long ago, bent his waist, and said humbly, Son of God Gu, these small gifts are our greeting gifts to you. I hope you will accept them. Taking the ring without hesitation, Gu Wuchen used his spiritual sense to explore it, then said with a smile, Well, you are right. These gifts are indeed very small. They are useless if eaten and a pity to throw away. But since you gave them sincerely, I will accept them. If there is nothing else, you can leave. After saying that, he prepared to leave with Gu Chensi. He was in a hurry to find the next child of destiny. Wait a minute, Master Shensi. Feng Wuya hurriedly stopped Gu Wuchen again. Gu Wuchen's face darkened, and he stared at Feng Wuya in front of him unkindly. Could it be that the deputy pavilion master wants to keep us here? No, of course I don't dare. Feng Wuya shook his head frantically, his hands waving in front of him, and explained hurriedly. What I mean is that you are a magnanimous person. My 2 men dared to disrespect your people and deserve death. Even if you don't take action, I will personally kill them. I just hope you don't report this to the family when you go back. This is just a misunderstanding. Gu Wuchen took a deep look at the deputy pavilion master and thought that he was very thoughtful. There are some old-timers in his family, and their behavior is actually more villainous than his. Even if others don't provoke him, but just simply dislike him, he may wipe out their entire clan. You mean you don't want me to tell my dad, right? Afterwards, Gu Wuchen reached out and patted him on the shoulder. You don't have to tell me. There's something I need your help with right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuchen nodded frantically as if he had been pardoned. You say? As long as I have the ability to do it, no, even if I don't have the ability to do it, I will definitely do my best. It's not that exaggerated. I just asked you to help me find someone. His name is Ji Yun. Gu Wuchen shook his head slowly afterwards. He told Feng Wuya all the clues he had about Ji Yun. Come to think of it, for a dignified Jiantian pavilion, looking for someone in the lower world that it controls is just like a piece of cake, right? Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. After hearing this, Feng Wuya patted his chest and made the promise. My lord, please wait a moment. I can accurately locate his position in a few breaths. After saying that, he took out a golden scroll from his sleeve. Chapter 43. It's him. Gu Wuchen took a casual glance and didn't care. He recognized the scroll in Feng Wuya's hand. It was a replica of a map of mountains and rivers, which was used in Jiantian Pavilion to manage the small worlds. Compared to the map of mountains and rivers that his Gu family actually controls in a Taoist area, it is countless times worse. Taking out the map of mountains and rivers, Feng Wuya tapped his finger lightly, precisely pointing to the location of the Chaos Holy Land, and pulled out a white filament from it. Afterwards, the 2 words Ji Yun appeared above the picture, and white silk threads connected to Ji Yun. The 2 words Ji Yun pulled the silk threads and moved around in the entire picture of mountains and rivers. Feng Wuya explained, Gu Shensi, once the thread stops, it will land precisely where Ji Yun is now. Please wait a moment. Yeah. Gu Wuchen nodded, his eyes moving slowly along the filaments. In a blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. The filaments were like headless flies, running around on the map of mountains and rivers, sometimes heading south, sometimes heading north, with no direction at all. They even got themselves into a knot because of their chaotic movement. Master Feng, is this what you said? We can find him in a few breaths? Gu Wuchen asked in a low voice, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. This should not happen. Feng Wuya was sweating profusely. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. According to past experience, finding a person in the underworld is a very easy task. The map of mountains and rivers can even find the specific location of thousands of people in just a moment, but today, at such a critical moment, something went wrong with Shangetu. Lord Son of God, please wait a moment. I think there is something wrong with the mountain and river map. I will fix it right away. As he spoke, he tapped on the map of mountains and rivers with his index finger, but no matter what he did, the thin thread was always like a headless fly, running around everywhere, and he couldn't find the location of the so-called Ji-yun at all. Seeing this scene, Gu Wuchen frowned slightly. He was not stupid, and of course he knew that Feng Woya would not cheat him at the cost of the entire Jiantian pavilion. The only possibility is Ji-yun, the new son of destiny, who possesses unique means and can actually avoid being tracked by the mountain and river map. It's quite interesting. The protagonist of the hidden stream, Gu Wuchen, pondered for a moment and came up with a plan. Since he couldn't find him on his own, he would just let him come out on his own. Master Feng, since you can't find the person I want, I don't want to say anything more. But you can always find out the identity and background of this person, as well as whether he has any relatives, right? Feng Woya, who was still busy repairing the map of mountains and rivers, felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this, and nodded frantically without caring about his life. Of course, of course. This is much easier than looking for him. I will send someone to investigate immediately. No, I will go there myself. He now wished he could leave as soon as possible because the pressure from the godson of the Gu family was too great, coupled with the temporary strike of Shanhetu. He really wanted to die. Why don't you go quickly? Gu Wuchen said unhappily. I'll give you 1 hour at most. If you can't find it, come to Gu's house to see me later. Yes, I'll go right away. Please wait a moment. When Feng Woya heard the word Gu family, his legs went limp with fear. He hurriedly took his men to look for information. At the same time, he hated Ji-yun, a person he had never met before. In the mountains, Gu Wuchen and Gu Chensi sat in a temporary cave. While waiting for Feng Woya, they had nothing to do, so they showed off their newly acquired strange fire. As the holy ice spirit fire appeared, the temperature of the entire cave suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Although it was a flame, it was extremely cold, and it was the kind of coldness that ignored the protective truchi of the body and penetrated directly into the meridians of the whole body. Fortunately, Gu Chensi's cultivation was much stronger and was not affected too much, but even so, she could not hide her inner shock. The holy ice spirit fire, ranked 7th on the strange fire ranking, is indeed extraordinary. Master will definitely be very happy when we return. Well, I think so. Gu Wuchen nodded. As far as he could remember, the entire Gu family seemed to have only obtained 2 strange fires. They are the 20th and 9th on the strange fire ranking list respectively. One is the only emperor-level alchemist in the clan, and the other is his father. When he was young, his father often boasted in front of him about how he had encountered a fortuitous encounter and subdued the strange fire, and how he risked his life to swallow it, and how he succeeded in swallowing it despite having escaped death. Now that I think about it, I wonder what kind of expression my dad will have when I get back and see that I have easily subdued 2 different fires that are better. Then Gu Wuchen couldn't help but reveal a sly smile on his face at this moment. A familiar voice suddenly came from outside. Sir, Son of God, we found it. All the information about that guy named Ji-yun has been found. Not long after, Feng Woya arrived at the cave where Gu Wuchen was, holding a jade slip in his hand, and handed it to Gu Wuchen respectfully. Sir, Son of God, according to your screening criteria, we have already locked on to this Ji-yun. His family consists of 5 people, including his parents, an aunt and a grandfather. 3 years ago, a passing demon cultivator slaughtered their entire town for unknown reasons. Only he and his aunt escaped and hid in a small village. Not long after they fled into the small village, Ji-yun, who had no cultivation, was chosen by the Chaos Holy Land's guide and followed them to the Chaos Holy Land. But the strange thing is that he suddenly disappeared along the way. He disappeared for 3 years without any news. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Even his aunt didn't know where he was and had been waiting for him at home. After listening to Feng Woya's narration, Gu Wuchen was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Isn't this a perfect template for the protagonist? He has no parents but an aunt. It just so happens that the Holy Land is looking for good seedlings. He can also use his mortal body to make the subordinates of the Chaos Holy Land disappear. Who else could he be but the protagonist? Then he slammed the stone table next to him. Good. You did a good job. He is the person I am looking for. Let's go to his house now. Shaoshir Village. A deserted small village hidden in the mountains. There are less than 100 households of villagers in total, and they work from sunrise to sunset. In the middle of the village, there is a long clear stream, where farm girls in groups of 3 or 4 wash clothes. One of the middle-aged ladies said to the woman next to her who looked much younger. Big sister, haven't you found your nephew yet? Looking at the fact that 3 years are almost over, I think it's probably going to be difficult. You should also consider your lifelong affairs. Hearing this, the young woman's hands that were washing clothes trembled slightly. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead and responded in a weak voice, "Hey. I hope he's okay. My health is not good and I can't leave this mountain. I can only burn incense and pray for his safety on weekdays. As for my lifelong event, let's talk about it later." As she spoke, her expression became more and more lonely, and tears welled up in her eyes, as if she remembered something. Chapter 40. For the terrifying female protagonist of Destiny. After chatting with the ant for a while, the woman picked up the basin full of clothes and walked towards her home. She walked very slowly, and every step seemed to be painful, but her face was full of stubbornness. She never said a word and walked back silently, but in my mind, I couldn't help but recall the 4 words, major events in life. As an ordinary woman without any accomplishment, wouldn't she want to find a strong chest to rely on? But she was very clear about her physical condition, which was almost as bad as it could be. Perhaps it won't be long before I pass away, dying in this isolated village, unknown to anyone. She had dreamed more than once that an immortal would come on the clouds and save her from suffering, but she also knew that this was unrealistic. She was not a princess, and it was even less likely that a prince would come. As he was thinking, he walked all the way to his thatched hut and opened the door as usual, holding a large basin of clothes. In just a moment, she was stunned. He stared straight at a strange young man in the room who was wearing a luxurious white robe and had an extraordinary temperament, and his mind went blank. This time, Gu Wuchen also turned around and looked at the peasant girl who had just entered the door. He was also stunned. It's not that she is so beautiful. On the contrary, her appearance is ordinary. She only gives people a feeling of being gentle, virtuous, and a beautiful girl from a small family. She is not a special beauty. The reason for being stunned was her panel name, Ji Qianxue, age, unknown. Realm, none, constitution, none, fate, the female protagonist of Destiny, the aunt of the son of Destiny Ji Yun, not biological, the future emperor. Identity, daughter of the emperor of the 10,000 races period. Future trajectory, on his deathbed, 1 month later, he will be rescued by his nephew Ji Yun, who arrives in time, awakens the blood of the human emperor, and gives all his blood to Ji Yun, assisting Ji Yun in achieving enlightenment and becoming the emperor, making Ji Yun the future human emperor. The word human emperor deeply shocked Gu Wuchen's nerves. He was a key figure who led the human race to victory in the era of all races countless epochs earlier than the ancient times. He was the true emperor in the history of the human race. Even in the ancestral hall of their Gu family, there is a statue of the human emperor to show respect for her, such a person who was admired by all human beings and lives in legends. Her daughter actually lives a farmer's life in this remote village. Gu Wuchen felt deeply incredible. At the same time, he developed a deep curiosity about Ji Yun, the son of Destiny, whom he had never met before. If the sons of Destiny are divided into different ranks, Shiao Sheran can barely be considered as the 3rd rank, Ouyang Qingyun can be considered as the 6th rank, then Ji Yun can definitely be considered as the 9th rank, God's own son, a son born in old age, the kind of son that cannot be dearer to me. Even the daughter of the human emperor has been arranged, but fortunately, Gu Wuchen arrived first. Gu Wuchen let out a long sigh, his heart calmed down, and he looked at the woman in front of him carefully again. I noticed that her eyes were full of shock, but there was no panic at all, and even a hint of expectation. What's going on? Although he was confused in his heart, he smiled and asked. The girl returned home and found a strange man like me coming without telling her, but she didn't seem scared. Ji Qianxue gradually recovered from her shock, and she suddenly laughed miserably. Fear is an emotion that only living people are qualified to have, and I am not qualified to be afraid. As she spoke, she placed the basin of clothes in her hand by the door and closed it. Seeing the door closed, Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows, thinking that she was worthy of being the daughter of the human emperor. To act so boldly, Ji Qianxue continued, besides, the young master is obviously rich or noble. How can a small village like ours afford to offend him? If I yell and attract the attention of the villagers, they will come to help me, but I will harm them instead." As she spoke, she walked to the stove, poured a glass of water, placed it in front of Gu Wuchen, and sat down opposite him. "Sir, is your visit related to my nephew Ji Yun?" "Oh? What do you mean?" Gu Wuchen felt a little strange. He came here and didn't say anything, but the other party could actually guess his intention. Ji Qianxue said calmly, "I don't know anyone from the outside world. The only possible chance for me to contact the outside world is my missing nephew. Could it be that there is news about him?" As she spoke, she stared at Gu Wuchen with her bright big eyes, her eyes full of anticipation. "I don't know your nephew." Gu Wuchen shook his head. He was not lying. Up to now, he had never met Ji Yun in person, let alone know him. After saying this, Ji Qianxue's bright eyes dimmed visibly. She lowered her head and remained silent. However, Gu Wuchen felt conflicted. Originally, he planned to go all out and kidnap Ji Yun's aunt and force Ji Yun to show up in the most brutal way possible. After all, he was the villain, but now, knowing that she is the daughter of the human emperor, he definitely cannot tie her up. Doing so will most likely backfire and be extremely disrespectful to the human emperor in his own ancestral hall. After all, if there had been no human emperor back then, there would have been no Gu family as powerful as it is now. So, Gu Wuchen had a plan in mind. Since you can't tie it up, then, just let it go. Anyway, we can force Ji Yun out eventually. So he turned and said, "I just heard from the girl that only the living have the right to be afraid. Could it be that you are ill?" "Oh, let's not talk about it." When mentioning the sad things, Ji Qianxue sighed repeatedly and was unwilling to say more. Her fair face was full of sorrow. "Let me see." Gu Wuchen grabbed Ji Qianxue's arm without hesitation, put his fingers on her white wrist, and used a weak spiritual power to check her body condition very carefully. "Sir, you..." Ji Qianxue's snow-white neck turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye when her wrist was suddenly grabbed by a strange man. She tried to pull her arm back. "Don't move, I'm checking your physical condition." Gu Wuchen frowned slightly, did not let go, and spoke in a commanding tone. Not at the same time, he had a general understanding of Ji Qianxue's current physical condition. To sum it up in 3 words, terrible. It can be said that being able to sit and talk with him now is a miracle among miracles. That his breath was barely moving, his pulse was feeble, and the heart, the most important part of a mortal body, could only beat a few times per minute. The functions of his entire body were in a state of complete aging and paralysis. It is no exaggeration to say that she may die at any time. "Sir, are you okay?" Ji Qianxue, whose face had already turned red, asked in a low voice, hesitantly. Chapter 45 Conversation. "Yes, that's fine." She let go of her hand and pulled Ji Qianxue's jade arm back with a whoosh. She used her other hand to gently knead the wrist that had just been pressed by Gu Wuchen. Her face was still rosy, and she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. At this moment, Ji Qianxue was acting like a little woman, but Gu Wuchen didn't have time to care about this and started thinking about it in his heart. The system properties panel cannot be wrong. It must be true if it says she is the daughter of the human emperor. However, the human emperor is said to have died after the war among all races, and her daughter has no cultivation at all. How could she have lived to this day? The only possibility is that the human emperor of that year used some special means to freeze her daughter, causing all her body functions to suspend operation, and she was not revived until she was discovered by the Ji family. Gu Wuchen noticed something strange. According to Feng Wuya, Ji Qianxue had lived in the Ji family for many years, at least 10 years. But judging from what he had just investigated, Ji Qianxue's physical condition did not occur suddenly, and was most likely a side effect caused by waking up. If he really survived in this state for 10 years, Gu Wuchen would never believe it, unless she once had special means to maintain her body functions, but now she has lost them, which led to the current terrible situation of being on the verge of death. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen frowned slightly and said to his senior brother Ji Qianxue, who was bowing his head next to him, "Girl, your physical condition is worse than I thought. I'm sure you know that. Logically, you should have died many years ago, but you are still alive today. Did you have some way to restore your body's functions before this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Wuchen clearly saw Ji Qianxue's shoulder, which trembled slightly, and spoke vaguely. "No. Nothing, I have always been like this." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Wuchen. "Lying won't do you any good. Besides, you just said that you're not afraid of death. Why don't you even want to talk about some things that happened in the past? You did this, which made me look down on you. I. Hearing this, Ji Qianxue bit her lower lip lightly, looking a little conflicted. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have mustered up her courage, and said with a long sigh, "Since I have met you today, it is also because we are destined to be together. I will just say some things that I cannot help but express. Anyway, my nephew has been missing for 3 years. Maybe he has already met with death. That thing should have been lost without a trace." Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows and sighed that it was indeed related to Ji Yun. He had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't say them out loud. Instead, he listened quietly to Ji Qianxue, the daughter of the human emperor, telling about her past experiences. It turned out that before Ji Qianxue was accidentally discovered by Ji Yun's grandfather and adopted as his adopted daughter, she had been living in the mountains with a white gem. Ji Qianxue couldn't remember the origin of the gem, but every time she was in danger, the gem would emit light and help her escape. In addition, when you sleep, place the orb at the head of the bed. The gentle energy it emits will provide your body with all the necessary functions and help you recover little by little. According to her estimation, when she becomes an old woman in her 60s, her body will be restored to the level of a normal person and she will no longer need to rely too much on the orb to maintain herself. But one day 3 years ago, everything changed. The Ji family was brutally murdered, and the pearl once again played its role and helped her escape, but for some unknown reason, her nephew Ji Yun was also taken away by Baozhu and brought to this small village, but it was also because of this that Ji Yun noticed her pearl. Then, on the second day after the aunt and nephew arrived in this small village, they happened to meet the guiding envoy of the Chaos Holy Land who came to this village to look for children suitable for cultivation. Ji Yun, very lucky to be chosen. Faced with the invitation from the Holy Land, Ji Yun certainly had no reason to refuse. Ji Qianxue was also very happy. She thought her nephew had a promising future, and she was worthy of the kindness of Grandpa Ji. But before Ji Yun left, he suddenly made a request to Ji Qianxue, that is to borrow the white orb to prevent any danger on the way to the Holy Land of Chaos so that you can escape at any time. He also promised that he would come back within 3 months to return the pearl and would not break his promise. Originally, Ji Qianxue refused outright. Baozhu's ability to escape danger was secondary, but her body was completely dependent on Baozhu. Although she would not die in 3 months, the loss of it would still cause certain damage to her body. Who would have thought that after hearing the rejection, Ji Yun actually brought up old man Ji, his grandfather, and Ji Qianxue's adoptive father. He is the only child in the Ji family. If his grandfather were still alive, he would never watch him face danger without any life-saving trump card. Having said that, the soft-hearted Ji Qianxue no longer had any reason to refuse. Old Master Ji had been very kind to her when he was alive, and she was not an ungrateful person. So, there was the incident where Ji Yun followed the guiding messenger from the Holy Land of Chaos and took away the white orb in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed, Ji Yun never came back, and Baozhu's whereabouts were naturally unknown. Ji Qianxue's health was getting worse day by day, and she lived every day in pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. At first, she also thought that Ji Yun had deceived her and took the pearl away and never came back, but 2 years ago, 1 year after Ji Yun left, the Chaos Holy Land sent a disciple to inquire about Ji Yun's news. It was said that when they were halfway to pick up Ji Yun that day, he suddenly disappeared under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Even when the elders of the Holy Land came forward, they could not find any trace of him. Only then did Ji Qianxue realize that Ji Yun had disappeared, and along with her life-saving pearl, it had completely disappeared. But she didn't know whether Ji Yun disappeared on his own or died passively. After saying so much in one breath, Ji Qianxue's face became paler and paler. This was something she had buried deep in her heart for many years. Now that she had this opportunity to say it all out, she felt much better mentally, but physically, she felt worse. Her delicate body was about to fall, but fortunately Gu Wuchen was beside her and reached out to hold her up, so she didn't fall off the chair. "Sir, I'm fine. I just feel a little dizzy. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." Ji Qianxue forced herself to stop falling and said softly, seeing that she was still so strong. Gu Wuchen sighed slightly. After listening to what she said and combining it with the information given by the system, he roughly guessed the cause and effect of the whole incident. It's none other than Ji Yun, the so-called son of destiny, who was enjoying both eating and taking. He forcibly seized all the opportunities that should have belonged to Ji Qianxue, including her bloodline of the human emperor, and everything she had. Chapter 46 announced to the world, take a concubine. Gu Wuchen took out a high-quality pill and said to Ji Qianxue, although this pill cannot restore your physical condition, it can ensure that you will no longer suffer any pain within a month, and you will not die. Instead, you can live a normal life like an ordinary person. Take it now. Looking at the obviously valuable elixir in Gu Wuchen's hand, Ji Qianxue waved her hands without even thinking. No, this pill is too valuable. I can't accept it. Please take it back, sir. My life is worthless, it's not worth wasting. Ugh. Halfway through her words, Ji Qianxue stared with her bright big eyes, her face full of disbelief, because at this time, Gu Wuchen was already standing beside her, pinching her cheeks with his big hands, forcing her mouth to open wide, and the pill was then put into her mouth. As soon as the pill enters the mouth, it turns into pure energy and flows into the whole body. The pain in her body suddenly stopped, and Ji Qianxue couldn't help but let out a groan. After doing all this, Gu Wuchen let go of his hand, looked at Ji Qianxue, whose face had become noticeably rosier, and nodded with satisfaction. This time, he spent a huge amount of money to harvest Ji Yun, the son of destiny. The pill fed to Ji Qianxue was a red quality pill from 100 consecutive draws. As long as she takes it, even if Ji Qianxue's heart stops beating now, she can live for another month, and even the god of death cannot take her away. Let's go. Gu Wuchen stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Ji Qianxue. Where? Ji Qianxue was stunned. She had not yet recovered from the fact that Gu Wuchen had just forced the pill on her, and her head was in a dizzy state. Go find your good nephew. Gu Wuchen said lightly. Your body, as far as I can gather, has no other way of recovering without the orb he took away. But? Ji Qianxue hesitated, her mind becoming uncertain. The pill she had just taken could not be fake. It was indeed nourishing her body at all times. Its value was needless to say, from this point of view. Although this young man is a bit overbearing, he is not a bad person, and I have no aversion to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you the secret buried deep in my heart the first time we met, girl. Looking at Ji Qianxue, who was not moving and looking down in thought, Gu Wuchen spoke again with a hint of impatience in his voice. There is one thing I need to remind you of. Just like what I said when you first saw me, I am either rich or noble, and you are just an ordinary woman from a peasant family. You can neither resist nor refuse anything I do. Whether it's force-feeding you pills, forcibly taking you away, or doing something else bad, you can only bear it silently. So, no matter what I want you to do next, just nod and follow me, understand? Hearing this, a trace of panic appeared on Ji Qianxue's red face, and she suddenly felt that her behavior was a bit chilling. Yes, what the strange young man in front of her said was right. She was just an ordinary farm girl, and one who was about to die. Even if she was sold, she would definitely not be worth even a few tens of thousands of the value of the elixir. What can the young master want from her? What reason did she have to hesitate or oppose what the young master asked her to do? With this thought in mind, she stood up from her chair and bowed deeply to Gu Wuchen. Thank you for the elixir, it has eased my pain. I was narrow-minded just now, I hope you don't mind. I'll go with you. From now on, no matter what you say, I will listen to you. After saying that, she also stretched out her hand and placed her hand on Gu Wuchen's hand. Her pretty face was full of shyness and determination, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Ha! Ji Qianxue's sudden change made Gu Wuchen a little strange, but I didn't think much about it. I just regarded it as a normal thanks and apology, but the reaction was a bit exaggerated. Little did she know that he would suddenly visit her today, first listening to Ji Qianxue's past buried deep in her heart, then treating her, and finally forcibly stuffing her with pills to relieve her from the physical pain. What a huge psychological shock this was to a farm girl who had been helpless and in constant pain for many years and had no upbringing. Lingxiao Holy Land, the residence of the sun of God. Ji Wuchen sat on the bed, and Gu Chenxi behind him massaged his shoulders attentively, and occasionally picked up a spiritual fruit and put it into his mouth. Ji Qianxue, who was brought back, was taken care of by Lu Xinyue, who also lived in Shenxi Peak. Master, are you serious about what you just said? At this time, Gu Chenxi asked Gu Wuchen in surprise, and even the spiritual fruit between his fingers fell to the ground accidentally. Of course it's true, Gu Wuchen responded lightly. I have already given the order. Let Feng Woya notify all the forces that I will take Ji Qianxue as my concubine in 3 days. Then I will hold a grand event and let them all come to participate. No. But? Gu Chenxi became incoherent. Should we inform Master in advance for such a big event? No matter what, this is your first time taking a concubine. No. Gu Wuchen waved his hand. This time, I plan to keep a low profile and only inform all forces in the entire Fushui realm as the son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land. I don't intend to use the Gu family's identity. Otherwise, if all the people from the upper realm pour into the small lower realm, won't it be blown up in a minute? As he spoke, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth into a sly smile. This was the result of his careful consideration. He set the time at 3 days later, neither too fast nor too slow, just right. The news will be announced to the world through Jiantian Pavilion and will definitely reach Ji Yun's ears as soon as possible. According to the future trajectory given by the system, Ji Yun will appear in the world in a month, save the dying Ji Qianxue, and win her heart. He set the date for taking a concubine 3 days later, in order to force Ji Yun to come out of seclusion early and rush to Lingxiao Holy Land immediately. Otherwise, if Ji Qianxue was really taken away by him, Ji Yun would only have the inheritance of the human emperor but would not be able to obtain Ji Qianxue's bloodline of the human emperor, and his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, this was an open conspiracy. Even if Ji Yun knew that it was dangerous to attend his concubine-taking banquet, he would definitely take the initiative to go to his house to grab the bride. Young master. Gu Chenxi looked at her young master, who was grinning all the time when he mentioned taking a concubine, and couldn't help but remind him. I have checked Ji Qianxue's physical condition. Although she has the elixir to keep her healthy, she doesn't have any cultivation to fake. If the young master takes her as a concubine, I'm afraid with her small body, it will be difficult for her to survive the wedding night. Chapter 47 Surge. The Skyfire Holy Land is one of the 5 Holy Lands along with the Sky High Holy Land and the Chaos Holy Land. It is the absolute dominant existence on the continent. At this moment in the hall, Holy Lord Hu Jin sat in the main seat with a serious face, listening to the elders of the Holy Land reporting on recent developments. When it was the deacon elder's turn, he took out an invitation and handed it to Hu Jin. Holy Lord, this is an invitation from Lingxiao Holy Land, saying that the Son of God in their Holy Land is going to hold a concubine banquet, and requires you to attend in person. Upon hearing this, Hu Jin's face darkened and he snorted coldly, a humph. I think you are getting old and confused. You have to report this invitation to me. He is just a small Holy Land God's banquet. Even if we give him face, we can only send disciples from our Holy Land to attend it at most. Even if their Saint Lord Ling Tian took a concubine, he didn't have the face to let me attend in person. Who the hell is he, the son of God Ling Xiao? As he said this, he angrily opened the invitation, and when he saw the 3 large golden words on the first page, his pupils suddenly shrank. Heavenly Guardian Tower. It comes with the unique mark of Jiantian Pavilion, which was left by Jiantian Pavilion himself, so there is absolutely no mistake. Then turn to the second page. The Son of God, Gu Wuchen, takes Ji Qianxue as his concubine. There is a line of small words below. Jiantian Pavilion will personally check the registration to see which forces are absent. Hiss. Hu Jin sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill down his spine, and wondered to himself who this son of God Ling Xiao was. It's actually possible to get Jiantian Pavilion involved. What a joke. With this sentence in mind, who would dare not attend the banquet? Don't you want to get out of this world? Although Jiantian Pavilion is under the command of heaven, it cannot arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of the local people in the lower world, but even so, no force is stupid enough to offend them. The deacons and elders below felt a pang in their hearts when they saw the Holy Lord's expression changing again and again. He also realized that there was indeed something wrong with this invitation. The Son of God took a concubine, so how could the Holy Lord be invited to the banquet? He actually submitted the invitation according to the procedure, but he never thought that the Holy Lord would be so angry, so he hurriedly said, Holy Lord, I will arrange it now and tell our Holy Land of Skyfire not to attend the banquet to show the majesty of our Holy Land. Having said that, he bowed and took his leave, preparing to leave the hall, etc. Hu Jin suddenly called him loudly and slammed the table next to him. How dare you? Who said I wouldn't go to the banquet? It is our honor to be able to attend the Lingxiao Godson's concubine banquet. Tomorrow, we will set off for the Lingxiao Holy Land. Oh no, today, we will set off now and strive to be the first to attend the banquet. Prepare the Skyfire divine ship. Such a similar scene was played out in the meeting halls of major forces throughout the Fushui realm. They were a small sect that was so small that they didn't know what Jiantian Pavilion was, but they dared not refuse the invitation from Lingxiao Holy Land.as for the major holy places. He prepared the Shenzhou as soon as possible and personally led the team to the Lingxiao Holy Land for the banquet. I'm afraid that I'll be one step slower than others, and then I'll be in big trouble if I'm bullied by the Jiantian pavilion. At the same time, in the ancient secret realm, a young man with a determined look on his face fought with the phantom. It was Ji Yun, the next son of destiny that Gu Wuchen had been searching for. He swung his fist like thunder, absorbing all the spiritual power that the phantom had been knocked down. I don't know how long it took, but with the final puff sound, the shadow disappeared and Ji Yun collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Have you reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm? It will take at most another month for me to reach the peak of the Emperor realm. By then, won't the entire Fushui realm be open to me to roam? Aunt, wait for me for another month, and I will come back to you right away. When talking about his aunt, there was no guilt in Ji Yun's eyes, but instead a deep greed. He is no longer the naive boy he was 3 years ago, but a cultivator who will do anything for power. Originally, he planned to follow the guiding envoy to the Holy Land of Chaos to practice that day, but on the way, he accidentally triggered the gem he borrowed from his aunt, the Human Emperor Pearl. From the Human Emperor Pearl, he learned many secrets, and also knew what a terrifying existence the Human Emperor was. Compared with the Chaos Holy Land in the Fushui realm, the gap was probably even greater than that between a mayfly and a big tree. After learning that there was a legacy within the Human Emperor Pearl, he decisively used the power of the Human Emperor Pearl to disappear from the sight of the guiding envoy of the Chaos Holy Land and arrived at the secret realm where he is now. I stayed there for 3 years. In 3 years, he went from a weak teenager to a terrifying 7th level Emperor realm. Expert. This is the terrifying aspect of the Human Emperor Pearl inheritance, and Ji Yun's gaze slowly fell on the gem in his hand that changed his destiny. He is not satisfied, he wants more. The greatest inheritance within the Human Emperor Pearl is the inheritance of the Human Emperor himself, but he could not get recognition at all, because that required the direct bloodline of the last generation of the Human Emperor. According to his speculation, only his aunt could accept the inheritance of the Human Emperor, and he could only inherit one of the inheritances of the 8 kings under the Human Emperor in the Human Emperor Pearl, a man named Shura King, who was tainted with the inheritance of countless dead souls of all races. But even so, his cultivation level rose like a rocket. He couldn't even imagine how terrifyingly powerful he would be now if he had obtained the inheritance of the Human Emperor himself. During these 3 years, he was always thinking about how to change all this and possess the blood of the Human Emperor. Recently, he finally thought of the best solution. Clenching his hands full of strength, Ji Yun couldn't help but grinning. Haha, aunt, you must wait for me to come back. I still need your bloodline of the Human Emperor. Even if I can't get the blood of the Human Emperor, the worst that can happen is that I can have a child with you, auntie. Then our child will also have the blood of the Human Emperor. In this way, won't I become the father of the Human Emperor? This was the solution he had thought of. If he could trick his aunt into giving him the bloodline of the Human Emperor, then everything would be perfect. At worst, he could take her as a concubine in the future, which would be a certain compensation, but if his aunt disagrees, then he will have to take tough measures to allow a child to be born between them, a child who will become the future emperor of mankind. Thinking of this, Ji Yun was filled with energy and planned to continue practicing. Although he was anxious to go back to find his aunt, he was cautious by nature and would not take any risks. The Chaos Holy Land outside must still be looking for him, and he would never go out unless he cultivated to the peak of the strongest Emperor realm in the lower realm. But the moment he stood up, his heart suddenly tightened. An ominous premonition swept over me like a tide, as if something important was slipping through my fingers. What is it? He murmured to himself, still unable to let go of his worry, and used the Human Emperor Pearl to gather information from outside. Every blade of grass and every tree within 100 miles was under his surveillance. It wasn't until he saw the invitation from the leader of a nearby small sect, inviting Gu Wuchen to take Ji Qianxue as his concubine, that his head exploded. Gu Wuchen, you're looking for death. Chapter 48. The feast begins. Ji Yun roared hysterically in the secret realm. His eyes were red, and he wished he could eat alive this Gu Wuchen who came from nowhere. With the existence of the Human Emperor Pearl, Aunt Ji Qianxue has long become his forbidden delicacy, and he will never allow something that belongs to him to be taken away by others. He, who is usually calm, could no longer calm down. He glared at the invitation through the Human Emperor Pearl and laughed in anger. Good Gu Wuchen, you are just a son of God from a broken Holy Land. You dare to snatch my opportunity. You are good. I want you to know the horror of King Shura's inheritance. After that, his figure slowly disappeared in the secret realm. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and it was the day when Gu Wuchen took Ji Qianxue as his concubine. This time, the Lingxiao Holy Land was already overcrowded with people. The leaders from various forces, big shots who were rarely seen in normal days, were as common here as stray dogs on the roadside. Even though so many people from different forces gathered together, no conflict occurred. After all, no one was a fool, and no one dared to provoke the terrifying Jiantian Pavilion, the residence of the son of God. Gu Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on his handsome face. It's done, he said to himself. During these 3 days, he was not idle. He chose to practice in seclusion and devour the top-grade Taoist fruit that he exchanged for 150,000 mall gold coins. The result made him very satisfied, and he mastered the way of killing, a truly terrifying avenue of terror that makes people tremble with fear. Feeling the existence of 2 different avenues in his body, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but feel secretly happy. At the same time, he was looking forward to today's feast for his concubine, which was also a Hongmen banquet targeting Ji Yun. Ji Yun's arrival means that he has a new child of destiny to harvest. She walked out of the room slowly and happened to meet Gu Chensi, who was waiting outside. Young master, you have become stronger again? Gu Chensi covered her mouth lightly, her face full of disbelief. With her cultivation level at the supreme realm, she could tell at a glance that Gu Wuchen was much stronger than he was 3 days ago. It's not about superficial cultivation, but about comprehensive strength. Ah, that's okay. I have to prepare for my friends who are coming today. Gu Wuchen smiled brightly, then pulled up Gu Chensi, who was still in shock. Let's go, the event is about to begin, and I still need you, the female swordsman, to help me hold the fort today. The other side. In a magnificent room, Ji Qianxue sat in front of the dressing table, with Lu Xinyue behind her carefully dressing her up. At this moment, there was no other expression on her face except confusion. During these days, through Lu Xinyue, she had a general understanding of Gu Wuchen's identity, the son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land, one of the 5 holy places. He is also a favored child of heaven in the upper realm. It is said that his family would be extremely terrifying if placed in the upper realm, but such a high-ranking young man would actually take an ordinary peasant girl like me as his concubine. Ji Qianxue felt deeply incredible. She was actually not stupid and knew that this was impossible. Master Gu would never take her as a concubine just because of the so-called love at first sight and let her become a phoenix, but at the same time, she knew that if Master Gu hadn't appeared, she would have died in the thatched cottage in Shaoshi village, not to mention sitting here, and no one would care. Therefore, she was unwilling to think deeply and just wanted to live on the surface. At least, after today, she would be Mr. Gu's legitimate concubine, and the first concubine. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of the scene 3 days ago when the elegant Master Gu forcibly opened her mouth and stuffed the pill into her mouth. Her fair cheeks gradually became hot. Congratulations, Ling Tian. Today your son of God is taking a concubine. This is much more grand than the meeting during the Demon Clan rebellion. At this time, backstage at the event venue, the holy lords of the 5 holy lands gathered together, surrounding the holy lord Ling Tian in the middle, and constantly congratulated and asked questions. They have been trying to inquire about Gu Wuchen's origins and why he could make Jiantian Pavilion work as a recorder at the gate of Lingxiao Holy Land like a servant, but soon, they were disappointed. Ling Tian was like an old fox. He did not mention a word about Gu Wuchen's background. The only thing he said was, "Don't mess with me, no one can save me if you mess with me," and so on. For this reason, the other 4 holy masters had to give up, shook their heads and left. They felt that what Ling Tian said was nonsense. They couldn't afford to offend Jiantian Pavilion, so how could they dare to offend someone that even Jiantian Pavilion was afraid of? However, the 4 of them, who had lived for who knows how long, still smelled something amiss. "I'm afraid something big is going to happen today. We should just be spectators and not get involved." At noon, the feast begins. Gu Wuchen, dressed in a red robe and full of joy, descended from the sky. On the other side, Ji Qianxue, who was also wearing a red dress and a red veil, slowly landed in the center of the venue with the support of Lu Xinyue. After the 2 of them appeared, people from all the major forces present applauded and congratulated them. However, when they realized that the concubine Gu Wuchen took was actually an ordinary person with no cultivation at all, they all had a big question mark over their heads. What's going on here? Is it necessary for the son of God of the Holy Land to make such a big fuss about taking an ordinary woman as a concubine? Originally, they thought that the concubine was also a very important person, so they even went around looking for a woman named Ji Qianxue among any powerful forces. On the stage, Gu Wuchen gently pulled up Ji Qianxue's trembling hand and said softly, "Qianxue, after today, you will be my, Gu Wuchen's, first legitimate woman of status." Hearing this, Ji Qianxue's heart began to pound under the red veil. An unreal feeling of dizziness swept over her. She was really going to become Master Gu's woman. Gu Wuchen paused and continued, however, there is one thing I still need to explain to you in advance. Remember I once said that your physical injuries can only be fully healed with the gem your nephew took away. Today, I hastily accepted you as my concubine in order to lure your selfish nephew to the scene, take back the pearl, and help you prolong your life. Sir, there is no need to explain to me. I understand everything. Ji Qianxue answered without hesitation. My dear lord, I have no way of repaying your kindness. In the future, no matter what you do, I will do my best to support you without any selfish motives. As for my nephew Ji Yun, if he had died, that would be fine. But if he had disappeared for 3 years without any reason, knowing my physical condition, then the little affection between us would have ceased to exist long ago. Hearing Ji Qianxue's resolute tone, Gu Wuchen nodded secretly in his heart. In this way, all we have to do is wait for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 49, The ninth bell rings, and the Son of God stands. Gu Wuchen held Ji Qianxue's hand and stood in the center of the platform. A purple-robed old man from Jiantian Pavilion held up the gift list and read out its contents aloud. Holy Land of Heavenly Fire, a core fire vein. Holy Land of Winter, 9 buckets of Arctic cold jadeite. Holy Land of Chaos, a drop of true dragon blood. Xianin Holy Land. Every time the old man read out a sentence, the guests below couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, especially those small sects and schools. They could not understand why the saints of the other 4 holy places would give such precious gifts. Take the Holy Land of Skyfire for example. There are only 5 holy peaks in total, and underneath each holy peak is a geocentric fire vein. Giving one away as a gift can be a real blow. Gu Wuchen, on the other hand, didn't care about these gifts at all. Let alone the flame veins and dragon blood. Even if it was the essence and blood of a real dragon, their Gu family had several jars of them and they could not use them all up. His eyes were always looking into the distance, as if he could see the malice hidden in the darkness through the mountain protection formation of Lingxiao Holy Land. Time passed minute by minute, and the old man in purple robe finally finished reading out all the treasures on the gift list. Since it was a concubine banquet, not a marriage banquet for a wife, there were not too many formalities and etiquette. After the gift list was read out, Gu Wuchen himself gave a speech, and then the 2 of them could enter the bridal chamber, and the guests would then start their meal as normal. The purple-robed old man smiled and put down the gift list, then said, "Please welcome our host of today's banquet, the Son of God Gu Wuchen, to personally thank everyone for coming." As he finished speaking, he was about to step down. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Boom! 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 9 consecutive deafening bell sounds reached the ears of everyone present, especially the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land. His face changed instantly, but before he could make any move, a young man with murderous aura slowly descended from a distance. Above his head hung an ancient bell about 9 feet high and a deep bronze color. The ancient bell exudes an ancient and majestic aura, as if it can suppress everything. The bell is engraved with dense inscriptions, which are interwoven to form an ancient pattern, depicting the scene when the world was first created and chaos was first divided. Chaos Clock. The leaders of various forces stood up from their seats in shock, looking at the young man who suddenly arrived in disbelief, and then turned their surprised and puzzled eyes to the equally stunned Holy Land of Chaos, Ishikawa. Saint Lord Ishikawa, what do you mean? Also, 9 sounds, your Chaos Holy Land is finally going to give birth to the Son of God? The Skyfire Saint Lord Huajin asked in surprise. He knew that the standard of the Chaos Holy Land for selecting the Son of God was to be able to make the Chaos Bell ring 9 times and gain full recognition. The appearance of the Son of Chaos God means that the Holy Land of Chaos is about to flourish, and it is very likely that he will return to the upper realm and create his own world. But now, things are getting complicated. On the big day of Lingxiao Holy Land's Son of God Gu Wuchen, the Chaos Holy Land brought the Holy Land's most precious treasure, the Chaos Bell, and the Son of God who was full of murderous aura. It doesn't seem like a good thing. Ha ha ha. Let me say it. The young man who suddenly arrived was Ji Yun, who had just emerged from the secret realm and was ready to take Ji Qianxue back. I, Ji Yun, have been recognized by the Chaos Bell, so I am the new Son of God of the Chaos Holy Land. Today, I have come to attend the concubine-taking banquet of Gu Wuchen, the Son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land. As for the banquet gift, I will give you this Chaos Bell. How about it? Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Of course, everyone knows that the Chaos Holy Land will never give the Chaos Bell to anyone else. This is even less likely than the Chaos Lord giving his wife to someone else. Therefore, the meaning of the young man in front of me is self-evident. Send the Chaos Bell to send off the end. He came to see Gu Wuchen off to his final resting place. As soon as they thought of this, everyone, including the Saint Lords of the other 3 Holy Lands, took several steps back and put a great distance between themselves and the Saint Lord of Chaos. What a Chaos Holy Land! What a ruthless person! What a joke! Gu Wuchen had people from Jiantian Pavilion to help him. They didn't have the courage to accompany the Holy Land of Chaos to seek death at this banquet. Presumptuous. The Lord of Chaos smashed the wooden table beside him with one palm and glared at Ji Yun. It has only been 2 days since I left the Holy Land of Chaos. I don't even know when the Son of God will appear in the Holy Land. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. Ji Yun shook his head lightly. You just need to know that the Chaos Bell above my head is real. How come, Lord Saint, you don't even recognize your own treasure? Hearing this, Ishikawa frowned. He knew that the Chaos Bell above Ji Yun's head was real, and it had his mark on it, so it couldn't be fake. It seems that the Holy Lord has recognized me. Ji Yun was delighted and felt relieved. His goal had been achieved. He is not a reckless man. On the contrary, he is extremely careful in everything he does and will not come without adequate preparation. For example, today, I learned that Gu Wuchen was the son of God of Lingxiao Holy Land, so I also got the identity of the Son of God. In this way, relying on the importance of the Son of Chaos to the Holy Land of Chaos, he will surely get the full support of the Holy Land of Chaos. If we can capture the thief Gu today and get our aunt back, our chances of winning will be much greater. Your Excellency the Holy Lord. Ji Yun spoke again, but this time, his tone was obviously much softer, as if he was talking to his own family. My disciple barged into the banquet today out of helplessness. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Wuchen. He forcibly snatched a girl from me and brought this upon my aunt. As he said that, he turned his head, and his angry eyes were fixed firmly on Gu Wuchen, who was wearing a red wedding gown in the center of the stage. At the same time, when he saw Ji Qianxue holding hands with Gu Wuchen, with half of her body almost leaning against him, he was so angry that he almost attacked him. Don't be rude. Ishikawa dodged and stood in front of Ji Yun, speaking earnestly. Ji Yun, you have indeed been recognized by the Chaos Bell. According to the rules, you are already the Son of God of my Chaos Holy Land. But for what happened today, you have to apologize to Gu Shensi no matter what. Listen to me, there must be some misunderstanding here. Ishikawa was very nervous at this moment and was in a dilemma. Just now, his communication jade pendant rang, and from it he learned everything that had just happened in the Holy Land of Chaos. That was when during the disciple selection that was going on as usual, a stunning young man suddenly appeared, and was recognized by the Chaos Bell in one fell swoop. He then disappeared directly from the Chaos Holy Land with the Chaos Bell and appeared here. Therefore, he wanted to protect the Son of God who had not appeared in this Chaos Holy Land for hundreds of thousands of years, and he could not let other things ruin the future of the entire Chaos Holy Land. No! Ji Yun retorted loudly that his most important and only purpose today was to get back Ji Qianxue, which belonged to him. That was related to the inheritance of the human emperor, so how could he possibly apologize to the other party? I will not apologize, nor will I give in. I came here today to take my aunt Ji Qianxue away. She was coerced by Gu Wuchen. Chapter 50 Questioning. Ishikawa was almost driven crazy. He had 1,000 things to say, but now he couldn't open his mouth in front of everyone. You can't just say in front of everyone that you will come back to the Holy Land with me, endure for a few years, and with the approval of the Chaos Bell, there is nothing you can't do in the future. As for secretly transmitting the message, with people from the Jiantian Pavilion present, he didn't think he could hide it from the other party. Lord of Chaos. Gu Wuchen's light words came from the center of the stage. Didn't you hear him say that he is my concubine's eldest nephew? So this is my family affair. You can go and take a rest. This has nothing to do with you. But Gu Shensi, Ji Yun, Ishikawa turned his head, clasped his fists towards Gu Wuchen, and wanted to say something in defense of Ji Yun, but before he could finish, he heard Gu Wuchen snort coldly. Humph. I'm not negotiating with you, puff. With just a cold snort, without using any spiritual power, the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, one of the 5 holy places in Fushui realm, flew backwards, overturned more than a dozen tables in succession, and slammed heavily on the wall. Holy Lord! Holy Lord! The two elders who came with the Holy Lord were shocked. Just as they were about to stand up, they were pressed down by the invisible pressure again. The chairs they were sitting on collapsed and shattered in an instant. He was pinned to the ground and couldn't even move a finger. Now, it is not time to settle accounts with your Chaos Holy Land yet, so stay here obediently. After Gu Wuchen finished all this, he finally looked at the young man in front of him who was emitting murderous aura and wanted to kill him immediately, and nodded secretly. I've finally got you waiting, it's worth all the trouble. A tribute panel. Name, Ji Yun. Identity, one of the 8 kings under the human emperor, the heir of King Shura, the nephew of Ji Qianxue, the daughter of the human emperor, not biological, the son of the Chaos Holy Land, half a quarter of an hour ago. Age, 18, personality, calm, thoughtful, not adventurous, extremely stable. Boundary, 7 layers of the imperial border, constitution, Chaos Holy Body, beginner, fate, son of destiny, seizes the inheritance of the emperor's daughter, future emperor, magic weapons, human emperor pearl, chaos bell, times, future trajectory, before the host appears 1 month later, save the dying Ji Qianxue, obtain the blood of the human emperor from her body, and obtain the entire human emperor inheritance through the human emperor pearl. It's actually a Chaos Holy Body, not a Chaos Divine Body. What a pity. Gu Wuchen secretly thought it was a pity and felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that Ji Yun could be recognized by the Chaos Bell because he must have a Chaos Divine Body. Unexpectedly, it was just a Chaos Holy Body. Come to think of it, it is true. The gap between the Chaos Divine Body and the Chaos Holy Body is very huge. In this universe, there may be 100 or even 1,000 Chaos Holy Bodies, but there can only be one Chaos Divine Body. There will never be 2 Chaos Divine Bodies alive at the same time. After all, it is hailed as the #1 divine body in history. It seems that Ji Yun's greatest opportunity is Qianxue's human emperor pearl. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen smiled slightly, and took Ji Qianxue, who was obviously becoming a little nervous, to sit down at the seat behind him. Ji Yun, I once heard Qianxue mention you, an unfilial nephew. You have come here rashly today. Why are you standing there like an idiot without kneeling down to your aunt and my uncle, you? When Ji Yun heard the word uncle, his face twitched. He didn't expect that Gu Wuchen could remain so calm after hearing his provocation, and even used the name uncle to provoke him. Glancing at the Chaos Lord who was coughing up blood behind him, and the 2 elders who were pinned to the ground motionless, his brows furrowed. The situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. I went through so much trouble and made a special trip to the Holy Land of Chaos to find such a big backer. But it collapsed so quickly. However, things are still under control. Gu Wuchen, Gu the Son of God, the only Son of God in Lingxiao Holy Land. Ji Yun spoke loudly with his head held high and his chest puffed out, neither humble nor arrogant. You are the Son of God. I have no right to interfere with your abduction of women and prostitution. But this time, you actually took my frail aunt as your concubine. What do you want to do? His tone became heavier and heavier, and there was even some reluctance in his voice, acting like a filial nephew who risked his life to save his aunt from being bullied. Even the guests present couldn't help but nodded secretly. The Chaos Holy Land has produced such a gifted child who has become the Son of God and is extremely loyal and filial. If he can leave safely today, the Chaos Holy Land will surely reach a terrifying height in the future. What do I want to do? Ha 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 ha, what a filial nephew. Gu Wuchen couldn't help but laughed out loud. What you said is really ridiculous. It makes me underestimate you. Just as you said, I am the Son of God with a noble status. Looking at the entire Fushui realm, there are few people with a status nobler than mine. What kind of woman can I want? And your aunt, the one I took as my concubine today, is a farm girl I met by chance in a remote, almost deserted village. She has no cultivation and lives a life of simple meals. She is also plagued by illness, and every day she lives is a torment for her. We had a very pleasant conversation. I cured her of her hidden disease and later took her as my concubine. I also announced it to the world and gave her a legitimate identity. So, what do you think I want to do? Every word in every sentence is a gem. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, yes, with Gu Wuchen's noble status, what could he want from a peasant woman with no cultivation? If he really wanted to get Ji Qianxue, there are countless ways to do it by trickery and force. It is impossible for him to hold a concubine banquet and summon forces from all sides to congratulate her. In other words, even though Ji Yun said that Ji Qianxue was forced, it was impossible to be true because Ji Qianxue was not a person of noble status. Damn it! After being retorted back in public, the righteous image he had just established collapsed. Ji Yun gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew clearly that the Son of God in front of him was very likely aware of Ji Qianxue's identity as the daughter of the emperor, which was why he took a concubine, but he couldn't say it out loud. Once I say it, it might backfire and cause a rift between me and my aunt. My chances of getting the blood of the emperor will be slim. He remained silent, but Gu Wuchen would not sit idle, and pressed him step by step. In that case, I would like to ask you, my filial nephew, first. The 7th level of the emperor realm, no matter where he is a powerful person with a great reputation. And your aunt lives alone in the village. She is seriously ill and she never forgets to burn incense and pray for your safety every day. You have such a high level of cultivation, but you are out there being carefree and reckless. Today, just when your aunt has found true love and is about to escape from the sea of suffering, you appear here with the intention of taking away your aunt's happiness. What do you want to do? Chapter 51. I can treat you as my own nephew. The cold words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Ji Yun's heart hard. This was indeed the thing he least wanted to think about in the past 3 years. Go back to look after your aunt? Absolutely not. If he goes back, it means a lot of variables will arise. For example, someone from the Chaos Holy Land came to him and found the human emperor pearl in his hand, or his aunt awakened the human emperor bloodline, causing the human emperor pearl to escape from his control. These are things he doesn't want to see. Therefore, he must cultivate in the secret realm of the human emperor pearl to a level where he has enough say. Even if during this period, my aunt has to endure pain that ordinary people cannot endure, it is all worth it. At worst, I can make up for it as much as possible in the future. Why, you're not talking anymore. Seeing Ji Yun's tangled expression, Gu Wuchen smiled contemptuously. I touched your sore spot, but you don't want to face it? Or do you have other intentions by suddenly coming to your aunt's and my concubine's banquet? I have no other intentions. Ji Yun retorted in a lost voice, saying that no matter what, he had to establish a good image in front of his aunt today. Otherwise, even if he could take her away by force today, it would be difficult for him to obtain the bloodline of the human emperor in the future. Aunt. He turned his gaze to Ji Qianxue, who was sitting next to Gu Wuchen and covered with a red veil, and said in the softest tone possible, come with me. This Ling Xiao godson can't really want to take you as his concubine. I'm here to save you. You have to believe me. He already had a plan in mind. Now he just needed to get his aunt's approval. He would use the human emperor pearl to instantly move him and his aunt tens of thousands of miles away. At that time, the two of them entered the secret realm of the human emperor pearl, and no one in the world would be able to discover their traces. Afterwards, he received the complete inheritance of the human emperor and broke through the barriers. Not to mention Emir Gu Wuchen, even the powerful forces in the upper realm were like ants in front of him. Thinking of this, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes looked straight at Ji Qianxue, ready to activate the human emperor pearl at any time. After a moment, Ji Qianxue let out a long sigh, lifted her veil, and revealed her somewhat pale face. Hey, Xiao Yun. It's me, I'm Xiao Yun, aunt, let's go. Ji Yun was delighted when he heard his aunt calling him by his nickname, thinking that his plan had been half successful, that he controlled the chaos bell above his head to slowly fall down, and the chaos holy body in his body was quietly operating. At this moment, without the support of the Chaos Holy Land, the protection of the Chaos Bell was particularly important. He had to be on guard against Gu Wuchen interfering with his plans at any time, but strangely, Gu Wuchen did not move. Instead, he looked at him with a playful expression without saying a word. Ji Qianxue continued, you may be right. Master Gu doesn't really want to take me as his concubine. After all, I am just a dying farm girl. There is no way I can marry the son of God of the Holy Land. Yes, that's right. Aunt, you can still think calmly. I'm very pleased. As long as you nod, I promise to take you away from here immediately, and no one can stop me. Ji Yun responded quickly. His body couldn't help but take a step forward, as he was getting closer and closer to the success of his plan. But then, Ji Qianxue changed the subject. But without Master Gu's sudden visit, I would most likely be a corpse now, so how can I talk about anything else? So, I am willing to become Master Gu's concubine, no matter what the reason is. Having said this, she paused and her tone became cold and serious. Ji-yun, let me ask you, we agreed to return the pearl to me within 3 months, but you disappeared for 3 years without any news. Now that you have returned, you have even achieved extraordinary accomplishments. Don't tell me that you couldn't even spare the time to come back in the past 3 years. As she spoke, Ji Qianxue glared at Ji-yun. This nephew whom she had not seen for 3 years now seemed more and more unfamiliar in her eyes. Just now, Gu Wuchen had quietly told her about Ji-yun's current strength reached the 7th level of the Imperial Realm. Although she didn't know what realm this was, Gu Wuchen kindly explained it to her. She was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of cultivation in the lower realm. All those immortals she had known in the past were no match for Ji-yun. It can be said to be a sideways existence. After hearing this, Ji Qianxue understood all at once. Although she had been in a daze for the past 3 years, she had already thought of all the possible scenarios in her mind. For example, Ji-yun is already dead and the pearl has been stolen. Ji-yun is still alive, but has been kidnapped by a demon cultivator and turned into a living dead. For example, Ji-yun was not dead, but was alive and well, but he was unwilling to come back to save her. Originally, she was extremely reluctant to believe the last possibility, but now, with the facts before her, no matter how stupid she was, she knew Ji-yun was selfish. On the other hand, Ji-yun's eyes were a little dull at this moment, and he stopped moving forward and explained hurriedly, "Aunt, please listen to my explanation. This is not the case. I also have something to hide." "Oh? Are you hiding something?" Gu Wuchen spoke at the right time, his tone mixed with teasing. "How about this? I, as your uncle, will help resolve the conflict between you two. Didn't Qianxue just say that you took her pearl away 3 years ago? Now her health is getting worse and worse, and she urgently needs the pearl to recover. Take out the pearl now and return it to your aunt so that she can recuperate. This can be considered as making amends. Even though you caused a scene at my concubine banquet today, I will forgive you for what happened. How do you think?" After saying this, Gu Wuchen looked around at the guests present and said loudly, "Today, all the major sect leaders and saints have gathered here to bear witness for me. If my nephew Ji-yun can make amends and return the pearl that originally belonged to Qianxue, I will definitely not make things difficult for him today. Not only that, from now on, I will treat him as my own nephew and provide him with cultivation resources. Even if he enters the upper realm in the future, he will be able to achieve great things." When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. I didn't expect that Gu Wuchen, the son of God, would be so affectionate for an ordinary woman. Even the fact that Ji-yun contradicted him could be forgiven. The Holy Lord Wu Jin of the Skyfire Holy Land even clasped his fists and said, "Godson Gu is so magnanimous. I admire him. Our Heavenly Fire Holy Land is willing to guarantee Godson Gu. With the first person, there will be the second and the third. I, the Holy Land of Winter, am willing to guarantee it. My Xianyin Holy Land is willing. The Starfist sect is willing. The Beastmaster Palace is willing." In just a moment, all the forces present had given their guarantees. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became weird, and all the pressure fell on Ji-yun. Chapter 52, The Real Purpose is Revealed, Shuro Road. "Hand it over." My dear nephew Gu Wuchen put his hands behind his back and walked to a place not far from Ji-yun. He had a meaningful smile on his face and his eyes were fixed on Ji-yun. The reason why he had not taken any action to forcibly suppress Ji-yun was because Ji-yun was holding the human emperor pearl in his hand. This is a treasure that can save your life and allow you to escape at any time. The terrifying strength of the human emperor is unquestionable. Even if Gu Wuchen is conceited, he will not be naive enough to think that he can compete with the means of the human emperor. You. Ji-yun's heart was filled with anger and disdain when he heard Gu Wuchen's words. The resources from the upper realm are simply worthless in front of the human emperor pearl, but now so many people were forcing him to abdicate at the same time, and they were all standing on the so-called moral high ground. He was speechless and was so angry that he was shaking all over and his face turned red. Don't even think about getting the human emperor pearl. Ji-yun regretted it instantly as soon as he said that. He thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly covered his mouth with his hand, his face full of panic. Although he had a high level of cultivation, most of it was acquired through training in secret realms. He had not experienced much of the world, and it was difficult for him to remain calm when faced with a scene like today. "No, that's not what I meant. He was usually calm, but under tremendous pressure, he completely lost his composure and blurted out his true thoughts. Pa! Pa! Gu Wuchen clapped 3 times loudly. The sound was particularly harsh in the silent scene. Nephew, it seems that you have gained a lot in the past 3 years. You even know the name of the Qianxue pearl. Could it be that you got your cultivation from it? Ji Yun, you disappoint me so much. Ji Qianxue shook her head slightly behind her face full of disappointment. At this moment, she finally understood that Ji Yun had no intention of returning the pearl to her, and he probably had no good intentions when he said he wanted to take her away today. Afterwards, she slowly stood up, bowed slightly to Gu Wuchen and said, Mr. Gu, call me husband. Now that the concubine-taking banquet is over, don't mention the title of young master anymore. Gu Wuchen interrupted her immediately. Husband, husband. Ji Qianxue was obviously not used to this title, and she spoke hesitantly. Since Ji Yun is so ruthless and selfish, taking my pearl to cultivate himself without caring about my life or death, then the relationship between Ji Yun and me is over. If you need me later, I will do my best. Well, there will be a chance. Gu Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. You, don't force me. After a brief panic, a hint of ferocity flashed in Ji Yun's eyes. One of the 8 kings inherited in the body, the Shura king inheritance began to stir, and now, it is impossible for him to get Ji Qianxue's approval. Without her approval, although he can activate the human emperor pearl to escape with himself, he cannot take Ji Qianxue with him. Therefore, he now has only one way to go: kill everyone here except Ji Qianxue, prove his Shura path, and then use tough measures to seize her bloodline of the human emperor. As soon as he thought of this, he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, "Ah!" In an instant, a blood-red light burst out from his body, and faint traces of the great Tao flowed through his body like a flexible silk thread. Ha! Gu Wuchen exclaimed softly, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The Ji Yun in front of him actually showed signs of mastering the Shura way. I'm afraid that if he is given another month, he will be able to completely master the Shura way and become the second genius besides Gu Wuchen to possess the great Tao in the Emperor realm. No wonder he chose to come out of retreat after a month, so this is the reason. So, I took Ji Qianxue as my concubine and forced him to come out of retreat early, which actually made him lose a lot of fighting power. Just as Gu Wuchen was thinking, Ji Yun had already appeared like a god of death crawling out of hell, with bloodshot eyes and the chaos bell in his hand. Even the patterns on the chaos bell were faintly blood-red. He made a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Gu Wuchen, you are just a little son of God from the lower realm. I'm afraid you don't even know what the great Tao is? Today, I will let you have a taste of the might of the great Tao. Shura Tao, rise up. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire venue, and even the entire Lingxiao Holy Land. This murderous intent seemed to be everywhere, like a sharp knife, striking hard at everyone's heart. Even though the guests present had extraordinary cultivation, they all felt deep fear at this moment. What's this? Why can't the spiritual energy in my body circulate? It's completely suppressed. Everyone was horrified to find that the spiritual power that they could control freely on a normal day was now like being cast under a spell, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not activate it. Humph, you ignorant ants dare to resist the pressure of the avenue? Ji Yun sneered disdainfully to I. In the past 3 years, he has been reborn and has even mastered the Tao. If it weren't for the incident of Ji Qianxue being robbed, he originally planned to completely master the Shura Tao before coming out, but when he shifted his gaze to Gu Wuchen opposite him, he was suddenly stunned. He saw Gu Wuchen walking towards him steadily, and the Shura Tao pressure that enveloped the 4 directions was completely annihilated when it was a few feet away from him. This is impossible. Ji Yun cried out, how can a tiny ant from the lower world possibly resist my Shura king inheritance? He was really confused at this moment, and suddenly felt that he had been in seclusion in the secret realm for many years, like a frog in a well, with limited knowledge. According to the records in the human emperor pearl, even in the era when all races emerged and geniuses arose, those who could master the great Tao before the quasi-emperor were all well-deserved chosen ones of heaven. With the complete avenue protecting his body, even a quasi-emperor would not be completely unaffected, unless the other party also masters the great Tao, and it is a more powerful great Tao than his Shura Tao. As soon as this thought came into Ji Yun's mind, it was immediately rejected. No, absolutely not. According to records, even someone as powerful as the human emperor only mastered a great path of his own when he entered the Saint realm. And I have only inherited the legacy of King Shura and taken a shortcut to reach this step. How could this little son of the Holy Land opposite me possibly do it? While he was stunned, Gu Wuchen had already walked to within a few feet of him. Faced with the increasingly strong pressure from Shura Dao, Gu Wuchen remained calm and composed, without any signs of being oppressed. The Great Way, the Shura Way, it's a pity that I have only mastered it superficially, not even the entry level. You can't seem to see me off to the end at this level. As Gu Wuchen walked, he shook his head gently, his face full of regret and emotion, as if he was lamenting the weakness of Ji Yun's cultivation and his shallow grasp of the Tao. You're talking nonsense. Ji Yun was immediately furious and yelled back. Being able to master the avenue so early has always been something Ji Yun was most proud of. Now, being ridiculed in the field he is best at is something he cannot tolerate in any way. Ashura Karma fire, light it up. As he shouted, a blazing fire suddenly ignited at Gu Wuchen's feet. The flames carried a strong breath of destruction and karma, and seemed to be able to burn everything in the world in an instant. But Ji Yun was disappointed. Although the karmic fire derived from Shura Avenue burned fiercely, Gu Wuchen, who was in the center of the flames, did not even have a corner of his clothes burned. What shocked Ji Yun even more was that this karmic fire was actually showing signs of being swallowed up. Chapter 53. Sorry, mine is bigger than yours. The flame is too weak. It is a waste of the Shura path that you have obtained. Gu Wuchen shook his head and waved his hands, and a flame with a cold breath burst out from under his feet. Holy Ice Spirit Fire, the 7th ranked strange fire in the strange fire rankings. As soon as it appeared, the temperature around it dropped sharply. The pressure originally generated by Shura Dao actually showed signs of weakening when the strange fire appeared. This is not over yet. The strange fire was burning fiercely, as if it had seen something very nutritious. The flames condensed into a big mouth of a beast, and it swallowed all the not yet mature Shura Karma fire in one gulp. What kind of monster is this? Impossible. This is the karmic fire generated by the Great Tao. How could it be swallowed up? Ji Yun suddenly couldn't feel the existence of the karma fire he summoned, and retreated several steps in panic. The cold feeling brought to his body by the Holy Ice Spirit Fire was far less than the impact on his soul. It was said that the power of the Great Tao was invincible. How could this happen? What he didn't know was that the reason why the Shura Karma fire would be swallowed by the strange fire was because anything that appeared in the form of fire would not be more powerful than the real strange fire. Strange fire is a spiritual fire that is naturally formed between heaven and earth. It brings together the flame power from various different avenues. To a certain extent, it is a combination of the flame power of countless avenues. How could a single Shura Karma fire possibly resist the strange fire? The pressure from Shura Avenue was gradually declining. The real reason was that when Gu Wuchen released the strange fire, he inadvertently exposed his 2 avenues. The power of Shura Dao has been fatally emerging in Ji Yun, but every time Gu Wuchen takes a step forward, the power of the Dao in his body will sound an alarm for Ji Yun, as if telling him its master. This man is unbeatable, run away. But can Ji Yun run? He can. He could rely on the power of the human Emperor Pearl to escape by force, but he would not be willing to do so. I will never be willing to give up my bloodline of the human emperor to others. If I escape today, by the time Gu Wuchen and Ji Qianxue finish the concubine banquet and enter the bridal chamber, everything will be too late. With this thought in mind, Ji Yun looked at the chaos bell in his hand, and the Chaos Holy Land was running wildly. In an instant, the size of the chaos bell suddenly increased. It was simple and majestic, floating in the sky, like a god or Buddha descending to the world to protect his safety. At this time, Ishikawa, the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, struggled to get up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the Chaos Bell, the treasure of his Holy Land, being activated, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. After so many years, a person recognized by the Chaos Bell finally appeared in the Holy Land of Chaos, the contemporary Son of God. But the timing is wrong. Ishikawa turned his head to look at the people hidden among the guests and the dozens of people in black robes on the periphery. He finally managed to hold his body together, but then he slowly lay down again and looked up at the sky in confusion. That's all. Perhaps the Chaos Holy Land has not yet risen. Let's wait a little longer. As he said this, he silently closed his eyes. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land, pretending to be dead. It's not that he doesn't want to help Ji Yun, but he doesn't want to see the Chaos Holy Land destroyed in his hands. As long as there is a glimmer of hope today, he will fight for a future for the Holy Land. This is the greatest hope of all the Holy Lords of the Chaos Holy Land, but he also saw what happened just now. Ji Yun didn't even care about the life and death of his relatives for his own selfish reasons. How could he appreciate his kindness? In the end, Ji-yun might be able to rely on the Chaos Bell to escape danger, but what about their Chaos Holy Land? Once they get involved, facing the extremely powerful Jiantian Pavilion, even Gu Wuchen, who had severely injured himself, a peak Emperor realm expert, with a cold snort, would not easily forgive them. The Chaos Holy Land was destroyed. Will Ji-yun rebuild the Chaos Holy Land and complete the ancestral precepts of the Holy Land? Obviously not. Why? With a long sigh, Ishikawa completely gave up the idea of helping Ji-yun. On the other side, when the other people present saw the Chaos Bell being activated, they all held their breath and their faces became heavy. The Chaos Bell, known as the #1 artifact in the Fushui realm, is said to be a chaos treasure formed when the world was first created. Its power is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Chaos Holy Land, although its overall strength is relatively weak among the 5 Holy Lands, has still been able to stand in the Fushui realm for so long, and the reason is precisely this Chaos Bell. Even though no one in the Chaos Holy Land could activate the true power of the Chaos Bell, they could, through the special skills passed down from their ancestors, activate some of the Chaos Bell's functions, making other forces never dare to underestimate the Chaos Holy Land. At this moment, the Chaos Bell was activated by a recognized person, and no one could guess how powerful it could be. Ji-yun moved. He let out a low roar, and the vast spiritual power in his body poured into the bell. Chaos Clock, open. Boom! A distant bell sounded throughout heaven and earth, and invisible sound waves spread out in all directions with the Chaos Bell as the center. Wherever the sound waves passed, space collapsed, time seemed to stop, and everything fell into chaos. The first to be hit was naturally Gu Wuchen, who was closest to him. Gu Wuchen's expression remained unchanged. The great power attached to his fist, and he smashed it hard at the sound wave that was attacking him. The sound of breaking glass. The Chaos Bell produced almost tangible sound waves, which shattered like glass and scattered in all directions. After doing all this, Gu Wuchen nodded silently, very satisfied with his punch. This was another huge gain from his 3 days of retreat, in addition to absorbing the Dao fruit. Initially grasp the essence of the great way of power, and break all laws. With one force, when the power is strong enough, no matter how the opponent attacks, one punch can break it, whether it is tangible or intangible. Afterwards, Gu Wuchen glanced at the Chaos Bell that appeared above Ji-yun's head and shook his head again. Your Shura Avenue is not used properly. I didn't expect that even the Chaos Bell that you are so proud of is a defective product. If the complete Chaos Bell was here, I might be able to avoid the attack temporarily, but I can't. Defective goods? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The artifact that is praised as the #1 in the entire Fushui world is actually said to be a defective product. They didn't believe it, and Ji-yun, the owner, didn't believe it even more. He shouted, "Absurd! You just blocked an attack I launched casually. You don't understand the horror of the Chaos Bell at all." I don't understand? Being refuted in public, Gu Wuchen did not get angry but laughed instead. He put his hands behind his back, and his spiritual sense wandered in his space ring, searching carefully. While searching, the only Chaos Bell in the world was shattered when the 10,000 races fought against other races. The broken pieces spread across the 10,000 worlds and formed defective Chaos Bells of various sizes. What you hold in your hand is only the tiniest fragment, and the most useless fragment of the Chaos Bell. And excuse me, I happen to have one that's bigger than yours. After saying that, the space ring in Gu Wuchen's hand flashed with light. An ancient tripod, with a pressure that could obviously crush the Chaos Bell in Ji-yun's hand, appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 54. Goodbye, Gu Wuchen. This is also an ancient bell with a deep bronze color throughout. The bell is also engraved with dense inscriptions, which are interwoven to form an ancient pattern, depicting the scene when the world was first created and chaos was first divided. The only difference is that its size and pressure are much larger than the Chaos Bell in Ji-yun's hand, giving people a feeling of Chaos Bell father and son. Chaos Clock. 2 Chaos Bells. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes wandering back and forth between the 2 chaos clocks, feeling like their brains were not enough. There really is more than one chaos clock. Looking at Ji-yun, who opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief, Gu Wuchen's eyes narrowed, and he controlled the Chaos Bell and shouted softly, "Chaos Bell, suppress." Boom! It was also a melodious bell sound, but its power was even stronger, forming a sound wave that attacked the Chaos Bell above Ji-yun's head. Impossible. My Chaos Clock is unique. Yours is definitely a fake. Ji-yun quickly activated the Chaos Bell to block it, but in an instant, he suddenly realized something and burst into laughter. Besides, even if yours is real, your Chaos Bell will also belong to me. Yes, he suddenly remembered that he was a favored child of heaven who possessed the holy chaos body. He could be afraid of anything, but he didn't need to be afraid of the chaos clock. The chaos holy body in his body was functioning at its maximum capacity. Obviously, he was planning to use his special physique to forcibly seize Gu Wuchen's chaos bell, because he knew clearly that only his divine body could easily control the chaos bell. This can be seen from the fact that he can easily seize the chaos bell in the chaos holy land and easily erase all the marks of everyone on the chaos bell. Come here, take my chaos bell. Then I will have 2 chaos bells. I have to thank you, Gu Shensi. Ji Yun's face was filled with joy. He was not afraid of the impending attack at all. His chaos holy body had already opened its arms to welcome the upcoming second chaos bell. Interesting. Gu Wuchen's contemptuous voice came from not far away, and he looked at Ji Yun as if he was a fool. If Ji Yun possessed the chaos divine body, he would never dare to take out the chaos bell and take the risk. But it is ridiculous that someone with only the chaos holy body dared to snatch things from him. This chaos bell was given to him by his grandfather when he descended to the mortal world. He said it was one of the trophies he got when he killed a great emperor with a chaos holy body with a single sword. In order to allow Gu Wuchen to control the chaos bell at will, my grandfather even refined the corpse of the emperor back then, making his chaos holy body the medium for controlling the chaos bell for Gu Wuchen to use. Thinking of this, the 2 chaos bells finally collided. The deafening sound of the collision struck the soul directly, causing the ears of the guests present to ring, and then blood flowed from their ears, and their brains became dizzy. They simply couldn't withstand the residual power of the collision between the 2. If it weren't for the people from Jiantian Pavilion who came to the scene to resist 1 or 2, most of these people would have died in an instant. At this moment, they truly realized the horror of the chaos bell and Gu Wuchen. No wonder Jiantian Pavilion was willing to help him. His identity was probably far beyond what they could guess. On the field, after the collision, Ji Yun's chaos bell was obviously defeated and kept pressing down, dragging Ji Yun himself with his feet deeply sunk into the ground. Unable to extricate himself, seeing that it was almost done, Gu Wuchen once again started to practice a spell, receive. The chaos bell that was originally suppressing Ji Yun suddenly burst out with a terrifying suction force. Since you want to steal my things, you must be prepared to be robbed back. Ji Yun only felt a lightness on his head, and his chaos bell flew away from him and flew far away in the direction of Gu Wuchen. Ji Wuchen stood where he was and grabbed Ji Yun's chaos bell. The system's prompt sound rang in time. Ding. The item of Ji Yun, the Son of Destiny, has been detected. The Chaos Bell, fragment. Recyclable, receive. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 999,999 gold coins. As the system's notification sounded, the balance in Gu Wuchen's villain shop instantly reached over 1 million, but this is not the end yet. The chaos bell in his hand was taken back into the system, and replaced by a piece of ancient bronze fragment, which quietly fell into Gu Wuchen's hand. Fragments of the chaos bell. The system simply recovered the fragments of the chaos bell and evolved a new chaos bell through countless years. The most important fragments were returned to Gu Wuchen. Ji Wuchen put the fragment away, thinking to himself that this was a good thing, as he not only earned 1 million gold coins, but also obtained a fragment of the precious chaos bell, which was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The complete chaos bell is much more powerful than the ultimate imperial weapon used by the great emperor, and it is something that even the Gu family covets. On the other hand, Ji Yun was completely dumbfounded the moment the chaos clock disappeared, because all his connections with the chaos clock were cut off. It was completely cut off. He didn't even know how he disappeared. After seeing the fragments of the chaos bell in Gu Wuchen's hand being put away, Ji Yun finally understood his chaos clock was stolen, and it was snatched away when the other party did not have the holy body of chaos. Then what is this so-called chaos holy body? A decoration? Puff. He was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He had been in seclusion for 3 years, and originally thought that once he was born, he would be revered by everyone and become the top existence in the world. Unexpectedly, first the Shura Avenue that he was so proud of was ineffective, and then the Chaos Bell, the first artifact in the Fushui realm, was forcibly taken away. It turns out that I have always been self-righteous. He laughed at himself, his confidence gone, but that doesn't mean he won't take revenge. Gu Wuchen. He suddenly raised his head and stared straight at Gu Wuchen, his eyes revealing an expression that showed he wished to deprive this man who suddenly appeared to ruin his life. I, Ji Yun, will remember what happened today. Hey, you. Having said that, he shifted his gaze to Ji Qianxue, who was wearing a wedding gown in the distance. And you, my dear aunt, one day, I will teach you two a lesson. We see you again someday. And I believe that this day will not be too far away. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the human Emperor Pearl and chose to escape from here temporarily. Obviously, today is extremely unfavorable to him. If he stays, not only will he not be able to obtain the bloodline of the human emperor, but he may also lose his life. Therefore, he had to retreat first, and wait until he had fully accepted the inheritance of King Shura before coming out. By that time, it would not be too late to settle all the grudges. Suddenly, a milky white gem emitting a faint halo emerged. A strange spiritual power emerged from its interior and enveloped Ji Yun's entire body. Goodbye, Goddess Gu. Under the cover of spiritual power, Ji Yun showed a mocking smile, and even waved his hand on the spot, saying goodbye like a good friend. Chapter 55. I know you can't bear to leave me. Since he cannot take his aunt Ji Qianxue away today, Ji Yun is going to discuss this. Gushan Zi. After saying goodbye, Ji Yun slightly opened his arms, closed his eyes, and ignored everything present, enjoying the feeling of the spiritual power of the human Emperor Pearl enveloping his whole body. 3, 2, 1. He muttered to himself, and couldn't help but smile. Walk. The light of the human Emperor Pearl suddenly became brighter, forming a wall of light that blocked any interference from the outside world, including Gu Wuchen. They all frowned and did not take a step forward. Gu Chenxi came to them at some point and whispered, "Master, I can't stop him." Under the gaze of everyone, the light finally dissipated, and Ji Yun and the human Emperor Pearl he took out all disappeared on the spot, as if they had never been there. Run away? Everyone looked at each other, and their bodies trembled for no reason. In such a difficult situation, Ji Yun suddenly ran away. It doesn't matter if he runs away. The main thing is, when he appears again in the future, will he seek revenge on them? The answer is yes. Judging from the strength Ji Yun displayed today, the entire Fushui realm will inevitably become a living hell after he is born again. Young master. Gu Chenxi pondered for a moment and suggested. Although the orb can help Ji Yun escape, he is still in the lower realm. Why don't I report it to my family now and let the strong men in the family destroy the Fushui realm to prevent future troubles? When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. What did she say? Destroy the water world. So what do? The destruction of the water world means that it is impossible for any living organism to survive. Especially the people in Jiantian Pavilion were all dumbfounded when they heard these words, and hurriedly took out the communication jade slips to inform the deputy pavilion master Fengwoyada. I was afraid that at 1 o'clock in the night, the godson of the Gu family would really send people to destroy the Fushui realm. Gu Shenxi, think twice. We in the holy land of heavenly fire can use all our strength to search for the thief Ji Yun. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, we will definitely find him. The Holy Lord of Fire Cinders took a step forward first, bowed and gave advice. He had already gotten the message from the people in Jiantian Pavilion that Gu Wuchen did have the ability to destroy the Fushui realm. Otherwise, if such treasonous words were spoken, they would probably be stopped by the Jiantian Pavilion immediately. It's not like now. Everyone is holding the jade pendant and muttering something frantically. Yes, my holy land of winter is willing to help the Son of God find it. Me too. Countless forces echoed this, their faces full of anxiety. This was a matter of life and death for them. However, Gu Wuchen ignored them and glanced at Ji Qianxue, who was sitting in the back with her eyebrows furrowed and silent, and said slowly, "It's a good idea, and it looks like it can really eliminate the problem forever." However, Gu Wuchen knew in his heart that Ji Yun was blessed by heaven, and before this, no one in Jiantian Pavilion could find him. Even if Fushui realm was destroyed, it would be difficult to eliminate him. Let me think. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen fell into deep thought, wondering if he should gather all the Gu family emperors to look for this Ji Yun. Suddenly, behind him, Ji Qianxue's frown relaxed and a smile appeared on her pale face. She stood up with a look of joy on her face. "My lord, my husband, I found him." "Found it back?" Gu Wuchen's expression moved slightly. His guess was indeed correct. Ji Qianxue was the key to his successful killing of Ji Yun. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the center of the venue. The light quickly dissipated, revealing Ji Yun, who everyone was thinking about. He was sitting on the ground, chewing a spiritual fruit, cursing. "Humph, Ji Qianxue, since you refuse to come with me, I will take possession of you by force after I come out of confinement. When the future emperor is born, I will be his father." At this point, he burst into laughter, which was particularly harsh in the quiet meeting room. Ha. Well? Halfway through his laughter suddenly stopped, because he felt that this place was somewhat familiar. Moreover, why did I faintly hear people talking about his poor brain? Hello, nephew. Gu Wuchen squatted beside Ji Yun with a smile and patted his shoulder. I knew you wouldn't leave me, your uncle, and you wouldn't just leave. I originally thought that the next time we would meet, as you just said, would not be too far away. It would take at least a year or two. I didn't expect that you would be back in the blink of an eye. You are really my good nephew. Having said this, Gu Wuchen's face instantly turned gloomy. The game is over. Bang! One punch, a simple punch directly shattered Ji Yun's dantian, and a bloody hole the size of a fist appeared above his abdomen, completely penetrating through. Puff! Ji Yun's blood, mixed with his internal organs and spiritual fruit fragments, spurted out of his mouth, and his breath instantly became weak. He fell to the ground, feeling the vitality gradually disappearing from his body, staring straight at Ji Qianxue, who was standing behind Gu Wuchen with a blank expression on her face. It's her! He shouted in his heart. He understood that he had hidden in the secret realm of the human emperor, and no one could find him except Ji Qianxue. Gu Wuchen can't do it, not even the emperor from the upper realm can. Puff, another mouthful of blood filled with internal organs was spat out, and the Shura aura on Ji Yun's body slowly emerged, making his final struggle. Ji Wuchen sneered and pressed his hand on his forehead, showing his killing spree and attacking Ji Yun's nerves crazily. The Shura path became extremely fragile in front of the slaughter path. The Shura path, which was not fully under control to begin with, was completely destroyed in an instant. The collapse of the Great Avenue completely shattered Ji Yun's last hope. He let out a long whine of pain, then his head tilted, his eyes staring at the boss, and he was completely silent, a genius of his generation, who became an emperor in 3 years. Even in the upper realm, he would be the focus of training. Now he died with his eyes wide open. Before he died, he even said that he wanted the blood of the emperor. Dead? Gu Wuchen's eyes moved slightly. This time, hunting the child of destiny was smoother than he had imagined. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of destiny, Ji Yun. Congratulations to the host for winning. Who is it? Who killed my successor? Damn it! The system's reward notification sound was interrupted by a deafening roar. The human emperor pearl that fell from Ji Yun's body was no longer snow white, but blood red, with a terrifying soul floating out of it. He was 8 feet tall, covered with chains all over his body, holding 2 swords, with his eyes wide open. Although he was only a soul body, even a single look was enough to make people shudder. You killed him! The soul body instantly locked onto Gu Wuchen, its eyes full of anger. He, King Shura, one of the 8 kings under the human emperor, was the first person to find the successor. The purpose of this remaining soul of mine is to find a successor and revive the glory of the 10,000 races era, but I didn't expect that in just 3 years, I only passed on some superficial powers, and the inheritor was actually slaughtered. After realizing this, he instantly lost his mind. Even though he was inheriting in the human emperor pearl, he was still in a semi-sleeping state, because once he woke up completely, this remnant soul would completely dissipate in a stick of incense at most, but this time he really couldn't bear it anymore. Even at the risk of his remaining soul completely dissipating, he was determined to avenge the person who dared to ruin the human race. Chapter 56. The human emperor appears. The remnant soul locked onto Gu Wuchen tightly, and he ignored even Gu Chensi, who was standing in front of him. The mere supreme realm was not enough to make him take a second look. Die. He raised a long knife and suddenly chopped it down at Gu Wuchen's head. The speed seemed slow, but it gave people a feeling that no matter how hard they tried to dodge, they could not avoid it. Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes and silently pulled Gu Chensi, who was standing in front of him, over. The jade slip of the great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger's full strength attack was already in his hand. Stop! A delicate cry came from behind Gu Wuchen. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and when they saw that it was Ji Qianxue who shouted stop, they all looked at her in disbelief. The terrifying level of the remaining soul of the unknown powerful man that appeared at the moment had already exceeded their understanding. Unexpectedly, an ordinary human woman would have such courage to shout at him to stop in public. What's the difference between this and seeking death? As expected, when the remnant soul of King Shura heard that someone wanted to stop him, he was slightly stunned, and a trace of nostalgia appeared on his ferocious face. So many years have passed. Is it because too much time has passed that no one remembers his reputation as the Shura king? Looking back to the past, when all races were at war, the number of powerful aliens killed by King Shura himself was more than the total number killed by the other 7 kings. He is a veritable god of death. Except for the human emperor and the other 7 kings, anyone who dares to contradict him will have only one consequence: death and the suffering of endless purgatory. He laughed at himself and was ready to kill the man who dared to shout at him to stop, but it was a pity that he was already a remnant soul and could not throw this man into endless purgatory. But when he looked at Ji Qianshua's face, his head exploded. You actually have the aura of a human emperor. Who are you? He was in a state of extreme shock. No one knew the true situation of the human emperor better than the 8 kings. The human emperor died very suddenly, and he did not have time to leave any descendants. It was also impossible for anyone to catch the human emperor's eye and give birth to offspring. In other words, in this world, the lineage of the human emperor has been cut off, and at most, it would be good enough to still have descendants of the lineage of the 8 kings. But now, the facts are before him. Others may not be able to see it, but he will definitely not be wrong. The woman in front of him possesses the unique blood power of the human emperor. She is a natural emperor and the future supreme of the human race. He slapped his forehead violently. His mind was overwhelmed by joy. How could he care about revenge for his heir? 2nd brother, 8th brother, come out quickly. The bloodline of the human emperor. The human emperor has a successor. Ha 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 ha. He injected a stream of spiritual power into the human emperor pearl, and soon, 2 souls floated out one after another. They looked even more fragile than the Shura king, and their bodies were not as tall as him, just like ordinary people. One of them held a feather fan and said unhappily, 6th brother, stop talking nonsense. How could the emperor of man have descendants? You are showing the greatest disrespect to the emperor of man. Also, if you rashly pull me and Lao Ba out of our deep sleep, do you know that this means that we will completely disappear in the near future and will no longer be able to find our successors? Yes, 6th brother, you really are so reckless. The 2 new souls that floated out were both angry and helpless. They knew King Shura's temperament very well and he was always rash, but I didn't expect that he would be so reckless this time, saying that he found someone with the blood of the human emperor. Why didn't you say that you found the human emperor's own daughter, and she was almost killed by you? Hey, you two, you seem to be confused from sleep. Check for yourself if you don't believe me. At this moment, the murderous aura of King Shura had long disappeared, and his eyes signaled them to look in the direction of Ji Qianxue. Oh, you are hopeless. The 2 souls shook their heads and looked towards Ji Qianxue. They had already woken up anyway, and would disappear soon. They have now begun to think about whether they should just find someone to inherit the throne. They can't let the king's lineage disappear completely, right? A moment later. Human emperor bloodline. The reactions of the 2 souls were even greater than that of the Shura king. They floated on the left and right of Ji Qianxue, too shocked to speak. Husband, Ji Qianxue seemed a little anxious when being stared at by 2 strange souls, and looked at Gu Wuchen with a look for help. It's okay, they won't hurt you. Gu Wuchen nodded. Since these 3 souls came from the human emperor pearl, and Ji Qianxue was the daughter of the human emperor, there would be no danger. When the 3 souls heard the word husband, they were stunned. The descendant of the queen, is she married? But on second thought, it's nothing. The bloodline of the human emperor has been passed down to this day, and no one knows how many epochs have passed. It is also very common for people to get married when they reach a certain age. What's more, this is the family affair of the human emperor, and they should not get too involved. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded silently. Almost at the same time, he stretched out his hand and touched his forehead without any hesitation. Bang! The residual souls of the 3 powerful human kings were instantly shattered into the purest spiritual power and flowed into the human Emperor Pearl. Committed suicide? Seeing this scene, even Gu Wuchen couldn't help but cite the powerful human king. He conservatively estimated, was also a leader at the peak of the emperor realm. Although they couldn't live for too long in the form of residual souls, the fact that they ended their lives so decisively really shocked him. After being infused with pure spiritual energy, the human emperor pearl floated in the air alone. Time suddenly stopped at this moment. Some of the guests present had their mouths wide open, some kept backing away. All of them remained still, including the people from Jiantian Pavilion and Guchensi. They all stood frozen in place, motionless. Their consciousness was frozen at the second before time stopped. Even all living beings in the entire Fushui world, including spiritual forces, were motionless. Everything was quiet. Only 2 people were unaffected. Ji Wuchen, Ji Qianxue, a slender, majestic figure slowly stepped out from the void. She was slightly taller than Gu Wuchen, with extremely long legs and black hair like a waterfall. She wore a majestic dragon robe that covered her entire body. and countless avenues flowed around her. Gu Wuchen stood behind her. Even though he couldn't see her face and could only see her back, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Human emperor, the strongest person with the greatest contribution in the history of human race. Without her, perhaps human beings would be raised as livestock by alien races and become the lowest end of the food chain. Ji Qianxue was facing the human emperor. She stood there in a daze, staring at him, not knowing what she was thinking. In Gu Wuchen's sight, the human emperor reached out and smoothed Ji Qianxue's slightly messy hair, and then told her something. He couldn't hear the specific content and didn't dare to ask. In fact, compared to the content of the conversation, he wanted to see the true face of the human emperor more. After all, the statue of the human emperor in his own ancestral hall actually has no facial features. Chapter 57. A glimpse. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Qianxue gently nodded towards the human emperor, with a glimmer of tears in her eyes, and her expression became firm. Then, the human emperor let out a long sigh. Alas, it's much later than I thought. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. She turned slightly sideways, but never let Gu Wuchen see her face. Then he said, Gu Wuchen, Gu family, who is Gu Changde to you? Her voice is ethereal and majestic, and when people hear it, they will feel like kneeling down in worship from the bottom of their hearts. Ji Wuchen did not kneel. Even if he did, it would be because the human emperor turned around and asked him to kneel down as his mother-in-law, so it was reasonable. He certainly would not kneel down to the human emperor who was unwilling to even let him look at him. But when he heard the three words Gu Changde, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart, responded. Gu Changde is the first-generation ancestor of our Gu family and the one who founded the Gu family. The Gu family's ancestral martial arts technique, the Changde Ju, was passed down by this ancestor, and it is also the reason why the Gu family has been able to stand in the upper realm for so long. At the same time, he secretly wondered in his heart, could it be that the human emperor in front of him, who was unwilling to reveal his true face, was an old friend of his ancestor? Still, don't think too much. As if he had noticed what Gu Wuchen was thinking, the human emperor turned his back to him and spoke lightly. I have never had any interaction with him. Back then, during the war between all races, he did not directly participate, but he indirectly repelled hundreds of races. No alien race in the entire eternal Dao realm dared to provoke him. I never thought that after the events that followed, the 8th prince and I all perished, but Gu Changde actually survived and left behind descendants that continue to this day. How strong is your Gu family in the upper realm now? Well, our strength is decent. No force should dare to mess with our Gu family. Gu Wuchen replied with a little humility. Is that so? The human emperor seemed to be lost in thought. Not long after, her figure slowly dissipated, and the time of the entire Fushui realm stopped and was slowly recovering. At the moment before her figure was about to disappear, she finally turned half of her face, looked deeply at Gu Wuchen, and left a sentence. The 8th prince and his descendants have long disappeared. I have no one left to trust. Since you are a descendant of the Gu family, I entrust Xianyuan Qianxue to you. Please treat her well. As soon as the words fell, the figure of the human emperor completely disappeared. Time in the Fushui realm began to flow, and everyone present continued the actions that were not completed a second ago. No one realized that time had been stopped for about a quarter of an hour. Ji Wuchen was frozen in place, with his mind filled with the last look the human emperor gave him, so much so that he temporarily forgot everything, including half of the human emperor's face. He only remembered that stunning glimpse, what an eye it was, and what a strange emotion it conveyed. He couldn't put it into words, he just felt that the human emperor was full of mysteries. She always had her back to him, and in the end, she entrusted her daughter to him, and then just looked at him again and disappeared. According to his expectations, when he found out that his daughter had been taken as a concubine, he would either kill him on the spot or send an army to hold him accountable. As the daughter of the emperor, she should be the principal wife. What's the point of being a concubine? But these expected scenes did not happen. The human emperor was actually much calmer than he had imagined. How strange, how strange. After muttering twice in his heart, Gu Wuchen shook his head and decided not to think about things he couldn't figure out anymore. He turned to look at the leaders and saints of the major forces who were still in a daze. Although they did not realize that time was paused, they saw Gu Wuchen and Ji Qianxue. No, now she should be called Xianyuan Qianxue. The position they were standing in was completely different from the previous moment. While I was still wondering why this happened, Gu Wuchen spoke. Everyone, I, Gu Wuchen, feel honored that you can come and support me today. At the concubine banquet, a scoundrel came here to cause trouble, and he has now been executed. In this case, I will not continue to receive you. Please do as you please. As he spoke, he had already made a gesture to see the guest off. When the guests heard this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. They came forward to congratulate him and then turned around and left. They had wanted to leave a long time ago and didn't want to stay here for a moment. As for Gu Wuchen's words of thanks, they were all exchanged in return with more respectful words. What a joke! Just a moment ago, this Gu Shenzi was still considering destroying their entire Fu Shui realm. If he thanked them now, they would never dare to accept it. Fortunately, the thief Ji Yun suddenly appeared in the venue again for some unknown reason, and the final result was good. At the same time, he was thinking that after returning, he would issue the highest order in his own forces, and must not offend the people from Lingxiao Holy Land. If you encounter it, hide if you can. If you can't hide, just lie down. It's better to lose some face than to be completely destroyed, right? Soon, the guests left one after another, including the people from Jiantian Pavilion. Only the people from the Chaos Holy Land were left in the venue. It's not that they don't want to leave, but they really can't leave. Chaos Saint Lord Ishikawa was still lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and the two elders were suppressed so tightly that they could not move at all. At this point, Ishikawa finally moved. There was no other way. I had to move. Everyone had evacuated. If I continued pretending to be dead, it would only make Gu Wuchen unhappy. He stood up slowly, his face pale, and clasped his fists and said, Godson Gu, I am guilty, please punish me. He was smart and did not try to shirk responsibility at the first moment because it was completely meaningless to lie in the face of absolute strength. No matter what the facts are, if he says you are wrong, and there is no point in quibbling. Saint Lord Ishikawa. Gu Wuchen glanced at him and spoke lightly. The Chaos Holy Land ranks last among the 5 Holy Lands in terms of strength. It can only maintain its position among the 5 Holy Lands with the help of the Chaos Bell. Now that the Chaos Bell is in my hands, do you have any other ideas? No. Ishikawa shook his head without even thinking. The loss of the Chaos Bell was caused by the thief Ji Yun, and you, Lord Son of God, helped our Chaos Holy Land to kill this thief. You are our Holy Land's great benefactor. The Chaos Bell naturally belongs to you. We dare not have any complaints. TSK, you are a man who knows how to adapt to the changing times. Gu Wuchen praised him, then he called upon Holy Lord Lingxiao. Where is Ling Tian? I'm here. Ling Tian appeared in front of Gu Wuchen, waiting for orders respectfully. Now that the Chaos Holy Land has lost the protection of the Chaos Bell, it will probably be swallowed up by other Holy Lands or other powerful sects in no time. And today happens to be my big day, so I'll give Saint Lord Ishikawa a favor. Ling Tian, from now on, the Chaos Holy Land will be under your protection. Go and prepare to take over the work. Yes. Ling Tian nodded with a look of joy on his face. On the other hand, Ishikawa's face turned pale. How could he not understand what Gu Shensi meant, that was to let Lingxiao Holy Land swallow up his Chaos Holy Land? From then on, the name of Chaos Holy Land would no longer exist in the Fushui realm. Chapter 58 The Secret Realm of the Human Emperor, the Inheritance of the Human Emperor. As the two saints left, Gu Shensi also tactfully made an excuse to leave, but before leaving, he couldn't help but whispered in Gu Wuchen's ear, Master, you must be extremely careful when you favor Sister Chen Xue. After all, she has no cultivation and cannot withstand too much of your torment. I'll be staying next to your room, call me if you need anything. After saying that, Gu Shensi disappeared, leaving behind Gu Wuchen with a frown on his face. He resisted the urge to call Gu Shensi back and execute him on the spot. He turned around, came to Shenyuan Chenxue, and hugged her around the waist. Let's go on and continue what we haven't finished yet. Let's go into the bridal chamber. At the same time, I felt much more at ease. If we talk about the strategy he took Shenyuan Chenxue as his concubine before the human emperor appeared, it was mainly to lure out Gyun.as for entering the bridal chamber. I still feel a little vague. After all, he knew that there was a father named Tang who had become a god for many years. In order to prevent his daughter from being touched by his son-in-law, he actually locked her up. If you force it, your son-in-law may even die on the spot. But now the situation is completely different. The human emperor personally entrusted her daughter to him. How can you shirk your responsibilities or procrastinate? Just do it. Walking into the bridal chamber, Gu Wuchen placed Shenyuan Chenxue, who had been holding the human emperor pearl and had a flushed face, on the bed, just as she was about To take the next step, Xian Yuan Qianxue timidly said, husband. Husband. My sister just said that the bead in my hand is called the Human Emperor bead, and it contains her inheritance. She asked the two of us to enter it as soon as possible after she disappears. Should we go in now? Gu Wuchen stopped and asked back in surprise. Sister? The emperor just said she is your sister? Yes, that's what she said. She looks so strong, she won't lie to me again. Xian Yuan Qianxue said firmly. Open the panel. Name, Xian Yuan Ji Qianxue. Identity, daughter of the Emperor of the 10,000 Races, concubine of Gu Wuchen. Fate, future human emperor. Hiss, I didn't realize that the human emperor was still hiding this matter? Gu Wuchen looked at the panel, pinching his chin and thinking the information from the system would naturally not be wrong. The only possibility was that the human emperor deliberately let Qianxue call her sister. However, since the human emperor did not tell the truth, he naturally would not say more. After closing the panel, Gu Wuchen turned his attention back to the human emperor Pearl. Since the human emperor said that we should enter here as soon as possible, he naturally would not rush into the bridal chamber and waste the opportunity. Qianxue, please activate the human emperor Pearl, and we will go in now. Good. There was a flash of light, and the two people in the bridal chamber suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in the next room, Gu Chenxi was leaning against the wall, holding his sword, and listening to something with his eyes closed. He murmured to himself, strange, how come he has been inside for so long without even a single cry? Could he be dead? Young master has gone too far. The secret realm of the human emperor. This place is no different from the outside world. It is an independent little world that stretches as far as the eye can see. Gu Wuchen sensed it slightly and found that he had not explored its edge. It was too big. What to do next? Has your mother, your sister, told you? Gu Wuchen asked. Well, she told me everything. Come with me. Although Xian Yuan Qianxue came here for the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He took Gu Wuchen's hand, shrunk the distance into an inch, and traveled tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows, and Xian Yuan Qianxue explained with a smile. My sister said that if I encounter danger in the future, I will hide in the human emperor Pearl. Here, even if I don't have any cultivation, I am absolutely invincible. As he spoke, he had already brought Gu Wuchen to the destination. As she tapped the air with her jade fingers, the entire secret realm suddenly began to tremble. Soon, a magnificent palace surrounded by spiritual energy appeared in front of them. The main entrance of the hall is 100 feet high, and each of the two bronze doors is inlaid with a starstone. This is it. Xian Yuan Qianxue stretched out her jade hand and placed it on a starstone. The stone door slowly opened, and an ancient and majestic aura filled the air. The two walked in side by side. Sky jade, netherworld black iron, scarlet phoenix glaze, meteorite, ice soul cold crystal. Even though Gu Wuchen was the godson of the Gu family, he couldn't help but feel like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. It's because the materials used in this hall are too horrible. Most of these materials disappeared several epochs ago, and now it is rare to find a piece of them in the entire upper realm. The two walked all the way to the depths of the hall before they stopped. Placed in the center was a long sword that looked plain and simple, but it was this sword that deeply attracted Gu Wuchen's attention. Being placed in such an important position, its name comes to mind: Human Emperor's Sword, Clang. Xian Yuan Qianxue stepped forward and pulled out the Human Emperor's sword from its scabbard. Buzz. The space suddenly vibrated, and the Human Emperor's sword seemed to be awakened at this moment, but soon, the space returned to normal. The Human Emperor's sword lost its light, and was quietly held in Xian Yuan Qianxue's hand. Hiss. The human emperor's sword is actually damaged? Gu Wuchen looked at the cracks on the human emperor's sword, which looked like it would break at any time, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Yes. Xian Yuan Qianxue nodded and silently put the human emperor's sword back. My sister said that the human emperor's sword has been destroyed. Leaving it here is just a thought for me. It's useless. However, my sister let us in not for this, but to let us accept her inheritance. Us? Gu Wuchen was stunned when he heard this. Can he also accept the inheritance of the human emperor? He originally thought that by following Qianxue, he could inherit the legacy of a human king or something, which would already make him very satisfied. After all, he doesn't have the blood of the human emperor, so they are not related at all. But the next second, he withdrew his doubts, because the entire hall suddenly changed. The hall became like the sky, with countless avenues running everywhere, and they were even crowded. Two streams of light shot out from somewhere and penetrated into the eyebrows of him and Xianyuan Qianxue respectively. The two of them immediately sat cross-legged and entered a mysterious state. While in meditation, Gu Wuchen was filled with shock. What entered his sea of consciousness was not the inheritance of the 8 kings, but the actual inheritance of the human emperor. Can this thing be made in duplicate? Although he had doubts, there was no reason for Gu Wuchen to refuse such a good thing that was offered to him. So, I slowly began to accept it. Just like that, Gu Wuchen and Xianyuan Qianxue accepted the inheritance of the human emperor at the same time in the human emperor palace. The only difference is that Xianyuan Qianxue's appearance and temperament are changing little by little. Chapter 59. Enter the extraordinary and control time. In the sea of consciousness, there was no such thing as passing several tests as Gu Wuchen had imagined before one could receive the inheritance. Instead, it is the simplest and most brutal way, in which all the skills, magic formulas, Taoist patterns, and other things are poured into it. The human emperor's secret art is a martial art created by the human emperor. Only those with the human emperor's bloodline can practice it. Next to the martial art, a drop of essence blood is floating quietly, the essence and blood of the human emperor. As long as one fuses it, one can possess the bloodline of the human emperor. It is also the thing that Ji Yun, the son of destiny, desired most during his lifetime. It just floats quietly in front of Gu Wuchen. Ji Wuchen did not open his eyes, but activated the heaven-swallowing divine body without hesitation and swallowed the blood of the human emperor in front of him in one gulp. It is not the so-called fusion, but simple devouring. After a while, the whole person's temperament will change, which will inadvertently shock others and make them feel a sense of worship. At the same time, there was the most direct breakthrough in cultivation. Reached the 7th level of the imperial realm, reached the 9th level of the imperial realm, reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm, extraordinary realm. Without any bottlenecks or obstacles, he broke through to the extraordinary realm. But this is not the end yet. The cultivation level is still rising. The 3rd level of the extraordinary realm, the 5th level of the extraordinary realm. Finally, he stopped at the 6th level of the extraordinary realm. It was a complete improvement in realm, and Gu Wuchen only absorbed about 1/10 of the drop of essence and blood of the human emperor, which was the limit of what he could absorb now. As for the human emperor art, Gu Wuchen had no intention of practicing it. No matter how powerful the human emperor art was, it could not compare to the system's magic power of creation. So he simply continued to check out other inherited items. 9 seals of the human emperor, dragon chi of the emperor, arts of mountains and rivers, and state. Gu Wuchen took a quick glance and then focused all his attention on that line of Tao pattern. This is the key to inheritance, a complete avenue, and the Tao patterns depicted on it. If it is said that Tao fruit is formed naturally between heaven and earth and is a shortcut for people to master the Tao, then Tao pattern is the limit of what humans can achieve. Only a powerful person above the level of a great emperor, whose comprehension of this great Tao has reached a terrifying level, can attempt to depict the Tao patterns for future generations to comprehend. Ji Wuchen chose to comprehend directly. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he comprehended this great truth. Avenue of time, one of the top avenues in the absolute sense. The mystery inside is too subtle. Ji Wuchen devoted himself to understanding the avenue of time. I don't know how much time has passed. It seems like a day, but also like a year. Ji Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes. Done. He picked up a seed at random, placed it in the palm of his hand, and activated the avenue of time he had just comprehended. Surrounding the seed, soon, the seeds began to sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye, showing green leaves, flowers, and fruits. Then, the fruit becomes old and the entire plant begins to wither until it dies completely. The whole process only takes a few breaths. What a wonderful avenue of time! Gu Wuchen sighed. Although he had only initially mastered the avenue of time, he was still far from being able to pause the entire water world after being dead for many years like the human emperor, but its power still shocked him. He just sped up the flow of time at the location of the seed. In just a few breaths, a seed can experience a lifetime. He even wondered, if he could master the avenue of time to the extreme, wouldn't he be able to easily defeat any enemy and make them die of old age? TSK, what a good thing! After expressing his feelings, Gu Wuchen opened his own panel. Name, Gu Wuchen, age, 20, realm, 6th level of the extraordinary realm, physique, heaven-devouring divine body, has devoured, sword bone, fortune Tao body, chaos holy body, fate, supervillain, will inadvertently come into conflict with the protagonist. Kung Fu, creation magic sutra, unstudied, Changde Ju, Runhuang 9 seals, etc. Holds, human emperor banner, Xianyuan Bao, Tianyuan Ding, etc. Understanding the Great Tao of power, the Great Tao of killing, the Great Tao of time, preliminary, spiritual pet, sleeping, the sixth level of the transcendent realm, the avenue of time. The harvest is not bad, just waiting for Qianxue to wake up and start inheriting some other things. Of course, the human emperor's inheritance is not limited to this. Gu Wuchen learned from the inheritance information that there are still two very important places that have not been opened and need to be opened by Shen Yuan Qianxue personally. First, there is the blood pool of all races, which was created by the human emperor after he killed countless powerful alien races. It is mainly used to strengthen the body. Second, the soul fighting arena, the most important part of the human emperor's secret realm. There will be heroic spirits with the same cultivation level as the challenger who will constantly fight against each other. As long as you can win, you can devour the pure spiritual power transformed by the heroic spirits and improve yourself according to the inheritance information. If there is unrest in the outside world and the inheritor cannot practice outside, he can only rely on the battle soul arena to improve his cultivation. In 50 years at most, or even 30 years, one can complete the journey that countless geniuses have been unable to complete in tens of thousands of years, and become an emperor. This is the horror of the inheritance of the human emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a step to heaven. Just at this moment, a ghostly voice suddenly came from behind. It's a good harvest, isn't it? This is the inheritance of the human emperor. As soon as these words came out, Gu Wuchen's hair stood on end. He had no idea there was someone around him, let alone where this person came from. Almost in an instant, he used the avenue of time to firmly lock onto the source of the sound behind him. Hee, little handsome boy, don't panic, I'm not a bad person. Also, in this palace, you can't do anything to me using the methods inherited from the human emperor. As he was speaking, a soul slowly floated over. She had white hair that reached her waist, a tall and slender figure, a full and tall body, delicate and charming facial features, and an extremely fair complexion. At this moment, she was looking at Gu Wuchen carefully with a pair of captivating eyes. He is handsome and well-mannered. In our time, he was a rare handsome man. And you have a good ability to comprehend. It only took you 3 years to initially master the Great Tao of Time. Given time, I'm afraid you can really reach the level of the human emperor back then. Who are you? Gu Wuchen ignored her compliment and asked back. Could it be the spirit of this human emperor palace? I am not some kind of spirit. The soul body put his hands on his waist, held his head high and introduced, I am one of the 8 kings under the throne of the human emperor, the Mirror King. Likewise, I am also the most beautiful woman in the human race. It is your honor to see my true face today. Why don't you come over and thank me with tears and snot? Well, Gu Wuchen was speechless and did not believe her. He had naturally heard of the Mirror King, who could be said to be the most bizarre of the 8 kings. He could see through other people's minds and change himself into any appearance. Even the emperor could not tell the difference. How could such a strange king have the temperament of a little girl? Chapter 60, Mirror King, Yilinglong. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Etc. What did this woman say? 3 years. He comprehended the avenue of time, and 3 years passed. How is this possible? In 3 years, he would have been delayed in killing many chosen ones and getting many rewards. Spirit of the weapon, have I really been here for 3 years? Gu Wuchen asked unwillingly. I'll say it again, I'm not a weapon spirit, I'm the Mirror King, or you can call me by my real name, Yilinglong. If you dare to call me a weapon spirit again, even if you are recognized by the human emperor, I will tear your mouth apart. At this moment, Yilinglong bared her teeth and glared at Gu Wuchen angrily, ready to teach this guy who called her weapon spirit a lesson at any time. Okay, you are the Mirror King. Gu Wuchen was helpless and didn't want to dwell on this issue too much. So, Great King Mirror, has 3 years really passed so quickly? Of course. Yilinglong finally heard a name that satisfied her and nodded with satisfaction. But you don't need to worry. The speed of time in this human emperor palace is different from that outside. Here, 1 year passes only 1 day outside, so 3 years is only 3 days. 3 days? Not bad, not bad. Gu Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. He could totally accept 3 days, but he really couldn't accept 3 years. Before he could utter the next sentence, Yilinglong suddenly let out a light exclamation and looked unfriendly. That's not right. From your tone, I feel like you still don't believe that I am the Mirror King, you two-faced fellow. Seeing that Ji Linglong was about to take action, Gu Wuchen felt confused. He thought that this spirit of the weapon might have been dormant for too long and its brain was completely broken. So he quickly raised his hand to stop. Stop, since you say you are the Mirror King, what's the evidence? As far as I know, the Mirror King can see through other people's minds. Can you see what I am thinking right now? Of course, it's a piece of cake, just think about it. Yi Linglong became interested instantly when she heard this. This is an area she is very good at. Then, Gu Wuchen looked the other person up and down carefully, imprinted her appearance in his mind, and closed his eyes silently. Well, let's just let the old tree have its roots. Yi Linglong also began to feel what Gu Wuchen was thinking. Strange, can't you tell? She frowned, very puzzled. All she felt was a blank, nothing. With her strength, she couldn't actually see through the thoughts of a mere transcendent cultivator. No, let me look again, still can't see. After a while, Gu Wuchen opened his eyes and saw Yi Linglong's confused face, and shook his head slightly. Look, you can't see what's in my mind, and you still say you are the Mirror King. Who said I couldn't see it? I already saw it, impossible. Gu Wuchen exposed her without even thinking about it. If you really saw it, you wouldn't remain calm like this. Anyway, stop making trouble. Qian Xue is the younger sister of the human emperor. Don't disturb her from receiving the inheritance. Yi Linglong was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Glancing at Qian Xue, who was undergoing a transformation not far away, a hint of respect emerged in his expression. The direct bloodline of the human emperor. She had already learned about this from the remnant soul of King Shura, and she couldn't help feeling excited. Ah! I hope she can receive the message before I disappear, so that I, the last remnant of my soul, can see the true appearance of the future human emperor. Yi Linglong shook her head and sighed. She no longer looked that nonsensical, but instead looked lonely. Are you going to disappear? Gu Wuchen heard the key point and turned his head and asked curiously. What else? Yi Linglong spread her hands and acted as if she didn't care. My remnant soul has been awakened ahead of time. In one more day, which is 1 year of the human emperor palace, it will completely dissipate. It's a pity that I didn't think about passing on the legacy during my lifetime. The lineage of King Mirror will be completely cut off. Gu Wuchen looked at her lonely look, and couldn't help but think of a solution and made a suggestion. Well, I do have a way that may be able to save your remaining soul. It depends on whether you are willing or not. I don't want to. This time it was Yi Linglong's turn to refuse without even thinking, with a look of disdain on her face. What good ideas do you have? I am a remnant soul, and I am already at the end of my strength. Gu Wuchen took out his human emperor banner from his space ring. As soon as the human emperor banner appeared, Yi Linglong felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She retreated to the edge of the hall and looked warily at the suddenly appearing flag emitting black smoke. What is this? What are you up to? Both hands subconsciously hugged the chest. This thing is the treasure that can prevent your soul from dissipating. Gu Wuchen replied with a smile. It's called the Human Emperor Banner. You're talking nonsense. Yi Linglong immediately opened her mouth to refute. Lord Human Emperor is full of righteousness, when would he create such an evil banner? Besides, I have never heard of such a thing as a human emperor flag. Even if there is one, it should be full of royal power and primordial purple energy. It's more appropriate to call your thing an evil ghost flag. No. Gu Wuchen shook his head. This human emperor banner is not that human emperor banner. It just looks ominous, but it is actually a good place for residual souls to live. If you don't believe me, come in and take a look for yourself. I'm not going. Keep it for yourself. As she was speaking, the black smoke from the human emperor banner had already floated in front of Yi Linglong. She was certain that this was definitely not a good thing. Seeing that Yi Linglong had no intention of entering the banner, Gu Wuchen said earnestly, Okay, I admit that you are the real Mirror King, one of the 8 kings under the human emperor, and I am the heir of the human emperor, recognized by the human emperor himself. So, we are in the same group. You should trust me. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust the judgment of the human emperor. When she heard Gu Wuchen mention even the human emperor, she felt a little conflicted for a moment, thinking that he was right and that it was impossible for the human emperor to have misjudged someone. So, I gritted my teeth and believed in this heir of the human emperor for once. Okay, I'll try inside your banner, but if it doesn't work, remember to let me out as soon as possible. Please go ahead. Hearing that she finally agreed, Gu Wuchen smiled and opened the internal space of the human emperor banner, taking the unresisting Yi Linglong in. Not long after, Yi Linglong's surprised and happy voice came to Gu Wuchen's mind. This banner is so strange. My remaining soul has indeed stopped dissipating after staying inside it. But what are those things in there? The unconscious souls of the king realm and the emperor realm. Did you forget to throw away these garbage souls? If you don't care, I'll take care of it for you. Whatever you want, as long as you feel comfortable living here. Gu Wuchen nodded. The souls in the human emperor banner were all members of the Furu sect. There was no point in keeping them. He indeed had forgotten to clean them up. The harvest from the human emperor's secret realm this time has once again added a heavy touch, the remnant soul of a powerful emperor. Chapter 61. The ancient human emperor body. Xianyuan Qianxue. After subduing Yi Linglong, Gu Wuchen then sat in the main hall, consolidating his cultivation and continuing to comprehend the great principles of the world. In a blink of an eye, another month passed, which is equivalent to 1 hour in the outside world. On this day, Gu Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xianyuan Qianxue not far away, with surprise in his eyes. Don? As soon as she finished speaking, 8 phantoms surrounded the girl, corresponding to the 8 kings under the throne of the human emperor. They all knelt on the ground to welcome the birth of the new emperor, including Yi Linglong, who was in the human emperor banner. She also flew out from the banner at the first moment and knelt beside it with a look of respect on her face. The entire hall was solemn and dignified. What was even more astonishing was the 9-petal golden lotus that appeared between Xianyuan Qianxue's eyebrows. Each petal was carved with mysterious Taoist patterns. The 8 king totems protect the way, and the 9-rank golden lotus calms the soul. Gu Wuchen took a breath when he thought of the records in ancient books. This is the vision when the human emperor awakens. Qianxue has finally completed it. The next moment, Xianyuan Qianxue, who was in meditation, slowly opened her eyes. An array of golden light suddenly burst out from her eyes, as if it could penetrate the world and look down on everything. One can't help but feel awe, as if facing an almighty being overlooking all the world. At this moment, Xianyuan Qianxue no longer looked like the weak and ordinary farm girl she had before. Her facial features became more delicate, her nose was straight and her skin was whiter than snow. The wedding gown could not conceal her unique royal temperament. I saw her slowly stand up, her face rosy, and she walked over with a smile. He didn't bow slightly until he reached Gu Wuchen. Husband. The next second, she hugged Gu Wuchen's broad chest, tears of joy flowing from her eyes. My dear husband, thank you. If you hadn't appeared, these things that my sister left for me might have been taken by that thief Ji Yun. Thank you so much, really. Xianyuan Qianxue was excited and pressed her head against Gu Wuchen's chest. She knew that today she could successfully inherit what her sister left behind, all thanks to the man in front of her. If my husband hadn't appeared, the consequences would have been disastrous. It's okay, don't cry, you will become the emperor in the future. Gently patting the lovely back in his arms, Gu Wuchen felt a little difficult to breathe. He felt that the awakening of Xianyuan Qianxue's bloodline this time seemed to have caused not only changes in her physique, but also a huge change in her figure. He didn't notice it before because the wedding gown was loose, but now that the two of them were pressed close together, the feeling went straight to the top of his head. At the same time, he opened the panel and took a look. Name, Xianyuan Qianxue. Realm, peak of the emperor realm. Constitution, ancient human emperor body, fully awakened. Fate, future human emperor. Identity, daughter of the emperor of the 10,000 clans period, concubine of Gu Wuchen. So fast. Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. Although he was prepared, he still couldn't help but be amazed. After 3 years of seclusion, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. She had gone from being a weak farm girl to someone with the highest level of cultivation in the lower realm. His physique was inherited and he obtained the body of the ancient emperor. I'm afraid that given time, it won't be long before she will regain the glory of being the emperor of mankind. After a long time, Xianyuan Qianxue finally stopped crying and reluctantly left the warm embrace. At this time, Yi Linglong came over and said respectfully, the 8th king under the human emperor. Mirror. King, congratulations on the birth of the new human emperor. After saying this, she seemed to realize that it was inappropriate for her to stay here any longer, so she dodged and went into the human emperor banner, leaving behind a sentence, "I will not disturb the emperor's intimacy. I will take my leave first." This is? The sudden appearance of Yi Linglong startled Shen Yuan Qianxue, and she asked Gu Wuchen in confusion. Ji Wuchen simply recounted Yi Linglong's identity and origin. Shen Yuan Qianxue nodded, and suddenly realized Sister did say before that there is a remnant soul of one of her former subordinates in the human emperor palace. She also said that during the war, her soul was greatly impacted and she had some mental problems. Sometimes she was like a 3-year-old child, and sometimes she was like an elderly person. In short, my husband, you have to be careful when you subdue her. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Gu Wuchen rubbed Qianxue's head with pity, thinking that it was no wonder that this so-called Mirror King was so thick-skinned. It turned out that he had suffered serious injuries. However, he was not worried about his own safety. Yi Linglong entered the human emperor banner and became the main soul of the human emperor banner, which was similar to the spirit of the instrument to some extent. The spirit of the weapon will not go against the wishes of its master. If anyone is to pay attention, it should be Yi Linglong who pays attention to himself. Oh, right. Shen Yuan Qianxue suddenly thought of something and pulled Gu Wuchen's hand. Without further delay, let's go to the next inheritance. In a flash, the two left the hall and came to the edge of a pool of blood, the blood pool of all races, a place created by the human emperor to improve the physical body. The blood pool was filled with bloody evil energy. Even without entering, Gu Wuchen's meridians began to become restless, and the Tsang Tian Ba Ti Ju in his body became even more active. Husband, this is a good place. I heard from my sister that she really killed tens of thousands of powerful people from different tribes and integrated their blood into this place to create the blood pool. You should go in and try it. The effect will definitely be very good. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen nodded without any excuse. He just looked at Shen Yuan Qianxue, who had no intention of taking any action, and asked curiously, "Don't you want to come in? This is what your sister left for you." "No, you go in first, I'll wait for you outside." Shen Yuan Qianxue narrowed her eyes into a crescent shape, and no one knew what she was thinking. Without waiting for Gu Wuchen to continue asking questions, he simply stepped out and waited at the door. Strangeness. Looking at Shen Yuan Qianxue's departing back, Gu Wuchen felt very surprised. I just feel that Shen Yuan Qianxue is very different after awakening her bloodline. She is no longer that unconfident look, but has become lively and quirky. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Gu Wuchen activated the Tsang Tian Ba Ti Ju in his body and stepped into the blood pool of all races. Rub, an unknown fire enveloped his entire body, and even though his physical strength was already very strong at the moment, he still felt a burning sensation. Gu Wuchen used the heavenly domination body art and fully activated his heaven-swallowing divine body. He sat in the pool of blood and absorbed it rapidly. The concentration of the blood pool of all races became thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. While Gu Wuchen was absorbing it, he did not forget to use the drop of human emperor's blood that had not been fully absorbed to increase his own physical strength day after day. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Shen Yuan Qianxue had been waiting at the door without moving an inch. She didn't practice deliberately, but she still naturally broke through to the first level of the extraordinary realm without any bottleneck, crunched the gate of the blood pool of all races opened and Gu Wuchen walked out. His aura at this moment was very different from that of 3 days ago, and his physical body had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 62, Leaving the Customs. Husband, you are out of seclusion. Shen Yuan Qianxue walked forward in surprise, stretched out her jade hand and touched Gu Wuchen's chest. Well, the myriad race's blood pool can enhance the strength of the body. My husband, you must feel full of strength now. Grabbing the hand that was caressing his chest, Gu Wuchen said with a somewhat hurried breath, well, the myriad race's blood pool lives up to its name. The effect is better than I imagined. My physical strength is already higher than my cultivation level. But this blood pool has some side effects. My wife didn't follow me into it, but waited at the door early in the morning. Could it be that she thought of this in advance? As he spoke, Gu Wuchen's face turned redder and heat emanated from his body, like a lion about to go mad. The only thing in his eyes now is the lovely girl in front of him. Shen Yuan Qianxue lowered her eyebrows and eyes. One of her hands was held by Gu Wuchen, and the other hand was fiddling with the corner of her clothes nervously. My husband, ever since my human emperor pearl was stolen 3 years ago, I have been suffering physically all the time. In the past 3 years, I was not as calm as I looked on the surface. On the contrary, I felt more and more resentful in my heart. However, due to my physical condition, I was unable to vent it and kept it in my heart. Now, I have inherited my sister's legacy, learned a lot of things, and have cultivated myself. I no longer need to endure in silence like before, so, having said that, Xianyuan Qianxue raised her head and looked lovingly at Gu Wuchen, who was about to lose his mind. I also want to vent the grievances that I have accumulated over the past 3 years, and to vent the physical pain that ordinary people cannot bear. To massacre the city? To kill people? No, these are not what I want. I just want you, my husband, to help me vent all the grievances in my heart, today, right here, okay? The straightforward words reached Gu Wuchen's ears and completely destroyed the last bit of his sanity. The side effects of the 10,000 races blood pool reached a terrifying level. He immediately pulled Xianyuan Qianxue into his arms and lowered his head. 5 days later. 10 days have passed since Gu Wuchen and the other entered the human emperor Pearl.at. This moment, in the bridal chamber at Shenzi Peak of Lingxiao Holy Land, Gu Wuchen's figure suddenly appeared inside. His complexion was radiant and his aura was steady. Compared to 10 days ago, he had undergone a complete transformation. In his hand, he held the human emperor pearl, shook his head slightly, and put it into the space ring. Not long ago, after he and Qianxue left the blood pool, they went to the battle soul arena in the human emperor's secret realm, the place that could most directly improve one's cultivation. This place is a rare and good place for anyone. After all, it only takes a few decades to create an emperor, and it is difficult for anyone to refuse, but for Gu Wuchen, he still felt that it was too slow, far less fast than hunting down the child of destiny. Therefore, he did not choose to practice in seclusion, but came out of the human emperor Pearl.as for Xianyuan Qianxue. She did not come out with him, but chose to stay in the human emperor pearl and continue her cultivation. What she meant was that Gu Wuchen was about to return to the upper realm, and with her current level of cultivation, she would not be able to help Gu Wuchen at all, but would instead be a burden to him. She planned to make a major breakthrough in the future, and it would not be too late to come out of seclusion then. Gu Wuchen did not object to Xianyuan Qianxue's decision. Anyway, he would carry the human emperor pearl with him, so if he needed anything, he could just go in and find her. However, one thing worth mentioning is that in this battle in the blood pool, he really found his opponent, which was an experience he had never had before. Just as Xianyuan Qianxue said before, in the outside world, she would definitely not be able to defeat Gu Wuchen, and might be killed in a matter of minutes, but in the human emperor's secret realm of the human emperor pearl, she is absolutely invincible in any aspect. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Gu Wuchen sensed who it was and said, "Come in, you have been waiting outside for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chenxi walked in wearing a sword robe and with a strange look on his face. "Master, it's been 10 days. If you don't open the door, I will report it to Master." As she spoke, she looked at the figure of the young master lying alone on the bed and raised her eyebrows. What about her? Oh, you mean Qianxue? She got some opportunities and is temporarily in seclusion to practice. After Gu Wuchen responded, he changed the subject and said, "Come to think of it, have you informed the family yet? Should I continue to train in the lower realm, or can I go back early?" "Of course I'll go back early." Gu Chenxi sat down next to Gu Wuchen and said with a smile, "The young master, you have already reached the 7th level of the emperor realm. If you stay in the lower realm, how can you hone your mind? The family asked you to go back quickly and prepare for the opening of the Tianyan chess game in a year." Having said this, the voice stopped abruptly. Gu Chenxi stared with wide eyes and looked at Gu Wuchen carefully. "I'm in the 6th level of the transcendent realm, and my body feels much stronger than before." "Master, you are too fast. You have broken through a whole realm in just the time it takes to enter the bridal chamber? In that case, I have to talk to Master and ask him to give you more concubines so that you can achieve enlightenment as soon as possible." "You girl, are you itching for trouble again?" Gu Wuchen's face darkened. He turned sideways and threw Gu Chenxi, who dared to tease him, onto the bed. He lifted up her spotless feet and started tickling the soles of her feet. "Ah, Master, don't, it's itchy." After some fighting, the two walked out of the bridal chamber with their clothes somewhat disheveled. "Master, I will go back first and prepare for tomorrow's departure." After Gu Chenxi left, Gu Wuchen returned to his Son of God's residence and opened the system immediately. Check the rewards obtained after killing Ji Yun. 200 consecutive draws in the mall. Ji-yoon's items: cloth clothes, trousers, straw sandals, number of Destiny children killed by the host, 3. The title of Destiny villain becomes brighter red, reward, immortal binding rope, gold, the remaining chances of Ji-yoon, the son of Destiny, 5. Human Emperor Pearl, the inheritance of the human emperor, Tianyan chess game, Tianyan chess pieces, a pair, the mysterious palace of earth veins, the best spiritual veins. Looking at the neatly arranged set of Ji-yoon's clothes in the system space, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but complain, system, Ji-yoon didn't drop anything except his clothes? Ding! Everything is here. The Chaos Bell was also recovered by the host in advance. Get 999,999 gold coins. It's so poor. Gu Wuchen shook his head and sighed, but then he thought about it and it made sense. Ji-yoon was the type who was strangled in the cradle by himself. Since his debut, he has almost always been practicing in the human emperor's secret realm and has had no chance to come into contact with many treasures. The only Chaos Bell that he got in a hurry to get out of the retreat was also retrieved by himself in advance. Fortunately, the Chaos Bell is very valuable, and the number of gold coins recovered far exceeds the total obtained by the first 2 Sons of Destiny. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen opened the system mall. Now that he had millions of gold coins, it was time to spend some. Chapter 63 Gushu. Gu Wuchen opened the familiar Dao fruit column at the beginning, looking at the top-grade Taoist fruit that was priced at 1 million per piece. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to give up. He has now mastered 3 great ways. Even if he exchanges them for Dao fruits to improve his strength, only the top-grade Dao fruits will be worthy of his attention. However, that requires 5 million gold coins, which he cannot afford for the time being. So, Gu Wuchen turned his attention to the equipment bar and directly locked onto a set of armor, nether armor, priced at 880,000 gold coins. Made from the deepest ore in the underworld, it can absorb enemy attacks and convert them into its own defense. Can it absorb enemy attacks? Doesn't that mean I have absolute defense after putting it on? This simple and unpretentious introduction deeply moved Gu Wuchen. Although there are many treasures given to him by his father and grandfather in his space ring for protection, he basically needs to actively trigger them, and very few of them can be used passively. The current netherworld armor just fills this gap. Without hesitation, Gu Wuchen spent 880,000 gold coins to exchange for this set of armor. Ding! The nether armor is binding to the host. Binding is complete. A ray of light flashed by, and Gu Wuchen felt as if there was something extra in his body. With a movement of faith, a set of dark and deep armor tightly wrapped his entire body. The netherworld armor flashed with a cold light, and there was a trace of ghostly aura lingering on the surface, as if there were countless wicked spirits howling. The shoulders and helmet are covered with sharp barbs. Wearing it, it feels like becoming the god of death from the underworld. Interesting. Looking at himself dressed like Pluto, Gu Wuchen nodded secretly, thinking that he looked more like a villain in this armor. As his mind moved again, the netherworld armor disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. But Gu Wuchen knew that this was the most terrifying aspect of the netherworld armor. If you have not been attacked or you do not actively summon it, it will sleep quietly inside your body. If it is attacked, no matter how strong or weak the enemy is, it will take the initiative to protect its master at the first moment, even if the attack is unexpected. In other words, his defense is now invincible, and even if someone wants to launch a sneak attack on him, it will be of no use at all. With the exchange of the netherworld armor, there were only a few 100,000 gold coins left in the system mall, so Gu Wuchen closed it and started his 200 consecutive draws. Ding! Preparing a lucky draw for the host. 1-9 pattern supreme grade extraordinary pill, without side effects, 10,000 gold coins. 1-9 pattern supreme saint pill, without side effects. Heart prison curse binding goo, gold, 15,000 gold coins. A pair of unknown stockings, gold. Hongguang Gushu, gold. The system prompt sound quickly fell, and Gu Wuchen looked at the large number of items that appeared in the system space, feeling a little surprised. Sure enough, it was better than the previous 100 draws. This time, 3 golds popped out in 200 draws at once. Gu Wuchen had heard of Gushu. The Gu clan used to be one of the most powerful forces in the upper realm, and no one dared to provoke them. After all, no one knows under what circumstances someone will be poisoned, so the Gu tribe has always been one of the most mysterious tribes. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the entire clan was wiped out, and the art of witchcraft was lost. The few minor witchcraft techniques that are still circulating in the market are all inferior and far from the real ones. Gu Wuchen took out the jade slip that recorded the ancient witchcraft and crushed it. Countless obscure and difficult to understand words came into his mind. These were the unique words of the Gu tribe. Gu Wuchen couldn't understand them and looked weird. The system prompt sounded at the right time. It is detected that the host wants to learn the ancient Gu technique. Do you want to spend 150,000 gold coins to decipher it and reach the mastery of Gu technique? Gu Wuchen was stunned, then said. Deciphered, immediate success. Ding. Decoding completed. Congratulations to the host, the witchcraft has been perfected. In an instant, countless witchcraft came into his mind, such as the puppet heart curse Gu, the heart prison curse Gu, the illusion soul locking Gu, the evil thought heart binding Gu, and so on. There were all kinds of strange and varied witchcraft. Among them, the usage and function of the heart prison curse binding Gu that was drawn were clearly included. Heart prison curse Gu creates hallucinations, controls behavior, blocks consciousness, and corrodes the soul. The brief introduction made Gu Wuchen gasp. He's such a vicious witchcraft, but I like it. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand, filled with tens of thousands of heart prison curse binding insects. According to the method of Hongwang Gu Shu, Gu Wuchen easily established a contract with the Gu worm. Now he can cast the heart prison curse Gu on others at any time. After doing all this, Gu Wuchen took back the insect and looked at the last gold that popped out of the 200 draws. Unknown stockings, gold, there was still some temperature left on it. Obviously the system had taken it off from somewhere. Gu Wuchen put it together with the unknown panties and belly band, rubbed his aching head, and couldn't help but complain. System, do you think this is right? Don't tell me that this 3-piece set of stockings and belly band was made by your system itself? Ding. Of course not. The system's lucky draw is not something created out of nothing, but real items that exist in the myriad worlds. Host, you have received corresponding rewards, and of course someone has lost corresponding things. Using a theorem from the host's previous life, it is called the law of conservation of energy. That is to say? That's right, all the items the host gets from the lottery, excluding items from the system mall, belong to others, so this system is called the super-villain system. After hearing the system's explanation, Gu Wuchen only felt his head hurt even more. The Dao fruits, top-grade elixirs, etc. that I had obtained before, turned out to be all stolen by the system. But you can steal if you want. But why did you steal someone's underwear? He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the power of the master was, when even his underwear was stronger than the extreme emperor's weapon. Why? With a heavy sigh, he carefully put away the clothes and exited the system space with his consciousness, shaking his head and putting the matter behind him. Gu Wuchen walked out of the room and prepared to find Gu Chensi to test the strength of his netherworld armor, but as soon as he went out, he found two beautiful figures kneeling on the ground. Even when he arrived, they didn't raise their heads. What are you doing? Gu Wuchen frowned slightly and asked curiously. At the moment, it was his two maids, Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue. Makoto, the two women lowered their heads, their voices full of pleading. I just heard from Senior Chensi that you will leave for the upper realm tomorrow and will not return to Lingxiao Holy Land in the future. We beg the Son of God to take us with you and not leave us here. Chapter 64 Conspiracy. That's it. When I return to the upper realm tomorrow, I will naturally take you with me. But after you go back, your two cultivations are too weak to stay by my side all the time. I will arrange for Chensi to find a place for you to practice. Do you understand? Gu Wuchen said lightly. Understood. Hearing this, the two girls nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Although they knew that after going to the upper realm, they would no longer be able to serve Gu Wuchen as closely as before. They felt a little lost, but they understood even more clearly how noble Gu Wuchen's identity was, and it was already a great honor to be able to serve in the lower realm now. Having been promised to be taken to the upper realm, they were already very satisfied and did not dare to ask for anything more after. All this means that their future achievements will be far more than just reaching the Emperor realm. Well, you guys go down. Gu Wuchen waved his hand, and the two women left. Before leaving, she kept looking back, hinting to Gu Wuchen whether he needed to stay tonight and stand guard for the last time, but Gu Wuchen turned a blind eye to this because he had other things to do today. For example, go find Gu Chensi to try out the strength of the nether armor, the realm of all things. One of the largest and most intricate Dao realms in the upper realm. The forces of different sizes are unevenly distributed here, and battles often occur. Today, a force may rise, but tomorrow, this force may be destroyed and disappear in the upper realm. But some forces have been able to stand firm for many years, and even if they are not strong enough, no one dares to touch them. For example, the Hua family in recent years, ever since the patriarch's daughter Hua Lianer was chosen as the cauldron for the Gu family's divine son, the Hua family's status in the entire Wanxiang Dao realm has risen. Those forces that usually look down on them often send people to visit the Hua family to show their respect. At this moment, Hua Lianer was wearing a pink long dress, sitting in a tea house, slightly dazed. It had been some time since she came out of retreat in Baihua Valley. As agreed, she went to Lingxiao Holy Land to look for Gu Wuchen as soon as possible. However, it happened that Gu Wuchen was not there at the time, and she received an oral order from the Holy Lord Lingxiao, asking her to return to the upper realm and wait for him first. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. These days, she has been living in a state of constant anxiety. After all, with what happened to Shiao Sheran, a word from Gu Wuchen could determine the life or death of her and the entire Hua family. She now wished she could find Gu Wuchen immediately and serve him well. Only in this way could she feel at ease. Hey, Sister Lianer, what are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded. I feel like something is not right about your mental state these days. Are you hiding something from me, your sister? Sitting opposite Hua Lianer was a tall woman with a beautiful face. She is not as delicate and pretty as Hua Lianer. Instead, she is naturally charming and her every frown and smile is extremely seductive. A purple high-slit skirt that reveals a large area of white skin, showing off her proud figure to the fullest. It's okay, Sister Su-mei, I'm thinking about things at home, let's have some tea. Hua Lianer came back to her senses, smiled embarrassedly, raised the teacup, and slowly tasted it. She did not tell anyone about her encounter with Gu Wuchen in the lower world. After all, she did not dare to reveal the whereabouts of the Gu family's son of God without permission, even though the Su and Hua families have been friends for generations. Really? I was just overthinking it. Sume narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and also picked up the teacup to taste it, but a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. While the two women were talking, a handsome young man came over, his eyes always on Sume. He walked to the table, raised a jade bottle with both hands and presented it to Sume. His cold face instantly became flattering. Miss Su, this is the great Huan Dan I begged from my father. Please accept it. Oh, da Huan Dan? Sume did not rush to answer it, but asked with a smile, wasn't Mr. Wang's father injured by his enemies a few days ago and in urgent need of healing elixirs? Why, he doesn't need it anymore. Could it be that you stole this pill? Oh, don't worry about that old dang. The young man shook his head upon hearing this. I know how badly that old man was injured. It would be a pity to use the great Huan Dan. Why don't I take it out and offer it to Miss Su? It won't be a waste of resources. At this point, the young man placed the jade bottle on the table, rubbed his hands together somewhat embarrassedly, and tried to ask, Miss Su, for the sake of this great Huan Dan, I wonder if you would be so kind as to go with me to Zuixinlu. I will treat you to the best delicacies there. Sume smiled slightly, as if she was thinking about it. The young man's breathing quickened. He felt that he was one step closer to kissing the goddess. Sume pursed her lips and said softly, it is hard for Mayor to refuse Prince Wang's kindness. I will accept the great Huan Dan. However, it will take some time for us to go to Zuixinlu for dinner. I have some urgent matters to deal with recently. Hearing this, the young man felt a little disappointed, but his face still had that ingratiating look. Okay. I'll wait for Miss Su's letter. As soon as Miss Su has time, I'll go to Zuixinlu to make arrangements in advance. Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. After Sume finished speaking, the young man walked away happily with a smile on his face. After waiting for him to leave the tea house, Hua Lianer could not help but remind him, Sister Sume, if you keep those young masters hanging like this, aren't you afraid that they will turn against you? What's the big deal? They gave it to me voluntarily. I didn't force them. Sume said indifferently. I know my limits, don't worry. But, Hua Lianer wanted to say something but was interrupted by Sume again. Okay, Sister Lianer, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't bother you anymore. Let's make an appointment another day. After saying that, Sume stood up, put away the jade bottle containing the Da Huan Dan, left the tea house without looking back, and went straight to a mansion. Fourth Prince, it's me, Sume. Soon, a handsome young man opened the door and was delighted when he saw the visitor. Come in. Miss Su, have you confirmed your previous guess? The fourth prince asked anxiously. Absolutely true. Sumei nodded with a smile. Hua Lianer is definitely not a virgin anymore. I can't be wrong about this. I also heard that she went to the netherworld a few days ago, and she looked like this when she came back. I guess she went to meet her lover in private, ha good. The fourth prince clapped his hands. If this happens, the Hua family will be destroyed. I can also use this to make friends with the Gu family, killing two birds with one stone. As he spoke, his eyes moved fiercely over Sumei's exposed thighs. He had been dreaming about this woman for a long time. When I win the throne, you will be my queen and the mother of the country in the future. Hearing the queen's words, Sumei smiled, nodded, and thanked her respectfully, but in my heart, I am full of disdain. She cooperated with the fourth prince not for some broken queen, instead, she wanted to take this opportunity to meet the godson of the Gu family and get the position of the young lady of the Gu family. Chapter 65 Yi Linglong's request. The next day, the divine ship that covered the sky and blocked out the sun set out from the Lingxiao Holy Land, with only 4 people on board. Ji Yuchensi was responsible for controlling the Shenzhou, while Lu Ruyan and Lu Xinyue served Gu Wuchen on the left and right, constantly putting spiritual fruits into his mouth. At this time, a soul floated out. Seeing this, Gu Wuchen temporarily waved away the 2 maids. After they left, he asked, Linglong, you seem to be hesitant to speak, is there something wrong? Oh, our Gu family's great god is not polite at all. He actually calls me by my nickname. Yi Linglong lay down next to Gu Wuchen, with her 2 long white legs exposed and her pair of jade feet swinging back and forth restlessly. From an age perspective, I am even older than your Gu family's ancestor. Isn't this confusing the generations? Having said this, she paused and changed her words. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that you are now the man of our future emperor, and the emperor's husband. It makes sense for you to call me by my nickname. A hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she picked up a grape from the fruit plate with 2 slender jade fingers and handed it to Gu Wuchen's mouth. Your Majesty, Linglong is feeding you some fruit. In response, Gu Wuchen just raised his eyelids slightly without opening his mouth. No, I'm full. If you have something to say, just say it. He learned from Qian Xue that the Mirror King Yi Linglong was a very aloof woman when she was alive. Except for the human emperor of that year, she basically ignored everyone else. I just didn't expect that his personality would change so drastically after his soul was severely damaged. Hey! Master Wang, do you not like me like this? Yi Linglong chuckled, and with a thought, her appearance and figure changed drastically in an instant. Ji Yuchensi, she was wearing a white sword robe and carrying a long sword on her back. She looked exactly like Gu Chensi, even the specific size was 100% restored, and even Gu Wuchen found it difficult to distinguish it for a moment. How is it? My lord, is your majesty willing to eat the spiritual fruit in my present state? Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. Yi Linglong was now wearing Gu Chensi's appearance and was almost sticking to him. Even though she was only a soul, the hot breath from her still made his heart flutter. But he coughed twice, closed his eyes and said, Ahem, I won't eat it. Besides, you are a soul, what can you do? I am not interested. Don't tempt me, you. Yi Linglong was furious and put her hands on her hips, helpless in dealing with this unyielding GUI.as for the hard approach. Even worse, this remnant of my soul has taken residence in his human emperor banner, and I am now living under someone else's roof. So, we can only be soft. Her momentum gradually weakened, and she asked softly, my lord, where is our future emperor? Why can't I see her? Oh, you mean Qian Xue. She is in seclusion in the human emperor pearl for training and has no plans to show up for the time being. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen took out the human emperor pearl, waved it in front of her, and then put it back. I see. Yi Linglong's eyes rolled and she continued, I do have one thing to ask of you, explain. It's like this. Recently, I found that my residual soul in your human emperor banner is slowly recovering. Although it's slow, it may not take a few years for it to recover to the point where it can rebuild its physical body. So, I wonder if I can ask you to give me a hand. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen finally opened his eyes, sat up from the recliner, and looked at Yi Linglong. I found that her soul was indeed much more solid, as can be seen from her long legs that were almost the same as those of ordinary people, but he did not rush to agree to her, but asked, if you can really rebuild your body, I can certainly help you. This is also for the sake of the human emperor and Qian Xue. However, rebuilding the body of a strong man like you must be a high price, right? It may be a big price for others, but you are the son of the Gu family, the largest family in the upper world. This price is like drinking water to you. Yi Linglong narrowed her eyes and smiled, and moved closer to Gu Wuchen again. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the two buttons on the top of her sword robe happened to burst, exposing her spring scenery. Some auxiliary materials, let's not talk about them. The key to my reconstruction of my body is the body of a powerful female emperor. What is that? Hearing this, Gu Wuchen's gaze instantly withdrew from the spring scenery and a strange look appeared on his face. The great and powerful emperors are not stray dogs on the roadside, they can be found everywhere. Although the upper realm is vast and has countless forces, there are very few forces that possess great emperors. Even a powerful clan like the Qilin clan has only one quasi-emperor, Purple Qilin, who is kept as a guard dog by their family. And moreover, you want the corpse of a female emperor. Before Gu Wuchen could say anything, Yi Linglong tapped her chin with one hand and said while thinking, well, the requirements are actually very simple. A female body of the 9th level of the Great Emperor, oh no, a female body of the 8th level or above will do. If that's not possible, the 7th level will do as well? Okay, stop for a moment. Gu Wuchen quickly stopped him, as he was afraid that the other party would go on to say something more outrageous. Looking at the entire upper realm, the number of powerful women above the 7th level of the Great Emperor can probably be counted on one hand. Each of them is a well-known figure. Even if we can kill them, it will be difficult to leave their bodies behind. So there's no rush to restore your physical body, but I'll keep an eye out for you. Well, there's no rush. My soul body will need a few years to recover. My lord, please remember to pay more attention to me. As she spoke, Yi Linglong was afraid that Gu Wuchen didn't take the matter seriously, so she deliberately tried to be perfunctory with her. She quietly leaned close to Gu Wuchen's ear and whispered a few words. My lord, as long as I can rebuild my body, I can immediately recover to the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. Moreover, my soul has already been marked by your human emperor banner. At that time, even if I have reached the Great Emperor level, I cannot go against your wishes. You can do whatever you want outside, I can be your bodyguard and protect you. When I return home, I can also be like your two maids and obey your orders. You say, is it worthwhile to help me restore my physical body? After saying that, Yi Linglong's figure disappeared and she returned to the human emperor banner. She couldn't stay in the outside world for a long time yet and needed enough time to recuperate in the human emperor banner. After hearing what she said, Gu Wuchen had to admit that he was moved. The maid of a great and powerful emperor. Interesting. While he was thinking, Shenzhou had already passed through the broken void and returned to the upper realm, breathing the long-lost fresh air from the upper realm. Gu Wuchen was in a good mood. After arriving in the upper realm, Gu Chenxi no longer needed to personally control the Shenzhou. The Shenzhou would drive automatically towards the direction of the Gu family. Master. Gu Chenxi walked up to Gu Wuchen and said with a smile, Master and Grandmaster must be waiting for you at home anxiously. I also heard that they have prepared a surprise for you this time. Chapter 66 Hit a Bird Surprise? Gu Wuchen's heart moved, and he felt a little excited. The things prepared by one's parents naturally cannot be ordinary treasures. In that case, then go full speed ahead and go home. Whoosh, the Shenzhou flashed across the sky at a high speed, and even when passing by some sects and forces, it passed through them horizontally without any signs of slowing down. After all, there is a big Gu on the top of Shenzhou, and no one would be so blind as to provoke them. The eternal realm. Family-oriented. In the magnificent hall, Gu Jiusheng sat at the upper seat, with his wife Morong Yunj sitting next to him, and below him were the elders of the Gu family. Among them, the fourth elder stepped forward and said, Master Wuchen returned after a year of training in the lower world. Isn't that a bit hasty? This is somewhat against the rules of the Gu family. Gu Jiusheng glanced at the elder who was speaking and did not answer directly, but instead questioned, Are you questioning me? I don't dare. The fourth elder shuddered when he heard this, and immediately stepped back. I in the Gu family, Gu Jiusheng, as the head of the family, has absolute authority. Unlike other aristocratic families, the relationships are complicated and some heads of the family still need to be checked and balanced by the elders. After all, Gu Jiusheng gained the position of patriarch step by step. Not to mention, the fourth elder felt another cold gaze coming from another direction. Morong Yunj, although his cultivation level is only at the broken realm, The pressure he gets is no less than that of Gu Jiushang. The reason is that her father, Morong Fu, is recognized as the number one sword god in the upper realm, a transcendent existence. He has no sect or family, and has no ties except for his daughter and grandson. He usually lives in seclusion in the Burial Sword Mountains. If the upper realm makes a list of people who must not be provoked, Morong Fu will definitely be in the top 3. At this time, Morong Yunj also spoke. Fourth Elder, it is not appropriate for me, a woman, to interfere in this kind of situation. But when it comes to my son, I hope you can be careful with your words. According to the information sent by my apprentice, my son Wuchen has reached the late stage of the Emperor realm. It is meaningless for him to stay in the lower realm. According to the ancestral precepts of the Gu family, he can return early. Yes, I did say something inappropriate. I hope the master and mistress will not take it personally. The fourth elder now wanted to die. He didn't expect that just one sentence he said would cause such a big reaction. He quickly apologized. Then Gu Jiushang glanced at the elders below and said calmly, I know why you all came here collectively, but today is the day my son returns from the lower world after training, and I don't want anything unpleasant to happen. We will discuss all matters tomorrow. Do you understand? The elders below looked at each other and nodded in unison, yes. They all retreated. They walked out of the hall and closed the door before they breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth elder shook his head and walked to the first elder, who had remained silent. Great elder, what do you think we should do about this? If young Master Wuchen returns early, the head of the family will definitely go against all odds and send him to the ancestral land. But we all know young Master Wuchen's situation. His cultivation is still shallow. It is impossible for him to reach the Emperor realm after being in the lower realm for a year. What the patriarch said is just an excuse. It is a huge loss for our Gu family to waste an opportunity to enter our ancestral land like this. Okay, stop talking. The great elder shook his head and interrupted. You've seen the attitude of the patriarch today. Just like before, he didn't give us any chance to make suggestions. Moreover, since this matter involves his son, it's even more impossible for him to give in. Having said that, he glanced meaningfully at the anxious fourth elder. We were tricked by you into coming here to see the patriarch this time, and we were almost tricked by you. And there is one thing I have to remind you. The quota for this world to enter the ancestral land was originally for your descendants, but now that Master Wuchen has returned, the quota will definitely be given up. Don't do anything stupid. After saying that, the great elder turned away, and the other elders also dispersed, shaking their heads in regret that they should not have accompanied the fourth elder to this mess. Inside the hall, Gu Jiushang and Morong Yunj also started talking after the elders left. Old Gu, the intentions of these 4 elders are obvious. They want our precious son to give up the opportunity to enter the ancestral land. He won't do anything in the dark, will he? Ha, madam, you are underestimating me again, aren't you? Gu Jiushang smiled heartily and said slowly. Although the Gu family is large, except for the few ancestors who are in seclusion in the ancestral land, no one can escape my eyes. He, the fourth elder, is totally unqualified. As for stumbling blocks, there is one that is not very serious. But it is just right. Let me see how much progress our son has made in the past year, so as to shut them up. Having said this, he paused, looked at his wife, and said helplessly, one more thing, can you please stop calling me Lao Gu? It sounds like an old man. It sounds more comfortable to call me husband. Eh? Morong Yunj tilted his head, looking puzzled. But you are obviously so much older than me, so it's okay to call you Lao Gu. According to the ordinary people's calculation method, you can be the grandfather of my grandfather's grandfather. Outside the Gu family, there lived the Gu family's collateral branches and their families. At this time, a Shenzhou ship passed by, and it was Gu Wuchen and his group. Passing through here is the core area of the Gu family. Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came. Gu Feng from the Gu family has come here specially to welcome young Master Wuchen back. In front of Shenzhou, there stood a figure, holding a spear with a proud look on his face. The Shenzhou, which was automatically driving, stopped, and Gu Wuchen's voice came from the Shenzhou. A Gu Feng? I don't know him. But a good dog doesn't block the road. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. The sound resounded through the sky, and the Gu family's side branches below all looked sideways, wondering what had happened to you. Being called a dog in public, Gu Feng's hand holding the spear creaked. His talent was top-notch even in the Gu family. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But before he could say anything else, 3 breaths of time had passed. Gu Chensi took the helm himself, and Shenzhou suddenly started. Looking at the Shenzhou attacking him, Gu Feng subconsciously wanted to dodge, but then he thought, if he dodged, how could he achieve the purpose of coming here? What's more, he didn't believe that Gu Wuchen would really dare to hit him. Snort. He snorted coldly, held his head high and stood tall in the sky, his face calm and composed, without a trace of fear on his face. But the next moment, bang, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the sky. Only a long spear fell from the air and stuck straight into the ground. Shenzhou didn't even stop for a moment and continued to sail towards the center of Gu family. Master, that person just now, no problem. Gu Wuchen waved his hands as if nothing had happened. It just hit a passing bird, it's no big deal. Chapter 67. Go back and stay. At the moment when Gu Feng was hit and killed by Shenzhou, many people in the Gu family were immediately alarmed. The first to be affected was Gu Jiushang, the patriarch of the Gu family. He was chatting with his wife 1 second, and the next second his voice suddenly stopped and his expression changed. Then he laughed loudly in the hall. Ha ha, okay. As expected of my son, your style of doing things is even more ruthless than mine back then. This is what the godson of the Gu family should be like. What? Did something happen? Did Chen'er get into trouble? Moron Yunj beside her asked doubtfully. She always looked very nervous when she heard anything about her son. No, how could anything happen to our son? Gu Jiushang waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine, and then a fierce look appeared on his face. On the contrary, something happened to someone else. Madam, let's go. Next, it's our turn to support our son. As soon as the words fell, the 2 figures suddenly disappeared in the hall. On the other side, the 4th elder of the Gu family had just been reprimanded by the 1st elder and felt that his behavior was inappropriate. Although the spot to join the team is precious, as the patriarch of the Gu family, how could Gu Jiushang not allow his son to join as an exception? I'm afraid the head of the family has already held a grudge against me for what I just said, just as he was thinking about what to do. Next, anxious cries were heard outside the cave. Gu Wu, I beg the ancestor to come out and seek justice for my son Gu Feng. Why is he here again? Hearing the familiar voice, the 4th elder seemed a little impatient. It was this Gu Wu, a descendant of his lineage for countless generations, who told him about his son Gu Feng's amazing talent, which led to him going to find Gu Jiushang. If you have something to say, please say it quickly, don't cry. The 4th elder's majestic voice came from the cave. He didn't want to see this unfilial son now, ancestor. Gu Wu knelt down at the edge of the cave, crying out at the top of his lungs. Fomer was killed. What? In an instant, the 4th elder flashed in front of Gu Wu, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him up high. Hasn't Gu Feng been practicing in seclusion within the Gu family? Who dares to kill him in our territory? The 4th elder was very angry at this moment. He knew Gu Feng's talent, which was 80% compatible with his own martial arts Chang'e Ju. Even he has only practiced the Chang'e Ju to less than 90%. It is conceivable that with time, Gu Feng's achievements will not be lower than his own, but now, he said he was killed. After so many years, someone actually dared to kill the pride of the Gu family. He was determined to grind that person to ashes. Gu Wu, who was a little breathless after being caught by the 4th elder, stammered, "Yes, it's Gu Wuchen. My son said an hour ago that he would personally welcome the Gu family's divine son back. Now he is dead. It must have been that Gu Wuchen who did it." Hearing this, the 4th elder's pupils shrank, and he threw Gu Wu and his hand aside like a dead dog, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, Gu Wu rolled and crawled to the old ancestor's feet, crying, "Ancestor, Fomer's death cannot be in vain. Our lineage has produced such a genius in many years, and now he was killed by Gu Wuchen when he was still in his infancy. You must help us seek justice." "Shut up." The 4th elder blew his beard and glared, scolding. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Wu was his direct descendant, he would have wanted to slap him to death right now. Gu Feng went out to cause trouble for Gu Wuchen. He knew immediately that it must have been Gu Wu's idea. Kicking the crying Gu Wu away, the 4th elder said gloomily, "We must let the head of the family give us an explanation for this matter." Gu Feng is the hope of our lineage, and his death cannot be in vain. But don't have any extravagant hopes. Whether it's the patriarch or Gu Wuchen, we can't offend them. You have to understand this. Gu Wu raised his head, looked at the ancestor, and nodded heavily afterwards. The fourth elder pulled Gu Wu up and disappeared from the spot, but before leaving, he took out a jade talisman, the jade talisman of the Gu family's law enforcement hall. The message conveyed was simple: Gu Feng of the Gu family was killed inside the Gu family, the culprit is unknown. Gu Jiushang brought Morong Yunj and immediately arrived above the Shenzhou where Gu Wuchen was, but they were not in a hurry to go down. My son is finally back. Look, he has lost weight. Let me go downstairs to see him. Morong Yunj's eyes were always on Gu Wuchen. If Gu Jiushang hadn't pulled her back at this moment, she would have thrown herself onto the Shenzhou and hugged her son in her arms. Why are you in such a hurry? You're still worried even though your son has been seen by you. Let's wait for a while until those restless ones show up. Gu Jiushang was hidden in the sky, standing on the handrail, with no anxiety on his face. Instead, he kept looking into the distance, his eyes moving slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. They didn't have to wait long before the fourth elder and Gu Wu blocked the front of Shenzhou. This time, Shenzhou stopped and did not crash directly into it like Gu Feng did. After all, the strength of the fourth elder should not be underestimated. After the four elders intercepted the Shenzhou, they stood quietly in the air without saying a word. Although Gu Wuchen's status is noble, he is also the fourth elder of the Gu family. His cultivation and seniority are far higher than Gu Wuchen. Naturally, there is no reason for him to greet the younger generation. On the Shenzhou, Gu Wuchen was seen walking out slowly, rubbing his eyes, and seemed not to have woken up yet. After rubbing it for a long time and carefully looking at the fourth elder, he said seriously, "Hey, isn't this the fourth elder? He actually came to greet me personally." Junior Gu Wuchen is very grateful. Facing Gu Wuchen's obviously sarcastic greeting, the fourth elder snorted coldly. Snort. Son of God, there is no need to be so polite. I am not here just to welcome you. We are looking for the murderer. My descendant Gu Feng just died here. What? Gu Wuchen looked surprised. Your descendant Gu Feng died here. When did he die? Who dared to be so bold? Your Excellency, Son of God, there is no need to say more. The fourth elder has lived for so many years, and it is obvious that he does not fall for Gu Wuchen's pretense of being stupid. I have notified the people from the law enforcement hall to come. You are free to decide how Gu Feng died. But before that, I hope Lord Son of God will wait for a while. It will not be too late to leave after you understand the situation clearly. His words were flawless. He did not offend Gu Wuchen overtly, and he also gave him sufficient reasons to keep him. As long as we wait for the people from the law enforcement hall to arrive, even if Gu Jiushang comes in person, it will be impossible for him to absolve Gu Wuchen of all the blame. But he didn't expect that Gu Wuchen wouldn't fall for it either. Gu Wuchen just sneered and replied rudely, "Well, dang. I came down from Shenzhou to say hello to you because of your status as an elder. Don't take advantage of me. If you think I killed Gu Feng, then please arrest me immediately and make him pay for his life. If you don't dare, go back to your cave and stay here obediently. Do you understand?" Chapter 68, Demonstration. After saying that, Gu Wuchen turned around and prepared to leave. He didn't have the time to argue here. The fourth elder stood there in a daze, even doubting his own ears. I am the fourth elder of the Gu family, and yet I was scolded like this. The curses were so harsh and humiliating. Yes, what Gu Wuchen said was right. He didn't dare to take the other party down without authorization, let alone pay for Gu Feng's life. But logically speaking, shouldn't we go through the process of having him apologize publicly and compensate a certain amount of treasures, and then just let the matter go? After all, considering the protective nature of Gu Jiushang and his wife, it was impossible for Gu Wuchen to be punished for any substantial crime. Stop! The sudden shout came from Gu Wu, who was standing next to the fourth elder. The fourth elder considered too much and was restrained, but he, Gu Wu, could not care so much. He was originally an insignificant person in the Gu family. He was entrusted with important tasks again just because he gave birth to Gu Feng, a favored son of heaven who would hopefully become emperor in the future. It can be said that the father became honored because of his son, but now, his son is gone, which means that his status will plummet, and those inexhaustible cultivation resources will also be cut off. His eyes were wide open at this moment, looking at the enemy who killed his son and was still so arrogant. His reason was instantly defeated by impulse. He threw all the consequences and costs behind his mind. Boy, take my move. With a whoosh, Gu Wu shot out from the side of the fourth elder, and entered the saint realm with his cultivation fully activated. He transformed into the shadow of a vicious wolf, opening his mouth wide, wanting to bite Gu Wuchen to pieces in one bite. The fourth elder did not try to stop him, not because he did not want to. On the contrary, he was ready to stop Gu Wu the first moment. No matter what, Gu Wuchen could not be harmed in front of him, but just as he was preparing to move, his entire body was unable to move, not to mention uttering a word. I couldn't even move a finger or an eyeball. He felt like he was falling into an icy cave. How could he not know what was happening? Gu Zhoushang is here. Gu Zhoushang, who was also a powerful man at the level of the great emperor, did not show up at all. Just a thought made him freeze in place like a dead man. Fear, deep fear. This was the most terrifying time he had felt since he broke through to the great emperor realm. On the other side, the furious Gu Wu had already rushed to Gu Wuchen. At this time, Gu Wuchen still had his back to him, as if he didn't notice it at all. Die. Gu Wu's eyes were full of madness. It was not a loss for him to have Gu Wuchen buried with them. However, next moment, Gu Wuchen turned around suddenly, his eyes bursting with tangible murderous intent, staring at Gu Wu. The avenue of slaughter came out from his eyes, and the area within 100 miles was instantly shrouded in slaughter. Countless children of the Gu family felt a deep chill at this moment, as if the devil had descended before them. The one who felt the deepest was naturally Gu Wu, who was closest to Gu Wuchen. The power of the great Tao was not something that a mere saint-level warrior like him could contend with. Almost instantly, the wolf phantoms he had transformed into were all shattered, revealing his original body. But this is not the end yet. His eyes stared directly into Gu Wuchen's eyes. His mind was torn apart by fierce murderous intent, wantonly destroying it, blood flowing out of all his 7 orifices at the same time. The 4 elders in the distance couldn't speak, but seeing this scene, they kept shouting wildly in their hearts. The great Tao, it's actually the power of the great Tao. No one knows better than an emperor like him what it means that Gu Wuchen has mastered the power of the great Tao so early. It means an absolute monster among the chosen ones of heaven. Even other monsters, when seeing Gu Wuchen, have to obediently call him the ancestor of monsters. At this moment, he finally understood that what the patriarch said was true. Gu Wuchen returned early after a year of training in the lower world. It was not because he abused his power for personal gain, but because Gu Wuchen had really become so strong that he no longer needed to waste time in the lower world. Similarly, Gu Zhoushang and Murong Yunj, who were hidden in the sky, could not hide their shock. Of course, they had already seen that their son's cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, which was even more gratifying than the expected emperor realm. But now, they discovered that the surprises Gu Wuchen had given them were far more than that. The power of the avenue of killing, an avenue that undoubtedly ranks high on the list. Gu Wuchen actually realized it when he just reached extraordinary level of cultivation. Such talent is unheard of in the entire Gu family, even in the entire upper realm. In the center of the slaughter avenue, Gu Wuchen and Gu Wu were only a few feet apart, and Gu Wu's body was frozen in midair. His consciousness had begun to become confused, and his hands and feet did not obey his commands at all. He could only stare blankly at Gu Wuchen, unable to do anything. At this time, Gu Wuchen spoke again, his tone full of majesty. You, Gu Wu, attempted to assassinate me today, the current son of God of the Gu family. According to the Gu family rules, you will be beheaded on the spot, and all members of the clan will be implicated. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Wuchen stretched out his fist and, without using any spiritual power, threw a simple and direct punch at Gu Wu. The fist without any spiritual power collided with Gu Wu's body that had entered the holy realm. Bang! The fist did not fail to break the defense as everyone expected. On the contrary, Gu Wu's body could not withstand even a breath of force, and a large cloud of blood mist exploded. You can't die anymore. After doing all this, Gu Wuchen patted his hands, which were slightly covered with dust, and removed the shroud of the slaughter avenue. He had just used only his physical strength to defeat a powerful Saint Realm expert, who was at a higher level of cultivation than him. He was not surprised by this, because he had already practiced in Gu Chenxi's boudoir yesterday. In terms of physical strength alone, he was no less than Gu Chenxi, who was at the supreme realm. He was not surprised, but everyone else was stunned. The fourth elder roared in his heart. Why would he mess with the patriarch's family of monsters just for a talented descendant? He has mastered the great Tao at such a young age, and his physical strength is ridiculously strong, and he can enter the holy realm with one punch. Who could tell him that after training in the lower world, one could become So strong, at this moment, he really wanted to step forward immediately and apologize for what he had said before, but the pressure from above kept looming over him and he couldn't do anything. Gu Zhoushang and his wife were already overwhelmed by the surprise. Even though Gu Zhoushang had great cultivation and his talent crushed countless geniuses when he was young, he had to admit now that his son was even braver than him. They haven't been so happy in many years. I remember the last time was the day they got married. At this time, a team from the law enforcement hall arrived late. Seeing this, Gu Zhoushang knew that it was time to show up. Next, he, as the old man, would take care of some of the subsequent matters. Ma'am, let's go down. Morong Yunj nodded, took a step forward, appeared first, and went straight to Gu Wuchen's side, his face full of longing and love for his son. He even did not forget to check the right hand that Gu Wuchen used to beat Gu Woyang. Chinner, does your hand hurt? Don't worry, your father is here with us, and he will never let you suffer any injustice. Chapter 69, Enforce the Law Impartially. It doesn't hurt, mother. Gu Wuchen looked at his mother, who was full of concern for him, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. From childhood to adulthood, both his mother and father doted on their only son beyond ordinary people. It can be said that you can get whatever you want, and you're afraid it will melt if you put it in your hand. This is exactly in line with the image of the villain son of God in his previous life. His parents are both kings, who doted on their villain son too much and indulged him, leading to him being overthrown step by step by the son of destiny. Of course, he is different, he is a man with a system. At this time, the people from the law enforcement hall came to the side of the fourth elder. After they received the message from the four elders, they immediately organized people to come and check it out. After all, the death of a member of the Gu family, a favored one who had the right to enter the ancestral land, is not a trivial matter. When they saw the blood mist in the air that had not yet completely dissipated, they couldn't help but frown. The leader was even more furious. How could he not see that just before they arrived, another member of the Gu family died? But before he could say anything, a tall figure appeared from the sky. He was intimidating without even opening his mouth, but the intimidation he emanated instantly caught everyone's attention. Master! Gu Mo, the head of the law enforcement hall, immediately clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Gu Mo, meet the head of the family. At the same time, his heart was slightly moved. The death of a member of the Gu family would actually alarm the head of the family. Could there be some hidden story behind it? Then, he looked at Morong Yunj and Gu Wuchen, who were not far away, his expression startled. He suddenly remembered that he had heard yesterday that the son of God Gu Wuchen would return from the lower realm today, but he didn't expect to meet him here. No, wait, he suddenly realized something. Could it be? His eyes were full of surprise and doubt. He felt that today's events were not as simple as he had imagined. Gu Zhoushang above nodded slightly in response to Gu Mo's salute, and majestic words came out of his mouth. Gu Mo, I'm at ease with you guys doing the law enforcement hall's work. I came here this time to pick up my daughter Chen. I just happened to run into this matter. You don't need to care about me. Just do your job impartially. Having said that, when it comes to the words Chinner and impartial, the tone is obviously a little heavier. Gumo has lived for who knows how long. How could he not understand what the head of the family means? Chinner, I'm talking about Gu Wuchen, his son, who dares to touch him. As for being impartial, it is even simpler. What is impartiality in the Gu family? Is it fair? Of course not. The strongest person in the Gu family, the patriarch Gu Zhoushang, is fair and impartial, and to be impartial means to do things according to the patriarch's orders. I understand. We will investigate this matter immediately. Gu Mo made up his mind. He raised his hand and waved it. A huge and clear picture appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. He was able to become the head of the Gu family's law enforcement hall, so he must have extraordinary qualities, such as comprehending the extremely rare Great Way of Mirrors. One of the functions of the Avenue of Mirrors is to generate a picture that looks back at everything that happened here not long ago, without the need for external objects. Oh my, there is actually someone who has comprehended the Great Way of Mirror. However, his practice is too shallow, and perhaps his future achievements will be very mediocre. The voice of Mirror King Yi Linglong suddenly reached Gu Wuchen's ears. He is called the Mirror King because he has mastered the Great Way of the Mirror and has comprehended it to a very high level. Gu Wuchen ignored her and went with his mother to see what tricks the head of the law enforcement hall would come up with. The image of the Shenzhou that Gu Wuchen was riding on soon emerged in the air. Shenzhou sped past, and when it was passing through the outskirts of the Gu family, a figure suddenly blocked its way. It's Gu Feng, is it true? Gu Mo frowned and thought to himself, what follows is the complete process of events. Gu Feng, holding a spear, stood alone in front of Shenzhou, blocking Gu Wuchen's advance route. Gu Wuchen told him to get out, and even though his tone was very impolite, it did have the meaning of admonishing him. After that, Gu Feng did not leave at all, but still stood in front, unmoved. Finally, there was a scene where Shenzhou crashed Gu Feng into a ball of bloody mist. The whole incident was presented perfectly in front of everyone. The fourth elder had been released by Gu Zhoushang at this time and could move freely. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Why? Nothing to say, yet he was not stupid enough to argue about anything. Now the facts were in front of him. Gu Wuchen had already reminded Gu Feng, but Gu Feng was still blocking the road. He was hit to death. It could only be said that it was his own fault. The Son of God could not be stopped by anyone who wanted to. The picture disappeared bit by bit. Gu Mo pondered for a moment and was about to make a decision when a member of the law enforcement hall suddenly jumped out behind him. Master, I hope you can do as the master of the family said and enforce the law impartially. Although Gu Feng intercepted the Son of God Wuchen, he also said that he was welcoming the return of the Son of God. From the picture, we can see that Gu Feng had no ill intentions. He shouldn't have been killed just like that. Nonsense. Gu Mo immediately scolded loudly and looked at the person who spoke. His identity emerged in his mind. Jiu Qian, from the lineage of the fourth elder, Gu Feng's great-grandfather and Gu Wu's grandfather. Gu Qian, you shouldn't stand out at this time, Gu Mo said earnestly. After all, they were still his subordinates, so he couldn't help but give him some advice. No. Although Gu Qian is Gu Wu's grandfather, he looks like a middle-aged man. He took a few steps forward again and came in front of the hall master. Gu Qian has worked with the hall master in the law enforcement hall since he was a child. He knows that the hall master is always fair and impartial and will never judge any unjust, false, or wrong cases. I believe it is the same today. I remember the first head of the Gu family's law enforcement hall once said that if the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished just like the common people. Gu Moban was still thinking about protecting this subordinate and not letting him fall into the abyss because of his descendants, but when I heard him say so much, even roasting himself in the fire in the vain hope of punishing the Son of God Wuchen, I instantly had the urge to slap him to death. Yes, when the Gu family established the law enforcement hall, the first generation head of the law enforcement hall did say that if the emperor broke the law, he would be punished the same as the common people. But can it be the same as it is now? The current head of the Gu family was weak at that time, and his cultivation was only average among the elders. The master of the law enforcement hall was the top one in the Gu family, and he could say whatever he wanted, and no one could control him. But now, the strongest person in the Gu family is Gu Zhoushang, the current head of the Gu family, bringing up the saying that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people when he breaks the law. What's the difference between this and seeking death? You are really hopeless, Gu Qian. Gu Mo completely gave up on this subordinate. It can only be said that he brought this upon himself, so he raised his hand and once again played the scene of Gu Feng holding a spear and intercepting Shenzhou. Let me ask you, have you ever seen anyone welcoming the Son of God with a spear? Look at the extremely sharp tip of this spear. I have no doubt that if the Son of God Wuchen shows his head, he can shoot him with one shot. Chapter 70 implicated the reason why Gu Mo was willing to waste his breath and directly take down Gu Qian without implicating anyone else was because more and more members of the Gu family came to watch. As the head of the Gu family's law enforcement hall, he certainly couldn't just arrest someone without saying anything. Among the onlookers, they had already started whispering. Hiss. It's actually Lord Gu Mo himself. A strong man at the great emperor level is rarely seen on ordinary days. Not only that, don't you see there is also the fourth elder? I was fortunate enough to listen to the fourth elder's sermon once, and I benefited a lot from it. Hush! You bunch of ignorant people, didn't you see that our patriarch is here? If you ask me, today's incident is probably really big. At this moment, after hearing what Gu Mo said, Gu Qian's face became gloomy and uncertain that he naturally understood this point. Gu Feng was not out to welcome the Son of God, but was just taking this opportunity to challenge Gu Wuchen. But in his opinion, no matter what, Gu Feng's crime did not deserve the death penalty. Even if he was to die, it would be handled by the law enforcement hall. How could he be killed within the Gu family? He couldn't argue with the hall master Gu Mo, so he turned to look at Gu Wuchen in the distance and bowed respectfully first. Gu Qian from the law enforcement hall, greetings to Lord Son of God. Then he changed the subject. I feel that there is something fishy about Gu Feng's death. Can you hand over your Shenzhou to our law enforcement hall so that we can investigate the matter more carefully? Gu Qian, stop messing around. Gu Mo pulled Gu Qian back, threw him aside, and hurriedly explained, Sir Son of God, this is not what I meant. Gu Feng intercepted your Shenzhou first. In ordinary people's terms, it is called a fraud. If he died, it was his own fault. Shenzhou naturally does not need to be handed over to our law enforcement hall for inspection. On the contrary, although Gu Feng died when he intercepted Shenzhou, he still has to pay compensation for the damage he caused to Shenzhou. Gu Qian happens to be Gu Feng's elder, so this compensation will fall on him. What? Master Hall Master, you? Gu Qian was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that not only did Gu Mo not punish Gu Wuchen for Gu Feng's death, but he also asked him to compensate Gu Wuchen for his Shenzhou. Is this fair? He was just about to say something else when Gu Wuchen spoke from a distance. I thought so. It turns out he is Gu Feng's elder. No wonder he is so anxious. Master, I don't want the compensation from Shenzhou. After all, with Gu Feng's level of cultivation, it won't have any impact except for staining the Shenzhou barrier with some blood only. Having said this, Gu Wuchen dragged out a long tone and looked at Gu Qian jokingly. Since you are a member of the law enforcement hall, let me ask you, if someone dares to attack me in public, or even wants to kill me, what is the crime according to the clan rules? Gu Qian was stunned, thinking that Gu Wuchen wanted to shift the blame of Gu Feng's interception of Shenzhou to the attack. Reporting to the Son of God, according to the clan rules, if the person who attempts to kill the Son of God is not beheaded on the spot, he will be sentenced to death, and his 10 clans will be exterminated. However, Gu Feng had no intention of attacking the Son of God, so this crime cannot be pinned on him. Good. Gu Wuchen clapped his hands. As expected of a member of the law enforcement hall, he knows the clan rules by heart. Then, he also raised his hand and waved it like Gu Mo. The power of the avenue flowed, and a picture emerged out of thin air. With the help of the avenue of mirror used by Mirror King Yi Linglong, a more complete and profound avenue of mirrors than Gu Mo's, as the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Morong Yunj was surprised that his son had actually comprehended the power of 2 great ways. The 4th elder was almost the same. You have to know that he had been an emperor for many years, but he had only comprehended 2 great ways. As for Gu Jiushang, he discovered some clues but didn't say anything. The last one was Gu Mo. He was totally dumbfounded. What did he see? I saw the full version of the avenue of mirrors that I had always dreamed of. Compared with him, I am like a frog in a well. There is no comparison at all. His eyes unconsciously turned to Gu Wuchen, the only son of God in the Gu family. Horrible, so terrible, in the entire Gu family. No one knows better than him how difficult and complicated it is to master the great way of the mirror. It has been tens of thousands of years since I comprehended the great way of the mirror, but my mastery of it is still at the beginner's level. His attention was entirely focused on the avenue, while everyone present basically focused. Their eyes on the content on the screen. The eye in the picture, Gu Wu transformed into a phantom of an evil dragon and attacked Gu Wuchen, saying something like, "Take my attack." Hiss. Most of them had just arrived and were unaware of this. Now that they had watched the replay, they couldn't help but gasp, how dare someone attack the Son of God in public? Even if you want to die, you can't die like this. If you die, what will happen to your 10 clans? After the playback is completed, the picture disappears. Gu Wuchen looked at Gu Qian, who had been in a daze for a long time. Let me ask you, you are the elder of Gu Feng and Gu Wu, but are you among these 10 clans? The sound was like a thunderclap, exploding in Gu Qian's mind. He stuttered, wanting to say something but couldn't. Isn't he here to convict Gu Wuchen? How come all 10 of his clans were wiped out in an instant? Gu Mo, who was standing by, had just recovered from his shock and quickly said, replying to God's son, Gu Qian is Gu Feng's grandfather, and he is one of the 10 clans. Well, now that the matter is clear, we will leave it to the hall master to decide what to do. Gu Wuchen said calmly, clear. Gu Mo nodded seriously. Before, he had to side with Gu Wuchen only because of the pressure from Gu Jiushang. Now, after seeing his mirror avenue, I truly stand on his side. He wants to make progress in his attainments in the great Tao. Someone come! He shouted loudly, and the people from the law enforcement hall behind him responded one after another. Gu Feng attacked the contemporary son of God, Gu Wuchen. Fortunately, the son of God was brave and killed the thief on the spot. Although the murderer is dead, according to clan rules, all 10 members of Gu Feng's clan must be killed. Execute immediately, yes. As soon as the words fell, the people from the law enforcement hall dispersed. If they took action themselves, they would be able to get things done quickly. Soon, most of the people from the law enforcement hall had left, leaving only the hall master Gu Mo and the bewildered Gu Qian. "Master, please forgive me," Gu Qian tried to pray, but all he got in return was indifference. "Gu Qian, for the sake of our previous collaboration, please commit suicide." After Gu Mo finished speaking, he ignored him, but the pressure from the emperor continued to hang over Gu Qian. If he didn't commit suicide, he would have to do it himself. Gu Qian gave a bitter smile, his heart was dead. Knowing that there was no chance of improvement, he severed his own heart pulse and collapsed. Chapter 71 Rewards and Punishments. With Gu Qian's death, the matter came to an end. The onlookers dispersed, and they couldn't wait to share what they saw and heard today with their relatives and friends. The main point was that Gu Wuchen, the son of the Gu family, had made a strong return, and once he returns, he will kill all those who dare to challenge him. Seeing that things were almost done, Gu Jiushang waved his hand, and Gu Wuchen, Moron Yunj, the 4 elders and Gu Mo all disappeared from the spot. The next moment, several people appeared in the main hall of the Gu family. As for Gu Chenxi, she took Gu Wuchen's 2 maids with her and arranged accommodation for them. 4th Elder. Gu Jiushang spoke calmly. He was not in a hurry to reunite with his son, but instead set his sights on the 4th elder. The head of the family, the 4th elder, looked pale and seemed to want to say something, but in the end he did not make any excuses and only let out a long sigh. "Alas, this is my fault. Please punish me, master." Snort. Gu Jiushang snorted coldly, and the temperature in the hall dropped suddenly. The 4th elder and Gu Mo both felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. "You finally realized that it was your fault? You brought other elders to my place to cause trouble earlier, but I didn't mind it because today is a happy day. But I didn't expect that your descendants would actually want to intercept and even kill my son. It seems that I haven't killed for a long time, and they almost forgot about me as the clan leader." At this moment, the 4th elder was already sweating profusely. Although he was also an emperor-level warrior, he didn't even have the courage to raise his head in front of Gu Jiushang. Then, Gu Jiushang's cold words continued to be heard. "4th elder, when I was the patriarch, you were still the 5th elder, right? Have you forgotten how you became the 4th elder?" As soon as these words were spoken, the 4th elder's face changed drastically and he couldn't help but take a half step back. A horrible memory emerged in his mind. Back then, when Gu Jiushang first took the position of patriarch, many people in the family were not convinced, especially the former 4th elder, who even threatened that Gu Jiushang was too arrogant and dictatorial in his daily behavior. If he were to become the clan leader, wouldn't the Gu family become a one-man show by him? Moreover, the former 4 elders also gathered many powerful people from the Gu family, hoping that Gu Jiushang would step down and let more capable people take over this position, but unexpectedly, Gu Jiushang didn't waste any time and went all out by smashing the head of the former 4th elder on the spot. The powerful emperor was killed with just one slap, died without any chance of fighting back. The emperor was no common person in the Gu family, but rather a top existence. His inexplicable death directly alarmed the ancestors of the ancestral land. Everyone originally thought that the ancestor would come out to deal with Gu Jiushang's arrogance, but unexpectedly, the news that finally came out from the ancestral land was, in the Changsheng Gu family, the strong are respected. If anyone disobeys, they will be killed. These short 16 words shocked the nerves of the entire Gu family. The ancestors' meaning was very clear. The 4 elders who were beaten to death by Gu Jiushang deserved to die. They would not intervene, but instead supported Gu Jiushang's behavior. After this incident, Gu Jiushang completely secured his position as the head of the family, and no one dared to question him anymore. When the 4th elder thought of this, his breathing became a little difficult and he felt a chill on his head. He had no doubt that the patriarch in front of him would treat him the same way he treated the previous 4 elders. "Gu Yuan." Gu Jiushang suddenly spoke. The 4th elder perked up. Gu Yuan was his real name, and no one had called him that for many years. "You didn't take good care of your descendants, and a descendant's place in the ancestral land almost caused a disaster. Well, seeing that you like the ancestral land so much, I will punish you to guard the gate of the ancestral land." Without the consent of the ancestors inside, you are not allowed to leave without permission forever. Do you understand? Understood. Thank you, patriarch, for not killing me. The fourth elder showed a bitter smile. He did not dare to complain at all of the job of guarding the ancestral gate may not seem serious, but in fact, it costs him half his life. This is equivalent to imprisoning him at the gate of his ancestral land forever. Everything in the outside world has nothing to do with him. It can be said to be permanent imprisonment. As for sneaking away, don't even think about it. Although most of the ancestors of the ancestral land are in a sleeping state, their consciousness will wander around the entire ancestral land. If he dares to run, his end will surely be extremely cruel. The fourth elder left and headed for the ancestral land alone and in silence, without anyone accompanying him. He didn't dare to have any ulterior motives, as Gu Jiushang's mind was always locked on him. In the main hall, after dealing with the four elders, Gu Jiushang looked at Gu Mo, the head of the law enforcement hall. The head of the family. Gu Mo clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. He witnessed with his own eyes today that the fourth elder, a powerful emperor, who was a terror to the outside world, will be sentenced to life imprisonment. At this moment, he was more clearly aware of Gu Jiushang's horror, and at the same time he secretly thought that it was a good thing that he did not disobey the patriarch when enforcing the law just now. Gu Jiushang slowly walked to Gu Mo's side and smiled rarely. Gu Mo, you did a great job. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you should enforce the law impartially. With you here, I feel completely relieved about the law enforcement hall. Thank you, patriarch. Gu Mo will definitely live up to the mission. Gu Jiushang nodded, then flipped his hand and a pill appeared in his palm. 9-pattern Imperial Grade Great Rejuvenation Pill? As soon as the pill appeared, Gu Mo's eyes widened instantly and his expression became extremely excited. I found this elixir recently in a ruin. I think it can cure your wife's injury. I will give it to you today. The head of the family, Gu Mo's tone suddenly became choked. Although it is said that men don't shed tears easily, his eyes were indeed moist now. This 9-patterned elixir is a top-grade imperial elixir that can save his wife's life. He and his wife had known each other since childhood and had been married, and had supported each other along the way. He had become an emperor, and his wife had also been promoted to a quasi-emperor, and they were only one step away from becoming emperor. However, an accident happened when he was breaking through the emperor realm, causing serious injuries, and he has not been able to wake up until now. He tried countless methods, consulted countless miracle doctors, and even stepped on the threshold of the Gu family's imperial alchemist, but the conclusion he reached was the same. A 9-pattern imperial grade Dahuan Dan is needed to save her, 9 patterns, and it was an imperial pill. Plus, the recipe for the imperial grade Great Rejuvenation Pill had long been lost, which meant that even with his extraordinary cultivation, he couldn't save his wife's life. But now, the head of the family actually took out one and wanted to give it to him. Gu Mo took the Dahuan pill tremblingly. He did not refuse. Even though he knew that this pill was extremely precious, he still shamelessly accepted it. Master. After putting away the Dahuan Dan, Gu Mo bent his knees and was about to kneel down, but a pair of strong hands stopped him halfway. I only heard Gu Jiushang say with a smile, "It's just a pill. There's no need to do this. The most important thing you should do now is to save your wife instead of kneeling down to thank me. Don't you agree?" Chapter 72 Reunion. Big surprise. After being helped up by Gu Jiushang, Gu Mo was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Master, this kindness, Gu Mo will never forget it. From now on, if the master has any orders, I will obey your orders. Even if it costs my life, I will not blink an eye. Gu Mo's tone was extremely firm, and at this moment he secretly swore in his heart, always support Gu Jiushang's family, no matter whether it is right or wrong. Gu Jiushang also left. He took the elixir away and left his loyalty behind. This time, Gu Wuchen and his family of 3 were the only ones left in the hall. Dad's song clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. Chenner has learned it. Gu Wuchen flattered him at the right time, causing a smile to appear on Gu Jiushang's face again. Okay, stop talking about these useless things. Gu Jiushang slapped Gu Wuchen on the back of the head and continued. Today you have returned from the underworld. Your mother has prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome you. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, the 3 figures instantly arrived in a back garden. The scenery here is extremely beautiful. Every brick, tile, blade of grass and tree are things that people from the outside world would fight over, but here, it can only serve as a decoration. The three of them sat down in the courtyard, and maids came in one after another, each holding a portion of food that exuded gentle spiritual power. Soon, the table was filled to the brim. Eating delicious food is the lifestyle habit Morong Yunj developed after marrying Gu Jiushang. To be precise, it was the habit of Morong Yunj's father, Morong Fu. The number one sword god in the upper realm. The sword fighting style he practiced was different from that of ordinary people. He did not practice in seclusion all the time. If he had free time, he would have a meal to satisfy his appetite. Morong Yunj grew up eating delicious food every day. "Chinner, come and try this piece of venison. How does it taste?" Morong Yunj picked up a piece of meat and put it to Gu Wuchen's mouth, who took a bite. It tastes delicious and melts in your mouth. It also seems like the spiritual power in my body has increased by 1 point. After tasting it, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but praise it. Of course. Gu Jiushang on the side couldn't help but speak. "Just to prepare this venison for you, your mother asked me to go to the mountain of 10,000 beasts and kill a great elk monster. I thought that I, the head of the family, would actually do such a thing. It's really..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Morong Yunj. "You're talking about me. Didn't you suddenly disappear 2 days ago? I guess you were preparing a surprise for your son?" Ahem, Gu Jiushang almost spit out the entire mouthful of wine he had just drunk. He waved his hand and said, "I did prepare something for my son, but don't worry. Before that, I'm more curious about how much progress my son has made in this year." Morong Yunj also nodded. "Since my son returned, both his cultivation and his comprehension of the great Tao have improved tremendously." In response, Gu Wuchen just laughed awkwardly. "Ha, that's good progress. You've already seen what I just said. That's pretty much it." "Really? Chinner, how have you been in the lower world over the past year? Can you tell me about it?" Morong Yunj stared with eyes wide open, full of anticipation. He had missed his son for a year and naturally wanted to know how his son had been doing in the past year. Unable to persuade his own mother, Gu Wuchen wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and began to briefly recount his experiences of the past year. It's just that he was just talking about it casually. It's impossible for him to mention the system or anything like that. For example, if someone came to provoke him, he would kill him, and then he would find an extremely precious treasure from that person's space ring. He repeated this process until he killed 3 of them. The treasures he obtained from them enabled him to advance his cultivation and attainments in the Tao by leaps and bounds. Such words left both the parents confused. Could people from the underworld have such good things? But they also believed Gu Wuchen's words. Gu Jiushang pondered for a moment and guessed, in fact, it is possible that people from the lower world possess so many treasures. The Gu family has records that throughout history, there have been many people with extraordinary talents who suddenly gained a lot of opportunities without anyone noticing, and stood at the top of the world. I think that the people that Chinner killed might be the same as those recorded in ancient books, people who had obtained many rare opportunities." "Oh, I see." Morong Yunj nodded blankly. She didn't understand everything, but she could still hear that her son was very outstanding. As for Gu Wuchen, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. My father is worthy of being the head of the Gu family. He can actually guess the definition of the child of destiny from just a few words of mine. Gu Jiushang obviously didn't want to continue dwelling on this topic, so he changed the subject and said, "Aha, no matter what, anyway, Chinner can have such a big breakthrough. As a father, I am really happy for you. Come on, let's have a drink." At this moment, Gu Jiushang did not have the same dignity as he usually had as the head of the family. "Yes, I only have to face my son's doting. Good." Gu Wuchen smiled and raised his glass, clinked it with his father's, then drank it all in one gulp. Hey, I tell you not to just drink, eat more meat and vegetables," Morong Yunj reminded. "Ahahaha, okay, let's eat." For a moment, the 3 of them were filled with laughter. After 3 rounds of drinks and almost finishing the meal, Gu Jiushang smiled mysteriously and said, "Chinner, do you still remember the dehuanden I gave to Gu Mo before?" "Of course I remember." Gu Wuchen nodded. The value of the 9-pattern imperial grade great rejuvenation pill is simply inestimable. Yes, it is indeed precious. Gu Jiushang picked up the wine glass and took another sip. "But that pill was just something I happened to find when I was taking another item. It was an unexpected gain. Another thing? Gu Wuchen was puzzled. Father, do you mean that item is more precious than the 9-pattern imperial grade pill, nature? Gu Jiushang didn't keep the secret any longer. He took out something and placed it on the stone table. A bone, a piece of bone that looks like fine mutton fat jade, emits a cool glow, and is engraved with dense inscriptions. This is? Gu Wuchen exclaimed. Supreme bone? It's such a superior supreme bone. Not bad, good eyesight. Gu Jiushan laughed and pushed the supreme bone in front of Gu Wuchen. This is the surprise I prepared for you. Find some time to retreat and fuse this supreme bone. Your achievements in the future will definitely not be inferior to mine. Gu Wuchen placed his hand on the supreme bone, and a warm and powerful force flowed through his skin and spread throughout his body, instantly causing a resonance in his heaven-devouring divine body. But he didn't have long to be happy. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my ear. Ding. The supreme bone of the Child of Destiny by Su has been detected. Chapter 73 Fusion of Supreme Bone. Gu Wuchen was stunned. He secretly thought that he was worthy of being a villain. He had just returned home and hadn't done anything, but the supreme bone of the Child of Destiny was placed in front of him. The hatred value was instantly raised to the extreme. Then, he put away the supreme bone and turned to thank his father. Thank you for the gift of the supreme bone, father. I will definitely live up to your trust. Although, judging from the normal course of events, his father getting the supreme bone of the Son of Destiny was somewhat of a betrayal to his father, no, to his son, but fortunately, he was not afraid of this. Instead, compared to the supreme bone, he was more interested in the Child of Destiny by Su. Well, the faster the supreme bone fuses, the better. After this meal, you can go into seclusion to fuse the supreme bone. We'll discuss other matters after we get out of customs. Gu Wuchen nodded. He had the same idea. About half an hour later, the family of 3 finished the sumptuous family dinner. Jiu Jiushang prepared to leave with Morong Yunj, leaving this place for Gu Wuchen to go into seclusion. Before leaving, Morong Yunj said reluctantly, Chener, after you come out of seclusion, let's find some time to go to your grandfather's place. He will definitely be very happy to know that you have made such great progress. Yeah, I was thinking of meeting Grandpa, too. Gu Wuchen nodded again. But when he saw that his mother's aura seemed no different from when he left a year ago, he couldn't help but complain. Mom, if it were you, I would say you should go to Grandpa first and let him supervise your cultivation. I'm afraid that more than 99% of your cultivation is due to your own talent. When her son scolded her for not practicing hard enough, Morong Yunj raised her eyebrows, rolled up her sleeves, and instantly transformed from the image of a loving mother into a violent woman. Hey, you kid! You're here to teach your mother a lesson, you deserve a beating. Ha ha, stop, I was just joking. I think what Chen Er said is quite right and makes a lot of sense. Okay, since you said so too, tonight's activities are cancelled. I want to practice in seclusion. No, ma'am, I was just joking. After a burst of laughter, Gu Wuchen sat alone in the courtyard, with the crystal clear supreme bone appearing in front of him. System, why does this supreme bone feel so fresh to me? Could it be that it was just taken off? Gu Wuchen asked casually. Yes, host, Bai Su's supreme bone became ownerless 2 days and 6 hours ago. Gu Wuchen was slightly stunned. It became ownerless 2 days ago, which means it was taken off the original director 2 days ago. This is somewhat different from what his father told him about the origin of the supreme bone before he left. After all, this is something about the Child of Destiny, so he naturally needs to ask his father for clarification. According to my father. 2 days ago, the old ruler of the Deqi dynasty in the Wanxiang Dao realm went through great pains to contact the Gu family and informed them of the news that they had the supreme bone. He also hoped that the head of the Gu family would come in person and hand over the supreme bone to him personally. After hearing the news, Gu Jiushang did not hesitate too much and went to the Deqi dynasty in person, because the value of the supreme bone was totally worth his personal trip. After arriving, the old king was a decisive man. He came to greet Gu Jiushang holding a box. Inside the box, there was a piece of supreme bone and the 9-pattern emperor pill given to Gu Mo. The old king said that this piece of supreme bone was left by the founding emperor of their great Qi dynasty. He had wanted to wait for a talented descendant to appear and give the supreme bone to him to revive the glory of great Qi. However, the great Qi dynasty has never produced a person who was worthy of the supreme bone, and its talent has been preserved to this day. It just so happened that he was seriously injured and his cultivation level had regressed. Even if he could rely on elixirs to recover from his injuries, the regressed cultivation level could not be compensated. In addition, the royal family's servants were won over by the various princes, and were constantly engaged in infighting. They were only interested in fighting for the throne and did not care about anything else. Faced with such internal and external troubles, he simply took out the supreme bone and the elixir and handed them over to the Gu family, hoping that the Gu family could ensure that the Great Qi dynasty would last forever. In response to this, Gu Jiushang agreed on the spot. After promising that the Great Qi dynasty would last for 10,000 years, he left with the two treasures. Thoughts fall back. Gu Wuchen secretly thought that the king of Qi was smart. By handing the supreme bone to his father, there would be no accidents. After all, Gu Jiushan can represent the entire Gu family. If he tries to snatch the supreme bone and does not promise to protect the Great Qi dynasty for 10,000 years, then in the future, which force will dare to offer treasures to seek shelter from the Gu family? Only, Gu Wuchen sneered, this old king is really too smart. He said that this supreme bone was left by the founding emperor of the Great Qi dynasty, but in fact, he personally took it off from someone else. As for the identity of the destined child by Su, he had basically guessed it. During the Great Qi dynasty, the ruler's surname was Bai. Bai Su must be his descendant. In order to get the so-called eternal blessing, he actually dug out the supreme bones of the most talented of his descendants. As expected, the most ruthless is the imperial family. When he thought of this, he let out a soft cry. Morning light. In just a moment, Gu Chenxi fell from the sky and landed steadily in the courtyard. Have my two maids been settled? Don't worry, master, everything has been arranged. Well, I'll trouble you again this time. Please help me go to the Daqi dynasty in Wanxiang Daoyu and ask about a person named Bai Su. By the way, learn about the general situation of their dynasty. Remember, you can only get information, don't act on your own. Oh, by the way, call Deacon Guyu and ask her to go with you. Understood. I'll go right away. Gu Chenxi nodded in response and his figure disappeared. Guyu, a female steward of the Gu family, has reached the quasi-emperor realm. With the two of them going to inquire about the news, Gu Wuchen felt very relieved. After that, he turned his attention back to the supreme bone in front of him. Delay will lead to changes. Absorb and integrate immediately. Heaven swallowing divine body. Open, 2 days ago. The realm of all things, the Great Qi dynasty, behind the mountain, a burial place, royal family. Members will be buried here after their death. This is the rule left by the founding emperor of the Great Qi dynasty, and no one dares to disobey it. At this moment, under an ordinary tombstone, a pale hand stretched out from the grave. The hand dug hard, uncovering a large piece of soil, and a thin figure suddenly sat up. Hoo cough, cough. He took big gulps of fresh air and coughed violently twice before he recovered. A hint of color returned to his pale face. There was just a bloody hole on his chest, and it was clearly visible that a piece of bone was missing. His eyes were full of hatred and his teeth were biting his lower lip. You old bastards, you all deserve to die. If anyone dares to take my supreme bone, I will dig it back with my own hands. Chapter 74. Someone is visiting Ken. Bai Su came back to his senses, looked at his pale and weak hands, and his dantian which had long since lost all its spiritual power, and felt hopeless that he can't do it, not to mention revenge. Given his current physical condition, it is hard to say whether he can walk out of the burial place alive. He struggled to stand up, enduring the pain in his chest. He felt dizzy and fell straight down with his head facing down. He closed his eyes and a miserable smile appeared on his face, as if he was laughing at the possibility that he might die from the fall. A long time. Unexpected pain came and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he noticed that a dark hand dragged him up. He raised his head and stared blankly at the owner of his hand. An old man's whisper came to his ears. Young man, do you desire power? Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. Gu Wuchen's fusion of the supreme bone is nearing completion. As he suddenly opened his eyes, the supreme bone was completely fused. In an instant, the entire body burst into dazzling light, and an aura that was superior to all living beings spread out. It's done! A smile appeared on Gu Wuchen's face. He had fused with the supreme bone, which made him different from ordinary people. He possesses the heaven-devouring divine body, which has absorbed all the acquired growth of the supreme bone since its birth, leaving only a piece of the original supreme bone, which is integrated into his body without any hidden dangers. The Gu family's records about the supreme bone emerged in my mind. The records state that after the chaos, when the world was first created, a group of living beings were born. And each of them had a piece of supreme bone in his body. they do not need to practice, yet possess terrifying cultivation. They are truly the darlings of heaven and earth, and are recorded by later generations as the first generation of heaven and earth, but for some unknown reason, the first generation gradually disappeared, and the creatures born afterwards no longer had a supreme bone in their bodies, but there are exceptions, such as the Piece of Destiny child by Su, which is called God's omission, after his thoughts came to an end. Gu Wuchen stood up and stretched. Ji Yuchensi hasn't come back yet, he knows. It's impossible for him to come back so fast. The distance between the Tao realms is far, the spatial order of the upper realm is stable, and only a great emperor can tear through space. They can only rely on the help of the teleportation array to go to other realms to inquire about information, but that will also take several days. Master. A maid outside the door knocked lightly on the courtyard gate and spoke cautiously. Someone outside sent a message in, saying that someone wants to see the young master, and also said that there is something important to report about the young master, and he must tell him in person. Oh, someone is looking for me, or about me? Gu Wuchen was a little curious. He had just returned to the family. What could there be about him? Then he said, "Let that man in." Yes. The maid outside the door responded, and then there was no more movement. About an incense stick of time passed before footsteps were heard outside the door again. After all, a stranger who comes to visit the son of God of the Gu family needs to go through layers of examination, including identity, background, origin, cultivation, etc. The two people who came in were a man and a woman. The man had an imposing bearing, and it was obvious at first glance that he was from a wealthy family. The woman was naturally charming, and she exuded a fascination that bewitched men. She was wearing a purple cheongsam with a high slit, and she seemed to be exposing her entire thighs. Even Gu Wuchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What a flirty woman! The two entered the courtyard and saluted Gu Wuchen together. The fourth prince Bai Ji of the great Qi dynasty pays homage to the Son of God. Su family, Su Mei, meet the master. The two people's luggage were completely different. Bai Ji was very respectful, his body shaking slightly, and he was obviously a little nervous. Su Mei seemed like she was back home. She didn't look nervous at all. Instead, she was sending out flirtatious glances. She stared at Gu Wuchen while biting her lower lip, as if she was just waiting for the order to throw her delicate body into his arms. Seeing this scene, Gu Wuchen could only frown, resisting the urge to kick her out, and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" At the same time, Bai Ji's panel was opened. As soon as the two entered the room, the system began to remind him that people related to the Child of Destiny, Bai Su, had been detected. Name, Bai Ji, age, 102, identity, the fourth prince of the Great Qi dynasty, the half-brother of the Son of Destiny Bai Su. Personality, cruel, jealous, lustful, realm, second level of the extraordinary realm, constitution, non-fate, the stepping stone of the Child of Destiny, Bai Su. Recent trends, he repeatedly humiliated Bai Su and was directly involved in digging out Bai Su's supreme bones. Bai Su hated him, and he was the first person he killed after he turned the tables. We came here from the Wanxiang Dao territory because we discovered something that was extremely disrespectful to you, Lord Son of God, so we came together to report it to you. After Bai Ji finished speaking, Su Mei continued to choke. Yes, and this matter should not be known to too many people, so we came to visit you specially. In fact, the two of them had not thought about meeting Gu Wuchen directly this time. Their original intention was to meet an external deacon. After all, whether it is the Qi dynasty or the Su family, they are nothing compared to the foundation of the Gu family. But when they told the guard that what they were talking about was about Gu Wuchen, the son of God of the Gu family, the man's face changed instantly. He hurriedly flew forward to report and even left the gate unguarded. Finally, the two of them were brought directly here. Before entering the door, they realized that they could see Gu Wuchen himself in person. In the courtyard, Ji Wuchen sat on a stone chair, and the two people next to him began to explain the purpose of their trip. Master Gu, I am Su Mei. A few days ago, I happened to see Hua Lianer from the Hua family drinking tea alone in a tea house. I saw that she was absent-minded, so I went up to ask her. Who would have known that she was drinking alone in the tea house because she was in lovesickness? Gu Wuchen was stunned and looked at Su Mei with strange eyes. He didn't expect that they came here this time to talk about Hua Lianer. To be honest, after returning to the upper realm, I had a lot of things to do and actually forgot about her. Su Mei continued, the reason why her Hua family can still survive in the Wanxiang Dao realm is because Hua Lianer was chosen by your Gu family since she was a child, so that the family can be preserved, right? But they don't know how to be grateful. They let Hua Lianer secretly meet other men. This is a great disrespect to the Gu family and to you. As she spoke, Sume even started to cry, as if she was truly indignant about the matter. The fourth prince Baiji, who was standing by, saw that Gu Wuchen didn't react and thought that he didn't believe what Sume said, so he added fuel to the fire. You don't know, my lord, that Sume has a special physique and a special ability, which is to be able to tell whether a woman is virgin or not. And Hua Lianer, she actually already, having said this, he did not continue speaking, as he believed that Gu Wuchen had already understood what he meant. Chapter 75 Intention. After hearing this, Gu Wuchen already fully understood the purpose of the two of them coming here. Hua Lianer is no longer a perfect girl, that's for sure, it's her own doing. The two people in front of them obviously did not expect that the person Hua Lianer was in love with was themselves. I just can't understand what good will it do for them if I tell him this? Could it be that he is planning to let me express my gratitude? So according to you, how should I deal with her? Gu Wuchen looked calm and spoke slowly, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Baiji was puzzled as to why Gu Wuchen was too calm. Although Hua Lianer is just an insignificant cauldron to the Gu family's son of God, but that's a real cuckold. How can you just put it on and not get angry? He thought to himself that he was worthy of being a child of a big family. When faced with problems, he was much calmer than those people from small forces. Just as he was about to say something, Sume at the side spoke first. Young master, the voice was numb, and she slightly bent her waist, revealing her spring scenery, which made Baiji, who was standing next to her, tremble. That Hua Lianer doesn't know what's good for her. She's already a fallen woman, and is no longer worthy of being your woman, my lord. If you don't mind, I am still a virgin. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly and be your slave forever. She was not in a hurry to say that she wanted to be Gu Wuchen's woman, but called herself a slave, taking a step back to advance, and preparing to proceed step by step. She believed that as long as she had a deep communication with him, even if Gu Shenzi in front of her was a highly accomplished monk, he would become addicted to her and would never be able to leave her. After listening to her, Gu Wuchen just laughed secretly, thinking that this woman was indeed no ordinary person. One has to admit that Sume's power of charm is indeed amazing. I'm afraid her charm has been cultivated to a small level of success. However, he was sharp-eyed and could tell at a glance that Sume's identity as a virgin was fake. She can tell whether others are virgins, and can also disguise herself as virgins. Naturally, he has no interest in such a woman, but can be used for other purposes. He ignored Sume, who was still flirting, and turned to look at Baiji, whose face had a pale complexion. At this time, when Baiji heard Sume say that she was willing to be the slave of Gu Shenzi and serve him forever, he was already dumbfounded. That he has always regarded Sume as his exclusive love, so how could he allow others to get involved? But he was facing the powerful godson of the Gu family. Even if he won the throne of the Great Qi Kingdom, he was just a slightly bigger ant in front of him and could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. So, his face turned red, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. Baiji. A cold shout woke him up. He came back to his senses and saw Gu Shenzi looking at him, and his heart sank. I just had the idea of snatching Sume back from Gu Shenzi. Fortunately, it was not carried out, otherwise, my life would not be enough to die. Just listen to Gu Wuchen continue. Sume's purpose is to become my slave and serve me, so what's your reason? Gu Wuchen's tone was calm, but to their ears, it sounded unquestionable majesty. Baiji even knelt down on the spot, knocked his head on the ground, and said with cold sweat, Sir, son of God, I hope to seize the throne of the Great Qi state and serve you wholeheartedly. Oh? Gu Wuchen smiled slightly. The position of the Great Qi state lord, an idea arises from the bottom of my heart. Let me ask you, do you know this person called Baisu? When Baiji heard the word Baisu, he was stunned and subconsciously wanted to say that he didn't know him, but when the words came to his lips, he thought of the consequences of deceiving the son of the Gu family, and quickly changed his words. Baisu, he is my younger brother. I am the 4th prince and he is the 9th prince. However, he died of an illness recently and has been buried deep in the mountains of the royal family. Really? Gu Wuchen sighed secretly. This Baisu was indeed a prince, and he was buried deep in the mountains. It would probably be more accurate to say that he was buried in a place of opportunity. Well, since you gave me such important news, I will help you take the position of the ruler of Qi. Upon hearing this, Baiji's expression instantly turned into great joy, and he knelt on the ground and cowed out madly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. After knocking for a while, he raised his head and said excitedly, Yes, sir, in the current Great Qi dynasty, only the crown prince and the 8th prince have the ability to compete with me for the position of the head of state. As long as the two of them disappear, the position of the head of state will be within my grasp. They are not to be feared. Gu Wuchen shook his head and picked up the teacup beside him and drank it all. Your real opponent is someone else. Is there someone else? Bai Ji was puzzled. Not bad. Putting down the teacup, Gu Wuchen uttered a few words lightly. The ninth prince of Diqi, Bai Su. Bai Ji left, leaving with confusion and shock. After getting Gu Wuchen's promise to help him seize the throne of the Great Qi Kingdom, he knew that there would be no accidents. It was like an elephant helping an insect move a stone, which was just a matter of a sneeze, but in his heart, he felt very uneasy. The reason is that the godson of the Gu family said that his ninth brother Bai Su was not dead. It will also become the biggest obstacle for him to become the leader. No. His expression instantly turned ferocious. The piece of supreme bone that Bai Su had found was dug out by him and the old king. If Bai Su didn't die, he must have gotten some opportunity, then he would be the one to die in the future. With a plan in mind, he prepared to return to the imperial city of Diqi immediately, dig up Bai Su's grave and see if he was still there, but before leaving, he did not forget to look back. Su Mei, who had not come out yet, had a slightly moved expression. Just now, Gu Shenzi had told him that Su Mei would be given to him as a reward, but before that, he needed to tell Su Mei some things and asked him to leave first. Ji Wuchen's original intention was indeed to explain things. After all, there was no way he would be interested in a woman like Su Mei, but Bai Ji obviously misunderstood, thinking that explaining things actually meant an in-depth communication. Bai Ji did not dare to complain at all. Compared with the opportunity to communicate with Su Mei for the first time, the position of the king was obviously more important. Not to mention, he felt like he didn't seem to mind this. One even thought that Su Mei felt a little honored to have an in-depth exchange with the Gu family's divine son. In the courtyard, as soon as Bai Ji left, Su Mei pounced and was ready to throw her proud body into Gu Wuchen's arms. Obviously, she had the same idea as Bai Ji, believing that Goddess Gu was going to favor her, which was why he let the outsiders leave. But just as she moved, a storm suddenly hit her and slammed her against the wall behind her. Stay away from me, I find it dirty. As Gu Wuchen spoke, he took out a jade bottle. What was contained inside was the worm of the heart prison curse binding Gu. Chapter 76, Poison. Gu Wuchen opened the jade bottle and poured out a black insect from it. He held it in his hand and suddenly thought of something, so he said, come to think of it, Hua Lianer's Hua family and your Su Mei's Su family have been friends for generations, right? I remember that both of your families were facing a catastrophe back then, and it was because the Hua family was protected by my Gu family and the head of the Hua family came to my Gu family for help that your Su family was able to be saved. I didn't expect that, not long after the incident, you would come to me and stab the Hua family in the back? No, Master Shensi, that's not what I meant. Su Mei, who was smashed into the wall and covered in dirt, hurriedly explained, I feel that Hua Lianer's actions are not worthy of the Gu family's kindness, and even more so of you, so I came to report. I know it's wrong to do this, but, no. Gu Wuchen interrupted immediately and shook his head. Not only do I not object to your behavior, I admire it. After all, people die for money and birds die for food. You fit the mindset of a normal villain. Hearing this, Su Mei was stunned for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. Lord Son of God said that he appreciated her behavior. Didn't that mean? But before he could be happy for long, a basin of cold water was suddenly poured down on him. Ji Wuchen continued, but I can do this kind of thing. If you want to be mine, you can't use your cleverness on me. I don't feel safe keeping someone like you around. After saying that, Gu Wuchen flicked his fingertips, and the poisonous insect shot accurately into Su Mei's slightly opened mouth. What? Su Mei's face turned pale. Even if she was stupid, she could tell that what Gu Wuchen fed her was not good stuff. His eyes gradually became empty and dull, and it took several breaths before they regained clarity. Slave, greet the master. At this moment, Su Mei had been poisoned by the witchcraft. The power of this witchcraft lies in that it can make a person truly submit physically and mentally to the person who casts the witchcraft without affecting her own thinking, and she will not become a mere puppet. The situation is no different from before the curse was cast, except that there is one more master. Well, the effect is pretty good. Gu Wuchen used the insect to roughly read Su Mei's recent memories and found that she was really not an ordinary woman. In the previous life, she was a female sea king, and a beautiful female sea king at that. Relying on her charming figure, she has made countless young men smile. Many young talents have even spent all their wealth for her just to make her smile. Most of those young men did not get anything practical. At most they touched Sumei's hand and had dinner with her. Very few of them were able to spend a good night together. So, Sumei, the servant is here. You follow Bai Ji and return to the great Qi dynasty together. If you meet Bai Su, remember to get to know him well. Do you understand? I obey your orders. Gu Wuchen knew that the possibility of Sumei finding Bai Su was very slim, but as long as she stayed with Bai Ji, there would definitely be a chance. After all, Bai Ji is one of the people Bai Su must kill. After explaining, Sumei also left, and soon caught up with Bai Ji, who had not yet left the Gu family's area. When Bai Ji saw Sumei covered in dust and with slightly torn clothes, as if she had just been beaten, his expression changed instantly. Hiss. Gu Shensi, how could you be so violent towards a woman? The Gu family's teleportation arrays are spread all over the place, and an ancient hidden clan in the Qi dynasty of the Wanxiang Dao realm is one of them. When Bai Ji brought Sumei here, he was in a bad condition. As the fourth prince of Qi, he didn't even know the existence of this hidden ancient clan. Moreover, this ancient clan is incredibly powerful. The old man who is in charge of guarding the teleportation array feels even more pressure than he does from the royal priests. He had no time to ask, nor did he dare to ask more, as he was blown to the imperial city by the old man who was guarding him. After entering the imperial city, Bai Ji and Sumei separated temporarily. The most important thing for him now was to confirm whether his good brother Bai Su was really alive. The back mountain is the burial place. There are royal family members guarding here at all times, but as a prince, he can naturally come and go freely. Soon, he found Bai Su's tombstone, and just as he was about to dig the grave, he felt something was wrong. The soil in front of the grave was obviously a little messy, completely different from other graves, broken. He let out a strange cry, and the entire Bai Su's grave was instantly blown away by him. It was empty inside. Where was the body of his good brother? It's really not here, it's really not here. He muttered to himself, his whole body cold. Bai Su is a genius who possesses the supreme bone. Although the supreme bone has been dug out by him and the old king, it is undeniable that Bai Su has a very strong talent. He is the youngest among the 9 princes, but has the greatest potential. He was only 30 years old, but he had already entered the extraordinary realm, and that was when he had almost no resources for cultivation. If Bai Su had not already formed an irreversible hatred with the old king, the position of future king would definitely be his, and he might even be able to bring the Qi to new heights. As soon as he thought of this, he turned around and left. He wanted to inform the old king, who was also his father, as soon as possible to tell him that Bai Su was not dead and had disappeared. The Su family and the Hua family are both forces within the Qi dynasty, but they do not accept the control of Qi. After all, with the Gu family above them, no one dares to control them. Sumei walked on the way back to her family with her brows furrowed. Her mind was filled with thoughts on how to complete her master's task, but she had never even seen Bai Su, so how could she find him? At this moment, a gentleman with extraordinary temperament suddenly came over. After seeing Sumei's embarrassed look, he said indignantly, "Miss Su, why are you dressed like this? Who bullied you? Why are his clothes so torn? Tell me, and I will tear that man into pieces." Sumei raised her head and remembered who the person in front of her was. He was just one of the many young men she had been hanging around with. There were still many of his good things in her space ring. So she leaned forward and smiled as usual, saying coquettishly, "It's okay, brother. I just fell down on the way. It's nothing serious. Well, I still have some things to do, so I won't chat with my good brother anymore. How about we drink and have fun together another day?" After saying that, Sumei wanted to leave, but how could the young man in front of her agree? It is obvious that Sumei could not have fallen down. She is not an ordinary person without any cultivation. How could she have fallen down? The only possible reason for this is being bullied by others. Isn't this a good opportunity for him to be a hero? If he taught the guy who bullied Sumei a lesson, he believed that tonight would be a wonderful night, so he took a step forward and stopped Sumei, with his face showing his true colors as a bootlicker. "Miss Su, please don't hide it from me. I know you are doing this for my own good. You didn't tell me about this because you were afraid that I would be implicated. But you can rest assured. My master is nearby. He is a powerful saint king. With him around, anything can be handled." Chapter 77. A hero saves a beauty. Sumei couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Saint King realm, in the outside world, he might be a strong man, but if he were in the Gu family, he could pick up a stone and throw it randomly, and it would hit someone stronger than him. Such a person is not even qualified to meet the Gu family's son of God. But she couldn't say these words, so she said apologetically, "Good brother, I really have nothing to do. I didn't lie to you. Please let me go." How can this be possible? The young master obviously didn't intend to let it go and stop Sume again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he must show his prowess in front of Sume today. At this time, by in the tea house next to the two of them, near the window, a man and a woman were sitting opposite each other, drinking and talking. "Brother Baisu, in your current situation, do you really not need to hide? If the old king finds out that you are not dead, he might send people to hunt you down." The person who spoke was a pretty woman. She looked worried at this moment, and her eyes showed deep affection for the man in front of her. "It doesn't matter. Normally, no one would enter that burial ground." Baisu waved his hand and said nonchalantly. "Besides, even if someone enters, as long as no one has the time to dig up my grave, they won't find that I'm not there." His face was no longer so pale, but rather rosy, and his cultivation had returned to its peak. Except for the loss of his supreme bone, everything else was exactly the same as before his bones were dug out. The reason why he told everything was because the woman in front of him was the person he trusted the most. "Since I was born, she is the only one who has not despised her awkward identity and is willing to talk to me and play with me. She is truly my childhood sweetheart." Her identity is Yuntong, the daughter of the prime minister of the Great Qi dynasty. He was able to leave the imperial city smoothly this time, thanks to her. It was she who took a huge risk to bring him out. As she spoke, Yuntong glanced out the window and happened to see the ragged Sume being stopped in the middle of the road by a young man. Then he said doubtfully, "Aha! This place is not far from the imperial city, and someone is molesting a commoner girl in broad daylight. It's really strange." "Don't worry about them," Baisu said. "If it were a normal day, with your status, you could go out and intimidate these young masters, but my current situation is quite sensitive, so it's better not to get involved." "Yes, brother Baishu, I understand." Yuntong nodded obediently. She naturally knew what was more important. The two continued to hold up the teacups and sip the tea. After this cup of tea, Baisu would leave the Qi dynasty and go somewhere else. That's why he took the risk of staying here for a while longer and saying his final goodbye to his sister Yuntong. Looking at Yuntong's reluctant expression, Baisu said solemnly, "Yuntong, don't worry. I will always remember your kindness to me. When I return from this successful training, I will marry you as soon as possible." "Well, I believe you, brother Baisu." Yuntong's cheeks turned slightly red. She nodded her head lightly, then shrank back in her chair and continued drinking tea. She was obviously very shy about Baisu's direct confession. After getting Yuntong's consent, Baisu was in a good mood. He was now at the beginning of a process of breaking down before building up. He believed that in the future, he would return strongly, sweep across to Qi, and marry Yuntong. Just at this moment, he glanced out the window intentionally or unintentionally. I also saw the scene where Sume was intercepted by the young master. The expression was stunned. My heart started beating wildly, uncontrollably. A beautiful girl. His own sister Yuntong is petite and cute, which makes him want to protect her, but Sume below is completely different. She is like a ripe apple, making people want to pick at the exposed thighs and the proud height, all struck by Su's nerves. He is only in his early 30s. How could he have resisted such temptation? Could he miss such a good opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty? Of course not. He stood up suddenly, startling Yuntong, who was sitting opposite him and was still shy. I only heard Baisu say righteously, "Sister Yuntong, I've thought about it. I'm leaving Daki anyway. Before I leave, I might as well do a good deed and save the woman down there from the wolf's mouth." "Okay?" Although it was a question, Yuntong was not given time to answer. She turned around and left the tea house and went straight to where Sume was. Yuntong sat in her original position, a little confused, not understanding why her brother Baishu had changed so much. "Didn't you just say that it was inconvenient for you to show up?" However, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. He believed that Baisu's act was just and she had no other intentions. "Miss Su, please tell me who bullied you." The young master had stopped Sume for a while, and gradually some people gathered around them, pointing fingers at them. Those who didn't know the truth all thought that he was bullying Sume. After he finished saying this, a strong hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Humph, the thief is crying thief. Who else is bullying this beautiful lady here besides you?" After Baisu finished speaking, a fierce demonic energy flowed through his palm and penetrated into the young man's shoulder. The difference in cultivation level meant that the young man had no time to resist. His eyes instantly widened in disbelief, and the next second, he fell straight down. Thump. After doing all this, Baisu stepped forward, clasped his fists towards Sume and said, "Miss, we should not stay here for long. This man may have some backers. Why don't you leave with me to avoid revenge from others?" Sume hesitated for a moment and wanted to reject Baisu's good intentions. She still has to complete her master's mission, so why would she go anywhere else? Besides, she didn't kill the person, so what does it have to do with her? But before she could open her mouth, a voice came into her mind. "Miss, I will not hide it from you. I am Baisu, the 9th prince of the Great Qi dynasty. I happened to be here for a private visit in disguise and happened to run into this thief bullying you. I have the token of the Great Qi Prince as proof." Baisu told Sume his true identity in order to make her trust him quickly and leave with him. After all, one person died, and more people gathered around. Moreover, the news of his death was a secret of the old king, and even the other princes knew little about it, so he was not worried that Sume would be suspicious. Sure enough, after he introduced his identity, he clearly saw Sume's eyes light up and she looked at him with burning gaze, and then, she bowed to herself. "I am Sume, and I am willing to leave with you, sir." "Good." Baisu waved his hand and quickly left with Sume, without even having time to say goodbye to Yun Tong in the tea house, because he felt a powerful aura coming. Chapter 78. The Eloquence of Baisu, the Son of Destiny. Not long after, an old man with a terrifying aura descended from the sky. The aura of the Saint King realm made the onlookers hold their breath. "Disciple, disciple." When the old man arrived, he looked at his disciple who had been silent for a long time, and his expression changed drastically. "Damn it! You killed my disciple and dared to run away. You really don't take me, the Holy King of Thunder, seriously." After he finished speaking, his figure rushed away like a flash of lightning, chasing in the direction where Baisu and the other person left. When people heard the words "Thunder Holy King," they were all shocked. I in the upper realm, it is not that saints are everywhere and emperors are as numerous as dogs. On the contrary, except for extremely terrifying forces or families like the Gu family, Saint King level powerhouses are rarely seen in daily life. Most ordinary people are around the king realm or the emperor realm. Only those with a certain amount of power, such as the Great Qi dynasty, have stronger people at a higher level. Saint King Thunder is a well-known and powerful veteran in the Great Qi dynasty. His whereabouts are usually unknown. It is said that he appeared recently because he participated in the dispute over the prince of the Qi dynasty. Thunder roared through the air, and Saint King Thunder moved at an horrifying speed, crossing several cities in the blink of an eye. But what surprised him was that along the way, he did not see the figure of the murderer who killed his disciple. Strangeness. He narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, this was in the territory of the Great Qi dynasty. He couldn't make too many moves. He could only continue to chase forward with a frown. He chased them all the way to the border of Qi, where he suddenly stopped and looked at the two people in front of him with an unfriendly expression. "You guys, are you waiting for me?" At this moment, in front of him were Baisu and the still frightened Sume. They stood side by side in the air. Baisu took a step forward, not showing any panic, and said with a smile, "Lord Lei Ming, I have heard of your great reputation for a long time. I wonder if you can listen to me before you kill me." A snort. Saint King Thunder snorted coldly. "A mere ant from the transcendent realm is worthy of speaking to me, court death." After saying that, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, carrying the power to destroy everything, and struck directly towards Baisu and the other person. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Baisu whispered to Sume, and he took out a compass and placed it above his head. When the thunder touched the compass, it was instantly absorbed. Neither of them suffered any injuries. After failing to hit the target with the first strike, Saint King Thunder was in no hurry to continue attacking. He was a little puzzled about the person in front of him. No ant in the extraordinary realm dared to be so calm in front of him. This boy must be no ordinary person, he thought to himself. At this time, Baisu spoke. He still held the compass, always on guard against the attack of Thunder Saint King. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Baisu, the 9th prince of the Great Qi dynasty. You should know my name, you just haven't seen me. After all, you are my eldest brother, a strong man that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has recruited to his fold." Upon hearing this, Saint King Thunder was slightly stunned. "9th prince?" He had actually heard of the ninth prince by Su, but there were very few rumors about him. It seemed that a scandal involving the old king had been hidden in the deep palace. In short, he was one of the least noticed princes in the Qi dynasty, but now, he realized that things didn't seem that simple. Not only was he not afraid of himself, he was also aware that he was being won over by the prince. Even the powerful fourth prince and eighth prince were unaware of this matter. Seeing Saint King Thunder fall into deep thought, Bai Su knew that his goal was about to be achieved. So he took advantage of the victory and said, Lei Ming, oh no, respected Lord Saint King, instead of joining the crown prince, I think helping me might be a better choice, hee. Hearing this, Saint King Thunder could not help but sneer. Just you? Just now, you killed my apprentice and fled in a panic, and you didn't even dare to reveal your identity as the ninth prince. This shows that you are not used by the royal family, and it is even difficult for you to stay in the royal family. You are just a mere ninth prince, without a strong person to command you, and without any support from any forces. What right do you have to compete with the crown prince for power? Bai Su was questioned repeatedly, but his expression did not change at all. Instead, he showed a crazy smile. Just because of this. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying demonic aura emanated from his body. The demonic flames on his body were so raging that even Saint King Thunder was shocked. Are you possessed? You are looking for death. He couldn't help but curse twice. The ninth prince in front of him was even crazier than he had imagined. Being possessed by a demon was not just as simple as practicing magic. It might very well mean losing one's sanity in the future and becoming a machine that only knew how to kill. But then, Bai Su shook his body, and the evil spirit suddenly disappeared. You are right, Saint King Thunder. With my normal strength, it is nothing but a foolish dream to want to fight for the imperial power and kill other princes. But my ambition has never been to be the emperor. In the future, I will lead hundreds of millions of demons to fight back. By then, no one in the entire Qi dynasty will survive. I want to make my so-called father regret it and make him pay a heavy price. And if you insist on killing me today, then go ahead, provided you can really kill me. But if you can't, you must be ready to have my head chopped off at any time one day. Having said this, he paused, then changed the subject. His tone suddenly softened. Of course, Lord Saint King, I still admire you very much, and I sincerely hope that you can join me. Your joining the prince's side is just icing on the cake, and you will not be valued by him. And I am here to help you when you need it. I promise to make you the prime minister of the dynasty, second only to the emperor and above millions of people. Bai Su's words made Saint King Lei Ming fall into deep thought again. That he had to admit that facing the white fluff with raging devilish flames, he was not sure of winning. Moreover, he joined the camp of the crown prince of Qi for better resources, otherwise it would be difficult for him to make any further progress in his entire life. Now, an opportunity is indeed before him. Does he want to take the gamble? After hesitating for a long time, Saint King Thunder finally nodded. Okay, I can join you, but don't hide anything from me, or I can quit at any time. Ha ha ha. Bai Su laughed 3 times. Don't worry, it's my honor to have you join us. In the future, you will be glad for your choice today. At the same time, Bai Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He bet right, I've heard that Saint King Thunder is cautious and unwilling to take risks, but today I was really scared by him. In fact, he was already exhausted after quickly escaping the Great Qi dynasty with Su Mei. If Saint King Thunder wants to kill him, he only needs to attack him once more and the compass that protects his body will be shattered, and he will have no chance of survival. But now, everything is different. He escaped from Qi. Not only did he not die, but he also gained the support of a powerful Saint King. Besides that, he looked at the extremely attractive Su Mei next to him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Good things come in pairs. Chapter 79. Companion Bai Su was thinking about getting to know Su Mei, but on the surface he said hypocritically, Miss Su, the crisis has been resolved. How about I take you home? Su Mei has been hanging out with various young masters for many years, so how could she not understand Bai Su's cunning mind? She pursed her lips and chuckled. Because they were standing very close, the strange fragrance emanating from her charming body was constantly hitting Bai Su's nerves. I have received great kindness from you, sir. How can I just walk away? I will definitely treat you to a grand banquet, but we are already out of Qi and I am not familiar with this place, so, it was my negligence. Bai Su slapped his thigh and said, It is my honor to meet Miss Su. Moreover, today I have the support of Saint King Thunder. It is a happy day. We should have had a good drink. As for other matters, we can make plans after drinking. After saying this, he also extended an invitation to Saint King Thunder. In this regard, Saint King Laming frowned slightly. It was normal to drink and talk together, but if he joined the ninth prince, he naturally needed to know more about things. But the woman beside the ninth prince has the cultivation level to become an emperor, and she is right by his side. Isn't he afraid of being a drag? So he kindly reminded her indirectly of the ninth prince is hosting a banquet, so I naturally have no reason to refuse. But this girl's sudden disappearance from the great Qi dynasty, won't it cause her family to worry? So, I can help run a trip and send her back. With me here, there won't be any problems. This, Bai Su understood the meaning behind Saint King Laming's words and thought it made sense for a moment. He is still on the run, and taking Su Mei with him is indeed not a wise choice, but the next moment a jade hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and Su Mei's whole body was almost pressed against his chest, breathing sweetly and saying, "Sir, you did not hide the secrets you discussed with Saint King Thunder from me just now. I know that you have demonic energy. If others knew about it, you might get into a lot of trouble. But I, Su Mei, have always been grateful and will never be the woman who stabs others in the back. If you don't mind, take me with you. I am willing to work with you to accomplish great things." These words were spoken from the heart, and Bai Su was hit by lazy. So how could he not agree? He embraced Su Mei and held her tightly in his arms. "Girl, what else can I ask for if I have you like this? In the future, if I come back and sweep across Qi, you will be the future queen of Qi." "Well, I believe you, sir." Su Mei nodded tenderly, not forgetting to brag a little. "In fact, you saved me from danger today, and I fell in love with you at first sight. You won't think I'm promiscuous, right? How could it be?" Bai Su's heart was filled with joy. There was nothing more satisfying than hearing the confession from such a beautiful woman. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you, let's go together." Holy King Thunder, who was not far away, looked at all this and couldn't help but shook his head. He is now working for the ninth prince Bai Su, so some things are hard to say. I can only hope that the ninth prince will figure it out in the future. How can a man who wants to accomplish great things be dragged down by a woman? Afterwards, the three of them left together. As for the murder of Saint King Thunder's disciple, he had long forgotten about it. He is just a new apprentice accepted for the sake of an old friend. How can it be more important than his future progress? Not long after the three of them left, people from the Great Qi dynasty arrived. The team was led by an old man, followed by 5 monks with high cultivation levels. The old man stood in the air, observed carefully, and soon found something wrong. "Thunder and lightning? It looks like he has at least the power of a Saint King." The old man was a royal attendant and stood on the side of the fourth prince. He was ordered to track down the escaped ninth prince and was given an oral instruction to kill him on the spot if he was found, but now, he actually discovered the aura of a Saint King realm powerhouse in the place where the ninth prince appeared. This had to arouse his attention. "You guys, split up and search. Remember not to alert the enemy. Report to me as soon as you have any news." "Yes." The 5 people behind him scattered, leaving the old man standing alone, continuing to check something. The Great Qi dynasty, inside a palace, the old king paced back and forth gloomily, and next to him stood Bai Ji, who also had a solemn expression. "Are you sure that the white fluff is gone and no longer in the grave?" The old king suddenly turned around and questioned. "Yes, they are gone. I guess they have all fled to Qi," Bai Ji answered tremblingly. "Waste." Bang! The old king slapped Bai Ji with a loud slap, and he flew out. "What's the use of you? You buried the person even though he's not dead. How dare you do that?" While cursing Bai Ji as a waste, the old king secretly regretted, due to his status, he did not personally deal with the rebellious son Bai Su, and handed him over to Bai Ji to deal with. I never thought things would develop to this point. When he thought about the fact that Bai Su had lived in the imperial city for more than 30 years, if he hadn't made a lot of noise when he broke through the extraordinary realm and was accidentally noticed by him, he would have really thought that he had always been a waste and didn't care. Such scheming, such forbearance. For the first time, he felt a sense of fear towards the son, but then, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at Bai Ji, who was lying on the ground. "That's not right. You clearly didn't know he was alive before, so why did you go to dig up the grave to confirm? Could it be that you knew about it already?" No, I don't know. My ninth brother and I have the greatest hatred, how could I possibly let him go? Bai Ji hurriedly explained and even told his father what the son of God of the Gu family had told him. You said that the Gu family's divine son said this? The old king opened his eyes wide, grabbed Bai Ji by the collar and questioned him. Yes, it is. He also said that Bai Su is not only alive, but even more powerful. Perhaps he will return to Da Chi soon. The words fell. Thump, thump, the old king loosened his grip and Bai Ji fell to the ground. The old king himself also collapsed to the ground, and his injuries were affected, and he coughed violently twice. Cough, cough, it's over, Da Chi is over, it's all over. The news that Bai Su was not dead came from the Gu family's god's son, which meant that the other party already knew the true origin of the supreme bone, which was dug out from Bai Su. He had previously lied to the head of the Gu family, saying that it was an heirloom, that if Bai Su died, this lie would be fine and the Gu family would not blame him. But the problem now is that Bai Su was not dead, he even escaped. Isn't this equivalent to pushing the matter that I cannot handle onto the other party? Without the Gu family knowing, for a moment, his face looked ashen, then he slowly stood up and walked out the door. Father, what are you doing? As he passed by Bai Ji, he asked. Let's go. Come with me to find Bai Su. The old king roared in frustration. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Chapter 80, A Land of Chaos. The power of destiny reappears. A city far away from the Great Qi dynasty, also known as the Land of Chaos. This place is not restricted or controlled by any force, so all kinds of people gather here. After Bai Su and the other two arrived here, each of them wore a cloak, which was made of a product unique to the Land of Chaos. Ordinary people could not know each other's faces through spiritual sense. Your Highness, this place is dangerous. I think it would be better for us to stay here for a while. Saint King Thunder could sense that there were several auras in this city that were no less powerful than his own, or even far more powerful than his own, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to remind them. It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, opportunities and crises coexist. The more dangerous the place, the better things will often be found there. Bai Su shook his head and did not take Saint King Thunder's words to heart. The reason why he risked his life to come here was because of the old man who saved him at the royal burial ground. The old man, who called himself the Venerable Sky Poison, came from the Land of Chaos. According to him, during his peak period, he even poisoned several quasi-emperors to death, but later he was killed by his enemies, and dragged his seriously injured body to the burial place of the royal family of Da Chi to recuperate. In addition, he also helped repair his severely injured body, with the purpose of allowing himself to come to the chaotic place and help him find someone. But the old man was afraid that he would not keep his promise, so he put a strange poison in his body. Only after the task was completed and he returned to him, would he remove the poison. Come on, let's go this way. Bai Su took the lead, followed closely by Su Mei and Thunder Saint King. Soon, following the old man's instructions, he arrived at a chamber of commerce. Boom 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 boom. After 3 short and 1 long, melodious knocks, the door opened from the inside. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler took Bai Su and the other two to the meeting hall in the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce without asking any questions. Not long after, an old woman walked into the meeting hall. She was leaning on a cane, but her eyes were unusually clear. As soon as she came in, she stared at the white fluff under the cloak. Bai Su immediately clasped his fists. My name is Bai Su, and I am here to greet the Venerable Qi Ju. At this moment, the Thunder Saint King behind him trembled noticeably, but quickly regained his composure. Did Tiandu ask you to come? Without responding to Bai Su, the old woman asked back. That's right. He told me to come to you and ask for a treasure. Bai Su did not hide anything and told the purpose of this trip. After all, the poison in his body did not allow him to lie. The old woman suddenly laughed strangely. I never expected it. I never expected that after all these years of disappearance, Tiandu showed up and gave me such a big gift. It really is God's will to help me, ha ha ha. As soon as the laughter stopped, Bai Su's whole body flew forward uncontrollably and was caught by the old woman. His right arm was scratched by the old woman's fingertips, leaving a big gash and blood gushing out. Yes, that's the taste. Blood spurted onto the old woman's face and she looked excited. Bai Su's eyes were red with anger. He never expected that the old woman in front of him would directly hurt him. Save me. He called for help from Thunder Saint King, but he remained standing there, without any chance for him to move. "It's no use, my good boy." The old woman made a creepy sound, her dry fingers slid across Baisu's cheek, and she couldn't help licking the corner of her mouth. "He is just a mere Saint King. He is like an ant in front of me. If he dares to move, he will be the first to die. Just be my blood slave and let me absorb your blood. I won't treat you unfairly." "Blood slave?" Baisu was shocked. He naturally knew what blood slave meant. This means that the old woman in front of him will have to continuously draw his blood, which means that although he will not die, his life will be worse than death at all times. At this moment, he finally understood that the old man saved him not out of kindness, but had other intentions, but now, he is already in someone else's hands, and it is impossible for him to escape. At this time, the Thunder Saint King behind him finally moved. He did not go forward to save Baisu, but instead lifted up his cloak, revealing his true face. "Venerable Chi-Ju, long time no see." After these words were spoken, Venerable Chi-Ju was visibly stunned, and then looked at Saint King Laming with an incredible look. "You are little lazy?" He. Thunder Saint King sneered and was very resistant to this title. "You are a great and dignified lord. Ah no, you are probably already more than a supreme lord now. You actually still remember my nickname. It is really embarrassing." Bang! Baisu was thrown aside by Venerable Chi-Ju. She leaned on a crutch and walked step by step to Lei Ming. After looking at it again and again, he finally confirmed it. "It really is you. I never thought that we would meet again one day." Then, he asked with a guilty look on his face. "Your master, is he okay?" "Humph, thanks to you, I had to endure the pain of being eaten by thousands of ants for tens of thousands of years. Finally, 100 years ago, I severed my own heart meridians and was freed." Saint King Thunder spoke word by word, his tone full of hatred. "Dead?" The cane in Chi-Ju's hand loosened and fell to the ground, and his bright eyes became dull, muttering to himself. "Before he died, he never thought of seeing me. He knew clearly that I was in this chaotic place. Master didn't say anything. If I knew you were here and in such a state, I would find you immediately and ask you to keep vigil for Master." "Why?" Chi-Ju sighed deeply. His eyes moved to the white fluff that was still spurting blood. "Who is he to you? You two came here together, but are you going to protect him?" "That's right. Not only do I want to protect him, I want to take him away now. If you try to stop me, you will poison me in the same way you did to my master." After saying that, Saint King Thunder walked straight towards Baisu and helped him up. "Let's go, etc." Chi-Ju stopped him immediately. Saint King Thunder's eyes moved slightly. "You want to keep us?" "No." Chi-Ju shook his head, a look of relief appearing on his face. "I owe your master a life. If you take my blood slave away today, I will not stop you. This will also make me feel less guilty. But this blood slave has been infected with a strange poison. There are only 10 people in the world who can cure this poison. If you take him away like this, he will die in a few days." Saint King Laming did not know about the poisoning. He looked at Baisu, who nodded, confirming what Venerable Chi-Ju said. "Bring him here, I will detoxify him. When you go back, remember to tell your master about this in front of his grave." In the alchemy room, Baisu sat in the center, with Venerable Chi-Ju beside him detoxifying him, while Saint King Lei Ming and Su Mei were waiting at the door. During the detoxification process, Baisu's mind was racing. I was able to escape danger this time, and I was lucky to have recruited Thunder Saint King as my own along the way, otherwise I would have had no chance of survival. And he understood something from the conversation between Saint King Lei Ming and Venerable Chi-Ju. Venerable Chi-Ju seemed to be very sorry to Lei Ming's master and even owed him a life. So, can I use this opportunity to recruit the powerful 7 absolutes Venerable for my own use? He thought for a while and said, "Venerable Chi-Ju, I have something to say, I wonder if I should say it?" Chapter 81 Poison 9 Family-oriented. Gu Wuchen was lying on the bed, listening to the news that Gu Chenxi had found out the Great Qi dynasty is a quasi-first-rate power in the Wanxiang Dao realm, which means that there are powerful people in the Broken Realm. In charge of this dynasty is usually relatively low-key, and has good relations with other forces, and there are basically no conflicts. But recently the old king had a battle with someone and was seriously injured before he killed the Opponent, causing himself great damage. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The surrounding forces instantly became covetous. Just when the old king didn't know what to do, he discovered that his son Baisu, the ninth prince, actually possessed the supreme bone. Originally, it was a happy thing that his son possessed the supreme bone, which meant that in the future their dynasty was very likely to have a powerful emperor, but unfortunately, Baisu had already had an irreconcilable feud with the old king. Baisu's mother was the younger sister of a prince of a different surname in the Great Qi dynasty. This prince of a different surname was extremely talented. 25 years ago, he broke through to the supreme realm and reached the Shattered Realm, becoming one of the few Shattered Realm powerhouses in the Great Qi dynasty. After his cultivation reached the level of being shattered, he immediately aroused suspicion from the old king. After all, when his cultivation reached the supreme level, he was already worried about this prince, so he married his sister to consolidate the relationship. And now, reaching the broken realm will most likely affect his rule. So, he decided to go all out and instigated Baisu's mother, the prince's sister, to poison him without his knowledge. In the end, the prince trusted his own sister and was caught off guard, so he was naturally poisoned successfully. The prince's cultivation was temporarily lost, and the royal masters arrived at the right time and besieged him in the prince's palace. They even fabricated a charge and killed him on the spot, along with all his clansmen. After this incident, Baisu's mother lived in depression all day long. It was she who caused the death of all her family members. Finally one day, he chose to commit suicide, leaving behind Baisu, who was less than 7 years old. After his mother's death, young Baisu had threatened more than once that he would bury his father and all those who had surrounded and suppressed his uncle and harmed his mother with him. But he was just a child after all, and no one cared about him, including the old king. Just like that, it was thrown into a thatched hut in the imperial city like garbage and remained there for 25 years. Originally, the old king had forgotten the existence of his son Baisu, but a few days ago, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from the imperial city. The aura was mysterious, and mixed with a hint of demonic energy, as if something was awakening. In the territory of Qi, nothing can escape the eyes of the old king. He followed the direction of the breath and found Baisu, who was breaking through to the emperor level and entering the extraordinary realm. This discovery shocked him greatly. 30 years old, among those who practice spiritual cultivation, is considered very young, just like a child, but Baisu was about to break through to the extraordinary realm. This is many times better than the qualifications of his other sons. It can be said that he is a genius and a fool. When the old king discovered Baisu's breakthrough, Baisu did not notice because he was hiding in the dark. Just as he was thinking about how to treat this genius son, should he train him well and resolve the grudges of the past? Or should he kill him in the cradle? Baisu successfully broke through and entered the extraordinary stage, and his first words were to ask him, the emperor father, to be buried with his mother for what he had done in the past. This sentence completely dispelled the old king's idea of training this son. He had many sons, so naturally he wouldn't miss one more, and he would not allow a son who was not in agreement with him to exist in the world. So, the bones were dug up and thrown into the back mountain for burial. He even used the supreme bone to establish a relationship with the Gu family and seek shelter. After listening to it, Gu Wuchen nodded slightly. Baisu could be said to be the typical template of the child of destiny. According to the course of events, in a few years, Baisu, as the son of destiny, should return with countless powerful men, massacre Qi, and kill the old king with his own hands. He also learned from the old king that his supreme bone was obtained by the Gu family, that he would then use Qi as his base and develop rapidly, enduring until he could contend against the Gu family. Only then would he come to him and take back his supreme bone, but now, he knew everything in advance. This mouse was destined to be solved by him in advance. After Gu Chenxi finished speaking, she knelt behind Gu Wuchen and massaged his shoulders affectionately. Master, we went to the place where Baisu was buried this time. His grave has been opened and the man is missing. Senior Gu Yu and I did not find any trace of him. However, another person was found at the burial site. Oh? There's an unexpected gain? Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows while deep in thought. Well, on the way here, Senior Gu Yu searched the man's soul and found that he was the one who brought Baisu back to life. He is quite famous in Wanxiang Daoyu. Having said this, Gu Chenxi clapped his hands, and an old man with a weak breath was pushed in. At this time, all his cultivation was suppressed, and he had many wounds on his body. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot since he was captured. Gu Wuchen opened his panel immediately. Name: Du Jiao, venerable sky poison. Personality: ruthless, cruel, and affectionate. Realm: shattered realm. Ninth layer: severely injured, sealed. Constitution: none. Fate: a person assisted by God. Identity: a poison cultivator in the city of chaos, the future mentor and friend of the son of destiny by Su. Situation: 3,700 years ago, he provoked the Li family of Wanxiang Daoyu and was hunted down by two quasi-emperors of the Li family. He fled all the way to the territory of the Great Qi dynasty, and used his own terrifying poison skills to poison one of the weaker quasi-emperors to death. In the end, he hid in the burial ground of the Great Qi royal family with his seriously injured body. Recent developments: while hiding in the burial ground, he discovered that the fourth prince Bai Ji wanted to kill Bai Su, so he faked his own death and escaped. After he woke up, he recovered from his injuries in order to hand over Bai Su, who had demon blood in the aura of the supreme bone still remaining in his body, to his old friend in the land of chaos as a blood slave. Interesting. The system gave a very comprehensive summary, and there was no need to ask Du Jiao anything, as Gu Wuchen already knew everything about him. The development of the story is still very classic. Du Jiao initially wanted to use Bai Su, the child of destiny, to become a blood slave, but later he was conquered by his domineering aura and chose to surrender. A poison cultivator at the 9th level of the supreme realm is, to some extent, more useful than a quasi-emperor. Bai Su is like adding wings to a tiger when he gets this. At this time, Du Jiao was pressed to the ground by the people who pushed in, and he didn't dare to breathe. And ever since he was taken to the Gu family, his brain has been in a state of shutdown. He could no longer count how many broken realm and quasi-emperor realm auras swept over him. There were even dozens of auras stronger than those of the quasi-emperor realm that carefully examined his entire body. He didn't know this was the Gu family. He just wondered if he had violated the heavenly rules and disturbed the great emperor's lair. How come there were so many powerful people who were rarely seen in the past? Chapter 82: The whole family was executed. Poison 9. Gu Wuchen glanced at the old man who was in a depressed state and said slowly, "You are quite good. You were able to save Bai Su, who was on the verge of death after his bones were dug out. Just based on this, your medical skills, or alchemy skills, are considered a talent in our Gu family." Upon hearing this, Du Jiao, who was already in a bad condition, was suddenly shocked. Gu family? Even though he was in the Wanxiang Dao realm, the name of the Gu family was well known to him. He dared to provoke the Li family, which had a quasi-emperor. Even if it was a force with only one emperor, he dared to challenge them. But even if the Gu family gave him 10 heads, he would not dare to do anything rash. "My lord. No, I dare not." Du Jiao was already kneeling on the ground, and now he had his head pressed tightly against the ground. He had completely given up hope of escaping, and now his only chance of survival was to hear the words of the person in front of him, who was obviously a core figure of the Gu family. "Don't say you dare or not. Since I arrested you today, it must be because you did something extremely daring. Next, I'll ask you questions and you'll answer them. Do you understand?" Yes, please feel free to ask me anything you want, I will tell you everything I know." Du Jiao was frantically recalling in his mind, wondering when he had ever done anything to provoke the Gu family, but no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He had been living in seclusion in Qi for thousands of years, and except for poisoning the quasi-emperor of the Li family, the last time he offended someone was more than 10,000 years ago. Just listen to Gu Wuchen continue to ask. "Bai Su, why did you save him?" "Bai Su?" Du Jiao's pupils shrank and his eyes were a little evasive. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, a pressure suddenly enveloped his whole body. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath weakened again. He even heard the voice of the female quasi-emperor who had captured him. "When the young master asks you questions, the interval between your answers should not exceed 1 breath. If you try to play tricks, you will bear the consequences yourself." Du Jiao's brain almost exploded when he heard her words. The female quasi-emperor who captured him was not at the same level as the 2 quasi-emperors of the Li family who had hunted him down that year. In front of this female quasi-emperor, he didn't even have the chance to open his mouth before he was caught, let alone escape. "My lord, I will tell you. No longer daring to hide anything, Dujio told the whole story of how he saved Bai Suo originally. He was just recuperating in seclusion at the burial ground of the royal family of Dachi, but by chance, he happened to see Bai Su about to be killed. As for Bai Su, there was still a trace of the aura of the supreme bone in his body, and he also possessed the demonic body that was highly coveted by the powerful demons. This instantly aroused Dujio's strong interest. The supreme bone and the disaster demon body, one good and one evil, appear on the same person, which means that this person will achieve great things in the future. Although the supreme bone has been dug out, Bai Su can still reach very high heights relying solely on the disaster demon body. Therefore, he chose to rescue Bai Su, which was considered as an early investment in a future strong man. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at Gu Wuchen, who had no expression on his face and could not tell whether he was happy or angry, and said nervously, "Sir, everything I said is true." "I don't know that, Bai Su. Please check it out." How could he not understand now that the fundamental reason why he was brought here was because of that white fluff? Gu Wuchen shook his head and sneered. He found Dujio's acting skills very ridiculous. "I didn't realize that you were still such a romantic person at your age. Do I need to remind you now that you sent Bai Su to Chi-Ju, hoping that she would obtain the evil demon body and get rid of the side effects of practicing magic?" As soon as the word 7-Ju came out, Dujio fell backwards, fell to the ground powerlessly, and fell into deep panic. His strength was still some distance away from that of a quasi-emperor. When Guyu, the quasi-emperor, searched his soul, he only felt dizzy and did not know that his soul had been searched. Now that his true colors have been exposed, and Chi-Ju has been mentioned, he is going completely crazy. "Sir, please, this matter has nothing to do with Chi-Ju. I took the initiative to trick Bai Su over. Please, don't arrest her, she really doesn't know." He was already in the late broken realm, but at this moment he was like a child, crying and snotting, and he only begged Gu Wuchen to let go of his old lover Chi-Ju. "Sir, I am willing to do whatever you say. It really has nothing to do with her. What a romantic." Gu Wuchen smiled evilly. "In that case, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Now, return to the burial ground of Dachi immediately and wait for Bai Su to come back and recruit you." At the same time, ever since Bai Su escaped, the entire Dachi has been in chaos. The three most powerful princes in the Great Qi dynasty are the Crown Prince, the Fourth Prince, and the Eighth Prince. Not long ago, the Crown Prince and the Eighth Prince died suddenly and mysteriously at home, with no clues of murder. The old king was so heartless that he personally saw off his two sons and vowed to kill the murderer with his own hands. Of course, a country cannot be without a crown prince, so he immediately appointed the fourth prince Bai Ji as the crown prince and attended the funerals of his two sons with him. Kneeling at the funeral venue, Bai Ji's whole body was cold. No one knows better than him how his eldest brother and eighth brother died. It was his father, the old king, who did it himself. The reason was that he learned that he had the support of the Gu family's son of God. In order to preserve the overall situation, he decisively chose to cut off his own arm and put himself on the position of crown prince in order to ensure the survival of the Great Qi dynasty. Originally, Bai Ji didn't feel anything about his father killing his son and digging out his bones. After all, the hatred between the two was deep, and killing was the best outcome. But who would have thought that the emperor, who loved the crown prince and the eighth prince very much, killed his two sons without even blinking an eye? On the other hand, all members of the Yun family, the prime minister of the Great Qi dynasty, were escorted to the execution ground. They were charged with treason by the old king and sentenced to be beheaded at noon 3 days later. The prime minister's Yun family was treated like this because the old king found out that Bai Su escaped from the burial place and that the prime minister's daughter Yun Tong was there originally. There was nothing wrong with Yun Tong rescuing Bai Su. After all, according to common sense, no one would find out that Bai Su was not dead, and the matter would not be exposed, so she would not be punished. But now, with the appearance of Gu Wuchen, it was pointed out in advance that Bai Su was not dead, and everything changed. After the old king learned that Bai Su was not dead, he frantically investigated all the people related to him and immediately found Yun Tong. Therefore, in order to vent his anger and also to try to lure out Bai Su, he directly raided the prime minister's house and escorted his entire family to the execution ground, waiting for the time to come to execute them all. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am loyal to the Great Qi. I hope you will understand my mistake." At the execution ground, the disheveled prime minister kept shouting his injustice, but no one paid any attention to him. Instead, more and more of his former colleagues came to laugh at his joke. Beside him, Yun Tong looked pale and kept talking to herself. "Brother Bai Su, you will save Yun Tong and our family, right? Chapter 83 Execution Ground. The news that the Yun family, prime minister of the Great Qi dynasty, was about to be executed spread like wildfire. It soon reached Bai Su's ears. Originally, he was still feeling complacent, relying on his eloquence and the special relationship between Saint King Thunder and Venerable Qi Ju, and successfully brought Venerable Qi Ju to his side. But now, hearing that his childhood sweetheart Yuntong was going to be executed in the afternoon, he felt terrible. He knew without thinking that he must have dragged down the Yun family in this matter. The prime minister of the Yun family was loyal to the old king and would never betray him, but now, relying on the manpower he is now, it is nothing but wishful thinking to return to the Qi dynasty and rescue Yuntong. So, he was always thinking of a plan. This time, a delicate moan came into Bai Su's ears. "Brother, don't worry about Yuntong, okay? I don't want anything to happen to my brother." Sume stood aside and spoke in a soft and coquettish voice. The word brother made Bai Su's bones soften. "Mayor, don't be jealous. I want to save her only because she did help me at that time. It's just to repay a favor, there's absolutely no other intention." At this time, Bai Su had long forgotten the promise he made to Yuntong that he would return to the Qi dynasty and marry her in the future. "Yeah, I understand." Sume's bare thighs were faintly visible, and she said with affectionate eyes, "I know that my brother is loyal and righteous, and is a true hero, but the Great Qi dynasty is in turmoil now. If you go back, it would be like committing suicide. They don't want you to go after such a lot of coquettishness." Bai Su said he couldn't take it anymore. Looking at the beauty in front of him revealing more and more of her beauty, how could he think about anything else? "You devil, fine, I won't care about the Yun family, but today, you have to accompany me well." "That's natural, brother." After a few breaths, Bai Su walked out of the room refreshed. After Sume's coquettish persuasion, he has completely given up the idea of rescuing the Yun family, and now that he had just gained the support of Saint King Thunder and Venerable Seven Absolutes, it was time for him to recuperate. "If I get them killed, when will I be able to take revenge in the future?" 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, all members of the Yun family were restricted from practicing cultivation, and were exposed to public scrutiny and criticism in broad daylight. Among them, Yuntong has been in agony. She thought Bai Su would come back to save her, not to let him die, but she knew that Bai Su had a method, just like when he left the burial ground. As long as he was willing to take the risk, he would have a chance to save herself and her father. She waited and waited, but 3 days passed and there was no news at all, not to mention anyone coming to rescue her, but she still did not give up hope. She felt that brother Bai Su might show up at the last moment and save her from the execution ground. Time passed by minute, and noon soon arrived. Sitting on the high platform at the execution ground was not the ruler of the Great Qi dynasty, but a young man in a white robe. The old king bowed and nodded to him like a servant, his face full of respect. This young man came here just to watch the show and to reap the Sun of Destiny, Gu Wuchen, and his eyes were always on Yuntong. Interesting. It turns out that none of those who can become childhood sweethearts with the child of destiny are simple people. While he was thinking, the executioners at the execution ground were all ready, waiting for the king's order to execute the entire Yun family. "It's noon, execute immediately." Following the shouting of an execution ground official, the long sword in the executioner's hand was infused with spiritual power. Their knives are different from those of ordinary people. When they chop down, they will not only cut off the head, but also destroy the soul. It can be said that there is no possibility of survival. "Brother Bai Su, where are you? Come and save me." And Daddy Yuntong's face was already tearful and her lips were trembling constantly. According to the order, her father was the first to be beheaded. In a few moments, she would lose her loving father. "Please, come on." At Yuntong's call, the executioner showed a cruel smile. It was his honor to kill a prime minister of the current dynasty. Hands up, the knife falls, snap, a gurgle. A head was chopped off and rolled to the side. Without any hindrance, the prime minister of the Qi dynasty, Yuntong's father, was beheaded. "No!" Yuntong screamed hysterically, and her breath suddenly became extremely unstable. She saw with her own eyes the person who loved her the most die, and she was the one who dragged him down. "There is nothing more painful than this. Give me back my father, and you will all die." Her aura suddenly surged, her long hair fluttered without wind, her face looked ferocious, and the restrictions in her body were easily broken. For a moment, all the executioners on the execution ground opened their eyes wide, as if their throats were strangled by some terrifying existence. In a moment, they all fell down, bleeding from all their orifices. Such a sudden change shocked the old king and the onlookers present. Possessed by the devil, a girl from the Yun family with mediocre cultivation level became possessed by the devil after seeing her father being beheaded. In the sky, countless demonic energies gathered and poured into Yun Tong's body, causing her cultivation to soar like a rocket. The clothes gradually disappeared, and what was exposed was not the skin, but the eerie white bones. "Are you here?" At this moment, there was only one person in the field, watching all this as if he had expected it. Gu Wuchen open Yuntong's panel again. Name: Yuntong, age 27, realm, Imperial realm, Transcendent realm, improving, physique, Great Nirvana demon body, severely damaged, fate, the destined heroine, the destined son by Su's childhood sweetheart, identity, daughter of the Prime Minister of the Great Qi dynasty, the reincarnation of the White Bone Demon Emperor. Previous life, White Bone Demon Emperor, a powerful emperor in the 3000 demon realms, accidentally met Bai Su's previous life as a human and fell in love with him. Later, due to a dispute, Bai Su was seriously injured and on the verge of death in his previous life, and the damage to his origin could not be repaired. The White Bone Demon Emperor chose to dissolve his body and split his Great Nirvana demon body into two and use them on Bai Su. Plans to reincarnate as a human, completely get rid of his own body of bones, and renew his relationship with Bai Su. On the execution ground, the white bones transformed by Yun Tong stood alone in the center of the place. Countless royal priests surrounded him in the center. At first, they looked relaxed, thinking that even if Yun Tong was possessed by a demon and his cultivation was low, he would not cause any trouble to them. But as the demonic energy in the sky increased, Yun Tong's aura changed drastically. Emperor realm, extraordinary realm, this was just the beginning. Soon, her aura surpassed that of everyone present in the Great Qi dynasty. Chapter 84 Demon Lord? What is it? How is this possible? This was completely beyond their understanding. Although the phenomenon of demonic possession is rare, most people have heard of it. Often after falling into the devil's way, one's own realm will improve to a certain extent, but not too much. Otherwise, for every person who falls into the devil's way, there will be one more terrifying demon in the upper realm. Wouldn't that be chaos? But now, the royal priests who were holy kings and powerful supreme beings became extremely small in front of Yun Tong after she was possessed by the devil and turned into a bone demon. On top of the hill, a figure faintly appeared beside Gu Wuchen. "Young master, this person not only has demonic energy, but also demonic energy hidden in her. Her current realm is approximately the third level of the quasi-emperor realm. But she is obviously overdrawing her life force like this. Perhaps after this demonic possession, it will be the time for her to die." The person who spoke was the great and powerful emperor who came with Gu Wuchen, the head of the law enforcement hall, Gu Mo. Originally, even if Gu Wuchen was the godson of the Gu family, he would not be accompanied by the head of the law enforcement hall. After all, he still has a lot of things to do. As for protecting the way, he can just pick out any emperor from the Gu family, but Gu Jiushang had done him a great favor. When he learned that Gu Wuchen was going to the Wanxiang Dao realm, he directly volunteered to take on the role of protector. What's more, Gu Wuchen has mastered the Great Way of Mirror more completely than him. He has long wanted to find an opportunity to ask Gu Wuchen about the mystery of the Great Way of Mirror. "It's okay, just watch from the side. This bone monster's target is not me." Gu Wuchen was not at all panicked and watched everything quietly. At the same time, sensing the changes in the poisonous insect he had planted on Sume, he revealed a meaningful smile. Yun Tong's cultivation level was fixed at the third level of the quasi-emperor realm. A quasi-emperor was someone that the Great Qi dynasty had to look up to completely. The old king showed horror on his face, and when he learned from Gu Wuchen that the other party was at the quasi-emperor level, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. A small prime minister's daughter actually has such great power. Soon, Yun Tong dragged his huge skeletal body and soared into the sky, ignoring the offerings of those ants, and came directly in front of the old king and Gu Wuchen. She originally wanted to slap the murderer of her father to death with one palm, but when she noticed Gu Mo's presence, the two balls of fire in the skull's eye sockets trembled slightly. Someone even more powerful than her. After being possessed by the devil, Yun Tong did not lose her sanity. Instead, she awakened some of her memories of her past life. She knew her past life identity and that for Bai Su. She gave up her cultivation as an emperor and reincarnated to cultivate again. Of course, she didn't blame Bai Su for not saving her. On the contrary, she was making excuses for him in her heart, thinking that he must have been delayed by something and couldn't arrive in time. Now, she had to rely on the remaining one stick of incense of quasi-emperor cultivation time to help Bai Su clear the obstacles. However, Gumo's appearance obviously interrupted her plan. He stood in the air with an uncertain look, and for a moment he seemed to be in a dilemma. This time, Gu Wuchen spoke. Yuntong, Bai Shu's childhood sweetheart. When I learned that Bai Su was not dead in the burial ground in the back mountain, I took the risk to bring him out. I didn't expect that it would bring disaster to my family and cause the Prime Minister, your father, to die here. Shut up. It's none of your business. A chilling voice came from the mouth of the bones. This time, she had integrated the memories of her past life and her present life, so of course she knew the whole story, but she doesn't regret it. Even though she knew the consequence might kill her father, she still wanted to save Bai Su. Yuntong pondered for a moment and tried to say, Your Excellency does not seem to be from the Great Qi dynasty. The Great Qi dynasty cannot possibly have such a powerful person next to you. Can you please leave today for the sake of the Demon Lord? I will thank you generously someday. Demon Lord? She did not avoid anyone when speaking, and everyone present heard it clearly. The Demon Lord is the absolute overlord of the 3,000 demon realms. He has great cultivation and has countless powerful demons under his command. Even people from powerful forces dare not provoke them. Oh no! This woman is actually the Demon Lord's man. It looks like today's incident is going to get really serious. Let's retreat quickly. Retreat? Retreat, one of you, and let me see. Huh? Why can't I move? The spiritual energy in my body can't communicate. What's going on? The onlookers gradually changed from watching the fun to panic, because they just realized that they couldn't move. It turned out that as early as when Yuntong turned into bones, she used demonic energy to freeze everyone in place. She originally planned to have everyone buried with her father today. Humph, Demon Lord? Gumo, who was beside Gu Wuchen, shook his head and smiled as if he had heard a joke. It seems that you really belong to the 3,000 demon realms. Why don't you call your Demon Lord over and see if he dares to act presumptuously in front of the Gu family? Are you members of the Gu family? This time, it was Yuntong's turn to be shocked. How could she not have heard of the Gu family? Before she died in her previous life, she knew that the previous Demon Lord was arrogant and conceited. Relying on his profound attainments in the ways of magic, he looked down on everyone and directly announced to the world that he wanted the Gu family, the largest family, to surrender. But on the very next day after he made the announcement, the Demon Lord's head was hung high on the flagpole erected by the Gu family. The Gu family also said that anyone is welcome to surrender to them, but they have to prepare their heads in advance. Since then, the demon cultivators in the 3,000 demon realms rarely left the demon realms, and the period of rampant demons came to an end under the unintentional manipulation of the Gu family. Yuntong was a little confused. She didn't know what to do. No matter how hard you try to fight, you can't win. Even if you try to threaten, you will be threatened instead. Then why did she burn her essence and forcibly awaken part of her cultivation from her previous life? Just when she was doubting her life, Gu Wuchen said slowly, come to think of it, I really admire people like you who value love. For the sake of your beloved's rebirth, you are willing to sacrifice yourself, give up your cultivation, and follow your lover to reincarnate and cultivate again. How do you know? Yuntong was shocked. This was her biggest secret, and even she herself only learned about it when she regained her memories of her past life. How could the Gu family members in front of me know? Could it be that the Gu family has become so powerful that they would know everything about anyone who has reincarnated and cultivated again in the thousands of realms in the upper realm? Without paying attention to Yuntong's question, Gu Wuchen continued, For your deep love, I can help you find out what your lover is busy with recently. After that, a clear picture appeared in the sky, allowing everyone present to see it clearly. Here it comes, it's the Avenue of Mirrors. Gumo sighed, his breathing became rapid. He now wished he could immediately worship Gu Wuchen as his master, hoping that he could give him some pointers to eye in the picture. A ruddy-faced young man is sitting in the room, with a disheveled woman nestled in his arms. Impossible! Yuntong screamed after seeing the scene. This can't be Brother Bai Su, you are lying, he can't have another woman. Chapter 85 Live broadcast of The Child of Destiny. After Yuntong finished speaking, she seemed to be afraid that others would not believe her, so she raised her voice a little higher and said, Even if Brother Bai Su didn't come to save me, he wouldn't be able to hug another woman peacefully. This picture of yours is clearly fake. She said this, but she was struggling inside. It was obvious that the young master of the Gu family in front of him, even his protector, was a powerful emperor, so there was no reason for him to lie to him, but she would never believe it. After all, she had lost everything for by Xu. To her surprise, Gu Wuchen actually nodded. Good. Your good brother did not hug another woman during your family's execution. That's not what happened today either. Hearing this, Yun Tong felt a little relieved. She could not accept betrayal at all, especially not betrayal by Bai Su, but then, Gu Wuchen continued speaking, but your entire Yun family was executed, and this is the time when the Great Qi dynasty and the surrounding forces are gathered together. Do you think Bai Su will miss this golden opportunity? What do you mean? Yun Tong's huge skeleton body trembled slightly. After hearing what the other party said, he felt a little uneasy. Gu Wuchen did not answer her, but responded with a completely new picture projection. By Su's live broadcast, the picture shows a gloomy burial ground, where graves are everywhere as far as the eye can see. The royal cemetery? Yun Tong naturally would not forget this place. It was she who brought Bai Shu out from here a few days ago, and it was because of this that her father in this life was implicated. Soon, 3 people walked into the picture: Bai Su, Su Mei, and the old woman Venerable Qi Ju. It's that vixen. An unknown flame emerged from Yun Tong's body, enveloping her skeletal body. Her eyes were fixed on the hands of Bai Su and Su Mei holding each other. The scene continued. Bai Su came to a grave and called softly, "Sky Poison Venerable, Sky Poison Venerable." Not long after, an old man walked out from the darkness. When he saw Venerable Qi Ju, a strange color flashed in his pupils. He wanted to say something, but in the end, it just turned into a long sigh. Hey, Qi Ju, you shouldn't have come. You don't welcome me? Qi Ju frowned, obviously not expecting that her old friend, whom she hadn't seen for thousands of years, would say that she shouldn't have come as soon as they met. Forget it, things have come to this point, there is no point in saying more. Venerable Tiandu did not want to continue this topic, as if he felt that there was no point in saying anything. Then he turned to Bai Su and asked, I see that the poison I put in your body has been eliminated. What method did you use to convince Qi Ju to join you? And why did you bring all the 7 wonders here today? Facing Tiandu's question, Bai Su said respectfully, cupping his hands, I came here to ask Venerable Tiandu to come out of seclusion. Join me in this great cause and become an emperor in the future. The voice was loud and clear. There were many restrictions in the burial ground, so he was not afraid that people from outside would hear it. As his voice fell, Venerable Tiandu suddenly burst into laughter, which seemed to be a sneer, but also a miserable laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ants, ants. His heart was surging like waves, because what Bai Su said was exactly what the young master of the Gu family had expected. It's ridiculous to talk about proving the truth and becoming an emperor. I'm afraid that today, it's a luxury to be able to get out alive. After laughing for a while, Venerable Tiandu stopped laughing, but his face was still full of despair. He was a little dazed, and asked Bai Su according to what Gu Wuchen had told him before. This place is heavily guarded. Although the Daqi royal family's worshippers are of average level, how did you get in? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Your Majesty Tiandu doesn't know. Bai Su chuckled and said in a deep voice, at this moment, the king of Great Qi, my good father, is watching the execution at the execution ground. The executioners are the loyal prime minister and his family. They don't care about this burial ground at all, so I specially chose to ask you to come out and help me today. Before this, Venerable Qi Ju has already recognized me. Boy, please come out again. As he said this, Bai Su bowed deeply. The heavenly poison master, who was able to poison a quasi-emperor to death, was extremely important to him. He had even imagined the scene of fighting back against the Great Qi dynasty and spreading poison everywhere in the future. At the same time, on the execution ground, Yun Tong felt a loud bang and her brain was about to explode. As the saying goes, what you hear is false, what you see is true. She saw with her own eyes and ears everything Bai Su said and did. Not only did he not plan to rescue her, but he took advantage of the fact that her entire Yin family was being executed to sneak into the burial ground and ask for help from a master, completely treating myself as trash that can be thrown away after use. So, 2 bloody tears slowly flowed down Yuntong's skull eyes. Life also dissipated faster because it had been maintained at the quasi-emperor realm, the other side. Yes, Tiandu. Venerable Chi-ju, leaning on his cane, stepped forward and tried to persuade him. There are many things hidden in this white cotton. I think he has the appearance of an emperor. His future achievements may be no less than those of the former emperor. The two of us have actually reached a dead end in our poisonous paths. If we don't get some chance to change, it will be difficult to make further progress. And Baishu, I think, is a good choice. Faced with such earnest persuasion, Venerable Tiandu remained unmoved. It doesn't matter whether you have the appearance of an emperor or not, and it's even less important whether you can comprehend the great way of poison. Now he just wanted to follow Master Gu's request and ask all the questions, hoping that this would save his and Chi-ju's lives. The whole family was executed? Although I have been staying in this burial ground, I still know a little about the outside world. Among the Prime Minister's family who were executed, was there the little girl who ventured into the burial ground and brought you out that day? After hearing these words, Baisu was stunned and his eyes moved slightly. Yuntong outside the screen even held her breath. This question is so crucial. Deep down, she still hoped that Baisu could say that he didn't know and was completely unaware that she was going to be killed. Although this was a bit self-deception. In the picture, Baisu began to struggle internally. Originally, he had put aside the fact that his childhood sweetheart Yuntong was going to be beheaded and selectively forgot about it, but now that it's been brought up, I can't help but feel a little guilty, and even my heart aches, as if I'm going to lose someone extremely important. When he was extremely conflicted, Sume beside him moved. She leaned her head gently on Baisu's shoulder, and with both hands, she tightly grasped his arms and pressed her whole body against him. Brother, please don't worry about Yuntong. Okay, you said that you would only love me and be good to me in the future. The power of Mei-gu should not be underestimated. Baisu lost his mind in an instant, not even caring about the pain in his heart, and nodded repeatedly. Mayor, you are right. In my heart, Yuntong is not even a fraction as important as you. I won't take the risk of caring about her. As soon as these words came out, Yuntong, who was far away at the execution ground, was completely unable to suppress the grief and anger in her heart. For Baisu, she was willing to sacrifice her life and her status as an emperor. But what did she get in return? Baisu, you deserve to die. Chapter 86, Becoming Enemies. She was a body of ghastly white bones, with black blood oozing out from between her bones. His aura suddenly increased and soared into the sky. Young master, this Gumo asked Gu Wuchen whether he needed to take action himself and capture this man on the spot. No need, there is another good show to watch next. Gu Wuchen smiled and waved his hand, then disappeared from the spot with Gumo, following closely behind Yuntong. Burial place. Baisu, who had something in mind, bowed again and said, yes, among those killed in the execution ground this time, there is indeed the little girl who helped me leave the burial ground. But we are weak now. It is too difficult to rob the execution ground. Why don't we take a long-term view? I will definitely avenge Yuntong in the future. Having said this, he paused, looked at Venerable Tiandu who seemed to be still hesitating, and continued. Sir, I heard from Venerable Chi-ju that you are hiding here to avoid being hunted down by the Li family's quasi-emperor. I have something that can help you conceal your aura. As he spoke, he took out a pitch-black hood. This cloak is much more advanced than the direct cloak in the latter part. He found it in a secret place a few years ago. This cloak can successfully conceal the aura of not only a quasi-emperor, but even in front of an ordinary emperor. He also relied on this cloak to live in the imperial city and avoid being discovered by others about his rapid progress in cultivation. Hiss, what a strange treasure. After taking the cloak, Venerable Tiandu couldn't help but exclaim again. This cloak was filled with the power of the great Tao that even he could not understand. Holding it in his hand, he could not even feel the existence of his arms. Now, he finally understood why the young master of the Gu family could have sent someone to capture Baisu himself, but he went to the trouble of making him wait here in advance. Baisu has this ability. If he keeps wearing this cloak, it will be very difficult to find him. After being shocked, Venerable Tiandu did not put on the cloak, but quietly put it into his space ring. Senior, what are you doing? Baisu was stunned, puzzled by Venerable Tiandu's behavior. Could it be that the other party doesn't agree to go out with me and wants to take away his treasure? But before coming, Venerable Chi-ju had assured him that although Venerable Tiandu was good at using poison, he was not a villain. Besides, she was also present, so such a thing would not happen. But now, Baisu couldn't help but glance at the Venerable Chi-ju behind him. Seeking help at the 7-character quatrain is equally puzzling. She had been feeling that there was something strange about her old friend today, but she couldn't tell what it was. Tian-du, what do you mean? Baisu took such a big risk to send the cloak here for you to leave. You don't wear it on your body, but put it in your space ring. Are you going to be a traitor? Shi-ju, you don't understand. Tian-du didn't explain anything, he just shook his head. He estimated that by this time, the young master of the Gu family would be almost here. It seemed to verify his conjecture. The restriction of the burial ground was suddenly attacked fiercely from the outside. The entire burial ground was shaking, and many bones of the royal ancestral land were shaken out. What's going on? Why are there outsiders here? Aren't they all outside watching the execution? Baisu's face was filled with anxiety. Judging from the vibrations in the bone burial ground, it was obvious that the people from the outside world had come with ill intentions. Moreover, a strong man who could shake the ban was not someone they could resist at all. Seniors Tian-du and Shi-ju, let's retreat quickly. We can't stay here for long. As Baisu spoke, he grabbed Sumei's hand and prepared to leave, but the next moment, boom, the restriction on the burial ground was completely broken. A huge, terrifying, eerie white skeleton covered in black blood walked towards them step by step, careful. Shi-ju immediately protected Baisu and the other two behind him, and quietly shot out a poison needle, aiming at Baigu's eyes, but then she was disappointed. The eyes are generally one of the most vulnerable parts of a person, but the person on the other side is clearly not a human. The poison needle shot into Baigu's eyes without any hindrance and shot out from the other end without causing any harm to him. Several people kept retreating, and Baigu was pressing forward step by step. Something's wrong. The aura of this thing is stronger than mine. Shi-ju's face was solemn. Although the white bones did not deliberately release any breath, its murderous aura that filled the sky shook her soul all the time. This is obviously a revenge, but she had no idea what revenge she was taking and who she was targeting. This time, Baigu, also known as Yuntong, finally spoke. The voice is hoarse and extremely harsh. Baisu, let me ask you, who is the woman next to you? Baisu was stunned for a moment when he was suddenly asked such a strange question, but he came to his senses immediately, knowing that the monster in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend, so he bowed and clasped his fists, not daring to hide anything, and said, "This is my wife, Sumei." I wonder why you are asking this. My wife. Tears of blood flowed from Yuntong's skull again. Even at this time, she hoped to hear a different answer from Baisu's mouth, but in fact, she was completely deceiving herself. In that case, your life was given by me anyway, so if I take it back, you won't have any complaints, right? She said these two sentences in Yuntong's voice. Baisu, her childhood sweetheart, recognized them the first time. What? You are Yuntong? Baisu's pupils shrank suddenly in shock, and then he kept shaking his head. Impossible, Yuntong is kind-hearted, it's impossible for her to become like you. Besides, her cultivation is not high, how could she become so strong in an instant? More than just strong? Venerable Tian-du interrupted. Her aura is much stronger than those two quasi-emperors who hunted me down back then. I think we are not far from the true great emperor realm. Quasi-emperor. Baisu's mind was filled with these two words that were very far away from him. There has never been a quasi-emperor in the entire Qi dynasty. How could Yuntong be a quasi-emperor? At this moment, he was even more certain that the person in front of him was not Yuntong, but he didn't know why the other party pretended to be Yuntong to deceive him. Yuntong was getting closer and closer to them at this time, and two streams of light suddenly shot out, hitting Venerable Tian-du and Venerable Shi-ju respectively. Puff, puff. Both of them spat out blood at the same time, with a big hole pierced through their chest. How could they resist the power of a peak quasi-emperor? This is not over yet. Yuntong stretched out her hands, grabbed the two men's heads with one hand each, and a terrifying suction force burst out from her body. The two venerables tried to struggle and kicked their feet in the air, but it was all in vain. Their bodies shrank extremely quickly. In just a few breaths, they were sucked dry, turned into dust, and dissipated in this burial ground. Chapter 87 Exposing Hypocrisy. Venerable Qianju, Venerable Tian-du. Baisu's eyes were red with anger. These two were the key to his future conquest of the great Qi dynasty. Now they were sucked dry by the white bone monster in front of him and annihilated from the world. His heart was filled with heartache. As for his own situation, he was not very worried, because he was very confident that he could escape from here, even if the opponent was a quasi-emperor level strongman. After Yuntong absorbed the cultivation of the two venerables, her aura became Noticeably more stable, her flaming eyes stared at Baisu, who was still tightly holding Sumei's hand. Do you still remember who stole the elixir from home for you to cultivate after your mother died? And who was it that asked your father to make a suggestion in the court when the other princes were suppressing you secretly, hoping that your father could restrain the other princes? Have you forgotten all this? Ha! Hearing this, Baisu became excited. All these things were done by Yuntong, and they were also a secret between him and Yuntong. How could the monster in front of me know? Suddenly, he realized, could Yuntong really be this white bone monster? Just at this moment, Yuntong pointed her finger, and a ray of light sank into Baishu's mind. In an instant, a large number of memories and fragments flooded in, a love story between humans and the white bone demon emperor. The male and female protagonists are him and Yuntong. Baisu was at a loss as his memories of his past life were activated. He understood everything in an instant. Who else could the bone monster in front of him be other than Yuntong? She was the person he loved most in his previous life, and she was also the person who loved him the most, but now, after reincarnation, he actually hooked up with another woman. No wonder Yuntong was so furious. At the same time, he secretly regretted in his heart that he should not have come to this burial place today, but to hijack the execution ground. Yuntong is the reincarnation of the demon emperor. With her ability, she will not die at all. On the contrary, if I save her, she will be moved. Yuntong, things are not what you think. You have to listen to my explanation. I had no choice but to do this. He tried to explain that as long as he could make Yuntong change her mind, the death of the two venerables would not be a big deal. With the powerful demon emperor from his previous life by his side, his future would be smooth sailing. Don't say any more. Yuntong looked up at the sky, as if recalling everything that happened with Baishu in her past life. You were like this in your previous life. You relied on your eloquence to confuse me so much that I couldn't tell the difference. I even gave up my great emperor cultivation to help you reincarnate. Now it seems that I was really naive at the time. No, you're not childish, you're just showing your love for me. Baisu saw Yuntong's tone becoming more and more desolate, and hurriedly said loudly, You love me, Yuntong, and I love you too. It is because we love each other that we have become childhood sweethearts in this life. We too have an unfinished destiny. As long as the two of us join hands, we will definitely be the most powerful emperor in the world in the future. As he spoke, he even shed tears. The tears made Yuntong, who was on the verge of despair, tremble in her heart. At the same time, the sky. Guwuchin and Guamo watched all this. Guamo couldn't help but speak. This boy must be the owner of the supreme bone that the young master mentioned. Now it seems that he is indeed extraordinary. He can subdue the venerable with just his mouth, and is about to make this white bone monster change his mind. In my opinion, it would be more appropriate to call him the Emperor of Mouth. You're right. Guwuchin smiled lightly. I thought to myself that this is the basic ability of the Child of Destiny. They can often turn the crisis of certain death into their own opportunity, for example, Thunder Saint King, 7 Absolutes Venerable and so on, and now, Yuntong, the destined heroine who was on the verge of a rage and already knows that Baisu has betrayed her, hesitates. It can be said that the IQ of any strong person who came into contact with Baisu was forced to drop several levels. However, now that he, the villain, is present, he will not allow the destined heroine to become less intelligent. A word came out of his mouth and reached the ears of the 3 people in the burial ground below. TSK, your love is deep and sincere. I admire you. But since you said you love Yuntong, why are you still protecting the woman behind you? If you ask me, you should kill the woman behind you immediately to exonerate yourself. Then, maybe she will really forgive you. Who is it? Who is talking? Baisu was shocked. He didn't even hear where the sound came from. Moreover, from what this person said, it was obvious that he knew very well what happened between him and Yuntong. For a moment, his hands and feet were cold and he looked around vigilantly. After listening to what Guwuchin said, Yuntong felt that it made a lot of sense. Since you say you love me, prove it to me. So she turned her gaze to Sumei behind Baisu. The finger was pointed at her. Baisu, do you dare to kill her? Baisu has now merged the memories of his past and present lives, so he naturally doesn't want to kill Sumei, so he can only change the subject. Yuntong, don't listen to other people's nonsense. This person is hiding his true identity and dare not show his face. He must not be a good person. Don't be deceived. Before he could finish his words, Yuntong interrupted him. I'm asking you, can you kill her? Show me. Her tone became gloomy, as if as long as Baisu didn't kill Sume, she would make this couple regret living in this world. At this moment, Sume curled up in Baisu's arms like a kitten, and said in a coquettish tone of brother, this white bone monster is ugly, please take me away quickly. Don't listen to it, brother. I am the only one who loves you. After we leave, I'll give you a bunch of kids, how about that? Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Baisu sent a message to comfort Sume. His current plan was to persuade Yuntong without hurting Sume. After all, in his eyes, for someone as outstanding and promising as him, isn't it normal for him to have more women in the future? Even though he was able to reincarnate and cultivate again because of Yuntong, the worst that could happen is that he could compensate her more in this life. Yuntong, stop being so willful and come with me, okay? I don't want to kill Sume, nor do I want to be hostile to you, because you are all my women, and I will treat you sincerely. In his opinion, saying these words was enough. He didn't believe that Yuntong would kill him before he had thoroughly figured out the matter, but what he never expected was that all the words he had said to Venerable Tiandu about betraying Yuntong had already been heard by Yuntong under Gu Wuchen's control. This time, Yuntong heard that Baisu wanted to have another woman besides herself, and she laughed out of anger. Ha 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 ha. Okay. In my previous life, I was blind. I was reborn for you and ruined my foundation. Today, I will take your life and see what color your heart is. After saying that, endless demonic energy enveloped Baisu, and a sharp sword made of bones floated on Baisu's chest. Chapter 88, The Scripture of Disaster. You're crazy, Yuntong. Baisu was shocked. The Yuntong he knew, whether in the past life or this life, should not be so impulsive, hateful. He now deeply regretted that Yuntong, such a powerful helper, should have belonged to him, but why did he stand against me and even want to kill me? He always felt that there was an invisible big hand covering him, which he could neither see nor touch. In short, everything made him feel very weird. Seeing that the bone sword was about to pierce through his chest, he had no time to think, and dared not hide his weakness anymore. He whispered to Su Mei behind him. Hold on to me, Mayor. Su Mei nodded, pressed her face against Baisu's back, and held the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands. Such a scene deeply stimulated Yuntong. She didn't want to look at this couple any longer, even for a moment, but at this moment, the white fluff moved. He took out an ancient book from somewhere and turned to one of its pages. A dazzling gray light burst out from the ancient book. It's finally here. Gu Wuchen hid above, muttering to himself. At the same time, he took another look at Baisu's panel. Name, Baisu. Identity, the ninth prince of the Great Qi dynasty, abandoned, the lover of the white bone demon emperor in the previous life, the holder of the disaster demonic scripture, age, 30, personality, vindictive, opinionated, ruthless. Realm, second level of the extraordinary realm, physique, disaster demon body, great nirvana demon body, wasted after reincarnation, supreme bone, has been dug out and is inside the host's body, fate, destiny child, magical weapons, the scripture of disaster, the eternal magic mirror, the magic cloud stepping boots, future trajectory. Before the host appears, the supreme bone was dug out, but he escaped by chance, and successively subdued the Thunder Saint King, the seven absolutes. Venerable, and the sky poison venerable. After subduing the emperor of the Li family 5 years later, he returned with great force and flattened the Great Qi dynasty. Obviously, the ancient book in Baisu's hand was the demonic scripture of disaster. It has to be said that Baisu, the son of destiny, is much more advanced than the three he killed before: the supreme bone, the disaster demon body, and the disaster demon scripture. No matter which one is taken out alone, they are invincible, but Baisu actually got both. Fortunately, his father was ruthless and dug out his supreme bone in advance and presented it to the Gu family. Below, Baisu showed a hint of joy on his face after flipping through the demonic scripture. This magic scripture appeared in his hands after his supreme bones were dug out and the poisonous body in his body awakened. He guessed that one of the functions of the supreme bone in his body was to suppress the evil demon body in his body, one good and one evil, restraining each other. And now that the supreme bone has been dug out, it is actually not a bad thing for him. Instead, it made him fully awaken his demonic body, which is also his most important trump card. While thinking, he activated the magic scripture, and the monstrous demonic energy surrounding him and Su Mei was instantly sucked away. Even the bone sword in front of him was shattered. Then, he said to Yuntong with a gloomy face, Yuntong, I don't want to fight with you today. For the sake of our past life, I will not care about you pointing this sword at my chest for now. After a few months or even a few years, I will come back to see you. By then, I hope you will understand that I am sincere to you." After saying that, he activated the blood escape technique in the magic scripture and spat a mouthful of blood onto the magic scripture. Instantly, a sea of blood enveloped the entire burial ground. Visibility is so low that it is less than 1 meter. Even with spiritual sense, the distance cannot exceed 1 meter. "Master, this thing is so weird. This white fluff may be really hard to catch." In the air, Guemo spoke in surprise, because he was surprised to find that even he, the great emperor, could not see through this blood color. Its weirdness was simply unheard of. "It doesn't matter. He can't run away." Gu Wuchen smiled easily. He had made so many preparations in advance in order to take down Bai Su. If he was allowed to escape, he would no longer have to be the villain. It seemed to verify what Gu Wuchen said. The moment he finished speaking, the blood-red color began to dissipate, revealing 3 figures below: Juntong, Su Mei, and Bai Su. But at this time, among the 3, only Su Mei was still intact. Yuntong's entire skeletal body was shattered in half, with only half of her body left standing. Bai Su was in an equally tragic condition, with blood oozing out of every inch of his skin. His cultivation level even regressed to the Emperor realm, and his aura was extremely weak. He tried hard not to fall down, looked at Yuntong in disbelief, and cursed, "You crazy bitch. If you do this, you and I will die." You, Bai Su pointed at Yuntong, trembling all over. He simply couldn't understand what Yuntong had just done. Originally, he was going to escape with Su Meishua, but just before leaving, Yuntong suddenly self-destructed her Great Nirvana demon body. In the previous life, Yuntong died and split the Great Nirvana demon body into 2, one of which was sent into Bai Su's body, and now, Yuntong has self-destructed her own Great Nirvana demonic body, which will also cause the other half of his demonic body to self-destruct. Just like that, he initiated the blood escape, but it was forcibly interrupted by his uncontrolled self-explosion. At this time, Yuntong no longer looked like a human being. No, to be more precise, she no longer looked like a skeleton. Half of her body, relying only on one leg, floated in the air and came in front of Bai Su. With only 2 fingers left on his right hand, he gently stroked Bai Su's face. "Bai Su, I can't wait for you for a few months, nor for a few years. Today will be the day when you and I will part ways. You don't want to live, and I don't want to live either. On the road to the underworld, the 2 of us will travel together again. I wonder if there is still hope that we can be reincarnated as childhood sweethearts next time." At this point, Yuntong chuckled, and a black mist spurted out from the skull. "Oh, too much. I almost forgot. The reincarnation of the Great Nirvana demon body can only be used once. After using it, the demon body will be useless and has no other use except self-destruction. Don't you think so, my dear brother?" "Bah, you crazy woman." Bai Su shook off Yuntong's fingers and took Su Mei back several steps. "Today, if you want to die, then die. Don't take me with you. My methods are more than that." He could now see that Yuntong was also in a state of exhaustion after she self-destructed her demonic body. Trying to stop him is nothing but wishful thinking. He tightly grasped the magic scripture in his hand and turned directly to the last page. At the same time, he gave instructions to Su Mei behind him. "Mayor, I will fall into a coma after we leave, but don't be afraid, we will go to a safe place. When you get there, remember to take care of me. I will wake up in a month at most." After saying that, he prepared to activate the magic scripture again, but suddenly, he felt a pain in his back. The piercing pain made him freeze in place. Unable to move, he lowered his head and found the tip of a dagger sticking out of his chest. This is not a piercing pain at all, but the heart is really being pierced. Chapter 89. New title. You, Mayor, you. Bai Su's face was full of disbelief. Su Mei had long been regarded by him as the woman he loved, but at such a critical moment, she stabbed him in the back. He didn't understand why Su Mei did this. There is no motive at all. For Su Mei, he inadvertently gave up Yuntong, a powerful reincarnation of an emperor. The dagger pierced through his heart, and there were strange inscriptions on the dagger, which passed through his heart and locked his entire body tightly. Countless sharp needles pierced through his limbs and bones, blocking all his spiritual power and demonic energy. Even the evil demon body could not be activated even a little bit. As long as he moved a little, he would have to endure the pain of thousands of needles piercing his heart. Ha 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 ha. Bai Su, is this the woman you love? Seeing this scene, Yuntong laughed crazily and now, no one could be happier than her. The person who betrayed him was betrayed by someone else right before his eyes. It can be said that it is God's will. After Su-mei stabbed Bai Su in the back, she seemed to think that it was not enough, so she took out another dagger and was about to stab it into Bai Su's dantian. That's enough. Yuntong shouted coldly. Even though she was in a very bad condition at the moment, facing Su-mei who was not protected by Bai Su, she could kill her with just one shout. Su-mei fell down, facing a quasi-emperor. She had no power to fight back, but she had completed the task assigned by her master. Realizing that Su-mei was dead, hope reappeared on Bai Su's face. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask Yuntong for help, thinking that Yuntong was helping him by killing Su-mei, but then, Yuntong slowly walked to his side and said in a hoarse voice, "She is not worthy of killing you. I gave you this life, so naturally I need to take it back personally. But before that, I need to confirm what color your heart is." Puff! The hand made of white bones reached directly into Bai Su's chest and took out a still beating heart with a hole in the middle. I didn't expect it to be red. Why not black? Yuntong tilted her head, full of confusion. As for Bai Su, he lost his heart. Although he did not die immediately, his consciousness became increasingly blurred. Cloud, with his remaining consciousness, he managed to utter the word Yun, but he couldn't say the word Tong at all because at this moment, Yuntong was already hugging him. The densely packed sharp needles on his body penetrated deeper due to Yuntong's embrace. The severe pain impacted his nerves, and he was almost on the verge of collapse. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw two figures descending from the sky. One was a young man in a white robe, and the other was a middle-aged man who was obviously a protector. He didn't recognize the two people in front of him, but he sensed a very familiar aura from the young man in white robe. What is it? It seems, it's my own supreme bone? Boom! A horrific explosion swept across the entire burial ground. Yuntong hugged Bai Su and detonated all her remaining magic power. At the moment before his death, Bai Su realized that there really was a big hand covering him all the time, and that person was the one who took away his supreme bone, but I knew it was too late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the child of destiny, Bai Su. Reward, 200 consecutive draws from the system mall. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden reward. The son of destiny and the official daughter of destiny turned against each other. Yuntong killed two important figures of Baishu, the seven absolutes venerable and the sky poison venerable, and finally died together with Baishu. Reward title, 3 seconds of real man. Cooling time, 3 days. Obtain all items of the Destiny Child Baisu, the Scripture of Disaster, the Mirror of Immortality, the Magic Cloud Stepping Boots. Can be recycled in the mall in exchange for mall coins. Ding! The remaining chance of the Child of Destiny Baisu, 5. Awakening past life memories, and recognizing Yuntong, the Girl of Destiny, destroyed, 3,000 demon realms, the inheritance of the evil demon body. Tianyan chess game, Tianyan chessboard. When Gu Wuchen heard the system prompt, he discovered something wrong before he had time to be happy. Hey, system, wait a moment. This reward can't be given randomly. 3 seconds of true manliness, you haven't bound yourself to me yet, right? Of course not yet. Without the host's approval, no title or ability can be bound at will. Well, tell me first, what does this title of a true man in 3 seconds mean? At present, he has the title of a destined villain. This title does not have any substantial bonus, but it will give some treasures when you are promoted. And now, there is another title called 3 seconds real man, which is followed by a cooldown period of 3 days. Doesn't that mean that he becomes 3 seconds once every 3 days? This definitely won't work. Ding! Host, don't panic, this system will not have negative rewards. Title, 3 seconds of real man. Introduction, the host can trigger it at any time, once every 3 days. When triggered, his realm reaches the peak of this realm, and the duration is 3 seconds. Example, the host is triggered now, and immediately has the peak cultivation of the Great Emperor realm for 3 seconds. Gu Wuchen. System, please help me bind this title immediately. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding. The host can trigger it in a moment. After the system's prompt sounded, Gu Wuchen felt relieved. The peak cultivation level of the Great Emperor, even if it only lasts for 3 seconds, is extremely terrifying. After reaching the Great Emperor realm, there is a world of difference between each level. This can be seen from the fact that his father Gu Zhoushan easily suppressed the 4 elders who were also at the level of Great Emperor. And at the peak level of the Great Emperor, there are so many things that can be done in 3 seconds. For example, he could easily overturn an Emperor-level force, or tear the void, pull in the person he wants to kill and crush him to death. In addition, you can also help Mirror King Yi Linglong find the corpse of a female warrior above the 7th level of the Great Emperor realm and the Human Emperor banner, etc. Young master, young master? Guemo on the sidelines looked at his young master, who was standing there smiling to himself, somewhat confused. Now that this has happened, should we go back? Gu Wuchen came back to his senses and nodded. Yeah, almost. But the words had just fallen, the sky was suddenly torn apart, and a blood-red crack spanning 100 miles opened up hideously among the clouds. A strong demonic energy spread out in all directions, which was many times stronger than the demonic energy of Bai Su and Yun Tong before. From the depths of the crack, there was a sound of ghostly wailing and mourning, and a scarlet eyeball slowly emerged from the crack in the sky. He looked directly at the burial ground after the explosion, and immediately locked onto Gu Wuchen and the other 2.at. This moment, most of the Wanxiang Dao realm could see this scarlet eyeball, and countless people fell into panic. What is this? Such a powerful demonic energy. Could it be that the 3,000 demon realms are attacking us? Not good. Hold your breath and concentrate, don't be affected by this evil spirit. Several powerful warriors even broke through the barriers, soared into the sky, and looked up at the sky with solemn expressions, not daring to make the slightest movement. At this moment, a chilling voice came from the blood-red eyeball shrouded in demonic energy. The aura of the Bone Demon Emperor, were you the one who killed her? Chapter 90. The Demon Lord is coming. Countless powerful people were shocked when they heard these words, although they did not know the White Bone Demon Emperor. The title of Demon Emperor meant that he was a powerful being at the level of an emperor who was so brave that he can kill the Demon Emperor of 3,000 demon realms. At this moment, his blood-red eyes were fixed on Gu Wuchen and the other person above the burial ground, as if he was just waiting for them to confess their guilt. Before bringing down divine punishment and destroying them, young master, this person should be a demon general from the 3,000 demon realms. Although his cultivation is not as good as that of the Demon Lord, he should not be underestimated. I'll go meet him. After saying that, Guemo soared into the sky, with the great Tao of mirror flowing through his body, and he came to a place less than a few feet away from the blood-colored eyeball. He glanced at the bloodshot eyes indifferently and sneered. Ha, playing tricks on others. The 3,000 demon realms are still as usual, and they like to put on this show. In fact, it's just fancy moves. As for the White Bone Demon Emperor you mentioned, a white bone demon just exploded. There might be some residue left. Why don't you hurry up and clean it up? Why do you come to question my Gu family? His voice was equally loud, and even the strong men who were far away could hear it clearly. Gu family? In our Wanxiang Daoyu, there is an imperial family called Gu family? That's a lie, I say it with caution. Another person interrupted hastily. You don't know the Gu family, so don't say anything nonsense and don't implicate us. There is only one Gu family among the thousands of Dao realms, and that is the Changsheng Gu family in the eternal Dao realm. Hiss. When these words were spoken, everyone gasped. The Changsheng Gu family and the 3,000 demon realms are facing off. They had long heard that the previous demon lord was killed by the Gu family. Now that the two families meet again, I wonder what kind of sparks will be created. On the other side, Blood Eyes was just about to get angry and teach this ignorant person a lesson, but when he heard that the other party was from the Gu family, there was obviously some other color in his eyes. His eyes couldn't help but look down to where Gu Wuchen was. Even if it's the Gu family, they are not ordinary people because they can have a powerful emperor like you protect them. The one below is not the son of the big shot of your Gu family, right? He smiled grimly, as if thinking about something. Humph, I think you are looking for death. Seeing that he did not scare the other party away by mentioning the Gu family, Guemo did not bother to talk nonsense with him anymore. The avenue of mirrors flowed, and in a blink of an eye, dozens of Guemo appeared in the sky. This is the terrifying part of the avenue of mirrors. You can temporarily copy multiple copies of yourself, and each mirror image has the same strength as the original. Among them, 2 Guemo retreated to Gu Wuchen's side to protect the Son of God, and the remaining dozens of Guemo attacked the blood-colored eyeball at the same time. Mirror, cut. The void shattered into several cracks, and a piece of space debris burst out from each crack, shooting directly into the blood-red eyeball. A trifle. The blood-red eye roared angrily, and a stream of blood-red light suddenly shot out from the eye, blocking Gumo's attack. Boom! For a moment, the earth shook, the space was trembling, and half of the Qi dynasty was razed to the ground almost in an instant. This is the power of the great emperor. Even a small aftermath can kill countless people. After the attacks of the two collided, they were evenly matched and neither of them gained any advantage, so they continued to fight in the sky. However, their speed was too fast and no one could see clearly what happened. They only felt that the aftermath was growing bigger and bigger and was spreading to the entire Qi dynasty. Young master, let's go. In the past, when the 3,000 demon realms heard the name of our Gu family, they either bowed or kowtowed to apologize. I don't know why it's so abnormal this time. I'm afraid something has happened. Let's go back and report to the head of the family first. The mirror image of Gu Mo said to Gu Wuchen. That won't work. Gu Wuchen just shook his head slightly. The Gu family's dignity cannot be violated. Today, I really hope that some big shots from the 3,000 demon realms will be present. Oh, by the way, what kind of cultivation is this big eyeball above? Seeing that Gu Wuchen was unwilling to leave, Gu Mo could not force him, so he had to secretly inform the family, and then continued, my lord, the great emperor is at the 7th level, just like me. It won't be easy for me to take it down. 7th level? It's a bit weak indeed. Gu Wuchen murmured. Originally, he was planning to use his 3 seconds real man ability, but the opponent was barely at the 7th level, which was a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When Gu Mo heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. 7th level, weak? Strong men at the great emperor level are not easy to come by, and there are a lot of them. Take the weaker Wanxiang Dao domain where they are located, for example. There is probably not even a strong man above the 7th level of the great emperor in charge. In other words, the 7th level of the great emperor is already in existence that can unify the entire Wanxiang Dao realm. Die in the sky. The battle continued. Gu Mo relied on the terrifying avenue of mirrors to outnumber the enemy and gradually gained the upper hand. The Blood Eye was defeated. At this moment, it no longer had the arrogance it had when it first appeared. All it had was shock and anxiety. It is considered to be the top existence in the 3,000 demon realms. It has been in seclusion for many years. Today, it sensed the aura of its former general, the white-bone demon emperor, so it went there specially. Unexpectedly, it met someone stronger than him. Demon Lord, come quickly! He screamed in his heart. His blood-red eyeballs were covered with scars. With another attack from Gu Mo, a deep and scarlet cut was made on his eyeball. Until it was driven back hundreds of miles, it suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky, with a look of surprise in its eyes. He could already feel that the demon lord's breath was approaching. Humph, you dare to be distracted while fighting me, you are courting death. Seeing that the opponent suddenly stopped defending and looked up at the sky, Gu Mo felt a bad premonition in his heart, but this did not prevent him from striking again, leaving another bloody mark on the bloody eyeball. The bloodshot eyes ignored the pain and made a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Ha 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 ha. Demon General Qitong, welcomed the arrival of the Demon Lord. As his voice fell, the entire Wanxiang Dao realm became extremely gloomy, and a heavy sigh was heard from above the 9 heavens. Hey, Gu family, you guys passed. Then, an extremely dark hand that covered the sky reached down from above the dark clouds, with 5 fingers spread out, covering the sky within a radius of dozens of miles. It had a clear target and grabbed straight towards Gu Wuchen, while a gloomy voice was heard at the same time. I ignored those minor quarrels in the past for the sake of the overall interests of the two families. But today, you first killed my 3,000 demon realms white-bone demon emperor, and then injured my red-eyed demon general. You simply don't take my 3,000 demon realms seriously. Now, I will capture this boy and go back to inform the head of your Gu family, asking him to come to the 3,000 demon realm to lead the people. He said the last sentence to Gu Mo. After saying that, he clenched his big hand violently, as if he was going to grab the tiny Gu Wuchen and everything within 100 miles around him in his palm. Chapter 91 Crazy Torture. The 2 mirror images that Gu Mo was guarding beside Gu Wuchen shattered. Gu Mo's real body, who was far away fighting with the red-eyed demon general, wanted to come back to rescue, but the pressure from the demon lord was too great. He could not move at all, and could only watch the young master being captured. The strong men who were watching from a distance were even more stunned. Demon lord. What a strange yet familiar word, the absolute overlord of the 3,000. Demon realms. It is rumored that less than 1,000 years after the death of the previous demon lord, this demon lord succeeded to the throne by iron-blooded means. His degree of terror is even more terrifying than the previous one. Everyone shook their heads inside. The Gu family is strong, but it is impossible for them to protect everyone all the time. What's more, now that the demon lord has arrived in person, it is obvious that the young master of the Gu family in white robe has no chance of escape. If it were taken to the 3,000 demon realms, its fate could be imagined. Either disabled or useless, even if the head of the Gu family goes to lead the people personally, or even if he attacks the 3,000 demon realms, the young man in white robe will be in great danger. Under the gazes of everyone, the big hand enveloped Gu Wuchen. They wanted to see the desperate expression on the face of the young master of the Gu family. After all, seeing the Gu family suffer a loss was an extremely rare opportunity. However, they were suddenly stunned, because they actually saw a smile on Gu Wuchen's face. It was still that kind of extremely happy smile. How is this possible? Could it be that everything has its limits, and when people are extremely panicked, they start to laugh? Yes, Gu Wuchen was indeed smiling at this moment. He finally caught a big fish. A thought came to my mind. 3 seconds of true manliness, start. Buzz, an indescribable feeling of comfort runs through the whole body. His cultivation level leapt to the pinnacle of the world, the peak realm of the great emperor. Due to the sudden surge in his cultivation, he couldn't control it well, and the aura he emitted unintentionally spread outwards like waves. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful men who were watching, those with lower cultivation bases, died on the spot, and even the quasi-emperor's strongmen were seriously injured and dying, even some powerful emperors hiding in the dark vomited blood, with horror on their faces. A powerful person in the late stage of the great emperor realm? No, could it be the peak emperor, the 10th level emperor? They were completely shocked. As emperors themselves, they had seen strong men in the late emperor stage, but compared with the young man in front of them, they were like mayflies on a tree. There was no comparison at all. Gu Wuchen felt the surging power in his body and slowly opened his eyes. The avenue of strength, the avenue of killing, and the avenue of time, which was the lowest level of mastery, all surrounded his body at a terrifying degree. Obviously, the title of 3 seconds real man was activated, which was not just as simple as improving his cultivation. Even his mastery of the Tao had reached a terrifying level. A shadow flew out from beside him. Mirror King Yi Linglong. She had awakened from her slumber as early as when the demon lord arrived. She had originally planned to rely on her mirror avenue to create a fake body to help Gu Wuchen escape, but I never thought that in the blink of an eye, I would become so strong. Compared to his heyday, this is definitely stronger than before. The most shocked person was the demon lord himself. He stood above the 9 heavens. With his strength and status, he did not bother to reveal his true appearance. He just lowered a big hand and grabbed him away. He never thought that in just a short moment, the person whom he regarded as an ant actually exuded an aura that made him terrified. Moreover, he felt that he had been firmly locked by a pair of eyes, looking in that direction. I saw Gu Wuchen looking up at the sky and looking at me with contempt. How is this possible? His stealth skills are even more terrifying than his cultivation level. As long as he wants to hide, even someone stronger than him will not be able to find him. But now, why did he feel that he could not escape? Gu Wuchen below finally moved. He put 2 fingers together, turned them into a sword, and swung them casually. A terrifying sword light shot straight into the big hand that covered him, just like a knife cutting tofu. The originally soul-stirring big hand was cut in 2 at the palm. After the palm, there was the arm, which was neatly cut in half. However, this was not the end. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the big arm, and pulled it down hard. The demon lord hiding in the 9 heavens felt an unshakable force pulling him down from the sky. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't react. Thump! His entire body was smashed into the hill in front of Gu Wuchen. The hill was razed to the ground in an instant, and replaced by a deep depression. Gu Wuchen didn't say anything, because he knew he only had 3 seconds, so he poured the great power into his fingertips. Great wilderness prisoner sky finger. The shadows of gods and demons appeared behind him, and this time it was completely different from when he first came to the mortal world. It can be said that there is a world of difference. The phantoms of gods and demons are almost real, and their sizes are terrifyingly large. At first glance, you can't even see where the heads of gods and demons are. Boom, a designated mountain and river. The demon lord's body could not move at all. He could only watch as the finger of light shot into his forehead. Then, the whole person exploded. The breath dissipated instantly. He simply could not withstand this terrible blow. He felt that not only him, but no one in the upper realm could withstand this blow. The demon lord is dead. Gu Wuchen narrowed his eyes and sensed something was wrong. He felt that this demon lord might not be his real self. but something like a puppet clone. Puppet clones are quite common among demonic cultivators. They rarely appear in person and will not expose themselves to danger. In that case, Gu Wuchen sneered. He knew that the death of the puppet clone was a great trauma to the original body. He now had less than 2 seconds left. It might be too late for him to go to the 3,000 demon realms to find the real body of the demon lord and kill him. But you can torture this puppet clone more. Time, go back. The avenue of time was like a chain, tightly locking the place where the demon lord's clone had just appeared. Time went back to the moment when he was still alive and was being dragged down by Gu Wuchen and smashed into the hill. Thump, the demon lord's clone smashed into the mountain, and just like last time, it created a deep dent. Great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger. The clone was annihilated again, leaving nothing behind. Time, go back, thump. The strong men who were still conscious around were completely stunned, since Gu Wuchen only rewound time back to the location of the demon lord's clone and did not bring them with him. They all saw a scene that they would never forget. The terrifying demon lord of the demon realm was killed again and again, and was resurrected again and again. The scene was extremely cruel. At the same time, 3,000 demon realms, the demon lord sat in the dark hall, and next to him, 2 demon generals knelt. Suddenly, the demon lord spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? But before he could say the next word, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, another bite. Chapter 92. The insensitive demon lord. This went on and on for just 3 seconds, and the demon lord vomited blood 101 times. During this time, his expression changed from shock to astonishment, fear, and finally to numbness. He didn't understand why he only had one clone outside and it would backfire on him more than 100 times. Could it be that his clones were killed 100 times? But this is impossible. I clearly remember being killed only once. What he was thinking about now was no longer why a young man from the Gu family had such strong strength, but why he was in this situation. The 2 demon generals on the side were already stunned. They stared blankly at the demon lord spitting out blood, thinking that he was practicing some kind of martial arts and had gone astray. They didn't dare to interfere without permission. After all, the demon lord was moody, and if they were not careful, they would be implicated. After a long time, the demon lord finally got up from the ground. His breath was extremely unstable, and there were even signs that his cultivation was regressing. He glanced at the demon general beside him. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while. Please don't disturb me. If someone comes to attack me, don't come looking for me. After saying that, the figure disappeared in the hall, leaving behind 2 confused demon generals. The other side. Gu Wuchen's 3 seconds of true manliness time finally passed, and the demon lord's puppet clone was killed by him 100 times. At first, he kept using the great wilderness prisoning Heaven Finger, but later he found it troublesome and just used a big force to kill the enemy once. In this way, he raced against time, with a tight timeline and a heavy task ahead of him, and killed the demon lord's clone so many times in less than 3 seconds. Take a deep breath. Gu Wuchen was feeling refreshed at this moment, and the benefits brought to him by 3 seconds of real manliness were far more than that. During those 3 seconds, his understanding of the great Tao increased again, especially the Tao of time, where he made a significant breakthrough. If he could only freeze time in a small area before, now, this area has increased several times and the flow rate can be controlled at a greater level. At this time, Gu Mo flew over in a daze. Young master? You just, among all the people present, only Gu Mo and the red-eyed demon general knew what had happened. The demon lord arrived and wanted to capture Gu Wuchen, but he was killed backfired as easily as slaughtering a pig or a dog, and at that time, Gu Mo clearly felt the horror of the aura emanating from Gu Wuchen. He had only experienced this kind of aura in one person, that is Gu Jiushan, the patriarch of the Gu family, but Gu Jiushan has been practicing for a long time. Although he looks middle-aged, he is actually thousands of years old. And how old is Gu Wuchen? 19. Or 20, the 20-year-old peak emperor. It's impossible to practice so fast if you start from the womb. He suddenly felt that it was a bit unnecessary for him to protect Gu Wuchen, and it would be more appropriate the other way around. Gu Wuchen expressed his understanding of Gu Mo's expression, but he just smiled slightly and spoke casually. Just some little tricks, nothing to worry about. A little trick? Gu Mo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. If this is just a small trick, then there would be no big tricks between heaven and earth. But since Gu Wuchen didn't want to say more, he didn't ask more. It would be beneficial for him if his own son of God became stronger. At this moment, in the distant horizon, a scarlet blood eye is moving at a slow speed. The red-eyed demon general just wanted to escape from here quickly. Escape from this terrifying young man. Even though he was a demon cultivator, he had never seen anything so cruel. It would be fine if we just killed the demon lord's clone. He actually relied on the avenue of time to revive him again and again and torture him repeatedly. One of the most powerful avenues in the world, the avenue of time. Is this how it is used? Where do you want to go? Gu Wuchen's gaze shifted to the fleeing red-eyed demon general. Now that you're here, why don't you come back home and sit with me? His words sounded like purgatory to the red-eyed demon general's ears. The red-eyed demon general wanted to escape, but he didn't dare. Even someone as powerful as the demon lord was killed more than 100 times. How could a mere demon general like him escape? In an instant, a strong wind blew up from the blood-red cloud where it was. Soon, a person whose body shape was almost that of a human, but without facial features and only one blood-red eye on his face, knelt down in front of Gu Wuchen. I know I was wrong. I hope you will be so kind as to not mind me and let me go. Now he no longer had any dignity as an emperor-level powerhouse. He knelt before Gu Wuchen, whose cultivation was only at the extraordinary level, and kowtowed repeatedly to admit his mistakes. Just when Gu Wuchen was about to say something, a crack suddenly appeared in the space next to it. An old man with a white beard stepped out. As soon as he appeared, he was intimidating without even getting angry, and snorted coldly, "La small demon realm dares to offend our Gu family. It seems that it is time to change your demon lord." His voice was loud and majestic. If his words were said before Gu Wuchen showed his skills, it would have been quite powerful, but now, the only one who responded to him was Gu Mo beside him. "Great Elder, the demon lord did not come in person, and his puppet clone has been killed. Everything is fine now, oh?" The eldest elder of the Gu family raised his eyebrows. He was wondering why there was only one demon cultivator who kept kowtowing in the field. Where was the demon lord? It turned out that I was repelled, but then he reacted and looked strange. He looked Gu Mo up and down carefully. "Of course, I didn't realize that you have improved so much. You can even kill the demon lord's clone. You are really a hero in your youth." As he spoke, the great elder patted Gu Mo's shoulder heavily, and at the same time nodded and greeted Gu Wuchen. The great elder is of a very high generation, who is many generations older than Gu Mo. Compared with the great elder, it is not an exaggeration to say that Gu Mo was a teenager. In response to the great elder's praise, Gu Mo just shook his head helplessly. "I didn't do this. I'm not that strong. This was all done by the young master. He killed the demon lord's clone with his own hands." "What?" The great elder was shocked. "Don't joke about this. I know that Gu Shensi is extremely talented, and is no less talented than the patriarch back then, but after all, he has not practiced for 20 years, so how could he possibly kill a peak emperor?" Having said this, he paused and continued, "Okay, since there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first. The people from the demon realm dared to attack our Gu family's son of God this time, and they will dare to ride on the head of the family's neck next time. I'm going to go back and gather all the elders to discuss. I think it's time to go to the demon realm." After saying this, he confirmed again and again that Gu Wuchen was not injured, and then prepared to leave, but he was suddenly stopped by Gu Wuchen. "Great Elder, please wait a moment. Take him with you when you go back. A demon general might be of great help to you when you go to the demon realm in the future." "Oh? Okay." The great elder had already noticed this demon cultivator a long time ago. Judging from his cultivation level, he felt that he was no ordinary person. He did not expect that he was actually a demon general. So he picked up the red-eyed demon general with one hand, like he was picking up a chicken. "There is something I need to interrogate him about. So, I will take my leave now." Chapter 93, The Forsaken Daughter. Watching the great elder leave, Gu Mo was filled with mixed emotions. The red-eyed demon general will be taken away. The so-called interrogation will naturally not be the kind of question and answer thing that children play with, but a simple and rough soul search. After searching the soul, all the elders will know what happened today, and they will know that the demon lord's clone was not killed by themselves, but was killed by Gu Wuchen 100 times. Shaking his head, he was actually a little curious about the shocked looks on those old monsters' faces. But since he came out with Gu Wuchen, and he didn't say he was leaving, it would be inappropriate for him to go back first. This matter has been completely resolved. It's time to go back. Gu Wuchen spoke. He has just killed a son of destiny. Oh no, to be more precise, he killed the son of destiny with the help of the daughter of destiny. The lottery for the rewards given by the system has not yet been drawn, and he can't wait to go back and find a quiet place to claim his rewards. Well, young master, follow me. With Guemo present, Gu Wuchen naturally didn't need to hurry on his own. Gumo's cultivation was enough to tear apart space and return directly to the Gu family, just like the great elder had just done, but at this moment, Gu Wuchen suddenly thought of something. He quickly called out to Guemo. My father once promised the great Qi dynasty that he would protect them for 10,000 years. This promise is not easy to break. Guemo stopped moving. He had heard of this matter before, but now, due to the arrival of people from the demon realm, the entire Qi dynasty was almost razed to the ground. The old ruler of the great Qi dynasty and the royal retainer had long been killed in the aftermath of the battle between the emperor-level powerhouses. As for the princes, they were completely wiped out. In this case, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Guemo felt a little headache. It is naturally very simple to support a force, especially a force like the Great Qi dynasty that is insignificant compared to the Gu family, but the key point is, if all the people are dead, who will we support? You can't just create a new Qi dynasty and just randomly recruit some people to join it. Will it still be able to protect the country for 10,000 years? In the future, who will dare to contribute treasures to the Gu family and seek shelter like the old king did? Master Guemo, can you please search carefully again to see if there is any survivor? Gu Wuchen thought for a moment and ordered. Okay. Guemo agreed and released his spiritual sense to cover the entire Qi dynasty. The spiritual awareness of an emperor-level strongman is terrifying. Even though the area of the Great Qi dynasty is not small, for him, even the trace of an ant can be easily discovered by him. After a long moment, he shook his head in disappointment. Young master, no one from the royal family survived. Only some civilians survived by chance, but they are useless. I see. Gu Wuchen frowned, and with a try-it-out attitude, he opened the system and activated the Child of Destiny bond detection function. Just 1 second after the system was turned on, the system radar actually responded. It was shown that under the palace, there was a person who had a close bond with the Child of Destiny. However, this person's breath was weak at the moment, and it was obvious that he would not live long. Without much time to explain, Gu Wuchen flew down and came to the ruins of the Qi palace, followed closely by Guemo. Following the guidance of the radar, Gu Wuchen quickly found a passage under the palace. At the bottom of the passage was the body of a woman, and underneath her was a little girl about 5 years old. However, the woman looked like she had been dead for a few days, and it was not caused by the battle between the emperors just now. There really are living people, but I can't feel them? Guemo felt it was incredible that the small Qi dynasty had actually been missed by him, but Gu Wuchen was not surprised at all. Anything related to the Son of Destiny is difficult to discover, even for a powerful emperor. He can only discover it with the help of the system. The woman's body was uncovered, revealing the true face of the little girl underneath. His face was covered in dust and tears, and his hands were clenched tightly, as if he was holding on to his last breath. A pill was thrown into the little girl's mouth by Gu Wuchen. Name, by Jianjiage. 5. Personality, clearly distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Repay a drop of kindness with a spring of water, and destroy the entire family for a drop of hatred. Realm, Shici realm 3rd level, Constitution, 9 tribulations. Curse veins, cursed blood flows in the body, and every breakthrough in a major realm will trigger a divine punishment. Fate, abandoned girl. Identity, princess of the Great Qi dynasty. Abandoned, situation, she was born with the 10th level of Qi training and was regarded as the apple of the old king's eye. Later, it was discovered that she had a special physique and cursed blood, so she was alienated by the king. When he broke through to the Qi High realm a month ago, he triggered a divine punishment and killed 2 royal priests in the supreme realm. Later, the old king was furious and locked him and his mother here to let them die. The Forsaken Daughter? It was the first time that Gu Wuchen saw this kind of fate and he felt a little curious. Sounds like the exact opposite of Destiny Child? Water, water. The little girl slowly woke up. She forced open her heavy eyelids and called out. Gu Wuchen tapped his fingers lightly, and a stream of clear spring water flowed into the little girl's mouth. Gulp, gulp. The little girl can drink a lot. He drank for dozens of breaths before stopping. Afterwards, she opened her bright eyes completely and looked at Gu Wuchen. The words are shocking, Dad. Guemo and Gu Wuchen were both stunned. Gu Wuchen was shocked that this little girl dared to talk nonsense and call him dad casually. Gu Mo's first thought was that his young master had such a big daughter living outside, who looked only 5 to 6 years old. In other words, his young master was about 13 years old when he got the child. After Bai Jianjia called dad, she noticed the woman next to her and tears burst out like a fountain. Mother! Woo woo woo, the woman had been dead for many days, and no matter how she cried or shouted, it was of no use. After a long time, Bai Jianjia finally stopped crying, and a resentment rose from her body, almost tangible. She clenched her fists tightly and said words that were inappropriate for someone of her age. Ah, father, my good brothers, you all deserve to die. One day, I will make you pay for my mother's life. Hearing this, Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. Sounds familiar, isn't this what the child of destiny should say? After this, should he suddenly have an epiphany and his cultivation level increased dramatically, under Gu Wuchen's curious gaze, Bai Jianjia's aura was indeed changing. The original Qi-Hai realm third level instantly became the second level of Qi-Hai realm. Before Gu Wuchen could make any move, her breath was still falling, and in a blink of an eye, the first level of Qi-Hai realm, after dropping 2 small realms in a row, Bai Jianjia's body became shaky and she fell directly on her mother's corpse, unconscious. This. Master, what do you say? Even though Guemo was knowledgeable and experienced, he was still confused now. This little girl, who was suspected to be the young master's daughter, drops in realm when she gets angry. It is simply unheard of. Chapter 94, Fate Change, 200 consecutive draws. System, what's going on? What is the Forsaken Girl? Host, this is a great tonic for you. The Forsaken Daughter, Bai Jianjia, will bring bad luck to those close to her, and she herself will also continue to suffer bad luck, but for the villain's host, she is a great tonic. Don't talk nonsense, system. I don't eat people. The corners of Gu Wuchen's mouth twitched. It is true that he is a villain, but he can't eat the little girl in front of him. He is not a monster or something. The host does not need to eat it. The host only needs to use the creation magic scripture to sign a master-servant contract with it. If Bai Jianjia's cultivation level regresses, the regressed cultivation level will be added to the host. However, Bai Jianjia's cultivation is still shallow, and the cultivation she feeds back is slightly low. It has little effect on the host at present. Once she grows up, she can use this to improve her cultivation. Gu Wuchen frowned slightly. The system explained it very clearly. Bai Jianjia could indeed help him improve his cultivation, but that would require her to grow up. Moreover, he possesses cursed blood, and every time he advances to a higher realm he will incur divine punishment. It is not easy for him to grow up. As a stream of light came out from him and sank into Bai Jianjia's brow, the master-servant contract was easily reached without the need for the other party's consent. This time, Bai Jianjia woke up slowly. She stubbornly wiped the tears from her face with her hands and staggered to Gu Wuchen. Dad, stop, I'm not your dad. Gu Wuchen immediately stopped Bai Jianjia from speaking and said, your father is dead, and none of your brothers are left. You are the only bloodline left in the De Qi royal family. According to the agreement, we need to ensure that you will not be destroyed for 10,000 years, so you will be the next emperor of the great Qi dynasty. When Bai Jianjia heard this, the hatred on her face changed instantly, and she stared at Gu Wuchen with her bright big eyes. Benefactor. Thank you for avenging me. I will definitely repay you in the future. As she said that, she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. After kowtowing, Bai Jianjia stood up, and her aura changed again. The second level of Qi-Hai realm, the 5th level of Qi-Hai realm. In just less than a quarter of an hour, he dropped from the 3rd level of Qi-Hai realm to the 1st level, and then rose to the 5th level. It's just like a joke. The system prompt sound rang in my ears at the right time. The host has successfully signed a master-servant contract with Bai Jianjia, and the identity of the girl abandoned by heaven has changed. And the girl of destiny. And the girl of destiny, the opposite of a person with true destiny. Her cultivation will regress in despair and anger, and on the contrary, her cultivation will improve in happiness and bad times. Oh? Now, Gu Wuchen had to pay attention to this little girl in the future. Who knows? Maybe it will really help me gain stronger cultivation. However, his cultivation is still shallow, so it is obviously not very convenient to keep him around. Seeing that the young master was lost in thought, Guemo said, Young master, do you need to send a few of the Gu family's outer disciples to help her rebuild the great Qi dynasty? Gu Wuchen thought about it and felt that this was inappropriate. An outsider? Forget it. After all, Bai Jianjia has cursed blood. If she sends a member of the Gu family's outer circle over, she may be punished by heaven and die. I remember that the elder guarding the weapon pavilion was studying puppets all day long. Most of the weapon pavilion was filled with all kinds of puppets. Yes, that's right. Guemo nodded in response. The elder guarding the weapon pavilion was very familiar with him. He still remembered that just because the guard elder put a puppet of the quasi-emperor level into the weapon pavilion, the patriarch scolded him, saying that the weapon pavilion was not a place for all garbage and puppets below the great emperor level should not be stuffed in there. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Bring back some unused puppets. Quasi-emperor level ones are enough. Help by Jianjia rebuild the great Qi dynasty. We in the Gu family said we would protect people for 10,000 years, and we will protect them for 10,000 years, clear. The matter between Bai Jianjia and the Great Qi dynasty has come to an end. Gumo acted quickly and got everything arranged in less than half a day. 10 abandoned quasi-emperor puppets that were not qualified to enter the armory assisted Bai Jianjia in rebuilding the Great Qi dynasty. With such a strong fighting force, countless strong men heard the news and came to join the Qi on their own initiative, and everything was ready to be rebuilt. As for whether these strong men would suffer divine punishment after coming to Qi, it was no longer Gu Wuchen's business. He had now returned to the Gu family, to his own courtyard, ready to count the spoils. Come on, start the 200-shot streak. Preparing a lucky draw for the host. Please wait. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained gold coins times 20,000. Congratulations to the host. Star meteorite iron times 10, yellow. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 10 heart locking pills, red. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qinghe map, red. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unknown hairpin, gold. After a series of prompt sounds, a large number of items appeared in the system mall, and the mall gold coins reached nearly 800,000. Although only one gold was dropped, a lot of gold coins were dropped this time, plus some items were recovered from the Child of Destiny by Su, which was enough for spending in the system mall. The scripture of disaster, exchange it. It's useless to replace this broken mirror. Its defense level is not even 1/10 of my netherworld battle armor. Based on the principle of not wasting any clothes or pants, the amount of gold coins in the system mall has reached a terrifying 2.5 million. Finally, Gu Wuchen shifted his attention to Bai Su's remaining opportunities. Tianyan chess game, Tianyan chessboard. He still remembered that when he killed Ji Yun, he had a remaining chance, which was the Tianyan chess game, but what he got was a pair of chess pieces. I didn't expect that Bai Su actually took away the chessboard of Tianyan chess game. Does that mean that in less than a year, the secret realm of the Tianyan chess game, which opens once every 10,000 years, will be opened for the last time? Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Who knows, there might be other Sons of Destiny who would participate in that chess game. As for now, Gu Wuchen felt that it was time to improve his cultivation, so he would use these 250,000 gold coins. System, help me exchange for items suitable for my cultivation. I want items that have no side effects and have the full effect. In a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. 2 months, for the upper world, is like a flash of lightning. A blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Gu Wuchen was in seclusion. Of course, he also instructed the people from the Gu family who were outside to find out the news. There are 2 main pieces of information that we have found out. The first is to see whether there are any talented people in the major Dao realms who have suddenly risen in recent years, especially those who suffered setbacks in childhood and became a sensation in a big way. The second is the remaining opportunities of Ouyang Qingyun, the Son of Destiny in the lower world, and the matter of the ancient clan Hongyun Daogua. According to the specific description of the opportunity, the Dao fruit will appear in the world shortly after he comes out of seclusion. It's never a bad idea to explore ahead of time. Chapter 95, Coming Out of Seclusion, Kendo. As he exhaled a breath of foul air, Gu Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes. Enter the first level of the Holy Realm. His physical strength and the mastery of the 3 avenues have all made a step forward, which can be described as a comprehensive breakthrough. There are several hurdles in the process of cultivation, one of which is the transition from the extraordinary realm to the holy realm. There is even an unwritten consensus that only those who reach the Saintly realm before the age of 50 are qualified to be called geniuses, and those who reach it before the age of 40 are the chosen ones of heaven that are rarely seen in a million years. And now, Gu Wuchen has come from behind and entered the Saint realm at the age of 20. Looking at the entire upper realm, only a monster like Gu Chensi can be compared to him. Speak of the devil, here he appears. Gu Chensi happened to come here to see if the young master had come out of confinement. and unexpectedly he caught up with him, especially when she realized that the young master had broken through to the Saint realm in just 2 months. Her delicate body trembled for no reason and her voice became soft. "Master, you are out of isolation." Not realizing Gu Chenxi's abnormality, Gu Wuchen asked, "Well, how is the matter that I asked you to inquire about going?" In 2 months, Gu Wuchen believed that with the strength of the Gu family, they would gain a lot, especially in terms of the child of destiny. "Master, there is a lot of information, but it is rather messy. There are many geniuses emerging in the major Dao realms, but who meets the criteria still needs to be personally identified by Master." "Okay, bring the information here so I can take a look." After Gu Wuchen gave the order, he found that Gu Chenxi did not move, but instead looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, feeling a little confused. "What's wrong?" "But there's something else?" Inside, Gu Chenxi's pretty face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. "Master, you have broken through to the Saint realm. Congratulations. I just don't know. I don't know if you want me to stay and help you consolidate your cultivation?" Gu Wuchen was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and raised his eyebrows. "According to my mother, after I break through the Saint realm, it's time for Gu Chenxi to assist me in my practice." Gu Chenxi was adopted by her mother since she was a child. She regarded her as her own disciple and invested countless resources in her. The reason was all for herself. The beauty took the initiative to invite him, so how could he refuse? In the past, fearing their mother's blame, he and Gu Chenxi never dared to take the last step. Now, the time has come. "Ha, come on. Follow me into the room." He laughed 3 times, then stretched out his big hand and embraced Gu Chenxi, the usually cold and aloof female swordsman, in his arms, and strode into the house. Another 2 days passed quickly. It has to be said that Gu Chenxi, as a favored daughter of heaven, is extremely talented in every aspect and can understand things at a glance. Moreover, Gu Wuchen finally understood why his mother spent so much effort in cultivating Gu Chenxi to assist her in her practice. Kendo, the way of the sword. Countless sword practitioners dream of being able to get a glimpse of the Great Road, but Gu Wuchen actually got started directly under such circumstances. It's outrageous, but the reality is like this. He has come to understand the 4th avenue of power, killing in time. Although there is a saying that one can't chew too much, Gu Wuchen doesn't care at all. In his system mall, there are treasures that help people comprehend the Great Way. As long as he comprehends the new Great Way, great success will be a sure thing. "Master, raise your arms." Gu Chenxi had a blush on her face as she undressed Gu Wuchen. After 2 days of madness, she found that her understanding of the way of the sword had also deepened. "In the future, I will definitely spend more time with the young master," she thought to herself. "Young master, I came here this time for another matter. My master's wife asked me to ask you if you would like to attend the birthday banquet of the Sword Emperor Huangfu Ren in 3 days? Huangfu Ren? Gu Wuchen raised his eyebrows. He actually had an impression of this so-called Sword Emperor. He can be said to be one of the most flamboyant and domineering emperors in the upper realm. Some people even compare him to his grandfather, the Sword God. Every strike of his sword is quite like the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick, but in fact, Gu Wuchen knew that the two could not be compared at all. The Sword Emperor is like a child in front of his grandfather, the Sword God. Normally, whenever the Sword Emperor asks to meet him, his grandfather would refuse him, saying that his grandfather is not mentally strong enough and is not worthy of meeting him. Thinking of this, Gu Wuchen asked with a little doubt, "This old deng is actually holding another birthday party. Why did my mother ask me to go? Does he have the face to do this?" As the godson of the Gu family, he was afraid that the Sword Emperor could not afford it if he attended the birthday banquet. That's it. Gu Chenxi explained with a smile, "Master, didn't she hear that you were trying to find out some news about the chosen ones? Many talented people will gather at the birthday banquet of Emperor Sword Huangfu Ren. This will be convenient, right?" "Oh, that's true. Mom is really thoughtful." Gu Wuchen nodded. "Then let's go to his birthday party and see if there's the person I want to find." The sky-splitting Dao realm where the Sword Emperor is located is very far away from us. We can take the divine boat there and enjoy the scenery along the way. Naturally, Gu Chenxi would not be the only one accompanying the Son of God on this trip. There was also an old woman accompanying him to protect Gu Wuchen's safety. It's just that she is a loner by nature, so she didn't sit on the Shenzhou, but hid in the dark. On the boat, only Gu Wuchen was holding Gu Chenxi and listening to her narrating some trivial things that had happened in the past 2 months. Master, you don't know how shocked the elders in the family were on the second day of your retreat. They wanted to break into your mansion immediately to see if you were possessed by some powerful being. Gu Chenxi curled up in Gu Wuchen's arms and spoke as she fed him spiritual fruit. Oh? What do you mean? Gu Wuchen grabbed Gu Chenxi's other restless hand. He felt that this little girl was out of control since she had a taste of novelty from the time he boarded the spirit boat until now. He has been sticking to her for half a day, saying that he has the sword skills and she wants to comprehend them. After being stopped by Gu Wuchen, Gu Chenxi pursed her lips and said unhappily, "It's all because of the matter of the 3,000 demon realms and that red-eyed demon general." After the red-eyed demon general's soul was searched, the elders learned. What happened that day? When they saw you display your divine power and kill a demon lord with one finger, they were so scared that their faces turned green. That's why I came to check on you, because I was afraid you were possessed by a powerful being. Then why didn't they come? Gu Wuchen was a little curious. He was not interrupted in his retreat, so he thought the elders were stopped. As expected, Gu Chenxi continued, I was stopped by the patriarch. The head of the family said that no one knows better than his father whether his son is safe or not. It's just a little adventure. There's no need to make a fuss about it. In this case, the elders had no choice but to give up. Since the head of the family said it was okay, they naturally felt relieved. So that's how it is. Gu Wuchen nodded. His father had always been like this, trusting and confident in him unconditionally. Even if he poked a hole in the sky one day, he might not be surprised at all. Chapter 96 Height Limit of Tian Dao Domain. Did the family send anyone to the demon realm? Gu Wuchen asked. Of course, I was gone for about a month and then came back. Gu Chenxi responded. The great elder personally led the team to sweep through many demon realms and even destroyed more than a dozen demon realms. But the demon lord was obviously frightened by you, young master, and I don't know where he and his demon generals have gone to hide. The 3,000 demon realms are too big, and that's their territory, so it's extremely difficult to find them. After looting some treasures, the great elder and his team came back. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye as I chatted and flirted with Gu Chenxi in a leisurely state. They have already entered the sphere of influence of the sky-splitting Dao realm. In a few more hours, they will reach the sphere of influence of the Sword Emperor Huangfu. After discussing swordsmanship with Gu Chenxi for a while, Gu Wuchen came to the deck alone and casually opened the information about the proud child that the family had investigated in the past 2 months. Li Wen, age 49, has entered the first level of the Saint Realm. He once killed a person who had entered the third level of the Saint Realm. He is the contemporary son of God of the Li family. Zhao Qin, age 82, reached the sainthood at age 43, now in the 7th level of the sainthood, great-great-grandson of a great emperor. Wang Xiao, age 32, first level of the transcendent realm, the only son of the Wang family's patriarch. They are all average. Gu Wuchen frowned slightly. Judging from the data, these chosen ones have certain talents, but they are far from being the children of destiny. Take Zhao Qin for example. He entered the Saint Realm at the age of 43, which was still acceptable. However, he is now 82 years old and has only entered the 7th level of the Saint Realm, which is indeed a bit slow, although after reaching the Saint Realm, each level of breakthrough is much more difficult than the previous levels. Often a small realm will trap the chosen one for more than 10 years or even decades, but if he was the son of destiny, at 82 years old, he might have reached the realm of the great emperor. There was a lot of information about the chosen one. After Gu Wuchen searched for a while, there was indeed one person who caught his attention. Mo Tianji, the illegitimate son of the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion and the daughter of the Mo family, born 20 years ago. He is 20 years old and is at the 7th level of the transcendent realm. At the end, there is a brief introduction about Mo Tianji. When he was young, he was not welcomed by the Mahist family because his mother did not tell them about the identity of Mo Tianji's father. As a result, the Mahist family once believed that he was a bastard. Later, Mo Tianji showed amazing talent for cultivation and a mind that was difficult for ordinary people to match. He helped the Mo family solve problems time and time again, and was taken seriously. The mother and son are living well in the Mo family. However, the original wife of the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion recently heard about Mo Tianji's illegitimate child and is afraid that she will harm the mother and son. Seeing this, Gu Wuchen was 50% sure that Mo Tianji was also a son of destiny. The identity of this illegitimate child is basically half confirmed. As for the power of Tianji Pavilion, he had some understanding. Tianji Pavilion, a force in the upper realm whose strength is not top-notch, but basically no one dares to provoke it. Because the master of the Tianji Pavilion in each world can deduce the secrets of heaven and turn danger into safety. Usually, any force that wants to provoke them will be known in advance by them and can then respond accordingly. In addition, the head of the Tianji Pavilion in this world is different from the previous ones. He is a son-in-law. The current Tianji Pavilion master is actually a disciple of the previous master. Later, he fell in love with the old master's only daughter and became a Taoist couple. Later, it was rumored that the old pavilion master deduced some secret and suddenly went into seclusion. Before going into seclusion, he passed the position of pavilion master to his son-in-law. On the surface, the current pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion is the one in power, but all the power is in the hands of his Taoist partner, the old pavilion master's daughter. This is why no one dared to interfere even though the master of Tianji Pavilion had an illegitimate child. Interesting. Gu Wuchen couldn't help but clap his hands. Logically speaking, both the old pavilion master and his Taoist partner should have been able to figure out something about the fact that the current pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion has an illegitimate child, but they actually let him grow up until he was 20 years old without interfering. It's really interesting. The name Mo Tianji was remembered by Gu Wuchen. After preparing for the Sword Emperor's birthday banquet, he went to the Mahas school in person. The sky-splitting Dao realm. A Shenzhou ship that blocked out the sky and the sun suddenly appeared and sped past without slowing down at all. Many people stopped and whispered, "Who is this? He doesn't know the rules. He doesn't know that during the Sword Emperor's birthday banquet, he is not allowed to fly over 1,000 feet. This is already 30,000 feet, right? TSK, I think it's some dandy young man who wants to attract the attention of the Sword Emperor. But he doesn't know that the Sword Emperor hates this the most. Last time, there was a young man who did this, and in the end, he even implicated his own family." Hiss. Be careful with your words. Don't talk about Lord Sword Emperor behind his back. Sir, this is a bit strange. On the Shenzhou, Gu Chenxi suddenly spoke. Now that we have entered the Lietian Dao realm, how come we don't see a single divine ship? Logically speaking, the Sword Emperor may not be very impressive in our Gu family, but he is still a great emperor in the outside world. I don't know how many people came to attend the birthday banquet. Could it be that they don't have any vehicles? Perhaps. Gu Wuchen spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. Just at this moment, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in the sky and shot straight towards the Shenzhou where they were. There was even an angry snort. Humph! Who dares to fly so high? Don't you think highly of our Lord Sword Emperor? As soon as he finished speaking, flames hit Shenzhou. The Shenzhou that the son of God of the Gu family rides on is not just a means of transportation, but also possesses terrifying defensive power. After the flames hit the Shenzhou's barrier, they disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. In less than a breath, the same flames flew out from Shenzhou and attacked the source of the attack. What? The man was shocked and quickly dodged. Even he himself was unwilling to withstand the full-strength attack, and because of this, he revealed his figure. He was wearing golden armor, was over 2 meters tall, holding a big knife, had a ferocious look on his face, and stared fiercely at the Shenzhou where Gu Wuchen was. Master? I leave it to you, don't waste time. After getting the young master's consent, Gu Chenxi's face turned cold and he walked out of Shenzhou alone. Just now, she was lying comfortably in her young master's arms, and someone dared to disturb her. I'm afraid you think you've lived too long. As Gu Chenxi took a step forward, the image of the cold and aloof female swordsman was revealed to everyone. Almost at the same time, the sturdy man who was blocking the road and the crowd who were watching the excitement all stopped breathing. The sturdy man retracted his sword immediately, his face flushed. So beautiful, influenced by the Sword Emperor, countless sword practitioners choose to practice in the Lietian Dao realm, hoping that one day they can receive guidance from the Sword Emperor himself. This also led to the fact that there were countless sword cultivators in the Lietian Dao realm, and each of these sword cultivators hoped to become a Taoist partner with a female sword cultivator. One is thick and the other is thin, one is a knife and the other is a sword, which complement each other. And now, Gu Chenxi's white robe, long sword, and flawless face made them forget to think. Chapter 97: The Boy Sharpening the Knife Girl. The big man in golden armor put away his sword and clasped his hands together. He originally thought the same as everyone else, that it was just a dandy boy who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and flew so high to attract the attention of Lord Sword Emperor. But when he saw that it was such a beautiful female swordsman like Gu Chensi, how could he still be as angry as he was just now? I apologize for the offense just now, but during the birthday banquet of Lord Sword Emperor, no one is allowed to fly over 1,000 feet. My lady, you must be here to attend the birthday banquet of Lord Sword Emperor. How about I lead the way for you, so that you can pay your respects to the sword tomb before the banquet? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ba Kuan, the sword-tempering disciple of the Sword Emperor. I am in charge of the Kuan sword. As soon as these words were spoken, all the sword cultivators showed envy, and after a moment, they shook their heads and sighed. The burly man in front of them was out of their reach, and since he has extended the invitation, this cold and aloof female swordsman is no longer something they can fight for. The disciple who tempers the sword is considered half a disciple of Sword Emperor Huangfu Run. It is rumored that before Sword Emperor became an emperor, he owned 108 precious swords. After he became emperor, he selected 108 sword practitioners, each of whom was responsible for tempering a sword day and night. They were called sword-tempering disciples. These disciples can usually receive personal instruction from the Sword Emperor and even listen to his sermons. It can be said that future achievements will be rapid, and many families will become upper-class families because of a sword-tempering disciple. Unlike the onlookers, Ba Kuan's face was full of pride at this moment. Ever since he was selected to become a sword-tempering disciple, he has enjoyed this kind of gaze more than once, but this time, he benefited particularly from it. He would really like to see someone being the center of attention in front of the woman he likes. Then he pressed his hands downwards. Silence, silence. Then he looked at Gu Chensi, his eyes full of fanaticism. My beautiful lady, how about we go now? Don't worry, I'm here. Lord Doughty won't be angry with you for flying 30,000 feet high and ignoring the birthday banquet rules today. His words were both soft and hard. Ignoring the Sword Emperor's rule can be a minor or a major punishment. In the worst case, you will die. He couldn't tell what realm Gu Chensi was in, and thought that the other party was using some treasure to cover it up. However, he was sure of one thing: the other party must be a prodigy in kendo. He believed that as long as she could weigh the pros and cons, she would not refuse his kind invitation. But just as he finished speaking, he heard Gu Chensi sneer. She shook her head and felt that she hadn't met such a pure idiot for a long time. Originally, I didn't intend to say more to you, but I didn't expect that a kid who was responsible for sharpening the sword for the Sword Emperor would dare to threaten me here. Court death, clang. Everyone only vaguely heard the sound of a sword being unsheathed, and then saw that Ba Kuan, who had been complacent just now, suddenly had a frozen face. The next moment, bang, the body suddenly broke into pieces. Each piece was small and thin, just like a whole piece of meat was cut into strips. As pieces of flesh and blood fell, the scene became silent, deathly silence, so strong, and dare to kill the sword-hardening disciple of Master Sword Emperor on his territory. Before killing him, what did he say about the little boy who was responsible for sharpening the sword for the Sword Emperor? Is this correct? This is not right. Not only was he cursing Ba Kuan, he was also cursing Dao Di himself. This is not the way to seek death. Everyone moved slowly, just wanting to leave here. Quickly they were afraid that it was too late, and that the Sword Emperor's people would come and vent their anger on these innocent people, but obviously, they were worrying too much. After killing the man, the cold female swordsman returned to Shenzhou silently, as if nothing had happened. Is she going to run? Yes, she must run. This is Lord Doughty's territory. If she doesn't run, she will die. But Shenzhou's subsequent movements once again exceeded their expectations. Not only did she not run away, but she continued to fly above 30,000 feet, heading towards the depths of the Lietian Dao realm, in the direction of Lord Dao Emperor. As soon as Gu Chensi came back, she threw herself into Gu Wuchen's arms. Now that the two of them had broken through the last level, she had long let go of all her reserve. Master, the matter has been dealt with. He is a guy who is looking for death. I think these guys who practice swordsmanship may not be very smart. No wonder our master has rejected the Sword Emperor more than once. Ha ha ha, I heard everything he said just now. It gave me goosebumps. I wonder if the Sword Emperor himself is also this kind of person. As he spoke, Gu Wuchen couldn't help but scratch the nose of the lovely girl in his arms, feeling a silky smooth sensation. It's hard to say. You'll know when you see me. Gu Chenxi narrowed her eyes slightly and her little hands became restless. We are still far from reaching the Mingdao Mountains where the birthday banquet is held. We are not as good as his. How bold! Gu Wuchen shuddered. As a maid, how dare you tease your master? Gu Chenxi didn't care. She bit her fingertips lightly with her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes full of affection. Well, master trained me to do this, didn't she? Young master, please don't move. I'll do it, bang. In the Mingdao Mountains, a majestic mountain range stretching for more than 100,000 miles, inside a hall, a young man smashed a table beside him. Check for me. On such an important day for master, someone actually dared to openly challenge and kill the disciple of Quenchadeo. I don't care who she is, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. The person who spoke was the Sword Emperor's favorite disciple, Huangfu Song, whose surname was even given to him as Huangfu. He personally organized his master's birthday banquet and invited all major forces to celebrate his master's birthday. Moreover, it was his decision that no one was allowed to fly over 1,000 feet during the birthday banquet. He knew that his master was an arrogant and extremely overbearing person, so he deliberately set this rule, one to please his master, and the other to show his master's prestige. But just when the banquet was about to begin, this kind of thing happened. A knife-tempering disciple died, and he was killed by a swordsman in public. Doesn't this mean that knife cultivators are inferior to sword cultivators, and is it a direct slap in the face of his master, the Sword Emperor? Moreover, it is true that he is the master's favorite disciple, but he also knows that if he makes the master unhappy, the consequences will be very serious. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still and stood up suddenly. No, I want to go find it myself. Come here, call the other 107 sword-tempering disciples. We must capture this thief before master's birthday banquet. Chapter 98. Huangfu Ren's shock. At the same time, in the Mingdao Mountains, deep in the sword tomb, an old man with a thin body but a terrifying aura slowly woke up from his retreat. As soon as he opened his eyes, the entire Mingdao mountain range was filled with the sound of swords, as if celebrating the old man's further understanding of the way of the sword. The Emperor of Swords, Huangfu Ren, strangeness. There was no joy on his face. Instead, his brows were furrowed and his eyes were wandering. Why have I been feeling uneasy these days? Is something bad going to happen? He would not ignore this feeling. At his level, things were often not groundless. Perhaps something bad would really happen then. 3 jade slips floated in front of him. These were to ensure that if anything big happened in the outside world during his retreat, someone would message him. He opened the first jade slip, and after seeing the message on it, he nodded secretly. Yes, so many people came to my birthday party. Huangfu Song did a good job. Then, he opened the second one and his expression changed instantly. Quenching sword disciple, Ah Koan is dead. I am currently searching for the murderer and will ensure that he is arrested before master's birthday party. These 2 jade slips were sent to him by his disciple Huangfu Song. Apparently, he was afraid that his master would blame him, so he deliberately told his master the good news first to reassure him that in fact, it does work. Huangfu Ren was about to get angry, but then he thought that his disciple had been busy with the birthday banquet these days, and with so many people coming from the Lietian Dao realm, accidents were inevitable. What's more, the people who killed his sword-tempering disciple must be some villains. How could it be his turn as the Sword Emperor to go and find the murderer himself? It would be better to leave this matter to his apprentice. After crushing the jade slip, he looked at the last jade slip. Just as I was about to open it, I couldn't help but let out a slight exclamation. Ha! Why is this jade slip different from the usual communication jade slips? Although he was confused, he did not think too much about it. After all, this was his territory, and he did not believe that anyone other than his own people could pass the jade slip to him in this way. With a sudden thought, he opened it, then, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was as if I had seen some great horror. The content of the jade slip is simple and clear. The Gu family's divine son will come to attend his birthday party. And below the contents of the jade slip, there is a golden word Gu printed on it. The Sword Emperor's aura became unstable, and the entire mountain range began to emit the sound of swords again. This jade slip was definitely not sent by one of our own, but it was sent by the Gu family. It was delivered to me without my knowledge and while I was in seclusion. Does that mean that if the jade slip is replaced with a blade, Gu Jia can even insert the blade into his forehead silently? Hiss. He couldn't help but gasp. It's not that he doesn't know about the Gu family. On the contrary, he is well aware of how terrifying the Gu family is and would never dare to provoke them. However, his own sky-splitting Dao realm was far away from the Gu family's eternal Dao realm, and the Gu family was not interested in the Dao of the sword, so there was almost no intersection between the two. Today was the first time he witnessed the Gu family's methods. Besides being shocked, it's a fear, deep fear. He stood up suddenly and walked out. He didn't know why the Gu family sent someone, but he knew what he should do now. The godson of the Gu family, one of the most important figures in the Gu family, came to attend his birthday party, and he needed